Chapter 1. As dreams fade, shadows of blades and blood emerge. Clad in a nightgown, Qiao Wanwan lay sprawled on her bed, her petite feet dangling in the air as she perused a book. As she absorbed the content, her elegant brows furrowed in discontent, she muttered, "What kind of male-oriented novel is this? How bizarre!" Simultaneously delving into harem themes and BL. Her fingers lightly tapped on the name within the text, her crimson lips parting in disbelief. Qiao Wanwan. What on earth? In a fit of frustration, she hurled the antiquated malicentric martial arts novel onto the floor, then disdainfully spat twice at the book lying there. The most infuriating part is that this female supporting character, who meets her demise at the hands of the male protagonist's harem, shares my name, also named Qiao Wanwan. The narrative elaborated on the existence of this character, revealing that she was merely a pawn created for the male protagonist, who, in his reckless escapades, sought wealth. Initially, he deceived the supporting character into falling for him, thereby securing her riches. As for the female character's untimely death, the male protagonist turned a blind eye. Just before her demise, he mockingly uttered words that made Qiao Wanwan feel utterly repulsed. "Qiao Wanwan, Wanwan to play with you. Doesn't your name imply you're merely a plaything? You're absurd." The male protagonist seized the supporting character's delicate chin, gazing at her tear-streaked face, her eyes blazing with defiance. She possessed a beauty that could enchant any man, and he lamented the thought of such a lovely woman not being properly integrated into his harem. Yet, he deemed her willful and troublesome, ultimately deciding to abandon this hapless, inept woman. "Blame your leader, father, for placing such trust in me, allowing you to linger at my side. I must have been blind to ever fancy a scoundrel like you. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will undoubtedly seek retribution." The male protagonist merely scoffed at her vitriol. "No matter how you curse me, it is of no consequence. Your fate here is inconsequential to me, for to the outside world, I have always adored you deeply." His eyes narrowed as he glanced toward the encroaching darkness, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, "Moreover, as I did not take your life myself, no one can hold me accountable." The chill coursed through the supporting character's spine, her heart sinking with dread. "Jiu Chao Mu, you scoundrel." Qiao Wanwan brandished a short dagger, prepared by her maid, and lunged toward the male protagonist's heart. Yet, like a discarded doll, she was callously cast aside. The man ignored her anguished cries as he departed the scene. Left on the ground, Qiao Wanwan gazed at his retreating figure, unaware that from the shadows behind her, the ominous sound of a wheelchair rolling forward approached. Terror surged within her heart, and before she could turn, a deadly blade struck true, piercing her heart. Blood spilled from her lips as she clutched the weapon embedded within her chest. Slowly, she turned to face her assailant, a horrifying demon seated in a wheelchair. In her final moments, all she could hear was the chilling declaration from the fiend. "Gu Chao Mu can only belong to me who permitted you to earn his favor. You, a mere weakling, dare vie with me? Die." The delicate form of the young maiden was pierced without a shred of compassion. In the moment the sword was withdrawn, her body erupted with crimson, cascading like blossoms throughout the space. Upon witnessing this scene, Qiao Wanwan felt an involuntary shudder coursing through her entire being. She was profoundly indignant at the male protagonist's words. What a disgrace! The supporting female character, having offered him assistance, was left to face the streets alone. Such ingratitude. Yet in the end, Qiao Wanwan sighed, alas. The demise of that supporting character was indeed tragic. The young woman's long eyelashes fluttered as her eyelids barely stirred. The air was infused with the enticing aromas of delectable dishes, braised pork, chicken, and the fragrance of wine. Was she not asleep? How could she perceive such tantalizing scents? Slowly, she opened her eyes, her vision initially clouded but gradually sharpening. Suddenly, a large hand intruded into her field of view, producing a crisp sound as a teacup was placed upon the rough wooden table before her. "Wanwan, have some tea." A foreign voice reached her ears, leaving Qiao Wanwan bewildered. She turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a young man clad in black, adorned in ancient garb, smiling at her in what appeared to be a rather forced manner. Who was this person, and how did he know her? Qiao Wanwan's mind was a haze as she surveyed her surroundings. She found herself in an unfamiliar scene, reminiscent of an ancient inn. The establishment was expansive, crafted in traditional wooden architecture, resembling something from a television drama so vivid it felt dreamlike. Surrounding her were individuals she had never encountered before, their features starkly visible. She felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Was this a dream? Qiao Wanwan gazed at the patrons within the inn. Some were cloaked in hoods, while others bore weapons at their sides, presenting an air far from that of ordinary folk. They resembled characters from a martial arts epic. Even the man seated nearby had a sword resting upon his table. The atmosphere in the space was palpably tense. Qiao Wanwan felt a dull throb in her head. This dream was alarmingly vivid. She could hear the very breaths of those around her, their exchanges ringing clearly in her ears. "We have kept you waiting, young Master Gu." "Thank you, young Master, Steward Zhong, a pleasure to meet." The polite banter only served to heighten her dizziness. She pressed a hand to her forehead in discomfort. "Miss, are you all right?" A young woman beside her gently touched Qiao Wanwan's arm. At that moment, a flash of steel caught her eye. Sensing danger, Qiao Wanwan's instincts surged, her nerves taut with tension. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she glanced up to see a group of men in black drawing their swords and weapons from afar. Oh dear, it seemed they were indeed targeting her. Regardless of whether this was a dream or not, Qiao Wanwan sprang to her feet. "Miss Wanwan?" Amidst the puzzled expressions of those around her, she swiftly maneuvered around the tables and chairs, racing towards a distant small doorway. However, to her dismay, a wheelchair suddenly obstructed her path at the entrance. "Go away." Qiao Wanwan's heart screamed in desperation. The figure in black at the corner of her, I noticed her movement and instantly drew a sword, shouting, "Kill them." "Yes, help." She wanted to flee, but first had to push aside the wheelchair, blocking her path. In the apocalypse, the first to perish were the virtuous, and she was no exception. Yet, she acted out of necessity. Why must a person in a wheelchair obstruct the entrance? A middle-aged man's startled voice echoed behind her, "Young Master," followed by the sound of swords slicing through the air. Qiao Wanwan could not afford to pause. She exerted her strength to shove the wheelchair occupied by a long-haired woman. Where they had just stood was now riddled with arrows, resembling a porcupine. "Oh my, why are they trying to kill me? I am innocent," she exclaimed, desperately dodging while grappling with the cumbersome wheelchair. Resolutely, she decided to abandon the woman for the sake of her own survival, tossing the wheelchair aside and forsaking the faceless long-haired figure. After all, it was merely a dream. She wouldn't truly kill her. Let her fend for herself. Though she recognized this was a dream, its vividness was palpable. Qiao Wanwan felt a surge of pain naturally. She chose to escape. Just as she was about to bolt, a powerful grip seized her wrist, yanking her back. Qiao Wanwan's body crashed onto the floor, her back aching from the impact. Suddenly, a dark shadow enveloped her entirely. A full-grown figure collapsed onto her, causing sharp pain in her soft chest. The weight made it difficult for her to breathe as she attempted to push this person away, only to find herself ensnared by a firm grip around her waist, rendering her immobile. The person buried their face in her left shoulder. All she could see was the ceiling and the silky strands of hair, scented faintly with herbs, cascading over her. Qiao Wanwan realized this was the woman who had been in the wheelchair. Perhaps, in her instinct to survive, she had clutched onto Qiao Wanwan. "Miss, please let me go. This is too dangerous," she implored. There was no response. The person merely clung to her tightly, as if they were bound to share the same fate. Whoosh, 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 a cold glimmer flashed past her right cheek, stirring her hair slightly. Thud, thud, thud. Several icy arrows struck the floor beside her, sending chills down her spine. The arrows were mere inches from her face. Terrified, her complexion drained of color. "Oh my, someone help. This feels too real." She couldn't break free from the person on top of her. In desperation, she quickly embraced the woman pressing down on her, shifting their position. Roll, roll. They instinctively rolled to the right. Unbeknownst to Qiao Wanwan, the person holding her secretly extended a hand, releasing silver needles to topple the nearby table with each roll, ensuring their path remained. Safeguarded, a flurry of arrows struck the round table with an incessant thud. Qiao Wanwan only heard the assassin's thunderous command. "Go up and kill them. We cannot allow him to escape." She had rolled herself into a corner, leaving her unable to move further. With her last ounce of strength, She used the girl in her arms as a shield, positioning her in front while she pressed against the wall, striving to protect her own life. With her eyes tightly shut, Qiao Wanwan could hear the hurried approach of many footsteps, drawing ever closer. The sound of swords being drawn echoed ominously. In this critical moment, the spot that had once felt secure was suddenly compromised as the girl in her embrace effortlessly turned, pushing Qiao Wanwan aside and becoming the shield. Against the oncoming threat that, oh my, how could this happen? She thought in despair. I am doomed. She dared not open her eyes. Was the next moment to bring death or pain? Or perhaps she would awaken from this nightmare. The uncertainty gnawed at her. A sharp clang resounded as a weapon scraped against another. The sword wielded by the cloaked assailant aiming to strike them was deftly deflected by a silver needle. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a knife struck from behind. Ugh! The cloaked figure turned slightly, only to witness the chaotic demise of his own comrades. He himself was pierced through the heart by a boy he had once scorned. Ut barely uttered a second word before blood gushed from his mouth, his pupils dilating, and he collapsed to the ground. With her eyes still tightly shut, Qiao Wanwan did not hear the sound of pain she had anticipated. Instead, she only heard the thud of bodies falling around her. Chapter 2. Directly facing the gun's muzzle, her arms encircled the slender waist of the woman, tightening their embrace for a moment. However, she could distinctly sense the other's body stiffen. Qiao Wanwan could not help but notice how flat the chest of the person in her arms was. In comparison to her dreamlike visions, it was almost an affront to her pride. Was it due to her tightening grip that caused the lady to feel squeezed? Or was it something else? The breath she heard seemed somewhat labored, accompanied by a dissatisfied click of the tongue. Let go. Huh, that voice. Why did it sound so deep? As Qiao Wanwan slightly opened her eyes, she beheld the man's slightly disheveled collar, revealing his alluring collarbone. His Adam's apple moved subtly, and his fair skin appeared to glow. She lifted her gaze further, directly meeting the man's exquisitely shaped lips, which were slightly parted, as if enticing her. His prominent nose accentuated his strikingly handsome and aloof visage. Qiao Wanwan instinctively swallowed hard. As she continued to gaze upward, she locked eyes with a pair of deep brown, peach blossom-like eyes. The proximity allowed her to discern the fine pores on his skin, adorned with delicate white fuzz. The perfection of his complexion provoked envy even in women. He seemed too beautiful to be real. His features resembled those of a celestial being, breathtakingly exceptional. Anyone who had ever laid eyes on his face would find it unforgettable for a lifetime. Stunned, Qiao Wanwan's mouth fell slightly agape, her heart screaming in disbelief. This person was not a lady, but a man. The handsome man, scrutinized by the infatuated woman, frowned slightly, yet his hands remained steadfast at his waist. A hint of disdain flickered in his gaze as he reached out, removing the small hand that clung to him, forcefully pushing the woman away. The abruptness of the push caught Qiao Wanwan off guard. Before she could react, she was sent sprawling, her back colliding painfully against the wall. Ouch! She gasped. My poor back, it hurts. Miss, are you all right? A panicked voice reached her ears as a girl helped her up. Following the girl's arm, she noticed that the attendant beside her looked somewhat familiar. The man who had just pushed her was now being assisted by a middle-aged gentleman, having returned to his wheelchair, pristine and unblemished. The man appeared to be in his 20s, donned in a light-colored, gold-trimmed brocade robe, sitting upright in the wheelchair, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur that felt almost unattainable. His previously disheveled hair had been loosely tied to one side with a purple ribbon, accentuating the beauty of his dark locks. He resembled a meticulously crafted sculpture, a graduate work of the goddess Enwa, surrounded by an aura that sparkled, making it impossible not to notice him. Perhaps her gaze was too fervent, for the man's enchanting eyes met hers for a fleeting second before disdainfully averting his gaze. It was then that Qiao Wanwan realized something. The look he cast upon her was surely one of contempt. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her mind silently critiquing. While he was undeniably handsome, his lack of manners was appalling. After all, she had just risked her life to save him. There was not even a word of thanks, and yet she was met with such disdainful gazes. Sigh. Qiao Wanwan exhaled, her heart feeling cold and desolate. It left her utterly speechless. Had she known, she would not have saved him, especially after being pushed aside and now suffering from back pain. Oh, back pain? Qiao Wanwan pressed her delicate waist, feeling a twinge of discomfort, likely a bruise. She found it quite astonishing. How could it hurt in a dream? Could it be that this was not a dream? Secretly, she pinched her thigh hard. Ouch, that hurt. This was evidently not a dream. Had she crossed over? Surely not. Qiao Wanwan's mind was still in a daze. The life-and-death encounter she had just faced had already caused her a headache. Now, discovering that she had traversed worlds, her mood plummeted, her exquisite face paling significantly. At that moment, a voice filled with urgent concern reached her ears. Wanwan, you look unwell. Are you injured? Qiao Wanwan glanced at the man who spoke. He was a handsome young man, seemingly of similar age to the one from earlier. He was smiling warmly at her, exuding a gentlemanly charm. She quickly waved her hand and smiled. I'm fine, as long as you are well. Otherwise, if Wanwan were injured, Brother Gu would be heartbroken. Crack. When this man uttered that line, he gazed at her with such adoring eyes. Did they assume they were in a romantic relationship? This thought alone sent shivers down her spine. Although she was certain she had crossed over, the nature of their relationship remained unclear to her, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Gu Xiaomu observed the woman's demeanor, noting her lack of joy, her face now pale as a ghost, and he was slightly puzzled. Typically, when he spoke in such a manner, she would be overjoyed. Yet now, there was an unusual distance between them. Gu Xiaomu studied her with a look of confusion, sensing that something had changed in her, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Wanwan, are you truly all right? I am fine. The moment the gallant young man expressed his concern, Qiao Wanwan felt an icy chill creeping up her spine, causing her to shudder involuntarily. What was happening? She felt uneasy. Looking around, she found nothing amiss. A rumbling sound approached, the wheels of a wheelchair drawing near, accompanied by a man's magnetic voice. Young Master Gu, I am here, and I thank you once again for your rescue. Wait, why did this scene seem so familiar? And this dialogue? Next, Qiao Wanwan heard the man beside her respond. Young Master Xia, you are too kind. Alarm bells rang loudly in her mind. His surname is Xia? How is it the same as the male supporting character from that old martial arts novel she had read before bed? Furthermore, Qiao Wanwan gazed intently at the handsome young man before her. She thought to herself, a beautiful youth seated in a wheelchair. What a remarkable coincidence. Curiosity piqued. She took a few steps back and tugged at the small maid beside her, whispering, What is his name? The maid followed her gaze and quietly replied, Miss, don't you know? That is Xie Zhe, the son of the Poison King. What? Xisha. The maid beside her covered her mouth, softly advising, Miss, lower your voice. It's improper to discuss others behind their backs. We must not allow the person involved to overhear. Besides, everyone is aware that although that man is handsome, his heart is quite the opposite. Both Chun and Xia feared that their young mistress would attract the attention of that man, leading to dire consequences. Unbeknownst to Qiao Wanwan, she gradually composed herself and nodded. The maid slowly released her hand from covering her lips. Upon hearing that name, Qiao Wanwan was momentarily stunned. Xisha, wasn't he the protagonist of the male-centric novel she had read before sleeping, the one who eliminated the female supporting characters? Yet, the very supporting character he had slain had just heard that charming young man address her as Wanwan. A chilling realization washed over Qiao Wanwan. She had potentially transmigrated into the role of that unfortunate character sharing her name. And that handsome young man was none other than the male lead, Gu Xiaomu. She felt as though she had stumbled into a den of wolves and tigers. Her complexion drained of color, she stood frozen in place. Standing before Qiao Wanwan was Gu Xiaoxia, the male lead. After exchanging pleasantries with Xie Zhe, he smiled and remarked, What are you saying, young Master Xie? I owe it all to Wanwan. It was her foresight that allowed me to capture the assassins all at once. Gu Xiaomu glanced back at the young girl, who was staring ahead in shock, her mouth agape. He sensed her bewilderment, but could not fathom the reason behind it. He was unsure if she had heard his praise and whether it would bring her joy. He continued to extol her virtues, saying, Moreover, I did not do much. It was Wanwan who saved young Master Xie this time. Upon hearing Gu Xiaomu's words, The ailing beauty across from him was enveloped in a shadowy gloom, her exquisite lips barely parting to utter a soft "oh." The man, with his enchanting eyes, narrowed them slightly, casting a fleeting, ambiguous glance at Qiao Wanwan. He did not express gratitude. Instead, he directed a gaze imbued with a chilling intensity toward her, as if to say, "What? Are you waiting for me to thank you?" Feeling the weight of his threatening stare, Qiao Wanwan likened him to a demon in the night, its eyes shimmering with a malevolent glow. The sensation of his gaze sent shivers down her spine, and she recalled the original plot, where the supporting character met a gruesome end at the hands of the antagonist. Blood gushed forth like blossoms from a body. Her once rosy lips now mirrored the pale hue of her face, merging into a singular image of dread. The little voice in her head was frantically pulling at her hair, screaming, "Oh my!" The male lead wants the future male antagonist, who is destined to kill her. To thank her? This is tantamount to signing her own death warrant, were it not for the consequences. She would have liked nothing more than to seal the male lead's ungrateful mouth. Help! Chapter 3. Still wanting to compete with the Yandere antagonist for someone? The group relocated to a tavern far removed from the assassination site, the Yulai Inn, which lay tens of thousands of miles away. Inside one of the rooms, a delicate voice echoed, "Ouch, it hurts." In a lavishly adorned chamber, a young girl reclines upon a soft, expansive bed, her garments cast aside. She is clad solely in a delicate pink bodice, the exquisite contours of her back graced by slender ties that traverse her smooth, flawless skin. The young woman lies obediently on the bed, her rounded form subtly emphasized, exuding an alluring sensuality. Her once immaculate waist now bears an unsightly bruise, a stark and painful contrast. Her inky tresses are swept over one shoulder, accentuating the purity of her complexion. A cool ointment is applied to her waist, and with a firm prod, she gasps in pain, tears welling up in her eyes as her brow furrows, a few strands of hair cascading down her flushed cheeks. Qiao Wanwan, with a displeased expression, glances back at the young maidservant attending to her wounds. "Chunxia, could you not be so rough?" The maid, startled by her mistress's gaze, immediately withdraws her hand, watching her with trepidation. Before her stands the strikingly beautiful young lady, her eyes now tinged with red as though she has suffered indignities, invoking a deep sense of sympathy. This was a girl unaccustomed to such grievances, yet today she has been harshly shoved, leaving a significant bruise on her waist. Having been a delicate child and a novice in martial arts, she was ill-equipped to endure such torment. Should the leader witness her current plight, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken, perhaps even taking it out on the gallant Gu. Given her affection for Gu, she would surely prefer to keep the leader oblivious to the fact that he failed to protect her in this moment. Chunxia, feeling aggrieved, spoke softly, "Mistress, for your injury. A bit of pressure is necessary to disperse the bruise. Otherwise, that dark mark will remain, and it will be unsightly." "Ah, true," Qiao Wanwan mused, contemplating the unsightly bruise adorning her waist. This simply would not do. Although this body was not her own, she was still a girl who cherished beauty. Thus, she must treat it with care. After all, it would be a waste to squander the opportunity of her transmigration. She offered Chunxiao a sheepish smile and pleaded, "Chunxia, please apply it with a bit more force. I can endure it." Seeing her mistress was not angry and even smiled at her, Chunxiao was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "Very well, mistress. I shall assist you, and if it becomes unbearable, do let me know, and I shall be gentler. Additionally, I will provide a massage. Your injury will heal swiftly." The cool ointment made contact once more with her slender waist, and this time it was bearable. Qiao Wanwan relaxed significantly, closing her eyes to savor the sensation as the maid tended to her wounds while also massaging her. A soft hum escaped her lips, and she thought to herself, Chunxiao's skills are quite impressive. Having entered this body, she could indeed enjoy a life of comfort. Observing her mistress's evident comfort, the maidservant began to chatter away. Observing the injury on the young lady's waist, one could not help but express discontent. That young master Sieze is quite ungrateful. My lady rescued him, yet he showed no courtesy or gratitude. Instead, he pushed her down, resulting in such severe bruising. He is truly not a good person. Upon hearing the mention of Qiao Wanwan could not suppress a shiver, as he was the antagonist responsible for the demise of female characters in this very narrative. She mused inwardly. Indeed, how could I have forgotten that a lurking danger still exists amidst the so-called pleasures? The thought of enjoying bliss was utterly absurd. Amidst her contemplation, she was interrupted by the bewildered inquiries of a young maid. "My lady, why did you choose to save him?" Qiao Wanwan pressed her lips together, silently reflecting. Who wished to save him? Upon opening her eyes, she was met with an assassination attempt. Instinctively, her survival instincts kicked in, prompting thoughts of escape. However, her path was obstructed by a person in a wheelchair, entirely blocking the sole exit. To proceed, she would need to move the wheelchair, never one to be indifferent. A surge of compassion overwhelmed her, and she impulsively assisted the antagonist in moving away. Yet, in that perilous moment, realizing her inability to protect herself, she thought only of abandoning him. But he seized her, causing her to tumble to the ground. Initially, she had assumed he was a young lady, only to discover he was a heartless male scoundrel. The memory of his gaze sent chills down her spine, as if he intended to end her life. He disdainfully pushed her aside, causing her to collide painfully against the wall, leaving her with a searing ache in her back. Regret washed over her for a moment of misplaced compassion. Had she not rescued the antagonist, perhaps he would have perished, and she could have evaded the narrative of being hunted by a psychopathic villain. Qiao Wanwan remained perplexed, unsure how she had inexplicably found herself inhabiting the pages of this story. Awakening, she had been thrust directly into the plot, with no time to ponder her circumstances. How could she be blamed for her ignorance? Burying her face in her pillow, she felt a headache brewing. Hearing her unusual sounds, Chunxia paused her actions. Concern etched on her face. "My lady, what troubles you? Did I cause you pain?" "No, please continue," she replied. Chunxia resumed her task, now with a gentler touch. Suddenly struck by a thought, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "My lady, I understand now. You saved young Master Xia because he has ties to young hero Gu, correct?" "Huh?" Qiao Wanwan was taken aback by Chunxia's interpretation, feeling disoriented. Chunxia continued with a smile. "My lady, I know you harbor feelings for young hero Gu, which is why you act with his interests in mind. Such love is truly touching, but it may lead to your own suffering. Moreover, you possess no martial skills. Risking your life for young hero Gu's affections is truly not worth it." Qiao Wanwan turned to Chunxia, who was passionately expressing her concerns, reflecting on her fervent words. She patted her chest and assured, "Miss, from now on, you can simply instruct Chunxia to handle any matters. Whatever Chunxia can assist you with, she will strive to accomplish it to the best of her abilities at all costs. You must not wager your life on such things, or else the leader will be heartbroken." Indeed, you are correct. The young maid had comprehended everything through her own lens of understanding. Therefore, Qiao Wanwan need not elaborate further. However, if it were to be said that she harbored affections for the male lead, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. The male lead was consistently under the watchful gaze of the morbid antagonist, Qiao. Did she truly wish to compete for a man with such formidable odds against her? That was sheer folly. Chapter 4. I do not favor Gu Zhaomu. She feared she might not even survive the attempt to vie against the antagonist. Hence, it was imperative for her to clarify this matter. Chunxia, let me speak candidly. I do not harbor any feelings for Gu Zhaomu. Upon hearing her mistress's denial, Chunxia stood momentarily stunned. It was the young lady who had initially pursued Gu Zhaomu. Chunxia recalled vividly when a young hero first visited the leader's residence to pay his respects. The young lady's gaze had never strayed from him. She had even audaciously sent Chunxia to inquire about his itinerary. A sheltered young lady, who had never ventured beyond her home, had chosen to secretly follow the young hero, leaving behind the place that had nurtured her all her life. Later, when the leader discovered his daughter was missing, he was furious and punished the servants ruthlessly. Through investigations, they eventually found her in the company of the young hero. The leader then entrusted Chunxia with the task of persuading her to return home, but to no avail. The leader, exasperated, could only order her to protect his daughter diligently, accompanying the young hero on his adventures until they reached a designated destination. The leader would await her there. The leader had also struck a deal with the young hero, promising to cover all his expenses and provide him with benefits, provided he safeguarded his daughter. The young hero had readily agreed to this arrangement. Yet now, the young lady claimed she did not like Gu Xiaomu. Why then had she followed him and stealthily left her home? Chunxia glanced at her mistress's delicate countenance. Her expression was serene, suggesting she was not jesting. Miss, did something occur that has upset you regarding Gu Xiaomu? I can help you teach him a lesson. No, I simply do not like him anymore. Chunxia blinked, pondering. Given her mistress's demeanor, it seemed likely she was indeed upset. After all, why would she utter such nonsensical words otherwise? While Chunxia also felt that Gu Xiaomu was unworthy of her mistress, it was apparent that the young lady had feelings for him. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the martial arts leader also held a favorable view of this promising young man. Qiao Wanwan observed Chunxia's expression, which confirmed her assertion that she was indeed angry. With a deep sigh, she lamented, I do not deny that I once had feelings for him, but I have come to a realization. I hold the esteemed identity of the martial arts leader's daughter. Why should I waste my affections on someone who is utterly incompatible and of no benefit to me? Remaining comfortably at home, relishing the status of the martial arts leader's daughter, and being attended to by others, wasn't that a far more delightful existence? However, this thought remained unspoken by Qiao Wanwan. She envisioned a future where she could indulge in the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy young lady, enjoying a life of ease even in an era devoid of modern technology. Moreover, she couldn't help but anticipate the sheer pleasure it would bring. The young maid opposite her, having pondered deeply, asked with a hint of skepticism, Miss, have you truly contemplated this? What if you change your mind in a few days? Qiao Wanwan furrowed her brow, expressing her dissatisfaction. How could I possibly have second thoughts? Yet, she was reminded of the original story's supporting character, Qiao Wanwan, who was merely a pretty face, known for her petulance and capriciousness. It was not uncommon for her to retract her decisions at a moment's notice. She could only sigh lightly, realizing that, no matter what she said, Chunxia would remain unconvinced. Time alone would have to attest to her resolve. From this moment forth, she could not behave like the original protagonist, clinging to the male lead like a lovesick puppy. She must distance herself from him. Yes, she needed to depart from the male lead side. By doing so, she could ensure her own survival. Qiao Wanwan turned to the maid and asked, Chunxia, I know you possess martial skills. Can you assist me in leaving this place? Where does the young lady wish to go? We could inform young Master Gu and accompany him, Chunxia suggested. No. What I mean is, I want to leave young Master Gu's side and return home. But, Chunxia pondered for a moment, then shook her head, still declining. That won't do, Mississippi. The leader has already stated that since you did not return home with him last time, you must wait until reaching your destination before reuniting with him. If you return home now, there will be no one from the leader's residence to escort you. Can't you take me home? Miss, my skills are quite limited. In this martial realm, I can only shield you from blades and arrows. You are extraordinarily beautiful. Venturing out poses a grave risk. Without a skilled protector, like young Master Gu, you cannot fathom the dangers that await you outside. Is this martial world truly that perilous? What do you mean, miss? Oh, it's nothing. Qiao Wanwan inadvertently revealed her thoughts, feeling a headache coming on. Danger was merely an uncertainty. However, remaining by the male lead side, with antagonists watching her every move, meant she was perpetually at risk. Clenching her fists, a plan began to form in her mind. If Chunxia could not assist her, she would find a moment to slip away unnoticed. Chunxia observed her silence and offered another reminder. Miss, if you have any grievances with young Master Gu, do voice them. He would surely be willing to make amends. You are so beautiful. I am certain he would listen to your suggestions. Qiao Wanwan gazed at the beaming Chunxia. Constantly hearing that she was beautiful made her wonder just what was so beautiful about her. Honestly, thus far, she had not truly seen the visage of her current body and was quite curious about it. She urged, Chunxia, please fetch me a mirror. Of course, Mississippi. Soon, an ancient, yellowed bronze mirror appeared before Qiao Wanwan's eyes. In an instant, the reflection in the bronze mirror left her utterly astonished. Is this truly me? Qiao Wanwan incredulously caressed her delicate cheek, her excitement prompting her to pinch it lightly. The girl in the mirror appeared to be a stunning beauty of 16 or 17, with fair skin and a radiant visage. Her large, glistening almond-shaped eyes resembled a tranquil autumn lake, capable of stirring the hearts of those who gazed upon her with just a blink. Her rosy lips, akin to strawberry jelly, seemed so inviting that one might be tempted to take a bite. She was like a pure and charming beauty under the bright moon, possessing an extraordinary allure and a perfect figure. In modern times, a sultry spaghetti-strap dress would be ideal for summer, undoubtedly making her a captivating young lady. Qiao Wanwan found herself nearly entranced by her own beauty reflected in the bronze mirror, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, is this really me?" Chunxia, witnessing the young lady's infatuation with her own reflection, stifled a laugh behind her hand. The expression on her lady's face mirrored the shock Chunxia had when she first laid eyes on her, both equally astonished by the existence of such breathtaking beauty in the world. Back then, when Chunxia served the young lady, she was merely a 10-year-old child. Now grown, they had both matured into equally stunning beings. It was said that the young lady's mother was a peerless beauty, and the young lady bore a striking resemblance to her. 8 parts alike. Consequently, after the lady's untimely demise, the leader had never remarried, choosing to raise the young lady alone, showering her with affection and nurturing her unrestrained character. He forbade her from handling any weapons or martial arts that could bring her harm, fearing for the well-being of his precious daughter. In essence, the leader was a devoted father. "Surely, the one in the bronze mirror is you, my lady. Huh, how exceptionally beautiful I must be," she mused. "It is truly a pity for such a stunning supporting character to meet her demise. I cannot fathom this martial arts world. Only those with skills possess value? Are those without martial prowess meant to be trampled upon?" Qiao Wanwan found it baffling that the male protagonist, despite being surrounded by such a striking woman, would choose to cast her as a mere pawn. If she were in the male protagonist's shoes, she would cherish this beautiful supporting character, ensuring that she suffered not a single scratch. Had that been the case, the supporting character would not have been slain by the villain. Yes, Qiao Wanwan deemed herself shallow for such thoughts. Yet perhaps this perspective could safeguard her own life. But in reality, the opposite was true. Qiao Wanwan was now caught in a conundrum, unsure whether her extraordinary beauty would lead to fortune or misfortune. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a male voice. "Wanwan, it's Brother Gu. I heard from Chunxia that you sustained an injury to your waist, and I happen to have some excellent ointment with me. May I come in?" Upon hearing the voice, Qiao Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. It was Gu Xiaomu. Chapter 5. Alas, he is a man. In the corridor of the inn stood a handsome man clad in black, a sword at his waist. He looked down at the box of ointment in his hands, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing my delivery of medicine, Wanwan must surely feel a wave of joy. This would enable him to manipulate the finances of the naive Qiao Wanwan effortlessly. Gu Xiaomu tossed the ointment into the air, only to deftly catch it with one hand. Without missing a beat, he strode purposefully towards a singular destination, Qiao Wanwan's chamber. "Gu Xiaoxia?" A voice called out from behind, prompting Gu Xiaomu to halt momentarily. Turning to glance back, he beheld a strikingly handsome man seated in a wheelchair, exuding an air of elegance. Clad in a pristine white robe adorned with intricate embroidery, he was both refined and imposing. A pale golden belt accentuated his slender waist. The man's long hair flowed like silk, dark and lustrous, casually tied with a purple ribbon. His complexion, almost ghostly pale, did little to obscure his innate nobility. The contours of his face, meticulously sculpted like a masterpiece by Nuwa, were extraordinarily exquisite. Beneath his thick brows lay a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes, imbued with a hint of seductive softness. His prominent nose was complemented by lips that, though colorless and wan, evoked a sense of compassion. This man's sudden appearance behind Gu Xiaomu was enveloped in a faint scent of medicinal herbs, accompanied by a middle-aged subordinate who pushed his wheelchair closer to Gu Xiaomu. Gu Xiaomu found himself momentarily entranced, grappling with the memory of the first time he encountered this ethereal figure 5 years prior amidst the chaos of war. Abandoned in a forest and besieged by numerous assassins, the man had been incapacitated. Yet despite his immobility, he had fought valiantly, launching icy needles to vanquish his foes. The overwhelming number of attackers rendered his efforts futile, and amidst the turmoil, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged, her ink-black hair cascading like a waterfall, strands sticking to her flawless face due to the sweat of battle. From a distance, she appeared a pitiful yet captivating figure. As a newcomer to the martial world, Gu Xiaomu could not bear to leave such a scene untouched. His heart raced at the sight of the distressed beauty, envisioning that rescuing her might lead to an intimate bond. The thought of having such a companion to roam the world with was indeed an enticing prospect. In his youthful fervor, he resolved to save the beleaguered Xie. Yet, the moment 15-year-old Xie spoke, Gu Xiaomu was taken aback, for he discovered that the damsel he had rescued was none other than a breathtakingly beautiful young man. Now, at 20, Xie had transformed into an otherworldly beauty, resembling an immortal. Though confined to a wheelchair, his physique and appearance were no less remarkable than that of any able-bodied individual. His striking visage rivaled that of any woman, evoking envy in Gu Xiaomu. Nevertheless, recognizing the value Xie possessed, Gu Xiaomu restrained his feelings of discontent, offering a polite smile and a respectful bow. Young Master Xie, with moonlit eyes, cast a curious glance at the object in the other's hand and inquired, Gu Xiaoxia, where are you headed? Oh. Gu Xiaomu tightened his grip on the ointment and replied with a smile, it's nothing. Wanwan has been injured, and I intend to deliver some ointment to her. Xie's originally gentle countenance instantly turned frosty. Wanwan, he addressed that woman with such intimacy. It was quite displeasing. With a forced smile, Xie questioned, Gu Xiaoxia, who is she to you? Why such concern for her? Gu Xiaomu, taken aback by the question regarding Qiao Wanwan, paused momentarily. He regarded the woman accompanying him on his adventures as merely a matter of mutual benefit. Qiao Wanwan's father had provided him with the capital and connections necessary for his escapades, while he offered her care and protection in return. He perceived Qiao Wanwan as a capricious young lady who was aware of his affections, yet he found her lack of intellect and martial skill quite unappealing. Aside from her physical allure, she possessed little else of merit. While he entertained the notion of a fleeting dalliance, he feared that if he acted upon his impulses, he would draw the ire of the martial arts leader, who might compel him to wed his inept daughter. Thus, he found himself obligated to escort and safeguard her. Engaging in dealings with the leader, gazing at the delicate beauty before him, Gu Xiaomu inwardly lamented why the man opposite him was not a woman. Otherwise, with his prowess and the prospective position of future head of the Xie family, he would make a most suitable spouse, capable of assisting him in ruling the martial world. Unbeknownst to the man of his sordid thoughts, Xie, noticing his prolonged silence, gently prodded, Gu Xiaoxia, is this a matter you cannot disclose? No. Gu Xiaomu hastily waved his hand, dispelling the chaotic musings from his mind. Wanwan is the daughter of an old acquaintance, entrusted to me for safe passage to Enqi City. Oh, I see. Xie's expression softened into a smile. Gu Xiaoxia, 5 years have elapsed, and today we meet once more. I am immensely grateful for your continued assistance. As fate would have it, my home is in Enqi City. I would like to extend a special invitation to you. Let us travel together, ensuring mutual safety. What say you? Upon considering the Xie family, renowned for their unparalleled expertise in poison and medicine, Gu Xiaomu recognized the advantages. A single drop of their poison could cause excruciating agony, confounding even the most skilled physicians, while their miraculous medicine could grant years to the dying. The remedies of the Xie family were exceedingly rare, sought after even by the reclusive emperor, who had offered 2 cities in exchange for their wares. Now, the head of the Xie family had ascended to the position of Lord of Enqi City, and Xie, as the sole heir, was destined to inherit the family legacy. Gu Xiaomu approached him as a benefactor, hopeful that he might procure ample medicine at no cost. What a splendid opportunity it was. Haha, young Master Xie is too courteous. In that case, I shall graciously accept your invitation. Welcome, Gu Xiaomu bowed in acknowledgement. only to realize that he had yet to deliver the ointment. I shall first attend to the delivery of the medicine. Please excuse me, young Master Xia. Very well. Xie observed the departure of the other, his profound gaze instantly dimming. The curve of his lips lost its grace. He parted his exquisite lips, his tone devoid of warmth. Zhongshi, please investigate the background of that woman. Yes, young master, replied the middle-aged man behind Xie, bowing before retreating. Xie's eyes remained fixated on the empty, elongated corridor, his thoughts swirling. Daughter of an old acquaintance? No matter who she is, she shall not compete with me. Otherwise, she will meet her demise. 5 years prior, he had been rescued by Gu Zhaomu, and ever since, he had devoted his heart entirely to the youth of similar age. Throughout these years, he had never ceased to think of him. Now that they had fortuitously met again, how could he possibly let him go? However, he noticed a woman, unknown to him until now, who seemed to provoke his jealousy. His concern for Gu Zhaomu was now divided. He mused, this cannot be allowed to transpire. Anyone who garners Gu Zhaomu's attention must perish, for only he is deserving of Gu Zhaomu's affection. The man's slender fingers gently tapped the armrest of the wheelchair, producing a rhythmic sound against the mahogany. The fine needle lay quietly within the concealed compartment. Suddenly, a wicked smile graced the lips of the man seated in the wheelchair. Assassination was his forte. Even if he were to eliminate that woman, no trace would remain. Thus, Gu Zhaomu would not hold him accountable, allowing him to bask in the warmth of Gu Zhao's care and affection. The one he desired could only belong to him. No one else was permitted to share. As he envisioned a splendid future, he raised his hand to lightly rest his forehead. The shadow of his silver sleeves obscured his breathtaking visage, revealing only the slight twitch of his lips, accompanied by a stifled chuckle escaping his throat. He let out a soft, sinister laugh, causing his broad shoulders to tremble ever so slightly with delight. Chapter 6. Uncovering her blanket, Gu Zhaomu entered Qiao Wanwan's chamber, raising his hand to knock. When he overheard the conversation between the two within, he pressed closer to the door, straining to discern their words. Were they discussing him? Miss, are you joking with Chun Xiao? I'm not joking. Can you take me away from here? The man's expression outside the door stiffened, a flicker of discontent appearing in his eyes. Was Qiao Wanwan throwing another tantrum? How could she wish to leave his side? Gujo Mois muscles twitched, his mind racing with thoughts. Surely, it must be that he had been too distant from her in recent days, neglecting her. This must have incited her anger. Truly, she was a spoiled young lady, accustomed to her whims wherever she went. He glanced at the ointment in his hand, his brow furrowing. For the sake of his future endeavors, he would have to appease her. Gu Zhaomu knocked on the door, calling Wanwan, "It's your brother Gu. I heard from Chun Xia that you have injured your waist. I've come to deliver medicine and see how you are faring." Gu Zhaomu. The master and servant inside were taken aback. Qiao Wanwan immediately wrapped the bedding around her bare back, her mind swirling with confusion as she inquired, "How did he arrive? And how did he know about my injury?" A sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to glance at Chun Xia. The latter's complexion paled, aware of her blunder, and she quickly bowed her head, murmuring in explanation, "Miss, I thought you would want Gu Xiaoxia to know of your injury and come to inquire about your well-being. So, I informed him of your condition." Qiao Wanwan was taken aback by her audacity, exclaiming in exasperation, I hardly know how to reprimand you. You divulged such a private matter regarding my injury to an outsider, without fear of ridicule. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I will never do it again. Chun Xiao apologized earnestly. Please, send him away. I have no need for his medicine. Very well. Chun Xiao hurried to the door, cautiously opening it a crack, only to be greeted by Gu Zhaomu's smiling face. How is the young lady? He inquired. Gu Xiaoxia, you should return. My young lady has already applied the medicine. Gu Zhaomu's expression stiffened upon hearing Chun Xiao's intent to dismiss him. He had yet to meet Qiao Wanwan, to charm her into a state of infatuation. How could he possibly leave now? He forced a smile, asking, "May I come in to see your young lady? I am quite uneasy not having seen her condition." Gu Xiaoxia, my young lady is currently indisposed, Chun Xia replied. In what manner is she indisposed? Chun Xia hesitated, unable to divulge the fact that her mistress was entirely unclothed. It was a delicate matter that would surely jeopardize Qiao Wanwan's reputation. Stammering, she finally managed to say, "Gu Xiaoxia, my young lady is truly not in a position to receive visitors. Please return." Gu Xiaomu's suspicion grew. Previously, Chuanxia had shown great respect towards him, knowing of Qiao Wanwan's affection for him. Her current refusal to allow him to see her indicated that the lady was genuinely upset. But he remained clueless as to the reason, wondering if it was indeed due to his recent indifference. Before he could respond, Chuanxia attempted to shut the door. Yet the strong man forcefully held it ajar. "Gu Xiaoxia, Chuanxia, there are matters I must discuss with your young lady. Allow me entry." "Sir, that is not feasible. My young lady is truly not in a position to entertain guests. If there is something urgent, it can wait, or I can relay a message for you." "No, I must speak with her directly." "Gu Xiaoxia." The two were engaged in a struggle at the door. With a bit more force, the door would surely shatter. Inside, Qiao Wanwan, covered in her bedding, had anticipated a brief farewell. Little did she know that the person outside intended to force his way in. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she quickly sat up, glancing at her exposed form wrapped in the blanket, her heart racing with anxiety. She gazed at the garments that Chuanxia had removed for her, resting them on a distant clothing rack, akin to the ancient clothing hangers. The distance from her bed was a good 10 paces. Qiao Wanwan noticed someone outside, making an attempt to enter. Hastily, she cast aside the heavy bedding enveloping her body and leapt from the bed, eager to retrieve her attire before the male protagonist could enter. While the imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality proved to be rather harsh. Accustomed to the modern elevation between bed and floor, she miscalculated the ancient spatial dimensions. A misstep sent her sprawling, landing in an undignified position. With a loud thud, the woman, clad only in sleep pants and a belly band, fell to the ground. Her fair skin exposed. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as the unfortunate fall threatened to mar her otherwise flawless figure. The noise attracted the attention of those outside. Chuanxia's heart raced with worry, her eyes darting inside frequently. Gu Xiaomu furrowed his brow. Sensing that something was amiss between the two women, he sternly admonished the maid before him, inquiring if something had transpired with Wanwan inside. "No, no, no." Chuanxia fervently shook her head, uncertain of what her mistress was up to, but resolute in preventing Gu Xiaoxia from entering, blocking the doorway with all her might. Gu Xiaomu's irritation grew. "Chuanxia, step aside. If anything has happened to your mistress, you shall be held accountable." With that, he forcefully pushed the door open. Unable to withstand his strength, Chuanxia was cast aside, her heart racing as she watched him enter. She rushed forward to obstruct him, but it was futile. "Gu Xiaoxia, do not enter." She called out to the room, "Miss, Gu Xiaoxia is coming in," still reeling from her fall. Qiao Wanwan had yet to rise to gather her clothes when she heard Chuanxia's warning. Her nerves were taut, and her mind scrambled to process the situation. Cursing under her breath, she quickly suppressed the pain in her chest from the fall and leapt onto the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the thick quilt, ensuring not a single strand of hair was exposed. Anxiety coursed through her as she reminded herself, stay calm. She must cling to the quilt with all her might, refusing to let go. Such a splendid figure should not be laid bare for that duplicitous male lead. As Gu Xiaomu rushed into the room, he found no sign of anyone present, save for the tightly bound quilt on the bed, resembling a zongzi with a person ensconced within. His brow furrowed, his previously disdainful expression swiftly transformed into one of concern. "Wanwan, are you all right? Is there anything troubling you? May I take a look?" At that moment, Qiao Wanwan was cursing her luck. Damn it. Chuanxia said it was inconvenient. Why must he intrude? This fall has only exacerbated the pain in my waist, which now burns fiercely, and he dares to inquire about my condition, as if I would let a gentleman of the world see the injury on my waist. What nonsense! The body of this woman is not something a man like you can gaze upon. Begone, leave me at once. Though Qiao Wanwan's thoughts were filled with harsh curses, her words were laced with sweetness. After all, she could not afford to offend the male lead at this moment. Otherwise, it might not be the villain who sought her demise, but rather Gu Xiaomu. Cocooned beneath the covers, her delicate voice emerged. "Brother Gu, I am quite well now. I feel a bit weary and wish to rest. Please return. I cannot see you out." The man's expression darkened as he silently regarded the woman who refused to show herself. He did not respond to her request to leave, but gradually approached the edge of the bed. Enveloped in her blanket, Qiao Wanwan had no idea of his intentions. However, she heard the soft footfalls drawing closer. What could he possibly be planning? Surely, he does not intend to unveil my covers? She swallowed hard, anxiety creeping in her heart, and instinctively gripped the blanket tighter. Gu Zhaomu, observing the figure hidden beneath the covers, felt a wave of suspicion wash over him. How could she hide away? Refusing even a glance at him? It appeared she was genuinely upset. How troublesome it was that he must now soothe her. Extending a large hand, he inched closer to the blanket. When Chuanxiao arrived at the inner room, she was taken aback to witness Gu Xiaoxia drawing near to the young lady. A glance at the clothing rack beside her sent shockwaves through her. Mrs. Garments were still there. She had assumed the earlier commotion had been caused by the young lady dressing, only to realize that she had yet to don her clothes. This was dire. Chuanxiao watched in horror as Gu Xiaoxia's hand was about to make contact with the bedding. In that moment, she was at a loss, unsure whether to cover her mouth or her eyes. Chapter 7. Will her grudge deepen? Inside, Qiao Wanwan felt a presence nearing her blanket, sending a shiver down her spine. This was it. She was doomed. In ancient times, a woman's honor was of utmost importance, and being seen by a man meant she would have to marry him. Qiao Wanwan had no intention of marrying this scoundrel. Otherwise, she would incur the jealousy of Xieze, who might very well pierce her with his sword. She was finished. She was utterly finished. What was she to do? Clenching the blanket tighter, her heart raced. Just then, a clear, melodious male voice rang out from outside. "Brother Gu, Xia has matters to discuss with you regarding our route." At the instant Gu Zhaomu's hand brushed against the blanket, he paused, momentarily stunned by Xieze's voice. The matter of the route was indeed pressing. Glancing at the woman wrapped in the covers, refusing to show herself, Gu Zhaomu let out a resigned sigh. He placed the ointment beside her, gently reminding her, "Wanwan, I've left the ointment at your side. Please make sure to apply it. I shall return to check on you when I have a moment." Not hearing any response from within, he turned and exited the room. After the spring and summer seasons, she was reminded, "Take good care of your master. If anything happens to her, you must be held accountable." The young maid was startled by his piercing gaze and lowered her head in compliance. "Yes, please rest assured, Sir Gu." The man then felt at ease to depart, following the wheelchair-bound Xieze out of the room. The sound of the wheelchair gradually faded away. Chuanxia slightly raised her head to watch the two leave outside before a loud clatter echoed as the door was shut. She hurried into the room and said to the bundled-up Qiao Wanwan, "Miss, you can come out now. Sir Gu and the others have gone far away." Not seeing any movement from her mistress, Chuanxia grew concerned and gently patted the quilt. "Miss." To her surprise, in the next moment, the heavy quilt was flung aside, revealing the majority of the girl's snow-white skin. "I can hardly breathe." Chuanxia, upon seeing her mistress's perfectly curvaceous figure, couldn't help but blush. She quickly fetched a garment hanging on the rack and assisted her in dressing. "Miss, fortunately, young Master Xia stopped Sir Gu just in time. Otherwise, if he had seen you in this state, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Does that man possess no awareness of propriety? How could he so casually invade a lady's chamber? What a libertine!" As Chuanxia helped her mistress adjust the pale yellow attire, she began to believe the words her mistress had spoken earlier. Was it truly the case that she no longer held any affection for Sir Gu? Qiao Wanwan, noticing the ointment on the bedside, slapped the box with a scowl. With a loud thud, it was ruthlessly cast to the floor. "I want to avoid him, not apply his ointment." Upon recalling the melodious voice she had just heard, she smiled and sighed. "Fortunately, Xieze inadvertently saved me from a disaster." Suddenly she gasped, "Wait, doesn't this make things worse?" Qiao Wanwan's complexion drained of color, panic setting in her heart. If Xieze witnessed Gu Zhaomu's concern for her and intruding upon her private space, wouldn't that deepen Xieze's resentment? This was a dreadful predicament. Chuanxia, observing her mistress's mixed expressions of joy and shock, felt utterly bewildered. Qiao Wanwan was led to the vanity by Chuanxia, who began to style her hair. Gazing into the mirror at her 16 or 17-year-old self, fair-skinned and alluring, She thought, such a splendid youth should not be squandered. No, I must escape. All right, Mississippi. You're all dressed up. You look so beautiful. Everyone will surely adore you. Who cares whether they like me? I only need to please myself. Qiao Wanwan caressed her fair cheek, marveling at her striking features, reminiscent of a celestial being, rarely seen. Her figure was shapely, yet not bulky, fitting elegantly in clothes, and alluringly curvaceous when undressed. Coupled with her height of about 167 centimeters, she truly embodied the essence of beauty, fair-skinned, stunning, and long-legged. A truly enchanting beauty, Qiao Wanwan can only be her own masterpiece. Her body belongs solely to herself, not to anyone else. Observing her own exquisite reflection, she yearns for longevity. With a light heart, she steps out of her chamber, casting a glance at the scenery beyond the corridor. The inn encircles a central structure, featuring a charming courtyard adorned with mountains and water, a place designated for the esteemed guests to behold. It is thanks to her wealth that Gu Zhaomu is able to reside in such splendid quarters. Otherwise, she would have long been relegated to the modest lodgings in the front yard. It is vivid in her memory when she witnessed her maid, Chuanxia, presenting a gold ingot. Her heart bleeding at the sight. To part with such a treasure so casually was truly heart-wrenching. In modern times, a single ingot could fetch a considerable sum, equivalent to 200,000 or 300,000. How extravagant the wealthy can be. Ancient inns do not appear particularly opulent, after all. If the excess were spent on her, she would say nothing. However, knowing a portion was squandered on that man who lives off others is simply not justifiable. The more she reflects, the more her agitation grows. Turning to Chunxia, who had followed closely behind, she reprimands, Chunxia, from now on, do not waste money on Gu Zhaomu for such upscalings. Do you understand? Ah, Chunxia, bewildered, scratches her cheek in embarrassment. Miss, what are you saying? I don't quite comprehend. What I mean is, the silver my father provides for you should be spent solely on me, not equally on others. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. Oh, Chunxia finally grasps the meaning, her smile radiant as she replies. So, Miss means that Gu Xiaoxia can stay in more affordable accommodations, while yours must be the most luxurious. Indeed, that makes sense, Qiao Wanwan agrees, nodding approvingly. After all, the money is her own. Why not invest the best in herself? Yet, as her pleasant mood begins to wane, thoughts of an uncertain future cause her lovely visage to fall. Concerned by her mistress's fluctuating demeanor, the maid inquires, Miss, what troubles you? Why are you not happy? Chunxia, I will ask you once more. Chunxia, noticing the seriousness in her mistress's expression, swallows nervously. Is there something of great importance weighing on her mind? Qiao Wanwan, meeting Chunxia's inquisitive gaze, purses her lips and states, let me ask you again. Can you take me away from here and return me to the leader's manor? Chunxia, taken aback, shakes her head gently. Miss, I have already informed you. The leader is not at the manor currently. If we return recklessly, it would be perilous. Moreover, Gu Xiaoxia will accompany us to Anchi City. The leader awaits your arrival there. Once we reach, after meeting the leader, we can return to the manor together. Qiao Wanwan furrowed her brow slightly. She found it impossible to persuade Chunxia. Thus, she could only gather information about the outside world through her. How long would it take to reach Anqiching from here? Rest assured, Miss, we shall arrive shortly, came the response. Qiao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shortly? How soon is that? Chapter 8. The escape plan. Qiao Wanwan's gaze was bright and clear. Yet, the next moment, the words of her maid struck her with dismay. At least half a month, but possibly up to a month. Ah, is that considered quick? In half a month, I might as well be a pile of ashes. It seemed hope was futile, and she could not rely on the maid either. She needed to devise a plan swiftly. Leaning against the railing of the corridor, Qiao Wanwan gazed into the empty courtyard before her. She had surveyed the surroundings upon her arrival. The optimal escape route required traversing the courtyard to sneak out through a small door on the opposite side. Freedom awaited her there. Determined, Qiao Wanwan straightened up, lifting her leg to depart when she noticed the maid trailing closely behind, her footsteps echoing. Turning around, she saw Chunxia wearing a mischievous smile. Could you refrain from following me? Miss, that is out of the question. It is perilous outside, and, as your attendant, it is my duty to accompany you at all times, devoted to ensuring your safety. Must you? I merely wish to visit the restroom. Oh, so the restroom is where you are going? I shall patiently await your return at the door. Qiao Wanwan stared in disbelief. Was she to be monitored even during such a private moment? This was excessive protection. How could she possibly escape? No, to execute her escape, she first needed to send the maid away. As time swiftly passed, dusk descended. The town was shrouded in darkness, save for the faint glow of red lanterns surrounding the inn. Inside, a woman sat at the vanity, observing Chuanxia as she meticulously arranged the bedding. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Pretending to caress her stomach, she called out to her maid, "Chuanxia, I find myself rather hungry. Could you please fetch some food for me?" "Of course, Mississippi. I shall go at once." With that, the nimble maid exited the room, closing the door with a clatter, and silence enveloped the space. Qiao Wanwan delightedly snapped her fingers. "Splendid. I can finally make my escape." Thus, her first escape plan officially commenced. Recalling the memory of where Chuanxia kept her pouch, she hurried to the cabinet, her heart racing with excitement. She opened it to reveal a package filled with gold and silver notes. Qiao Wanwan weighed it in her hands, the coins clinking together with a satisfying sound. "Ha! This is a fortune." Her lips curled into a grin that nearly reached her ears. The thought of leaving behind the vampiric male lead and the twisted villain filled her with exhilaration. With these riches in hand, one could easily escape to a life of comfort. In her heart, Qiao Wanwan had already composed a melody titled A Good Life. With a creak, the door opened slightly, revealing a woman dressed in a pale yellow dress. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes peeked cautiously outside, surveying the surroundings. Assured that no one was present, she boldly pushed the door open and made sure to close it gently behind her. A heavy bundle was slung across the young girl's shoulder, providing her with a sense of security. She slipped away. In the darkness of night, a nimble and petite figure darted down the corridor. With a swift motion, she concealed herself behind a wooden post, only to vanish moments later. As she traversed her path, Qiao Wanwan glanced left and right, wary of being discovered. At last, she endured the passage through the courtyard and spotted the back door of the inn, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Victory was within reach. With a creak, she quietly opened the back door and stealthily stepped outside, gazing at the streets of the town before her. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, as if the world had succumbed to slumber. Only the entrance of the inn, adorned with 2 crimson lanterns, broke the darkness, while the rest of the surroundings were shrouded in blackness, suggesting that the townsfolk had long retired for the night. Qiao Wanwan scoffed inwardly. It's barely dusk. Does this town lack any semblance of nightlife? How overly cautious. She needed to leave with utmost care, making not a sound. Raising her skirt, she tiptoed away from the inn's back door. Unbeknownst to her, in a room on the 2nd floor near the back door, resided a familiar figure, Xieze. At that moment, Xieze and Gu Zhaomu were seated by the window, engaged in a game of black and white chess. His slender fingers, distinct with knuckles, hovered over the candlelight, picking up a white piece to make his move. With a soft thud, the outcome had already been determined. The black pieces were decisively captured by the white ones. The man opposite him paused momentarily, not allowing frustration over his defeat to mar his expression, but rather a glimmer of admiration lit his eyes as he chuckled heartily. "Xiegongzi's chess skills are truly commendable," Gu Zhaomu conceded. Hearing this praise, Xieze felt a surge of joy within him, and the depths of his beautiful peach blossom eyes shimmered with a subtle wave of emotion. A faint blush graced his handsome features. "Gu Xiaoxia, you flatter me. My skills are merely superficial. Had you not intentionally let me win, I could never have claimed victory in this match." Their laughter echoed, suggesting a harmonious rapport between them, and a shared journey ahead that promised to be filled with camaraderie. Xieze's peculiar gaze lingered on Gu Zhaomu's face, seemingly imbued with a tender sentiment, akin to that of a woman's affection for a man. Gu Zhaomu felt a chill run down his spine. Under Xieze's scrutiny, he felt as though he were prey caught in an odd trap, an unsettling sensation washing over him. Embarrassed, he turned his gaze out the window, only to spot a familiar, furtive figure lurking below the inn. Wanwan. Xieze followed Gu Zhaomu's line of sight. To his dismay, Gu Zhaomu spotted the irritating woman, Qiao Wanwan. Observing that she was alone, without her companions Chun and Xia, she seemed poised to vanish from his sight. A hint of perplexity washed over him, prompting him to rise and apologize to the gentleman across from him. Xieze. Brother Xia, I'm grateful for our conversation today. We shall discuss our future plans at a more leisurely pace. It appears that Wanwan has matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With a resounding crash, he exited, leaving only Xieze in the room, his gaze dark and fixed upon the woman downstairs, a flicker of hostility emanating from him. There she was again, frequently drifting into their view. What sinister plot was she weaving? Or was she merely attempting to seduce Gu Zhaomu? His fingers, long and defined, clenched tightly around a white chess piece, which shattered at his silent command, disintegrating into powder. As he released his grip, the remnants scattered across the table, swiftly carried away by a gentle breeze from the window, vanishing without a trace. He felt no regret as his pale lips parted to utter, Zhong Shu. In an instant, a figure darted through the window into the previously vacant room. Your subordinate is here. What have you discovered about that woman? Zhongshe raised his gaze slightly. The young master, with flowing dark hair cascading like a waterfall, rested his chin on his hand, leaning against the window. The moon's soft, pure light streamed through, casting a glow upon half of his face, enhancing his extraordinary beauty. Yet, the breathtaking scene was rendered terrifying by the young master's menacing aura, particularly his obsidian-like eyes, fixed intently on the woman below, glimmering with a hint of coldness. Zhongshe could sense the young master's current mood. With his left hand clasped in salute, he cautiously advised, "Young master, it would be prudent to refrain from acting against that woman for the time being." The cold gaze turned inquisitive, returning his attention. "Oh, pray elaborate." Zhongshe, apprehensive of inciting the young master's ire, hesitated as he had been by his side for over a decade. 5 years prior, when Gu Zhaomu had rescued him, Zhongshe sensed that the young master harbored unusual feelings towards Gu Zhaomu, an inclination that resembled affection, yet bore the weight of possession. The young master's upbringing, marred by his father's influence, had rendered his disposition somewhat enigmatic. However, one trait remained clear. He would never allow anything he cherished to be sullied by others. Anything deemed not rightfully his would be dealt with mercilessly, be it a person or a pet. In the young master's eyes, they were mere playthings to be disposed of at will. Yet, this encounter with the gallant Gu was unique. He was the most intriguing prey, the one who had managed to endure the longest under the young master's gaze. Zhongshe understood that the young master despised the thought of his quarry being claimed by another, and he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate all who surrounded Gu Zhaomu. In the eyes of outsiders, Xieze was regarded as a demon. Even Zhongshe, now in his 30s, swallowed hard. He earnestly explained to the young master, "She is the sole daughter of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Should anything happen to her, the Alliance leader would not let us off easily. Moreover, Gu Xiaoxia now harbors ambitions to attain the esteemed position of the new leader of the martial arts world, rendering that young lady of considerable utility to him. So, she is indeed the frivolous and capricious daughter of the previous leader? No wonder Gu Zhaomu exhibits such patience in retaining her by his side." As the man spoke, he retrieved a black chess piece, gazing at it contemplatively. He murmured to himself, "Given her usefulness to Gu Zhaomu, I shall refrain from acting against her for the time being. Once I secure the position of the leader for Gu Zhaomu, I shall then proceed to strip her of her skin." He raised the small black piece, allowing it to catch the cold, pale moonlight as it slowly shifted towards the empty expanse below, precisely where the woman had previously stood. His eyes glinted with a cruel intent. It is not too late. Meanwhile, the fleeing woman felt an unsettling chill creep over her, as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon her. Yet, upon surveying her surroundings, she found no signs of life. Qiao Wanwan consoled herself, insisting that she was merely overthinking. She resolved to leave this wretched place with her money and fly far away. Oh yes, she tugged at the bundle on her back and advanced toward the corner. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the shadows. Qiao Wanwan had no time to react. crashing face first into the figure, with a resounding thud, accompanied by her startled yelp. The once fleeing woman was abruptly knocked to the ground by an unforeseen wall. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, clutching her bundle as she fell, landing awkwardly on her back. Her mouth filled with expletives. What the hell? How could there be a wall here? As Qiao Wanwan shielded her head, dazzled by stars, she struggled to regain her bearings. Yet, she was soon met with a chilling voice. Wanwan, Chapter 9. Caught while escaping. Wanwan? A ghostly voice resonated from the depths of the dark corner. Qiao Wanwan felt her hair stand on end, panic flooding her being as she prepared to flee. But as she turned to escape, a hand seized her tightly. Overcome by fear, she shut her eyes tightly, too terrified to look back. She attempted to withdraw her hand forcefully, yet it remained trapped. In her mind, she silently chanted, "Amitabha, I have committed no wrongdoing. Please do not harm me." At that moment, the voice returned, sounding oddly familiar. "Wanwan, where do you think you're going?" Qiao Wanwan's heart skipped a beat, her eyes wide open. Goodness, that voice resembles Gu Zhaomu's. Slowly, she turned to face him. In the dim light, a man clad entirely in black emerged, Gu Zhaomu himself. He held her wrist firmly, preventing her escape, his gaze filled with confusion as he scrutinized her. At that moment, Qiao Wanwan was enveloped in despair. How could it be him? If it were a ghost, at least she might have a chance to flee. But with him watching her every move, her escape plan seemed increasingly fraught with difficulty. The man, having not perceived her initial silence, continued to call out her name. "Wanwan, Wanwan, why are you not staying in your room properly and wandering outside? Where is your maid, Chunxia? Why isn't she with you?" Qiao Wanwan blinked and laughed heartily, instantly retracting her hand. She feigned a smile and said, "Oh, Brother Gu, I was just feeling a bit hungry, so I thought I might find something to eat. That girl Chunxia is waiting for me nearby." Gu Zhaomu narrowed his eyes, observing the girl before him who dared not meet his gaze, his expression turning grave. He pointed towards the pitch black outside and inquired, "Are you really going out to look for food? Do you not know there's a curfew here at night? If you go out now and are discovered by the patrolling guards, you will be treated as a thief and thrown into prison." This was Qiao Wanwan's first time hearing about a curfew in this fantastical martial arts world. No wonder the outside was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any figures. She awkwardly chuckled. "So that's how it is. I wasn't aware. We don't have curfews where I come from." In her memories of the original owner, there indeed was no curfew in her hometown, so she spoke casually, unsure if he would believe her. "I see." The man nodded, seemingly convinced. This was good. Qiao Wanwan thought her attempt to escape would go unnoticed by the male lead. Yet at that moment, his eyes glinted with subtle suspicion as he scrutinized her. Feeling somewhat guilty under his gaze, she asked, "Brother Gu, what is it?" As he spoke, Gu Zhaomu reached out, attempting to touch her bundle. Startled, Qiao Wanwan's expression changed in an instant. With a swift motion, she stepped back, clutching the bundle tightly. "What are you doing? This might be my lifeline." It absolutely cannot be discovered by him. The man's hand grasped nothing but air, momentarily taken aback. Noticing her vehement rejection, his brows furrowed deeper. Faced with the gradually darkening expression of the man, Qiao Wanwan felt her previous reaction was too extreme. Would he suspect something? Clearing her throat awkwardly, she shifted the topic. "Well, Brother Gu, since there is nothing to eat outside, I shall return now." As she turned to leave, the man's voice called after her, "All right, I will see you home." Qiao Wanwan's face stiffened, and she quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, there's no need. Brother Gu, you have so many important matters to attend to. Please go ahead and be busy. I'm not a child. I can walk back on my own." The man remained silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with suspicion. "Wanwan, are you upset that I have not paid you any attention these past few days?" "I'm not upset at all. Brother Gu, you are overthinking it. Then let me escort you home." Seeing his persistent insistence, Qiao Wanwan rolled her eyes inwardly. Did she still dare to escape today? With the male lead watching, it was impossible to flee. Thus, her first escape plan came to an abrupt end. Sighing quietly to herself, she resignedly accepted her fate. It seems we must wait for another time to consider alternative approaches. In a narrow corridor, the sound of footsteps echoed rhythmically. Tap, 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 marking the passage of a man and a woman, one following closely behind the other. The woman, clutching her package, hurried ahead. while the man trailed leisurely, observing her with an air of detached amusement. She resembled a startled rabbit, panting and fragile, which elicited a sense of disdain from Gu Qiaomu. Despite being the daughter of a martial arts alliance leader, she possessed not an ounce of martial prowess, nor did she embody the gentle and virtuous qualities of a refined young lady. Instead, she exuded an arrogant and unruly demeanor. Earlier, when he had offered to carry her and use his lightness of foot to escort her to her room, she had foolishly declined, lacking any semblance of charm. Her only recourse was to rely on her feeble legs to propel herself forward, akin to a hapless soul rushing towards an untimely demise. Gu Qiaomu could easily quicken his pace to intercept her, but he refrained, both to preserve her dignity and to maintain a distance, wary of her foolishness being contagious. Nevertheless, he was mindful of her feelings, knowing that a negative mood could affect his own interests. Thus, he chose to engage her in conversation from time to time, expressing his concern. Wanwan, please do not hold my recent neglect against me. If there is anything troubling you, feel free to confide in your elder brother Gu. Do not bottle everything up inside. Qiao Wanwan felt weary. The last thing she desired was to be in the company of this man, as being near him felt dangerously close to death. The thought of someone possibly observing Gu Qiaomu from the shadows sent chills down her spine. All she wanted was to return to her room and shake off the man trailing behind her. She barely registered his previous words, offering a half-hearted response. Oh, all right. Upon spotting her room just ahead, her eyes brightened with relief. Thank goodness. She was finally nearing her sanctuary, eager to rid herself of the threat to her safety. With a swift motion, Qiao Wanwan flung open the door and dashed inside, hastily attempting to close it behind her. However, as the door was nearly shut, it resisted her efforts, revealing a gap through which she saw Gu Qiaomu bracing himself against the door. His gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Striving to maintain composure, she forced a sweet smile and inquired, Elder Brother Gu, I have safely reached my room. You may leave now. Indeed, I am aware, he replied, although his grip on the door remained unwavering. Qiao Wanwan blinked, eyeing his hand at the threshold. Is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed, there is a matter at hand. What is it? Please do tell. I have coordinated everything with young Master Xie. We shall be departing together for Anchi City. Let us embark on this journey together, for it provides mutual support. This matter is well understood by Qiao Wanwan. It is precisely due to this mutual reliance on the road that the antagonist harbors a profound intent to kill her. Wait, it seems that Xie Zhe's residence, mentioned in the book, is situated in Anchi City. Could it be that the female antagonist has gone to his home and met a tragic fate? This cannot be true, can it? Isn't the female antagonist Fowler also waiting for her in Anchi City? This truly is a mystery. Qiao Wanwan had not scrutinized the book with such attention before, and she now regrets it upon reflection. The man outside expressed his concern, reminding her gently, Wanwan, remember to rest early tonight. We shall set forth tomorrow. I will take my leave now. All right. Qiao Wanwan forced a smile as she watched Gu Qiaomu depart, carefully shutting the door behind him. Leaning against the door, she exhaled deeply, patting her chest. He has finally left. The escape plan must be executed on the road henceforth. Sighing, Qiao Wanwan approached the table, placing her bundle down. She poured herself a cup of tea and barely settled into her chair when the door creaked open. Chuan Xia, who had been summoned to fetch food, burst in. Upon seeing the young lady within, her mood brightened, and she smiled broadly. Miss, have you been waiting here for Chuan Xia to return? Chuan Xia was genuinely delighted. Observing the maid's joyful demeanor, Qiao Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt about shattering her illusions. Nodding, she admitted, Yes, what have you brought back? Miss, look, Chuan Xia has brought back all your favorite snacks. Oh, really? How wonderful. Hurry, I am famished. Certainly. With a radiant smile, Chuan Xia placed the box upon the table, lifting the lid to reveal the delicacies within. A delightful array of green bean cake, chestnut cake, osmanthus cake, flaky pastries, plums, and more was artfully arranged. These pastries do indeed look delectable. However, is it wise to indulge in such treats so late at night? What if you choke? Miss, please do try. Are they to your liking? Very well. Qiao Wanwan delicately picked up a pair of chopsticks, gently lifting a piece of cake. Just before it reached her lips, She noticed Chuanxia's eager gaze fixated upon her. Being observed while eating was rather uncomfortable. She hastily urged, "You need not stand there. Come and sit down and eat with me." Upon hearing her words, Chuanxia's eyes sparkled. Yet, recalling her mistress's character, she wondered if this was a test of her loyalty. Swiftly, she shook her head, lowering it humbly as she replied, "Miss, there's a distinction between master and servant. Chuanxia cannot disregard decorum, lest she be punished by the leader. Alas, what leader? It is merely you and I here. If I do not speak of it, who will know? Eating alone is rather lonely. Is it not better for you to join me?" Chuanxia cautiously lifted her gaze to meet the pure, unblemished face of her mistress, who bore an expression of solitude, devoid of jest. Her eyes instantly brimmed with anticipation as she cautiously inquired, "Miss, is it truly possible?" Qiao Wanwan smiled and gestured for her to come closer, saying, "Of course. Gulme, gulme." With that, Chuanxia set aside her hesitance and boldly took a seat beside the young lady. Qiao Wanwan promptly offered her a piece of cake. "Eat up." The little maid beside her savored the treat with delight. Her cheeks flushed as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mrs. Sippy. You're welcome." Now, Qiao Wanwan could indulge in her meal without worry. The cake melted in her mouth, rich and aromatic, delectably sweet. The little maid beside her voiced her curiosity, her hand already reaching for the bundle that Qiao Wanwan had placed on the table. "Miss, what is this parcel for?" As Qiao Wanwan raised her gaze, she realized the maid had touched the sack containing gold. The maid asked innocently, her expression full of wonder. At that moment, Qiao Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle at her own forgetfulness. She hastily concocted an explanation to satisfy the maid's inquiry. "I was merely counting how much cash we have left. I was thinking that we've been rather extravagant these past few days. If we continue like this, we might deplete our funds before we even return home, which will be unwise. After all, one must retain some money for emergencies." The little maid gazed at her with sparkling eyes, admiration evident on her face. "Wow, so you know how to count money, miss? You've even thought ahead about the future. That's truly impressive. Chuanxia must learn more from you." Qiao Wanwan chuckled at the maid's admiring gaze. Did the original owner truly not know how to count? Was she utterly incapable? How helpless must Qiao Wanwan be in her new life? She acknowledged that having just traversed into this realm, struggling with the archaic attire was understandable. One could learn gradually. However, managing money was a fundamental skill, wasn't it? It appeared that Qiao Wanwan was so affluent that she scarcely regarded it. No wonder Chuanxia worried so much about her. Without her, Qiao Wanwan might not survive. Feeling a pang of seriousness, Qiao Wanwan recalled Gu Xiaomu's reminder that they would be departing for Anqi City the next day. She absolutely needed a map. It would facilitate her preparation for an escape route, ensuring the success of her future plans. She glanced at Chuanxia, who was still joyfully indulging in the cake, and her eyes glimmered with mischief. "Chuanxia, we are to leave with Brother Gu tomorrow. Can you procure a map detailing the route to Anqi City before our departure?" "Miss, you can rest assured. I will seek out a map first thing in the morning." As dawn approached, before the roosters crowed, Chuanxia quietly rose from her bed, glancing back at the slumbering Qiao Wanwan in the inner room. She stealthily exited the chamber, making certain not to disturb her mistress's rest. The crowing of roosters echoed from outside as the woman, nestled comfortably in her soft bed, gradually stirred from her slumber. Slowly, she sat upright, stretching languidly and unfolding herself. Awaking early in the morning felt truly delightful. Her beautiful brows and eyes still bore traces of sleepiness. The unusual sounds of vendors calling out from outside caught her attention. Steamed buns. Freshly steamed buns. She mused, her mind somewhat foggy. Was her home near a market? How could she not remember? Never mind. She hurriedly got out of bed to brush her teeth and wash her face before heading to work. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, just as her delicate feet, adorned in white sleep pants, touched the floor. An astonished voice from outside interrupted her. "Oh dear, miss, why didn't you wait for Chuanxia to return before getting up?" Chuanxia, with her eyes barely open, she blinked in confusion, gradually recognizing the young girl approaching her. Memories of the previous day flooded back to her mind. Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened slightly in realization. Oh yes, she had completely forgotten that she had traversed into a fictional martial arts novel, becoming a mere supporting character. Chapter 11. The willful and capricious beauty having prepared herself. Qiao Wanwan donned a lively turquoise outfit and descended the stairs of the inn, with Chuanxia trailing behind her. She held in her arms the map that Chuanxia had just procured for her. Her heart brimmed with joy as her mind buzzed with plans for escape. Wow, what a stunning young lady! A chorus of admiration arose from below. A group of individuals seated by the window had also taken notice. Turning their heads, they beheld the fairy-like figure clad in turquoise. Her almond-shaped eyes resembled exquisite paintings, and her soft pink lips curved gently. She exuded the grace of a refined lady, so captivating that even the autumn breeze seemed to favor her, wafting through the window and brushing against her. Her silk-like hair danced in the gentle wind, while a few stray strands that had been tousled gave her an alluring, ethereal quality. The breeze caressed her delicate face, trailing past her plump, rosy earlobes, adorned with slender silver earrings that shimmered against her alabaster neck. She was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating everyone in the inn, the guests, the attendants, and even the proprietor, all gazed in wide-eyed wonder, unable to tear their eyes away. They silently admired the enchanting woman, their expressions tinged with longing. Gu Xiaomu also turned to gaze in that direction, captivated by the pure and ethereal girl gracefully descending the stairs. For a moment, he was entranced. Meanwhile, the man in white sitting across from him, who had been sipping tea while waiting, followed Gu Xiaomu's astonished gaze. As he beheld the young woman, his brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, Qiao Wanwan appeared to have intentionally adorned herself with a touch of makeup. Her complexion noticeably improved. Her aura had transformed entirely. Gone was the foolishness and the irritating gaze she had displayed when first encountering Gu Xiaomu. Her bright eyes blinked innocently, radiating purity. Xieze observed the man across from him, who was fixated on the approaching beauty. He tightly grasped the teacup in his hand, feeling a flicker of threat. Was this her ploy of feigned submission? A chill swept over Qiao Wanwan, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She caught sight of a group of people at the window across from her. Among them, the most chilling was Xieze. His obsidian eyes resembled a cold abyss, his entire countenance shrouded in gloom. Qiao Wanwan exchanged glances with the handsome man, only to sense the animosity emanating from him. His frigid gaze, laced with a hint of murderous intent, seemed to convey, should you dare to create a disturbance, it would be akin to the cup he held. Xieze gripped the cup with such intensity that it shattered with a resounding crash. He clutched the jagged shards tightly, their sharp edges piercing his palm. Crimson blood oozing forth. Standing beside Xieze, Steward Zhong witnessed the young master inflicting harm upon himself, his eyes widening in alarm. "Young master, your hand. Are you all right?" he inquired with concern. The man across from Xie also noticed the injury. He could not fathom why a martial artist would be so easily wounded. Perhaps it was merely an accident. He promptly offered a bandage, advising, "This cup seems of inferior quality to have cut you. Quickly apply this to your wound, otherwise it may scar." "Thank you, Gu Xiao. We are partners. No need for formality," Xieze replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips, reflecting the warmth in his heart. Gu Xiaomu, under Xieze's intense gaze, managed a somewhat awkward smile. "Steward Zhong, please assist your young master with his wound. I shall go fetch Wanwan." "Of course," Steward Zhong said as he took the bandage and began to tend to the incessantly bleeding injury. Xieze's expression darkened as he watched Gu Xiaomu approach the woman clad in a jade-green attire, his eyes fixated on her. Qiao Wanwan, once again it was her. Angered by the sight, he forcefully withdrew his injured hand from Steward Zhong's care. "Young master, do not mind me," he replied curtly, his gaze fixed on the blood dripping onto the floor. Already tormented by poison, his pallor was ghostly white. Now, with his injury, the blood flowed ceaselessly, evoking deep concern from those around him. "Young master, let me tend to your wound," Steward Zhong insisted, attempting to assist once more. But Xieze's stubbornness caused him to evade the help. "I said, it's unnecessary." Xieze extended his hand, indifferent to the darkening wound, stating coldly, "A little blood loss won't be fatal." What was even more infuriating was that he, in his pitiful state, paled in comparison to that woman. Once decisive and capable of seizing whatever he desired, Xieze had now devolved into a petty, self-pitying figure. How amusing it would be on the road to Enkiching. A wave of darkness swept over him. Even if he could not eliminate her, he would ensure she recognized her place. How dare she compete with him? She would not escape unscathed. Gu Qiao approached the enchanting Qiao Wanwan, captivated by her beauty. In that moment, she was a far cry from the usual spoiled heiress. A mysterious gentleness adorned her features. As he drew closer, Gu Qiao couldn't help but marvel at her allure when she wasn't being willful and capricious. She seemed quite suitable to be his partner. The young woman halted, gazing at Gu Qiao, whose intentions appeared somewhat dubious. Her finely shaped brows furrowed slightly, and with a flutter of her delicately curled lashes, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Brother Gu, what troubles you?" Awakened by her soft voice, Gu Qiao's heart raced. His gaze lingered on her luscious lips, which seemed both fragrant and inviting. Overwhelmed by his fanciful thoughts, he felt his throat dry, and with a gentle tone, he replied, "Wanwan, have you finished packing your belongings? 2 carriages are ready outside, prepared to depart for Anqi City at a moment's notice." "Oh, shall we set off then?" she asked. "All right, let's head to young Master Xie's place." With a nod, Qiao Wanwan turned a stride towards the window, yet a sense of unease lingered, though she couldn't quite pinpoint its source. The male lead had indeed transformed, resembling a devoted hound. Trailing behind her with a genuine smile that starkly contrasted with yesterday's forced grin. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? That would be disastrous. She was acutely aware that the male lead had always leveraged her, tolerating her whims. If he were to genuinely harbor some peculiar sentiment towards her now, she would be in dire straits. A strategy was imperative. Perhaps she could engage in actions that would evoke his disdain. After all, this world of chivalry and heroism harbored a male lead who abhorred embarrassment above all else. As Qiao Wanwan pondered, they passed the inn's front desk, catching sight of the proprietor who had so cheerfully collected their payment the previous day. He had taken a gold ingot from them, his grin practically ear to ear. This shabby and offered nothing in terms of a pleasant experience, and she seethed at the thought of their squandered funds. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flickered in her mind. Money. How could she let such a matter slip by unnoticed? They had only stayed for a single day. Failing to retrieve their funds would be a lamentable loss. Moreover, this could provide her with an opportunity to humiliate herself in a frenzy, thus unsettling the male lead's wavering heart. In mere moments, her mind concocted a plan. She halted abruptly, raising her voice. "Wait." Her exclamation was somewhat loud, drawing curious glances from those around them, enveloping the space in silence, including the distant gaze of Xieze and his servant. Gu Qiao observed the young woman furrowing her brow, as if pondering a matter of grave significance. Intrigued, he inquired, "Wanwan, what troubles you? Is there something left undone?" "Indeed, there is one task I have yet to complete, Brother Gu. Please wait a moment for me," she replied. Gu Qiao regarded the captivating maiden, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. "Very well, I shall wait for you, Brother Gu." Inside, Qiao Wanwan felt a wave of nausea wash over her, forcing a strained smile. She then lifted her foot, altering her course, and walked with an air of indifference straight towards an unexpected destination. The proprietor, witnessing the approach of the enchanting young lady, was momentarily taken aback, his small eyes wide in astonishment. With a resounding thud, the sound startled the front desk manager. The ethereal Qiao Wanwan, under the scrutinizing gaze of the onlookers, morphed into a tempestuous figure. One hand on her hip, and the other striking the front desk forcefully, she declares, "Sir, kindly refund our deposit for the room. This money is of utmost importance to me." "Thank you." Her statement left those behind her utterly bewildered. Chunxia turned pale, fearing that the young lady was once again throwing a tantrum. She hurried to restrain her and offered an apologetic glance towards the proprietor. "I beg your pardon. My lady is merely speaking nonsense." Qiao Wanwan felt a surge of indignation. How could a mere maid dismiss her words? Shaking off Chunxia's grasp, she responded sternly, "Or have I spoken in error? We reserved the room for several days, and now we wish to check out early. Shouldn't the inn refund us the remaining deposit?" "Mississippi." Qiao Wanwan raised her hand to silence Chuanxia's impending protest. Be gone. Do not interfere with your mistress's affairs. With the young lady's command, Chuanxia had no choice but to step aside, hoping that her mistress's outburst would not lead to excessive embarrassment. After all, the gallant Gu did not favor such behavior. Had Qiao Wanwan been privy to Chuanxia's thoughts, she would have retorted vehemently, "Why should I care whether he likes me or not? If he detests me and keeps his distance, I would count myself fortunate." Behind her, Gu Qiaomu's expression darkened as he watched the fade of the enchanting Qiao Wanwan shatter. At that moment, she resembled a shrew, one hand pounding the desk while the other pointed accusatorily at the proprietor's rotund face, incessantly demanding, "Hurry, refund the money. Refund it now." The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the young woman's lack of decorum. They had initially been captivated by her beauty, only to realize that it was merely skin-deep, masking her capricious and willful nature. Witnessing the proprietor being unjustly accosted by the young lady, they silently sympathized with him, recognizing the peculiarities of the world they inhabited. Gu Qiaomu, rendered bewildered by Qiao Wanwan's erratic behavior, felt his previously fluttering heart shatter in an instant. Indeed, Qiao Wanwan was Qiao Wanwan, and no amount of exquisite adornment could conceal her arrogant and headstrong disposition. Just moments ago, when she was adorned in her beauty, she wished for everyone to recognize her as his woman. Now, with her heart severed from those thoughts, she stood exposed before the crowd, acutely aware of the madness that enveloped her. It was utterly humiliating. His expression darkened with severity as he reprimanded, "Wanwan, cease this folly at once." Qiao Wanwan could discern the hint of anger in Gu Xiaomu's voice. However, she chose to disregard his ire, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. "Hush! Brother Gu, please wait for me just a moment. I shall swiftly persuade the boss to refund the money." Gu Xiaomu's countenance turned a shade darker, knowing that no matter his entreaties, the spoiled young lady would remain obstinate. Engaging further was a futile exercise. Thus, he retreated step by step, unwilling to draw closer to her, feeling that even a single advance would render him utterly shamefaced before others, as if they were all mocking him. Meanwhile, from a distance, Xieze, who had been observing, found himself amused by the peculiar antics of the diminutive woman. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. Having only encountered her for the first time yesterday, he was unfamiliar with her, perceiving her merely as a rival who had stolen his affections, a willful young heiress. Who would have thought that her foolish antics could be so entertaining? He even cast a glance at Gu Xiaomu, wondering if such behavior might incite the latter's disdain. Such a character was undeniably intriguing, to the point where he hesitated to wish her any harm. Unbeknownst to him, as he beheld the spectacle, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Standing beside Xieze, Zhongshe seemed to catch sight of something extraordinary, his heart leaping in astonishment. Did he just witness the young master smile? And not just any smile, but one distinctly different from his usual demeanor towards Gu Xiaoxia. He focused intently, observing the young master seated in his wheelchair, gazing down in silence, sipping his fine tea as though it were all inconsequential. Perhaps he had merely imagined it. Zhongshe mused inwardly. How could the young master ever display a genuine smile? He had watched the young master grow, knowing all too well the hardships he had endured at the hands of his father, which had left him with a perpetually gloomy visage. "Boss, refund the money quickly, or I shall remain here indefinitely. When guests arrive, I will inform them that you run a heartless establishment." Qiao Wanwan reveled in her role as the tyrant, silently applauding her audacity. Yes, this was precisely how it ought to be, like a jester causing a ruckus. The male lead behind her would only grow to detest her more, distancing himself further. What did it matter if she tarnished her reputation here? After all, none knew her. The boss, cornered by her demands, wore a face as dark as thunder. Recognizing her as a person of the martial world, accompanied by a swordsman, he certainly dared not offend her. Beads of perspiration began to emerge on his forehead. The portly face revealed a strained smile as he explained to the lady before him, "Esteemed guest, Aaron does not have a refund policy. Please do not impose upon our humble establishment." "What? That amounts to an entire ingot of gold. We stayed only one night. On what grounds can you refuse a refund? This is a scam." The surrounding townsfolk, upon hearing the mention of an ingot of gold by the young woman, murmured in astonishment. What a wealthy individual! To part with gold for a mere and stay is truly extravagant. Dear guest, you are lodged in our premium celestial room, which naturally incurs a higher fee. And yet, this celestial room hardly seems remarkable. There isn't even a servant to deliver meals. My maid must fetch them from the kitchen herself? Is this the treatment afforded to your esteemed celestial patrons? The onlookers began to understand the young woman's insistence on a refund. The inn, neither large nor small, offered only average accommodations even in its finest rooms. To demand an entire ingot of gold for merely one night was indeed unreasonable. A chorus arose from the crowd, urging, refund her. Innkeeper, you should return the money to this young lady. Upon hearing their unified support, Qiao Wanwan turned to them, clasping her hands in gratitude. Thank you all for your support. Faced with such pressure, the innkeeper conceded. All right, I yield. Must I truly refund you? Yes. Promptly, the innkeeper retrieved several pieces of silver and handed them to the persistent woman. You are indeed a gracious innkeeper. May your life be filled with joy. Please, everyone, depart now. The innkeeper felt a pang of loss as he relinquished the silver. Just yesterday, he had reveled in the joy brought by the generous guests who had presented him with an ingot of gold. Now, it felt as if it had all been a fleeting dream. Chapter 13. Where are my silver coins? Qiao Wanwan clutched the hefty 20 pieces of silver, her heart swelling with delight. Springsia, witnessing her mistress's frugality, couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Miss, you are truly remarkable. You managed to get the innkeeper to refund the remaining amount. Of course, such money must not be squandered. Let's go. Very well. Oh, by the way, Qiao Wanwan said, glancing at the pouch in her hand, and then at the man in the wheelchair waiting patiently by the window. The money she had bargained for included a portion that rightfully belonged to Qiao. She felt a twinge of hesitation to keep it all for herself. Thus, she took a few pieces of silver from the pouch and, accompanied by her maid, approached Qiao. The man, who had been sipping tea with his gaze lowered, was momentarily taken aback when he noticed a pair of embroidered shoes before him. He lifted his gaze, and a young lady stood illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, her fair complexion glowing with an ethereal light. A delicate dimple appeared on her flawless skin as she flashed him a sweet smile. The small hand held something delicately, extending forward to present him with silver coins. Thank you, young master, this is yours. I retrieve your share while asking the proprietor for a refund, she said. Qiao Wanwan harbored her own thoughts, hoping that, considering her efforts on his behalf, Qiao might harbor slightly less resentment towards her. The man gazed into the star-like eyes of the woman, which radiated expectation. His deep-set gaze momentarily widened, overwhelmed by a dazzling brightness. He averted his eyes from hers, puzzled by his own avoidance. Why was he shying away? A wave of doubt washed over him. Just moments ago, he felt an unusual suspicion. This woman had actually assisted him in reclaiming his silver. He stared at the delicate, rosy hand that held the additional coins, bewildered by the notion that she had personally returned them to him. His sentimental peach blossom eyes turned back to Qiao Wanwan. In that moment, her smile resembled that of a playful kitten, her large apricot eyes sparkling like constellations. She gazed sweetly at the man before her. Despite this, the man was filled with suspicions and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Did she intend to play another trick? Yes, he must not underestimate her. She was a woman full of schemes, capricious and willful. Soon, the man's expression returned to a calm demeanor. His features, deep and chiseled, revealed no trace of emotion. His eyes, as cold as a frozen pond, could freeze Qiao Wanwan with a mere glance. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, her arm, raised in the air, began to ache. With the man before her showing no signs of movement, she felt compelled to remind him once more, "These are your silver coins. I'm returning them to you." Only then did the man's beautiful gaze gradually shift to the coins in her hand. The thought of the person before him, a petty thief, tightened his brow with evident disdain. He found the coins, held by that woman, to be tainted. He had no intention of accepting anything she offered. He was indifferent to the money he had discarded. Setting down his teacup, he raised his gaze and coldly stated, "I generally do not reclaim what I have thrown away." Qiao Wanwan, taken aback by his words, momentarily lost her composure. Upon grasping his meaning, her face turned pale. What did he mean by reclaim? Did he perceive her actions as akin to scavenging? This was merely a retrieval of her own money. Did he think himself so affluent that he could carelessly squander his wealth without a second thought? Was he truly so magnanimous? If only he could extend such generosity in matters of the heart, perhaps he could be less petty. While Qiao Wanwan silently criticized him, she still needed to clarify the fate of the silver coins. Forcing a smile, she inquired, "Then what about this silver?" Before she could finish, his dismissive voice interrupted. "No need. Just throw it away." "What?" The woman was taken aback by his words, her eyes widening in shock. "Throw it away? Where would I throw it? I have a full 10 taels of silver here." The common people of ancient times could easily provide a year's worth of silver for a comfortable life. Yet, so casually, one remarked, "Lose it?" Qiao Wanwan withdrew the silver from her hand, expressing her disapproval. "How can that be? Since you do not want it, I shall take it. Suit yourself." Qiao Wanwan merely spoke in jest, but to her astonishment, he readily acquiesced. She could scarcely believe her ears, wondering if she had misheard. The man, who clearly harbored disdain for her, regarded her as a rival. How could he possibly agree to give her the silver? With trepidation, she inquired, "May I truly take your silver?" The man, perceiving her wariness, sensed a hint of fear directed towards him. Did this woman know something that made her believe he posed a threat to her life? Was that why she sought to ingratiate herself? Yet, such a notion was absurd. Only Zhongshi was privy to his thoughts. Additionally, Qiao Wanwan was merely feigning innocence before Gu Zhaomu, attempting to alter his perception of her character, hoping to project an image of gentleness and virtue. It seemed that Gu Zhaomu held a particular fondness for such qualities. Certainly, as her rival, he would not grant her an opportunity to shine. The man's eyes narrowed, sending a chill down one's spine. Annoying. Take it or leave it. Discard it if you wish. Contrary to his expectations, Qiao Wanwan was not disheartened by his words. Rather, her eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing him speak. With a radiant smile, she tucked the silver into her pocket. "Thank you very much, sir. I shall accept it." Her heart brimmed with joy as she muttered, "A fool would refuse money and let it go to waste." The man, whom she had silently deemed foolish, observed her delight, yet found himself deep in thought. His brow slightly furrowed. Shouldn't she press him further? Or perhaps summon Gu Zhaomu to persuade him to accept the silver, thereby showcasing her grace and meticulousness? Yet, her actions defied all expectations. Xieze found himself momentarily perplexed. Even Gu Zhaomu, who had hurried over to calm his earlier irritation, was caught off guard by her words. From a distance, he spotted Qiao Wanwan handing money to Xieze, and his eyes lit up. It appeared that the silver she had retrieved was not without its benefits. She was distributing it? Surely, a portion was meant for him as well. He quickly composed himself, shaking off his earlier displeasure towards Qiao Wanwan, and approached her. Observing her stow the silver away, he extended his hand and reminded her, "Wanwan, what about mine?" Qiao Wanwan, taken aback by Gu Zhaomu's sudden appearance and his question, was utterly bewildered. "Yours? What do you mean? My silver?" She found his self-importance rather amusing. What did he mean by his silver? Everything related to his living expenses had been provided by her. Had he ever contributed a single coin? Why should she give him money? What absurd thought. Thus, she smiled and gently reminded him, "Brother Gu, have you truly forgotten?" Chapter 14. He is a man who relies on others. All of this is my money. When have you ever contributed a single coin? Upon uttering this remark, Qiao Wanwan found the atmosphere around her suddenly, suffocatingly silent. A crow cawed overhead, momentarily breaking the tension. The ambience turned palpably awkward. The protagonist, Gu Zhaomu, was rendered speechless by the woman's blunt words, causing his previously joyful expression to falter. Was this not an explicit declaration that Gu Zhaomu was indeed a man who depended on others? Suddenly, a chuckle escaped from someone nearby. It was the butler, Zhongshi, who could not suppress his laughter, his face turning a deep shade of red. A sharp glance from Xieze silenced him, warning him of the gravity of the situation. Zhongshi trembled, sensing the chill emanating from his young master. He quickly feigned a cough, attempting to explain "Ahem, my apologies, I choked on my own saliva." The others could easily see through his facade. Gu Xiaomu, treated like a fool, had not only been humiliated by Qiao Wanwan, but was now the subject of derision from those around him, his face flushing a deep crimson. He glared at the woman who had insulted him, her expression annoyingly innocent. His clenched fists crackled with suppressed rage. Feeling the icy atmosphere closing in on her, Qiao Wanwan instinctively recoiled and reminded them, "Aren't we supposed to leave? Since I have completed my business, let us depart." "Indeed, Miss," Chunxia echoed, sensing Gu Xiaoxia's growing anger, the tension becoming almost unbearable. The lady was known for her reckless demeanor and forthrightness, often speaking her mind without regard for consequences. While some might find her candor infuriating, in Chunxia's heart, the miss was paramount. Thus, she promptly urged Gu Xiaoxia, let us hurry along. The leader is still waiting for you in Anchi City. Gu Xiaomu, whose thoughts had been dark with fury, found his ire quelled by Chunxia's mention of the leader. He took a deep breath, calming himself, and reassured his inner turmoil. If it weren't for this woman having some utility to him, he would have long since discarded her. How fortunate she was to be the leader's daughter, enjoying his protection. Otherwise, with her penchant for offending others, she would have surely faced dire consequences by now. Suppressing his frustration, he forced a smile and said, "Wanwan, let's be on our way. I have borrowed a carriage from young Master Xie, ensuring your journey will be comfortable." Qiao Wanwan raised an eyebrow at the man's feigned smile. Was he truly unperturbed? Borrowing Xie's carriage? Very well, she would gradually distance herself in the future. She returned his smile, replying, "Then I shall thank Brother Gu in advance." "Please, Wanwan, do not mention it. Assisting you is my duty," Gu Xiaomu replied. Meanwhile, Xie, feeling overlooked, watched the two depart flirtatiously, his expression darkening, as Zhongshi stood by, slightly embarrassed. A gentle reminder, "My lord, let us embark together." "Yes." The sound of wheels rolling echoed as Xie's wheelchair was pushed away from the inn by Zhongshi. On the expansive dirt road outside the town, deep ruts marked the path of passing carts. A resilient little flower blossomed defiantly in the center of the thoroughfare, swaying gently in the caress of the breeze, as if beckoning to travelers. The rumble of an approaching carriage grew louder, and in an instant, the vibrant flower was crushed beneath the wheels of the passing cart, evoking a sense of loss. On this road, only 2 carriages appeared, accompanied by a contingent of riders. 5 skilled horsemen flanked the carriages, with Zhongshi and Gu Xiaomu leading the way. Inside the last carriage sat 2 young maidens. One of them, filled with excitement, pulled back the curtain and extended her small hand into the air, seemingly attempting to capture the refreshing breeze within her grasp. The scenery passing by was a picturesque panorama of verdant mountains and flowing waters, with the fragrance of blooming grass enveloping her senses, bringing a profound sense of tranquility. She inhaled the fresh, untainted air with delight. The purity of the grass's scent was invigorating, filling her lungs with comfort. "My lady, what are you speaking of? What is oxygen?" Qiao Wanwan felt a tremor in her heart upon hearing Chun Xia's puzzled inquiry from behind. She had inadvertently revealed her thoughts. It refers to the fresh air here." "Oh, my lady possesses such impressive knowledge. How proud. I have never heard of it, indeed. I must learn more from you in the future," Chun Xia admitted, feeling somewhat foolish. Qiao Wanwan chuckled awkwardly and sealed her lips, choosing instead to lean against the window, quietly absorbing the pristine air. She mused to herself, surely, the night here would unveil a splendid starry sky. I must make time to gaze upon it. The carriage swayed gently, reminiscent of a cradle, almost lulling Qiao Wanwan into slumber. Just then, an alarming scream pierced the air. "Help! Someone!" The sudden cry jolted Qiao Wanwan awake. What has happened? Before she could hear Chun Xia's response, the carriage came to a sudden stop. "My lady, be careful." Chun Xia swiftly grasped her mistress to prevent her from toppling over due to the abrupt motion. A woman's anguished pleas echoed nearby. "Do not touch me. Help! Is anyone there to save me?" "My lady, it seems the cries for help are coming from not far away." Indeed, the 2 women peered out of the window. Ahead, Gu Xiaomu had ridden up beside their carriage. "Chun Xia, stay here and protect your lady well. I will go ahead to see what has transpired," he instructed. "Understood." Sir Gu. With a nod, Gu Zhaomu kicked his horse into motion, urging it forward to the first carriage. He turned to Xie inside and said, Young Master Xie, it appears something has occurred ahead. Could you assist in safeguarding Wanwan while I investigate? Very well, you may rest assured, Sir Gu, he said gratefully. With a spirit of chivalry and righteousness, Gu Zhaomu departed from the caravan. Xie watched Gu Zhaomu retreat into the distance, a trace of concern etching his brow. Returning to assess the situation, Zhongshi approached Xie's carriage and respectfully remarked, Young master, it appears there is a household ahead that has encountered mountain bandits. With this information, Xie felt a sense of calm wash over him. Since these were merely common bandits, Gu Zhaomu, with his formidable prowess, could single-handedly eliminate them without any need for assistance. He cast a glance back at the rear of the caravan, where he noticed a woman peering anxiously out of the window, her face fraught with worry. Recalling Gu Zhaomu's earlier request to protect her stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Thus, he called out to Zhongshi, Uncle Zhong, please lead our caravan forward. Of course, young master. Unbeknownst to Zhongshi, the young master's intentions were not as simple as they appeared. He believed that Xie merely wished to witness Gu Zhaomu's heroic act of rescue. Chapter 15. A hero saves the damsel. A young maiden gazed at the lifeless forms of her household servants sprawled around her. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat in terror, retreating in fright. Occasionally, she picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at the approaching bandits with disdain. Stay away from me. Hey. Fair maiden, why not surrender to us? It would save you from any harm. Wouldn't it, brothers? The big brother speaks true. The girl's lips turned pale as she mustered her courage. With a trembling voice, she threatened, Do you know who my father is? How dare you touch my carriage? My father is the renowned magistrate of Luan Town. If you lay a finger on me, he will not spare you. The bandit, marked by an unsightly scar, did not flinch at her threats. Instead, he pretended to tremble in mock fear, sneering, Oh dear, my brothers are quaking in their boots. I haven't touched a woman in 800 years. How could I let you go so easily? We must have our fun first. Indeed, the big brother's right, ha. Seeing her threats fall on deaf ears, the girl began to plead, Please, spare me. Whatever you desire, I will give you. Just don't harm me. Suddenly, a bandit stealthily approached her from behind, seizing her in a tight embrace, intent on overpowering her. The girl, terrified, struggled and cried out, Help! Save me! The other bandits, rubbing their hands together, leered at her, urging, Big brother, we'll help you catch her. All right, come here. Hey. 3 bandits instantly discarded their weapons and rushed forward to restrain her arms and legs. Let go. Don't touch me. Woo, damn it. Your cries are futile. The helpless maiden, pinned down, could only shut her eyes and weep softly. Suddenly, a voice, reminiscent of a savior, pierced through the chaos. You vile creatures. How dare you bully a woman? Bang! A sudden sound echoed, and the bandits surrounding them were swiftly eradicated. Who is it? The bandit leader, witnessing his comrades vanish into thin air, became instantly flustered. Grasping the collar of the girl on the ground, he pressed his large knife against her delicate neck. He fixed his gaze on a shadowy figure moving swiftly towards them, its face obscured. Release the girl. Do you dare to reveal your true self? Or are you too afraid? The girl, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, felt her heart race at the sound of the young man's voice. Slowly, she opened her eyes and beheld the dark silhouette before her, gradually morphing into the visage of a strikingly handsome youth. Just a mere brat, and you dare to play tricks before me? Do you even know who I am? Gu Zhaomu's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. In a blink, a flash of blade glimmered, and before the bandit could finish his words, his head was severed cleanly from his body. The girl, whose neck had been under the threat of the bandit's knife, had no time to react. The large blade before her was effortlessly disarmed. A powerful hand seized her wrist, pulling her away. The headless bandit's neck gushed forth crimson liquid, yet the girl remained untouched by the splatter, thanks to the timely rescue. As she was pulled, she spun in place, akin to a waltz in a romantic twirl. The girl gazed at the handsome face of the young man before her, momentarily entranced, her eyes sparkling with joy. The young man, noticing the blush on her cheeks, smiled gently as his hand settled on her waist. In a swift motion, he lifted her entirely off the ground. "Are you all right, my lady? I am grateful for your timely rescue." Both youths, with their innocent faces, blushed at their newfound intimacy. In the distance, seated in a carriage, Qiao Wanwan watched the scene unfold with excitement. Wow, isn't this the iconic moment when the leads meet and embrace? Although the plot seemed somewhat cliché, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The trope of a hero saving a damsel truly manifested beside the male lead. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she gasped in astonishment. Wait, could that girl be one of the male lead's harem? Qiao Wanwan pondered the storyline, recalling certain clues. In her mind, she traversed the details. The male lead had 5 prominent love interests, the first being herself, Qiao Wanwan. The second was Xie, and the third, the enchanting Zhou Xinyue, who appeared to be the very girl the male lead had rescued. No, it must be her. Yet, she was also one who harbored jealousy towards Qiao Wanwan. Considering Qiao was the daughter of the martial arts alliance leader, wielding power and influence. Spoiled and willful, she would readily lash out at anyone who displeased her. Even a male lead had to concede to her whims. Thus, on the surface, she would likely garner more of the male lead's affection. As such, Qiao Wanwan found herself with yet another rival who wished her ill. She was momentarily rendered speechless, her mind racing with turmoil. What is happening? Every encounter feels like a confrontation. It truly drains my spirit. At that moment, Qiao Wanwan was momentarily engulfed in gloom. Yet, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, revealing an unsettling truth. Wait, she had only just begun to meet Miss Zhou, with her intention to distance herself from the male protagonist. She could express her disinterest in him while deftly playing matchmaker for the two of them. In that instant, Qiao Wanwan's clever eyes fixated upon the carriage ahead, a subtle smile creeping across her face. She could divert the antagonist Xie's jealousy towards that very Miss Zhou. She couldn't help but stifle a giggle, internally praising herself. Hee, I am truly brilliant. Beside her, Chunxia observed the fluctuating expressions of her mistress. Mistakenly believing that Qiao Wanwan was upset by Gu Xiaoxia's closeness to another woman. Eager to console her, Chunxia exclaimed, "Miss, please don't be disheartened. Gu Xiaoxia is a man of honor and integrity. He embraced that lady merely to prevent her from falling. He still holds great affection for you." "Affection for me? What a preposterous jest," she replied, regarding Chunxia with a look of disdain, as if she were gazing at a fool. "Chunxia, perhaps you ought to wash your eyes." Chunxia, bewildered, recalled her mistress's prior declarations of dislike for Gu Xiaoxia and realized her blunder. Lowering her head, she apologized. "I am sorry, Mississippi. It was my mistake." Sighing, Qiao Wanwan felt averse to continuing the conversation. Meanwhile, within the carriage, a pair of dark eyes, shrouded in shadow, were fixated upon the intimate embrace of the man and woman outside, the fists clenched slightly. He found himself questioning once more. Why was he not a woman? Why was he devoid of Gu Xiaomu's affection? Xie watched, enviously, as even a woman he had only just met could engage so intimately with Gu Xiaomu. He reminisced about 5 years ago when Gu Xiaomu had cared for him deeply. Yet now, his thoughts were consumed by the image of a woman. Suddenly, an unfamiliar face flickered in his mind, prompting him to pull aside the silver-trimmed curtain and peer into the carriage behind. There, he beheld the woman's face. A tempest of emotions, elation and sorrow intertwining. A subtle smirk tugged at Xie's lips. It seemed Gu Xiaomu's act of saving that woman was rather advantageous. At the very least, he was curious to see how Qiao Wanwan would unravel. Chapter 16. Embracing the beauty, Gu Xiaomu returned with the beauty in his arms. Riding back to the group, he made a beeline for Qiao Wanwan's carriage. Chunxia promptly alerted her, "Miss, Gu Xiaoxia has returned." "Yes, I see him," she replied, bemused. How could she not notice such a tall figure approaching on horseback? Moreover, he was escorting that young lady back with him, with a graceful dismount. He first extended a long leg from the saddle, then offered a gentlemanly hand to assist the beauty from the horse. It remained uncertain whether Miss Zhou was acting intentionally or inadvertently. As she dismounted in front of the crowd, she inadvertently stumbled. Ah, Miss Zhou, be careful. Her delicate form fell directly onto Gu Qiaomu, her soft bosom colliding with his face. Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. The scene before her seemed reminiscent of a plot from a foreign film. The neckline of the woman's garment, slightly torn from her earlier mishap, exposed her fair skin, resembling two warm balloons that enveloped the man's face. The onlookers from the Xie family, mounted on their horses, were taken aback and averted their gazes. Ah, miss, don't look. Qiao Wanwan was thoroughly engrossed, eagerly anticipating the escalating emotions between the two. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision as a hand covered her eyes. Qiao Wanwan, feeling exasperated, grasped Chunxiao's wrist and pulled it downwards. Let go, I'm fine. However, TSK, are you foolish? Such a splendid scene, and you're not watching it properly, what a waste. Remove your hand. Chunxia, still dazed by her words, found her hand yanked away. Qiao Wanwan resumed her voyeuristic enjoyment, observing a romantic tableau that one would typically encounter only in dramas. At that moment, Zhou Xinyue was suspended in the air, cradled by the man beneath her, his face buried in her ample bosom. She momentarily froze, feeling the warm breath of the man against her chest, her cheeks flushing crimson. Ah, she exclaimed, hastily retreating from him, apologizing, I'm sorry, Gu Xiaoxia. I didn't mean to. Gu Qiaomu, who had been relishing the softness of the woman, now had a rosy complexion, his nose threatening to drip with crimson liquid. He quickly pinched his nose, clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Cough, cough. It's good that Miss Zhou is unharmed. Thank you, Gu Xiaoxia. The two single individuals gazed at each other, their faces flushed, exuding an air of flirtation. Had the original Qiao Wanwan witnessed such a scene, she would have been furious, ready to unleash a tirade. Yet, the current her was not the former Qiao Wanwan. Having another woman to divert Gu Qiaomu's attention was rather advantageous. At the very least, he wouldn't feign affection in her presence. She discreetly stuck out her tongue, feeling a perpetual sense of being scrutinized by those with ulterior motives, which she found both distasteful and unsettling. At that moment, Gu Qiaomu caught sight of Qiao Wanwan leaning against the window, observing them. He sensed an impending misfortune. Noticing her expressionless demeanor, he surmised that she was likely annoyed. He hastily sought to clarify. Wanwan, please don't misunderstand. Stop. Qiao Wanwan interjected, forcing a disingenuous smile. Brother Gu, I am not angry, nor do I have any misunderstandings. You need not worry. That's good, Gu Qiaomu thought, relieved that she was perceptive enough not to cause a scene this time. Such restraint was indeed rare. This is quite appropriate, as it spares him from having to persuade her. Oh, let me introduce you to my elder brother Gu. This young lady is the daughter of the magistrate Zhou from Luan Town ahead. Since our paths align, we plan to escort Miss Zhou home. How about we let her ride in Wanwan's carriage first? What do you think? Qiao Wanwan felt speechless inside. What was the point of telling her all this? Regardless of her disagreement, she would ultimately have to consent. This is the natural progression of events. By uttering such words to her, would it not serve to showcase the male protagonist's benevolence and loyalty? With an additional woman by his side, if she were to object, it would merely paint Qiao Wanwan as a petty, willful, and vexatious supporting character. She tugged at the corners of her mouth and casually remarked, since Brother Gu has already made the decision, why ask Wanwan? Ha. So, does that mean Wanwan is in agreement? Then Brother Gu can rest assured. Hee. Qiao Wanwan drew the curtains, losing all desire to behold the scenery outside. Gu Xiaomu, observing Qiao Wanwan's reaction, felt she must be upset, yet he had no inclination to tend to her petty grievances. As long as she did not cause a scene, that was sufficient. Addressing the bashful young lady before him, he said, Miss Zhou, I kindly ask you to endure a bit and share the carriage with Wanwan tomorrow. Luan Town is just ahead. We shall arrive shortly. All right. Thank you, Brother Gu. You are truly too kind to me. Ha. No need for such formality. The young man, flattered by the praise, unconsciously scratched his head. You may proceed first. I will speak to my companions in the front carriage. Very well. Within the dark confines of Xie Zhe's carriage, a man who had been attentively watching Gu Xiaomu retreated inside early. His face was pale and devoid of color, and he panted softly, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. His hand, wrapped in bandages, gradually clenched tightly. His entire visage was draped in a frosty pallor. Shadows of white and bluish-black energy swirled across his face like a centipede, meandering back and forth. The man's brows knitted together, revealing his evident anguish. He bit down hard on his pallid lips, stifling any sound. He pressed his trembling hand against his heart, searching for the handle of his wheelchair. He activated a switch, causing a small, colorful vial to spring forth. He hastily opened it and swallowed the solitary medicine contained within. Tilting his head back, his dark hair cascaded down his back, and his pronounced Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. The previously tumultuous pallor of his face began to soften, returning to its original ashen hue. Rumble, rumble. Gu Xiaomu approached and arrived beside Xieze's carriage. Young Master Xie, are you inside? Xieze, momentarily taken aback, did not draw back the curtains. Instead, he weakly inquired, Young Hero Gu, what is it? Oh, it is this way. The young lady I saved earlier is the daughter of a magistrate from Luan Town. Since our paths converge, I thought it best to escort her home before we continue our journey. What do you think, young Master Xie? Gu Xiaoxia possesses a heart of chivalry, and I'm totally in admiration. I shall follow your wishes. I find myself rather fatigued at the moment. Hence, I must trouble you to take charge alongside Zhongshe for the path ahead. Gu Xiaomu could discern that the other party indeed appeared quite weary, as his voice bore a faint and listless quality. From their initial encounter, Gu Xiaomu had recognized him as a frail individual, prone to frequent bouts of illness that defied cure. Thus, he felt reluctant to inquire further, merely responding, "Oh, very well. Allow me to express my gratitude to young Master Xie on behalf of Miss Zhou." With that, he resolved not to disturb young Master Xie's rest any longer. Drive on. Gu Xiaomu nudged the horse's belly with his foot, departing from beside the carriage. The carriage rumbled away from the place of discord. Later, within another carriage, 3 individuals sat. To the left were Qiao Wanwan and her maid, while to the right sat Zhou Xianyu, who had just taken her seat opposite them. Chapter 17. Questioning her? The young woman gazed at the strikingly beautiful Qiao Wanwan across from her and could not help but inquire, "Miss, I am Zhou Xianyu. What is your name? Where are we headed? What is your relationship with Gu de Ge?" Qiao Wanwan, upon hearing her questions, slightly furrowed her brow. The nature of her inquiries seemed akin to a probing for identity. "Fear not. There is no one here vying for her Gu de Ge. No, except for Xieze in the carriage ahead." Observing the curious Zhou girl, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Miss Zhou, my name is Qiao Wanwan. I prefer not to disclose our destination, and as for the affairs of us wanderers of the Jianghu, it would be best if you refrain from asking too many questions." Jianghu? Upon hearing Qiao Wanwan's words, Zhou Xianyu could not help but scrutinize her, noting her resplendent appearance. Accompanied by a maid and traveling in such an opulent carriage, she bore little resemblance to a wanderer of the Jianghu. Rather, she looked like a young lady of considerable wealth. "Are you also of the Jianghu?" "Indeed," Qiao Wanwan replied, though the woman opposite her was filled with skepticism, struggling to believe. Chun Xia, the maid beside Qiao Wanwan, observed the doubt in the strangeress' eyes and remarked, somewhat indignantly, "What kind of gaze is that? Are you questioning my young lady's words?" "My lady is," Qiao Wanwan, sensing Chun Xia's intent to introduce her lineage, swiftly interjected, "Chun Xia, be quiet." Startled by her mistress's sudden command, Chun Xia paused. Typically, when confronted with skepticism, her lady would become quite irate, favoring the display of her noble status to quell any doubts. Now, however, as Chun Xia attempted to defend her, her lady exhibited a hint of displeasure. "Yes, my lady." Zhou Xianyu, eager to glean further information, felt a wave of frustration at the abrupt cessation of the conversation. In truth, her primary concern revolved around the nature of the relationship between her savior, Gu Xiaomu, and Qiao Wanwan. "Since you two are of the Jianghu, what exactly is your connection to Gu de Ge?" Qiao Wanwan was well aware of the underlying intent of the inquiry. Was it not the fear that her relationship with Gu Xiaomu was more than ordinary? Given the directness of the question, there was no alternative but to elucidate her circumstances. "But first, I must dismiss the maidservant who cannot comprehend her thoughts." Qiao Wanwan cast a glance at Chuanxia, her attendant. Chuanxia, please sit outside with the coachman and keep an eye on our surroundings. Ensure no one approaches the carriage. Receiving her mistress's command, Chuanxia complied without hesitation. Yes, Mississippi. After bowing respectfully, she departed from the carriage. Zhou Xinyue felt an air of mystery surrounding this young lady. Why would she dismiss her own maid just to converse? As the maid left, Zhou Xinyue turned to the young woman and inquired, Miss Qiao, may we speak openly now? Indeed. My relationship with Gu Dage is akin to that of siblings, Qiao Wanwan replied. Siblings? Zhou Xinyue echoed, skepticism clouding her expression. Qiao Wanwan's innocent smile momentarily obscured the truth, prompting Zhou Xinyue to ponder further, yet her disbelief lingered. Gu Daxia is so handsome and charming. You share no blood ties. How could you not harbor feelings for him? Surely you jest. What are you saying, Miss Zhou? Although we lack blood relations, it does not necessitate affection, Qiao Wanwan retorted, but Zhou Xinyue seemed impervious to her words. Lost in her own suspicions, her countenance betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. If you do not like him, why do you follow him so closely? As women, your little thoughts cannot deceive me. Why should you mislead me? Since you also have feelings for him, let us consider ourselves rivals and see whom Gu Dage ultimately favors. Not at all. Qiao Wanwan found herself at a loss for words. Why had she instantly assumed that she must harbor feelings for Gu Zhaomu? Such swift animosity was bewildering. She had merely displayed a displeased expression towards Gu Zhaomu moments ago. Did they truly believe she was jealous? How perplexing. Why did they all admire that soft-spoken man? Gu Zhaomu? Was it his chivalry? Qiao Wanwan conceded that the protagonist did possess a hint of gallantry, but it was fleeting. He would act heroically only when tempted by beauty. If a brutish man encountered danger, would he step in to save the day? Did they admire his looks? Yet, within their ranks was Xieze, whose beauty surpassed Gu Zhaomu's. To claim admiration based solely on appearance was untenable. Although Xieze himself held an affection for Gu Zhaomu, Qiao Wanwan could not help but scoff inwardly. In essence, it was merely the protagonist's halo casting a spell over those around him, leading them to fall head over heels and remain unforgettable. Would her own future mirror that of the supporting character, falling victim to Xieze's hand? The thought filled her with a sense of deep discontent. A fleeting image crossed Qiao Wanwan's mind, that of the infamously handsome face, cold and unflinching in the act of killing. A shiver ran down her spine, goosebumps prickling her skin. How terrifying. Ah, but Xieze could be a valuable ally. Why must she insist on clarifying her indifference towards Gu Zhaomu? This entourage was not solely comprised of him. At the very least, there was Xieze, a man of unparalleled excellence. In her heart, Qiao Wanwan devised a plan, to use Xieze as a shield. After all, he would never suspect nor care. Even if Ms. Zhou were to divulge it, no one would believe her. As her eyes darted around, they landed on the hostile Zhou Xinyue across from her. With a smile, she waved her hand. Miss Zhou, my relationship with Brother Gu is merely that of siblings. In truth, I have someone I admire, and he's among this group. Upon hearing her quiet explanation, Zhou Xinyue's eyes brightened with sudden hope. Curiosity also sparked within her. Who is it? Come, lean inclose. I'll tell you softly. This is my secret. Even my maid doesn't know. You must not spread it, or I shall be in grave trouble. How exaggerated. The other girl's curiosity deepened. Then tell me, and I promise I won't tell a soul. Zhou Xinyue immediately moved closer, eager to hear. Qiao Wanwan leaned in and whispered, Is the owner of the carriage ahead of us, the one we are currently riding in. He is the one I like. It is because of him that I ventured into this world. She added, So please, do not say I have feelings for Brother Gu. Zhou Xinyue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Elated by the revelation, she felt relieved to have one less rival. Looking at Qiao Wanwan, she found her much more agreeable. So you truly do not like Brother Gu. I sincerely apologize for misunderstanding you. It is good to know now. Haha, it's quite all right. Qiao Wanwan nodded with a smile, inwardly thinking, So, don't trouble me in the future. Ms. Zhou, please do keep my feelings for that gentleman a secret. I am quite shy and would feel embarrassed if others found out. I understand. Rest assured, Wanwan. Zhou Xinyue's demeanor shifted rapidly as she affectionately took Qiao Wanwan's hand, gently patting the back of her hand, calling her sister Wanwan repeatedly. Qiao Wanwan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Just moments ago you considered me your rival, and now you're calling me sister? Moreover, she was merely a few years younger. How odd to refer to her as sister when she is already 17. Gazing at Zhou Xinyue's appearance, she seemed of similar age. One of the protagonists, truly akin to the swift transformations of a Sichuan opera performer. Wanwan, I know you share a sibling bond with Brother Gu. I hope you can assist me in winning his heart. My future happiness depends on you. Would you help? Qiao Wanwan felt a surge of frustration, her lips twitching. She was being asked to meddle in this, while she planned to slip away at the first opportunity. You can enjoy your game with the antagonist, Xieze, as you wish. She had no intention of offering any advice, for she had already resolved to make the other girl her scapegoat. Instead of responding, she merely smiled faintly, letting out a soft chuckle. Chapter 18. The invulnerable body in the carriage, a delicate figure reclined in a wheelchair. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if sensing something amiss. Her obsidian eyes opened just a fraction. Glancing down, she noticed a venomous green snake that had inexplicably slithered up to the carriage. Its emerald eyes, marked with a vertical black slit, were fixated on the man inside, flicking its forked tongue menacingly. Though Xieze appeared frail, he exhibited no fear in the presence of the emerald serpent. He extended his long, bony fingers, intending to grasp the snake. Sensing the threat, the snake opened its gaping maw, poised to strike at the man's pale wrist adorned with a hint of greenish patterns. Yet, as the snake lunged, the man merely smiled, his lips curling slightly. You are indeed beautiful. Such a pity that your futile resistance will lead you only to demise. His eyes sharpened, perceiving the elongated creature before him as nothing more than a lifeless rope. In the next instant, he mercilessly severed it with a silver needle held in his hand. With a soft thud, several fresh, writhing pieces of green flesh fell onto the floor. Despite the loss of its body, the snake's head clung tenaciously to the man's wrist, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Unfazed, the man did not remove the snake from his grasp, but instead leaned back into his wheelchair, observing the dark, viscous blood oozing from his wrist. Gradually, the serpent's head was consumed by the dark fluid, turning it an inky black. With a final thud, its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Xieze remained calm, retrieving a slender silver needle to pierce the acupoint on his wrist. The dark blood, unlike that of an ordinary human, ceased to flow. Within Xieze coursed a multitude of toxins, rendering him indifferent to the snake's venom. Indeed, there was no poison in this world that could harm him, for he was the most potent toxin crafted by his father. Thus, he was an embodiment of invulnerability. However, a new poison administered by his father not long ago had severely compromised his health. He cast his gaze down to the floor, where a colorful pill bottle lay, now emptied. His lips pursed slightly, lost in contemplation. In Luan Town, at the entrance of the Zhou family estate, a middle-aged man hummed a tune as he exited. This was Uncle Zhou, the butler, who had just stepped out on an errand. The guards outside, previously languid, straightened up upon recognizing him. Sir, are you heading out on an errand? Would you like us to assist you in any way? The two guards implored eagerly, their enthusiasm bringing a smile to the butler's face. There's no need, he chuckled heartily. Since you both are so eager, I shall assign you to guard the front courtyard afterward. Thank you so much, sir, the guards exclaimed, rubbing their hands together in delight, knowing they could afford to slack off in the front courtyard without anyone noticing. The remuneration is generous, and one does not have to linger idly throughout the day. Just keep a vigilant watch at the manor. Indeed, rest assured, esteemed steward, with us on guard, not even a mouse could scurry by unnoticed. How delightful! The steward merely offered this reminder to the two sentinels stationed at the entrance. At that moment, a caravan unexpectedly arrived at the gates of the Zhou residence. The two servants on watch alerted the steward. Steward, who might they be? Zhou, the steward, gazed towards the procession, recognizing none among them. Had it been a caravan belonging to the Zhou family, the carriage would unmistakably bear their insignia. He instructed the two at the gate, Maintain your vigilance. I shall inquire. Understood. Zhou approached the caravan and addressed a young man who had just dismounted. May I ask, is there a particular reason you have halted at the gates of the Zhou residence? Your young lady has encountered bandits on the road. What? The steward was taken aback, his composure shattered, and he instinctively turned to rush back with the alarming news. This is dire. The young lady is in peril. Wait. The young man swiftly grasped him, exerting such strength that the steward nearly lost his balance. Fortunately, just as he was about to fall, a firm hand supported his back, preventing him from embarrassing himself on the street. Your young lady is unharmed. She is currently inside the carriage. Is that true? Indeed. The young man, Gu Qiaomu, led him to the second carriage and gently rapped on the door. Knock, knock. Miss Zhou, we have arrived at the Zhou residence, and your steward has come to escort you. All right. Hearing the young lady's voice from within brought considerable relief to the steward. As Zhou Xinyue gracefully descended from the carriage, he stepped forward, concern evident in his expression. Miss, I overheard this gallant young man mention that you encountered bandits. Are you unharmed? Did they inflict any injuries upon you? Steward, I am quite well. Zhou Xinyue discreetly cast a glance at the young man before continuing with a smile. Fortunately, thanks to the valiant rescue by young Master Gu, I am unscathed. The steward, discerning his young lady's feelings, realized that this young man was indeed her savior. He exhaled deeply, patting his chest in relief. You have utterly frightened me, for had anything happened to you, the master would have been deeply distressed. His gaze shifted to Gu Qiaomu, expressing gratitude. We are immensely grateful to you for saving the young lady's life. Do not mention it, esteemed steward. It is merely the duty of a chivalrous soul in our realm. Now that we have safely returned Miss Zhou to her home, we must continue our journey. Farewell. In a moment of anxious impulse, Zhou Xinyue grasped the young man's hand. Gu, could you not stay here for a while longer? Perhaps just for one night. Gu Qiaomu hesitated slightly. Zhou Xinyue furrowed her brow and subtly signaled to the steward. The steward promptly picked up on her cue, stepping forward to block Gu Qiaomu's path. Young sir, look, the day is waning. There is not a soul for 10 miles in this desolate countryside, and wild wolves roam the hills. To remain outside after dark would be perilously unwise. Why not stay at the Zhou residence tonight with your entourage? Our master will certainly host a grand banquet to express gratitude for your life-saving assistance to the young lady. Gu Xiaomu listened, feeling that this was indeed a delightful proposition. The day was waning, and after a long journey, he found himself somewhat fatigued. Staying overnight at the Zhou residence was certainly an appealing option. Thus, he replied, Very well, I shall first inquire with my companions. If they agree, we shall take our leave and stay for the night. Please, do not trouble yourselves. Zhou Xinyue interjected, hastily waving her hands upon hearing Gu Xiaomu's words. She was aware that her invitation had succeeded, and her face radiated with ecstatic joy as she shyly smiled at the man. Miss, wake up. The sound of voice startled Qiao Wanwan, who had been peacefully dozing against Chun Xia's leg in the carriage. Chun Xia gently shook her awake. Miss, it's time to disembark. With Chun Xia's assistance, Qiao Wanwan straightened herself, stretching languidly and yawning sleepily. Where are we? We have arrived at Luan Town. Huh? Weren't we meant to continue our journey? Chun Xia had just heard Gu Xiaomu agree to stay at the Zhou residence for the night. We are fortunate to accompany them and stay as well. Oh, what do you mean by fortunate? As if anyone truly cares. Even the maid beside her was eager to praise the male lead, wasn't she? Indeed, the male lead's charm was undeniable. Everyone was drawn to him. Qiao Wanwan shook her head in resignation. Well then, shall we go? Yes, Mississippi. Chapter 19. Jifu Gao as Qiao Wanwan and her maid descended from the carriage. They encountered Zhou Xinyue and Gu Xiaomu at the entrance. Zhou Xinyue spotted Qiao Wanwan first and waved at her as if they were sisters. The man beside her looked upon this gentle woman with delight. His eyes filled with satisfaction as he observed Zhou Xinyue, who blushed slightly, calling out shyly, Sister Wanwan, come here, let me take you inside. Chun Xia, standing beside Qiao Wanwan, could not help but express her curiosity. Miss, why does that young lady address you so intimately? Who knows? Qiao Wanwan replied. Throughout the journey, she had engaged in conversation with Zhou Xinyue, but Chun Xia was entirely unaware of their exchange. Once their initial discussion concluded, they had not spoken further. Eventually, weariness overcame Qiao Wanwan, and she succumbed to sleep within the carriage. When Chun Xia later entered, she found her mistress resting soundly. To avoid disturbing her slumber, Chun Xia had let Qiao Wanwan rest her head on her lap, completely oblivious to how their bond had grown so intimate. With a gentle smile, Qiao Wanwan steeled herself to approach. However, she could hear the sound of someone bringing down Xieze's wheelchair, a clattering noise that caught her attention. "Young master, shall we proceed inside?" "Let us go," came the man's magnetic voice, seemingly lacking its usual vigor, a stark contrast to his typically charming and arrogant demeanor. Qiao Wanwan turned back, intrigued, and caught sight of the man in the wheelchair. He was clad in white garments, draped with a coat of mink, giving the impression of feeling quite cold. His raven hair cascaded around him, glistening beads of sweat adorning his forehead, while the violet hair tie had long since vanished, as if he had just emerged from a life-and-death struggle. His complexion was as pale as a ghost, contrasting sharply with his deep, dark eyes that glinted with a sinister sheen. They punctuated his porcelain-like visage, delicate as fine china, fragile to the touch. Despite possessing such a breathtaking countenance, in that fleeting moment, his gaze was clear and the surrounding air seemed to still. Qiao Wanwan could even discern the subtle tremor of his long eyelashes. Her heart trembled with astonishment. Was he a creature of exquisite beauty? It was utterly enchanting. Upon noticing the woman, the man's expression quickly soured, revealing an unapproachable demeanor. His brows were deeply furrowed, exuding an air of cold indifference. When Qiao Wanwan blinked again, his gaze had already shifted away from her. Reluctantly, she averted her eyes and continued on her path. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinyue, who had been observing Qiao Wanwan intently, took note of her fixation on the figure behind her. Curiosity piqued, she glanced over to see the object of Qiao Wanwan's affections. To her astonishment, the man was breathtakingly handsome, his beauty rivaling that of any woman. Suddenly, she understood why Qiao Wanwan held such admiration for him. Who could resist such a lure at first sight, regardless of gender? Though Zhou Xinyue too appreciated his striking features, her heart belonged solely to Gu Zhaomu. Observing the pallor of the young man's face, which suggested a grave illness, she couldn't help but feel concern for his well-being. Perhaps, as her father had mentioned about the beauties in the palace, he was destined for a short life. Zhou Xinyue contemplated that Qiao Wanwan's affection for such a frail individual must be a source of sorrow. To harbor unrequited love for someone like him would indeed be a torment. Qiao Wanwan could not openly express her feelings, knowing her companions would disapprove of their union. Zhou Xinyue felt a deep sympathy for the plight of lovers unable to be together. She envisioned a future where, if Qiao Wanwan succeeded in winning Gu Zhaomu's heart, she could then facilitate a connection between herself and the ailing young man, relaying her affections through Qiao Wanwan. She foolishly believed herself to have devised a brilliant plan to aid another. However, had Qiao Wanwan been privy to these thoughts, she would have been swift to retaliate, delivering a sharp rebuke. "Mind your own business. You wish to meddle in my affairs and set me up with the antagonist? Are you trying to ruin me? Get lost." Regrettably, Qiao Wanwan remained oblivious to Zhou Xinyue's intentions. As Zhou Xinyue flashed her a knowing smile, Qiao Wanwan felt an unsettling chill creep down her spine, her body involuntarily shivering as if struck by an electric shock. She mused inwardly. Why did that smile send shivers down her spine? Surely, there must be some hidden agenda. It was imperative to remain vigilant against her scheming. At the entrance, Steward Zhou reminded them, "Young Master Gu, please follow me. I will first arrange your accommodations." "All right. Thank you, Steward," replied Gu. Zhou Xinyue did not accompany them. Instead, a few young maids from the Zhou family had gathered around her, attending to her needs. Before departing, she bid farewell to Gu Zhaomu, saying, "Brother Gu, I shall return to freshen up. See you in the evening." "Yes, I look forward to it." With his promise in mind, a radiant smile illuminated Zhou Xinyue's face as she shyly took her leave. One of the maids led Qiao Wanwan and her servant to a small courtyard in the western garden, a designated residence for female guests of the Zhou family. The group traversed a long corridor and arrived at a door. With a creak, the maid opened the door and respectfully addressed Qiao Wanwan. "Miss Qiao, this is your room." Qiao Wanwan offered a polite smile and replied, "Thank you." The young maid stole a glance at the beautiful woman before her, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks. "You are too kind, miss," she said. "Spring and summer." Qiao Wanwan gestured for her to leave, saying, "I can manage my own needs. You may go." "Very well." Spring and Summer watched as the Zhou maid departed and promptly closed the door. She walked over to the table to pour tea and said, "Miss, there is still some time before the evening banquet. Shall I assist you with some ointment and a bath to ensure you feel comfortable?" "That sounds wonderful. Please proceed." As the verdant garment slipped from her jade-like skin, Qiao Wanwan lay upon the bed, akin to fish awaiting preparation, as she anticipated Spring and Summer applying the ointment. Spring and Summer neatly arranged the lady's attire and returned with the balm. As she began to apply it to her hands, she found herself momentarily entranced by the pristine skin at Qiao Wanwan's waist. For a moment, she thought she was imagining things, staring intently at the area for quite some time without spotting any bruise. She gently tapped Qiao Wanwan's waist and inquired, "Miss, is this where you were injured yesterday?" "Yes." "Indeed. Why do you ask?" The young maid gasped in disbelief. "That is peculiar. What is strange?" "Miss, the bruise on your waist. How is it that it has vanished?" "What? Gone?" Qiao Wanwan was taken aback. She had sustained the injury just the day prior. How could it possibly have disappeared? She reached to touch her waist, where the pain had previously been excruciating upon the slightest pressure. Now, however, even when she pressed it, there was no discomfort. She continued to probe the area, yet found no trace of the injury. A sense of relief washed over her. Could it be that the wound had healed in a single day? That was remarkably swift. She glanced at the ointment in Spring and Summer's hand, skepticism creeping in. Is this ointment truly that effective? Spring and Summer, suddenly enlightened, responded, "Ah, this is a specially formulated balm from our Qiao household." The leader inquired, "Miss, where have you sustained an injury? You may apply this. Is it truly that effective?" "Indeed, this is a specially formulated medicinal ointment crafted by the leader himself." "How remarkable!" exclaimed Qiao Wanwan. "This ointment, when applied, can entirely dissolve the bruises on one's body within a day. Its efficacy is strikingly visible." Qiao Wanwan pondered secretly. "Such a splendid ointment, Chunxia. Why not procure one for me as well? I would like to keep it for any unforeseen circumstances." "What are you saying, miss?" "These ointments have been prepared by the leader specifically for you. Naturally, they are all yours. You may take them at your leisure without needing Chunxia's permission." "Oh, splendid." He. With that, Qiao Wanwan felt reassured, secretly contemplating, "Before I depart, I shall stealthily take them all away. Such a useful item, even if I do not require it, could be sold for money once I escape. I certainly will not allow others to benefit from it." Chapter 20. The appreciation banquet. The pale wrist was marred by a grotesque blackened wound, a result of congealed blood that had sullied its beauty. Zhongshi furrowed his brow, tenderly tending to his young master's injury. "Young master, why did you not inform me when the venomous serpent entered the carriage? Your body has yet to recover from the poison, and now you have been exposed to the serpent's venom as well. How can your body endure this?" Xie's eyes reflected an indifferent numbness, as if the wound were not his own, leaving him unmoved. Zhongshi was not oblivious to the fact that, compared to the slight poison, it posed no significant threat to his health. Hearing his young master's words, Zhongshi paused in his ministrations, sighing inwardly. Indeed, the young master has long developed an immunity to common toxins. The serpent's venom does not faze him in the slightest. Yet, he could not help but feel sorrowful at the sight of the wounds on his young master's hand. Having watched him grow up, Zhongshi's heart ached. Alas! He resumed wrapping the young master's wrist and palm with fresh bandages with utmost care. "Young master, do take care in the future. Otherwise, the late madam would surely be grieved." "Umph. The madam? Would a deceased person still care for him? If she truly cared, why subject him to such torment upon his birth? Why leave him with his father to endure suffering unto death instead of taking him away from the Xie manor?" Xie was plagued by countless questions, overwhelmed by dissatisfaction with his life as tribulations. Recognizing the coldness in his young master's expression, Zhongshe realized he had misspoken and wisely chose to remain silent. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly somber due to Xie Zhe's demeanor. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted their thoughts, accompanied by the voice of a servant from the Zhou family. Esteemed guests, our master and Miss invite you to the appreciation banquet. Zhongshe glanced at Xie Zhe, who offered no indication, suggesting that attendance at the banquet was indeed permissible. Thus, he opened his mouth to reply to the servant outside. Very well, we shall be there shortly. After the shadow at the door departed, Zhongshe hastened his actions, tending to the young master's wounds. He further advised, young master, given your injuries, it will be prudent to refrain from drinking unless absolutely necessary. Yes, I understand. Xie acknowledged, accustomed to Uncle Zhongshe's incessant nagging. It was as if the affection his father had neglected to provide was entirely channeled through this subordinate. Yet he was acutely aware that this was all orchestrated by his father, who had placed Zhongshe by his side to monitor the well-being of this experimental subject. Thus, he could not genuinely harbor any familial affection for Zhongshe, as he fundamentally mistrusted outsiders. He was even less inclined to believe that anyone else in this world, apart from Gu Zhaomu, could ever treat him kindly. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanwan had finished her ablutions and received a message, accompanied by Chun Xia. She arrived at the entrance of the Zhou residence, only to be greeted by Gu Zhaomu and Zhou Xianyu. Qiao Wanwan grasped Chun Xia's hand, using the pale blue sleeves of her new attire to shield herself momentarily before stepping into the hall. Behind her, without a doubt, Gu Zhaomu's voice echoed, Wanwan, why do you run away upon seeing Brother Gu? Qiao Wanwan froze for a moment, her body stiffening as she turned back to offer a forced smile, feigning surprise at their encounter. Brother Gu, Miss Zhou, you have all arrived. I only caught a whiff of the delicious food, and, not seeing you, thought I would come over. Oh, is that so? Gu Zhaomu chuckled, teasing Qiao Wanwan as he had done in the past. You are indeed quite the little glutton. Qiao Wanwan, however, found herself utterly disinterested in Gu Zhaomu's jest, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her, akin to an onslaught of goosebumps. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xianyu stepped forward, eager to present herself favorably before Gu Zhaomu. Sister Wanwan, you appear younger than me. Feel free to call me Sister Zhou. It feels rather awkward to refer to me as Miss Zhou. How could that be? Zhou Xianyu's eyes subtly glanced at Gu Zhaomu, as if signaling something to Qiao Wanwan. There is no need for embarrassment. We may find ourselves in each other's company quite often. Call me Sister Zhou, and we can look after one another. Her intentions were unmistakably clear. She wished to embark on adventures alongside them. Within the narrative, this moment was indeed requisite. It seemed she had made some sort of agreement with the male protagonist, who was quite amenable to Sister Zhou's company. However, she remained oblivious to the intricate details of the story and the nature of their mutual interests. Just call me Sister Zhou. It's merely a title, she thought, unaware of whether, when the time came to shift allegiances, she would be able to bear the final address. One Sister Zhou and one Brother Gu. How perfectly matched they appeared. Ideally, they would entangle themselves, allowing her to slip away unscathed. With clarity of thought, Qiao Wanwan beamed a sweet smile and called out, Sister Zhou. Zhou Xinyue was undeniably delighted, as this indicated that the other party understood her intentions. In the future, she could also facilitate a connection between herself and Brother Gu. Sister Wanwan, let us proceed inside. My father is waiting for you all and will ensure you are well entertained. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Not at all. To the outside observer, the two young women appeared to be sisters, yet they were entirely unaware of each other's intricate thoughts. Their minds were not aligned on the same wavelength. As they entered, the hall was spacious. Their reception was unlike that of an ordinary household. Instead of a large round table for communal dining, there were two separate tables adorned with exquisite dishes, with a performance stage left open in the center. At the far end of the stage sat Zhou County Magistrate, who had been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing his daughter enter safely, he promptly rose with the housekeeper, concern etched on his face as he approached to scrutinize her for any injuries. Xinyue, let me see how you are. I heard from the housekeeper that you encountered bandits on the road, and it nearly drove me to despair. Father, I'm fine. Zhou Xinyue moved closer to her father, shyly gesturing towards Gu Zhaomu. Father, this is the benefactor who saved me, Brother Gu. Upon hearing his daughter introduce her savior, a blush crept onto his face. He mused, what manner of man could capture his daughter's admiration? Following her indication, he beheld the young gentleman before him. Strikingly handsome and exuding an impressive demeanor, clearly a man of integrity. Coupled with the fact that he had rescued his daughter, it was entirely reasonable for her to develop feelings for him. Gu Zhaomu extended a polite greeting. Greetings, Lord Zhou. Zhou County Magistrate appeared quite pleased with Gu Zhaomu and nodded in approval while stroking his chin. It is an honor. You are my son's savior. I am at a loss as to how I might repay you, so I have organized this banquet in your honor. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. I, Zhou, will certainly do my utmost to assist you. Gu Zhaomu, flattered by the praise, felt a sense of joy, engaging in friendly banter. Thank you, Lord Zhou, for your generosity. I am certain the townsfolk hold you in great esteem. You are a wonderful magistrate of Luan Town. Ha ha ha. Zhou County Magistrate beamed at the young man's words and quickly ushered them. Heroes, please take a seat over here. Make yourselves at home, and do not stand on ceremony. Very well, we shall not be polite then. Come, Brother Gu, let us sit here. Zhou Xinyue observed her father's satisfaction with Gu Zhaomu and, filled with joy, took his hand, leading him to a seat at the right table. She settled beside him, alternating between offering fruits and pouring tea, their affectionate demeanor reminiscent of a loving couple. Gu Zhaomu had no intention of declining her attentions, relishing the care of the woman beside him. Meanwhile, Zhou County Magistrate watched with approval as his daughter lavished attention on the young man. It seemed that no one had objected, as if it were already an accepted fact that Gu Zhaomu was his son-in-law. Chapter 21. They were quite complimentary. Qiao Wanwan silently rolled her eyes. Were the people in this world utterly enamored with the male protagonist? She felt an urgent need to maintain her distance, lest she be ensnared by his radiant aura. Accompanied by her maidens, Chunxia and Xiao Xiao, she took a seat at a table opposite them, settling in on the left side. Just as she had barely warmed her seat, she caught an unusual glance from Zhou Xinyue across the table, as if conveying the message, I can only assist you up to this point. What could that possibly mean? She was utterly perplexed. However, it wouldn't be long before she grasped the implication. A series of rumbling sounds echoed from the entrance. Xisha, having changed into a fresh set of attire, now wore a garment of the same hue as Qiao Wanwan's, both attired in soft blue. They appeared to be clad in matching outfits, akin to a couple. Taken aback by her own fanciful thoughts, Qiao Wanwan suddenly choked on her tea, her throat constricted, and her face flushed crimson. Cough, cough. Chunxia, flustered, immediately patted her back to help her regain her composure. Miss, are you all right? Once she had regained her breath, Qiao Wanwan gestured to indicate that she was fine. Zhou County Magistrate, upon witnessing the stunning boy being wheeled in, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. It was only when the butler beside him nudged him back to reality that he exclaimed, There's another young hero. Please take a seat. Thank you. The young man replied politely with a gentle smile, as a middle-aged man behind him wheeled him to an available spot, conveniently situated right next to Qiao Wanwan. Zhou County Magistrate's gaze remained fixated on the wheelchair-bound youth, his heart brimming with astonishment. Such exquisite beauty existed in this world. Surely, he was human and not a celestial being? It was hard to believe he was real. Feeling increasingly uneasy about Xie Zhe's proximity, Qiao Wanwan sensed someone drawing closer to her. Stealing a glance, she discovered Xie Zhe had already been positioned beside her. Her heart raced with shock. Why had he chosen to sit here? Shouldn't he have taken a seat beside the male protagonist? Upon closer inspection, she realized that the vacant seat next to Gu Zhaomu had been removed, leaving only the space beside her. If Xie Zhe didn't occupy this spot, where else could he sit? Help! At that moment, Qiao Wanwan once again met Zhou Xinyue's knowing gaze, who meaningfully blinked at her. It dawned on Qiao Wanwan that this entire arrangement had been orchestrated by Zhou. Despair enveloped her. The other party was utterly convinced that she harbored affections for Xie Zhe. So now, was she intent on matchmaking the two? This truly felt like a death sentence for her. The thought of being seated next to someone who might one day wish to end her life was quite the harrowing experience. It was a constant source of anxiety, leaving her perpetually on edge, unable to relax even during a meal. Yet, she reassured herself that Xie would not covertly seek to harm her at this banquet. Otherwise, it would be far too conspicuous. Gu Qiaomu would not remain indifferent. However, sitting beside such a brooding man, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart, rendering her quite uncomfortable. The man sat next to Qiao Wanwan, merely an arm's length apart. The faint scent of medicine emanating from him seemed to amplify in her senses. How intriguing! Stealing a glance at him, she noticed that Xie's disheveled hair was partially tied up, adorned with a translucent jade crown that complemented his fair complexion. His profile was flawless, as if meticulously sculpted. He resembled a cold and aloof celestial being. How could someone be so breathtakingly beautiful? A pang of envy washed over her. Yet, she discerned that his complexion appeared worse than usual. Qiao Wanwan mused silently, momentarily forgetting to avert her gaze, fixated on him. Unaccustomed to such an obvious stare, Xie felt the weight of her gaze. His thick brows furrowed slightly, and the darkness within his peach blossom eyes swirled, deeper than the night sky. Meeting the enigmatic gaze of the woman beside him, he pondered her intentions. Suddenly, a glimmer of sharp insight flashed in his eyes. The tension in his brow relaxed, and he bestowed upon her a devilishly charming smile. Oh, he smiled. Qiao Wanwan's eyes flickered with surprise, a glint of curiosity sparking within her. At that moment, the bandaged hand of the man shimmered with a metallic gleam. Squinting closer, she discerned that he held a slender silver needle. Startled, she felt a chill run through her entire being. In the gentlest manner, he cast a threatening glance, as if to ask, "Do you wish to meet your demise?" The threat sent Qiao Wanwan's face paling instantly. She promptly withdrew her conspicuous gaze, lowering her head in haste. Throughout the entire banquet, she dared not steal another glance at him. How ironic. Just moments ago, she had thought that this man would not secretly plot against her. She had entirely forgotten who he was. Xie, the fragile yet sinister antagonist. He could do as he pleased without a second thought. Shrinking her neck, she feared that his needle might strike, sealing her fate. Xie raised an eyebrow slightly, observing the trembling woman with satisfaction as he retracted the silver needle. A faint smile unconsciously curled at the corners of his pale lips. How easily she was deceived. She bore no resemblance to the domineering Qiao Wanwan others spoke of. Instead, she appeared more akin to a cowardly soul. The nearby Su Xinyue, who had been quietly observing their interaction, noted their brief exchange and thought, "Qiao Wanwan truly did not deceive me. They indeed share a connection. This bodes well for me. Gu Qiaomu is now solely mine." She smiled slightly, turning to Gu Qiaomu, and remarked, "Brother Gu, do you see over there? Wanwan and that gentleman are quite suited for one another, don't you think?" Gu Qiaomu momentarily found himself at a loss, struggling to comprehend Zhou Xianyu's words. Who is Wanwan suited for? Zhou Xianyu pointed across the way, reiterating, "I mean, the young lady Wanwan over there and the gentleman beside her seem quite compatible. They embody the ideal pairing of talent and beauty. I wonder if there exists any mutual affection between them? How could that be?" Gu Qiaomu's gaze fell upon the couple being discussed. The smile that once graced his lips began to fade gradually. The pair across from him happened to be clad in matching attire, their eyes meeting inadvertently. The young lady shyly lowered her head, too timid to raise it again. To Gu Qiaomu, both individuals appeared to exhibit an unusual connection. He conceded that Qiao Wanwan was undeniably beautiful, while Xie was, without a doubt, a striking figure, evoking admiration and envy alike. Together, they presented a captivating sight, seemingly well-suited at first glance. However, to suggest they were a couple was utterly implausible, for he was certain that Qiao Wanwan's affections were directed towards him. Gu Qiaomu. If Qiao Wanwan were not fond of him, how could she have secretly left the comfort of the Alliance leader's residence to traverse the world alongside him? Naturally, Qiao Wanwan could only belong to him. Her father's connections and wealth in the martial world were unparalleled, making her an invaluable asset. How could he possibly relinquish her to another? Were it not for his promise to the Alliance leader to refrain from causing her any harm, Qiao Wanwan's beauty and allure could easily enrapture him. leaving him in a state of blissful intoxication. Alas, at present, he could only observe from a distance, unable to partake. Thus, the meager resources and finances that usually sufficed were wholly inadequate to satisfy Qiao Mu's desires. As a man with various needs, being with Qiao Wanwan required him to suppress his true nature, all while managing her playful whims and capriciousness, which was tremendously vexing. It was no wonder he had deliberately distanced himself from her recently. However, in the past few days, he had discerned a change in Qiao Wanwan. She seemed less clingy than before. Now, upon hearing others suggest that Qiao Wanwan and Xieze were a perfect match, his heart ached, as though something precious was about to be snatched away from him. The individual poised to take what was his, none other than the handsome, powerful, and influential Xieze, could not possibly bring him joy. A wave of frustration surged within him. How could Xieze, a mere newcomer, dare to covet what belonged to him? As Qiao Mu navigated the martial world, he required connections to bolster his efforts in securing the future position of alliance leader. The future head of the CF family was undoubtedly an indispensable ally. Consequently, Qiao Mu was in a state of agitation, caught between the need to avoid offending Xieze and the desire to prevent him from winning Qiao Wanwan's heart. He resolved to devise alternative strategies, prioritizing more interactions with Wanwan. With determination, Qiao Mu had made a decision. He could no longer afford to neglect Qiao Wanwan. He needed to redirect her affections back toward himself. He fixed his gaze intently on the young lady across from him, as if he could not bear to let her slip away for even a moment. Until the midpoint, a troupe of dancers emerged, performing their art and momentarily obstructing his gaze, thus quelling the possessive desire in his eyes. A soft feminine voice reached his ears as a woman delicately placed a morsel of meat into the man's bowl. "Brother Gu, do try this." "Very well." Qiao Mu offered a gentle smile to the woman beside him, feeling a deep fondness for this gentle soul. Inwardly, he mused, to have Wanwan possess even half of her grace and poise would be splendid. Chapter 22. The Sorrowful Adorer in the Hazy Moonlight. A feminine voice resonated from a guest room in the eastern courtyard. "Brother Gu, I wish to accompany you into the world of martial arts." Zhou Xinyue stood before the man, her eyes brimming with a pitiable longing. Qiao Mu gazed at the forlorn expression of the woman before him, his heart stirred with compassion. However, as a delicate maiden, following me into the martial world would undoubtedly be perilous. "Nay, Brother Gu, one of my uncles traverses the martial realm. I was contemplating how to locate him, and being by your side would surely lead me to him once more." Zhou Xinyue exclaimed with excitement. "My uncle possesses a martial arts manual." "What manual?" "I am uncertain, but it seems to enhance one's internal strength. I believe it could be of great use to you. If you allow me to accompany you on your adventures, I will assist you in finding that manual." Qiao Mu was taken aback, his heart stirred with intrigue as he pondered. How did she know that his internal strength had reached a bottleneck, one he could not breach? His master's teachings remained only partially mastered. Yet, fortune favors the bold. It seems that what one seeks will eventually manifest. Should he obtain the manual, a breakthrough in his internal strength and mastery of his techniques would be within reach, and the position of the martial alliance leader would soon be his. Qiao Mu reveled inwardly, though he maintained a fade of concern for her. You, a defenseless woman untrained in martial arts, would find the martial world exceedingly treacherous. County Magistrate Zhou would not permit such a venture. Why? Why is it permissible for Qiao Wanwan, but not for me? If she can accomplish it, so can I. If you fear for my safety, I can have my father hire formidable protectors to safeguard me. Please rest assured, Brother Gu, I shall not burden you. Listening to her assert her plans, Qiao Mu felt a surge of joy. Someone wished to aid him. He would certainly not refuse such an offer. Ideally, Zhou Xinyue would have someone to protect her, allowing him to focus on the fray without concern for her safety. He despised the thought of a woman akin to Qiao Wanwan, who caused him to be preoccupied and distracted in battle, constantly needing to ensure her safety. Although, those days were in the past. The current Qiao Wanwan was far more composed than before. He preferred women who did not trouble him, much like the gentle Zhou Xinyue before him. Gu Chaomu adeptly articulated his thoughts, carefully shaping his words. I do not intend to imply any burden. Brother Gu is merely concerned for your safety. Otherwise, I would feel distressed. Upon hearing the man she admired express worry for her, Zhou Xinyue felt her heart swell. Thumping rhythmically with excitement, her cheeks flushed with a delicate crimson. Gu Chaomu, observing the woman's demeanor, recognized that she had already been captivated by his charm. He gently caressed her silky hair, his touch both natural and tender. Suddenly, a knock at the door intruded upon their intimate moment. The woman, her face flushed with shyness, stepped back a few paces. Gu Chaomu awkwardly withdrew his hand, harboring displeasure for the unobservant intruder outside. As he approached the door, he called out with a hint of irritation, "Who is it?" The person outside hesitated, lowering their hand from the door. "I apologize, young Master Gu, for the disturbance. It is I, Sieze." Upon hearing Sieze's voice, Gu Chaomu's earlier ire dissipated significantly. He quickly opened the door, greeting the man in the wheelchair with a smile. "Brother Xie, what brings you here at such a late hour?" The handsome man before him bore a pair of piercing eyes that seemed to harbor shadows. He glanced at the additional woman in the room, but refrained from comment. Gu Chaomu offered an awkward smile, explaining, "Miss Zhou had something she wished to discuss with me. And now that we have concluded our conversation, she will be leaving." Zhou Xinyue, catching on to Gu Chaomu's subtle hints, blushed and said, "Then I shall take my leave. Brother Gu, see you tomorrow." "Very well." Gu Chaomu watched a retreating figure, and then, feeling somewhat guilty, turned to Sieze. "You must have overheard our earlier exchange, correct? Please do not misunderstand. I agreed to Ms. Zhou's proposal solely due to the favorable conditions she presented." Sieze's eyes darkened slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. It seemed that Gu Chaomu feared the implications of their midnight meeting might jeopardize Qiao Wanwan's affections for him. "Young Master Gu need not explain. I shall remain discreet," Sieze assured him. That is a relief," Gu Chaomu sighed, feeling the need to clarify further. "You are aware of Qiao Wanwan's temperament. She can be quite willful. If I inadvertently upset her, she might choose to leave without a word, causing me distress. To prevent any suspicion, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "Please help me conceal my collaboration with Miss Zhou, and I would like you to publicly acknowledge our partnership." Sieze's gaze grew contemplative. "So, Gu Chaomu intended to use his own name to shield the interest tied to his cooperation with Miss Zhou?" Noticing Sieze lost in thought, Gu Chaomu continued, "This is for Wanwan's sake. If Miss Zhou and I were to work together, Wanwan would undoubtedly overthink the situation and become upset." Each time Sieze listened to Gu Chaomu speak, he found himself unable to escape the mention of Qiao Wanwan, which irked him deeply. He furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. "So, you wish for me to deceive her alongside you?" No, this is not deception," he replied. "The secret manual Miss Zhou mentioned. Should I obtain it, I certainly will not forget the kindness of young Master Xie. He had no need for such things. They were utterly useless to him. Yet, he found himself in a rare position of being sought after and was reluctant to decline. Thus, in the end, Sieze nodded in agreement. "Very well." The following day, a multitude emerged from the gates of Zhou's residence. "Esteemed young heroes, I hope you will ensure my daughter's safe passage to Biluo Villa. I have written to her uncle, who awaits your arrival there. I sincerely hope that we can meet again in the future. Rest assured, Lord Zhou, with young Master Xie by my side, his guards will surely protect Xinu. I shall accompany her closely," Gu Xiaomu stated, suddenly using Sieze as a shield. The unaware butler beside Sieze was left utterly perplexed. What did the protection of the county magistrate's daughter have to do with his young master? He looked at his master, who remained indifferent, seemingly unfazed, as if Gu was not referring to him at all. Had the young master made some agreement with Gu without informing him? Qiao Wanwan observed the lengthy pleasantries exchanged without any signs of departure from the group. She eventually returned to her carriage, patiently awaiting their departure. With the addition of a young lady, another carriage trailed behind. Qiao Wanwan knew that Zhou Xinu would undoubtedly join the journey, evidently due to Gu Xiaomu's influence. However, she could not comprehend why Gu Xiaomu would cast all responsibility upon Sieze. Clearly, Zhou Xianyu's presence should have been advantageous for him. Even more baffling was Xie's apparent subservience to Gu Zhaomu, which seemed a tragic waste of his attractive visage. A figure as ethereal as he ought to inspire reverence. Sighing, Qiao Wanwan rested her chin in her hand at the window, quietly observing the approaching crowd. The sound of wheels rolling reminded her that Xie was nearing. She enthusiastically waved, her face bright with a smile, nearly exclaiming a greeting. Yet, he merely frowned slightly, regarding her with a gaze that seemed to mock her. Embarrassed, Qiao Wanwan retracted her hand, choosing not to press further. What an expression! Despite her goodwill, he trampled on it with disdain. Frustration bubbled within her. Just then, Gu Zhaomu, arriving with Zhou Xianyu, noticed Qiao Wanwan at the window, eagerly awaiting him. With newfound confidence, he intended to exchange words with her, a smile forming on his lips as he called her name. Wanwan. Before he could finish the second syllable, the young lady in the carriage abruptly slammed the intricately carved window shut. Rejected, Gu Zhaomu's expression darkened considerably. The woman beside her curiously inquired, "Brother Gu, what is the matter with Sister Wanwan?" "Who knows? She often has inexplicable fits of anger," came the reply. "Ah, I see. Well, you should get into the carriage. It is time for us to depart." "All right." Zhou Xinyue was accompanied by a personal maid, along with a skilled middle-aged swordsman donning a bamboo hat, his face obscured. However, the scars adorning his exposed arms were quite fearsome. Once Zhou Xinyue settled into the carriage, the procession gradually commenced, leaving Luan Town behind. The wheels rolled steadily, and after a considerable journey throughout the day, dusk began to envelop the landscape. Suddenly, a voice from the rear of the convoy echoed. A young maid from the Zhou family exclaimed, "Stop! Stop! Young Master Gu, my mistress is weary and requires rest." Gu Zhaomu, leading the way, halted immediately and glanced up at the darkening sky. He conferred with Zhong Shi beside him. "Steward, the next 100 miles are rural and devoid of inhabitants. Everyone has journeyed far and is fatigued. Shall we rest here for the night?" "Very well. I will inquire with the young master. Thank you for your trouble." Zhong Shi soon returned with a nod to Gu Zhaomu, conveying the message to the convoy. "We shall pause here for the night and resume our journey thereafter. Please remain vigilant and check for any irregularities in the surroundings." "Understood." The 5 guards dispersed to carry out their protective duties. On the carriage, Chunxia assessed the outside situation and alerted Qiao Wanwan, "Miss, let's also step down." "All right." Assisted by Chunxia, Qiao Wanwan disembarked, and not far from the carriage, a warm bonfire began to crackle to life. A contingent of individuals had halted near the riverbank, where nocturnal sprites danced in the night. Ribbit, ribbit, the green frogs, with their round, dark pupils fixated on the fluttering insects, flicking their moist tongues in readiness to pounce. Nearby, a patrolling guard inadvertently stepped on a branch, producing a creaking sound that startled the frogs, who leaped back into the water with a splash. The moonlit ripples shimmered momentarily against the current before settling into tranquility once more. Crackling and popping sounds filled the air as Qiao Wanwan clutched her cloak, shielding her warm body from the chill that invaded. The temperature fluctuated greatly at night, leaving only the vicinity of the bonfire comfortably warm. The flickering flames cast a glow on Qiao Wanwan's face, which radiated a rosy warmth, bringing her immense comfort. "Miss, the fish is ready. Here you go." "Thank you, Chunxia. You are too kind, miss. It is but my duty." Indeed, Qiao Wanwan accepted the fish without hesitation, feeling utterly at ease. It was truly delightful to have someone to attend to her, allowing her to simply sit and wait for her meal. She joyfully savored the perfectly roasted fish, its flesh tender and succulent, devoid of any fine bones, which she relished. With a mouth full, her face beamed with blissful enjoyment. This is delicious." As she indulged in the exquisite fare, her expression radiated pure happiness. As spring and summer observed the young lady's enthusiastic enjoyment of the grilled fish, a wave of delight washed over them. Curiosity bubbled within. Was her own grilled fish truly that delectable? Witnessing the young lady savor her meal, the aroma wafted enticingly. Some found Qiao Wanwan's manner of eating to be joyous, while others regarded it with disdain, notably the male lead, Gu Zhaomu. In his eyes, Qiao Wanwan resembled a famished ghost returned to life, utterly devoid of any ladylike decorum, which he found exceedingly distasteful. A mature woman's voice broke through his thoughts. Gu Xiaomu, would you care to try the grilled fish made by my maid? As a freshly grilled fish was presented before him, Gu Xiaomu smiled politely. Thank you, Miss Zhou. Upon receiving the fish, Zhou Xinyue, her cheeks flushed, playfully reminded him, Gu Xiaomu, why still call me Miss Zhou? Just call me Xinyue. Very well, Xinyue, he replied. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanwan keenly observed the interaction between the leads, puzzled by the apparent chemistry. With such overt exchanges, did the other party not fear losing the male lead to someone else? She took a bite of fish, casting a discreet glance toward the wheelchair on her left. From her vantage point, she could clearly see the man, his brow furrowed, gaze lowered in silence. She could not discern his thoughts, but his chest seemed to rise and fall with greater intensity than usual. The flickering glow of the campfire illuminated his face, casting it in a pallid hue, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. The more she observed, the more something felt amiss. What was wrong with Sieze? Why was he sweating profusely? He remained still, neglecting to wipe the perspiration from his brow. Following the line of his tensed fingers gripping the wheelchair's armrest, she gasped. What was he enduring? His clean fingertips were turning pale from the pressure, as though he might shatter the armrest at any moment. This was certainly not right. Sieze, could he be unwell? Casting her gaze around, she finally spotted Zhong Shi returning with water. She urgently whispered to Spring and Summer, Quickly, go summon Zhong Shi. He must see what is troubling his young master. Of course, Mississippi. Though Spring and Summer could not fully comprehend, she acted without hesitation. Zhong Shi, it seems your young master is feeling unwell. What? Zhong Shi's heart raced upon hearing Spring and Summer's words. He rushed to the campfire, approaching his master with concern. Young master, are you unwell? Suddenly aware of Zhong Shi's scrutiny, Sieze's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. How'd he know? Regardless of how Zhong Shi had discerned it, he would never confess. After all, these afflictions were burdens he must endure alone. He pressed his lips together and replied, I'm fine. Just push me aside. Understood. Zhong Shi, seeing nothing unusual in his young master's demeanor, felt a sense of relief. Perhaps Spring and Summer had merely misjudged the situation. Believing that something had befallen her young master, Qiao Wanwan pretended to listen nonchalantly from the side. In reality, she felt a sense of frustration and disappointment. Why was this man so obstinate? Clearly unwell, yet he stubbornly refused to admit it. She resolved to disregard him entirely. Let go of her inclination to assist. Everyone could manage just fine on their own. Chapter 24. Is he dead? With a crackling fire warming the air, Qiao Wanwan and Chuanxia sat comfortably after dinner. Opposite them, Zhou Xinyue stifled a yawn, delicately covering her mouth. Gu Xiaomu, ever considerate, urged her, Xinyue, do go rest in the carriage. All right, brother Gu, you two should retire early. Yes. As Gu Xiaomu watched Zhou Xinyue depart, the moment of solitude allowed him to slowly turn his attention back to Qiao Wanwan, his face illuminated by the fire's glow. She appeared lost in thought, her demeanor restless. He gently reminded her, Wanwan, it's getting late. You should return to the carriage and rest. Brother Gu is here, so there's no need to fear any danger. Oh, I'll head back shortly. Qiao Wanwan, momentarily pulled from her reverie, casually responded. Internally, she scoffed at his insistence, thinking, always nagging, like an old woman, I shall sleep whenever I wish. Furthermore, even in his absence, her family surrounded her, and should danger arise, it would hardly be her turn to face it. Qiao Wanwan pursed her lips, inwardly cursing. The male lead is truly fickle. Suddenly, a cough erupted from behind her. Cough! Cough, cough! Young master, are you all right? The others by the campfire turned their attention towards the source of the commotion. The man, who had been moved by Zhong Shi from his wheelchair to lean against a tree, suddenly erupted into a fit of severe coughing, seemingly unconscious. Zhong Shi, supporting his master, called out with urgency, but there was no response. Young master, Gu Xiaomu sensed something amiss and approached. Qiao Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing slightly. Chuanxia beside her prompted, Miss, shall we go check on him? Let us go. As they drew closer, They beheld the man being supported, his pallid face betraying an unhealthy hue, his condition alarming. His long lashes trembled slightly from the chill, and his lips bore a bluish tinge. Qiao Wanwan couldn't help but shiver, feeling a wave of cold wash over her as she neared him. Gu Zhaomu knelt beside the ashen-faced man, checking his pulse, his brow furrowing in concern. He queried Zhongshi, "Has your young master succumbed to cold poison?" Zhongshi was momentarily taken aback by the question, his gaze evasive. He could not divulge the origins of the poison to outsiders. Thus, he fabricated a response. "Yes, my young master encountered treachery during his travels in his youth, inadvertently falling victim to vile poison. This cold affliction has accompanied him for many years. Is there any remedy on Sieze that could alleviate this?" Gu Zhaomu inquired. "Oh, indeed there is." Reminded by Gu Zhaomu, Zhongshi suddenly recalled that the young master had hidden the medicine within the wheelchair. He promptly handed Sieze over to Gu Zhaomu and swiftly searched for the concealed compartment in the wheelchair. Unfortunately, it was entirely empty. The young master's medicine had vanished. Chun Xia, observing the urgency in the air, couldn't help but murmur softly, "What shall we do? Does anyone here possess medical skills?" "Miss, you don't think that young Master Xia will die, do you?" Qiao Wanwan gently pressed her forehead. "How would I know if you asked me?" The practitioners in the front could certainly hear their hushed conversation. Zhongshi's complexion turned pale as he listened to their discussion regarding the young master's life and death. Qiao Wanwan noticed the grim expression on Zhongshi's face and was taken aback. She quickly scolded Chun Xia. "Chun Xia, be quiet." "Yes, Mississippi. I misspoke again." Under the collective gaze of the group, Qiao Wanwan cleared her throat a couple of times, voicing her naive thoughts. Since young Master Xia has been afflicted with the cold poison and lacks medicine, might there be a way to alleviate it?" Upon hearing that she had a solution, Zhongshi's eyes sparkled with urgency for an answer. "How can we alleviate it?" Gu Zhaomu also expressed curiosity. Qiao Wanwan awkwardly smiled and gestured towards Gu Zhaomu. "It's simply to have Brother Gu hold him. A loving embrace, though it may seem a rather foolish method, could provide some warmth to help relieve the cold poison. Perhaps, when Sieze awakens and realizes he has brought us together, he might even thank me." However, as she uttered this suggestion, the three individuals present stared at her as if she were a fool, including Chun Xia, who was no exception. "What's wrong? This method may be precarious, but it's still a means to alleviate the cold poison?" Gu Zhaomu's lips twitched slightly as he posed a bewildering question. "Then why must it be me to hold him?" "Ah, indeed. Why is that?" "Because he has affections for you. If you embrace him, he will surely recover more swiftly." Qiao Wanwan, lost in her thoughts, could not openly express her inner musings, feeling awkward as she scratched her face. "Oh, I was merely thinking that Brother Gu is young and has a higher body temperature, making him more suitable." Gu Zhaomu was momentarily speechless, convinced that such a method was unviable. He regarded Qiao Wanwan as innocent and merely rambling nonsense. Shifting the topic, he inquired of Zhongshi, "How did your young master cope before the antidote was found?" "My young master has never disclosed his illness to me. There were times when he would remain in his room all day, refraining from eating or drinking while enduring the pain. He even forbade his subordinates from approaching his chamber, so we remained unaware of how he managed to endure." "Well, let us move Sieze closer to the fire and observe how he fares tonight. If there is no alleviation, we shall promptly seek a doctor in the morning." "Agreed." Qiao Wanwan watched as Zhongshi carried the fragile beauty, reminiscent of shattered glass, to the fire to alleviate the cold poison, her heart filled with sorrow. What a delicate, ailing beauty. The literature had never described Sieze enduring such a profound affliction. She only knew that Sieze was a wheelchair-bound individual, yet also a master of martial arts. Killing the female antagonist, a mere ordinary person, was well within his capabilities. Surely, the plot isn't subtly shifting, is it? Observing his half-alive state, it felt as though he could breathe his last at any moment. Alas, it was of no concern to her. If Sieze were to succumb, it would be for the best. Then she need not worry about treading the path of a cannon-fodder female antagonist. Hif, forgive her malevolent thoughts. Her mind was indeed wicked. After all, the other party sought her demise. Miss, shall we return to the carriage for a rest? Yes, let us go. A good night's sleep awaits. She could only hope that upon awakening, she would be greeted with good news, though for others, it would be catastrophic news. In an expanse of limitless white, layers of gauzy curtains hung like veils. A woman clad in translucent, water blue gauze traversed through the cascading fabric with purposeful strides. Delicate bells jingled at her ankles. In her fervent dash, her silken hair flowed wildly behind her. She continued to run forward, glancing back intermittently, as if some monstrous entity pursued her. Wanwan. The voice calling her name echoed like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, its tone fluctuating between near and far. Her complexion drained of color. She was engulfed in terror. Ma Wanwan, where are you going? Breathless, she pressed onward, striving to escape this accursed place by navigating through the endless veils. Yet, a towering figure suddenly materialized before her. She had no time to halt her momentum and collided directly with him. As she regained her footing, she attempted to turn and flee. However, a powerful grip seized her delicate arms. Qiao Wanwan could not discern the man's features clearly, yet he felt strikingly familiar, invoking a deep-seated fear within her. Struggling was futile. She could only stare in dread at the advancing figure, his shadowy form looming closer. The man chuckled softly, his low voice resonating with a sinister undertone, closing in on her with an oppressive presence that left Qiao Wanwan gasping for breath. My Wanwan, do you wish for my demise? It shall not be so easy. Even in death, I will take you with me. The infinite shadow before her seemed to swell, ultimately engulfing her entire being. Drenched in sweat, the woman jolted awake from her nightmare, sitting upright in an instant. Clarity gradually returned to her eyes, dispelling the darkness of the dream. Only the gentle moonlight filtered into the carriage, casting a soft glow. Qiao Wanwan surveyed her surroundings. Chuan Xia was soundly asleep beside her, entirely undisturbed. She took a moment to catch her breath, slowly calming her racing heart, reassuring herself that it was merely a dream, and that everything within it was reversed. I will not perish, absolutely not. Gazing out at the dimming sky, Qiao Wanwan pondered that she had likely only slept for 2 or 3 hours. She wondered how those outside were faring now. Were they still alive? Chapter 25. Doubting her affection for Xie Zhe suddenly. She felt that the dark figure from her dreams resembled Xie Zhe, exuding a menacing smile that threatened her. It seemed she had been overly apprehensive, conjuring nightmares of a near lifeless person desiring to take her life. A sense of unease lingered within Qiao Wanwan. She needed to venture outside to ascertain his current condition. The owl perched on a branch, with its night vision keenly observing a mouse. Having satisfied its hunger, it had no need to hunt, and its leisurely gaze soon shifted to the woman moving beneath the tree. Upon descending from the carriage, Qiao Wanwan found herself alone. By the roaring flames, only a man clad in white, resembling a saint, remained. His arms were crossed over his chest, his sleeping posture elegant, akin to a statue in slumber. The firelight danced upon his profile, illuminating a visage that appeared somewhat restless in sleep. Qiao Wanwan felt a twinge of disappointment at the realization that he had survived. Raising her gaze towards him, a flicker of malevolence ignited within her. If he lived, could she truly continue to exist unscathed? Most likely she could not. Perhaps, while he remained weak, she could eliminate him. The very thought startled her. After all, she was a person of the 21st century. How could she contemplate murder? Killing was a crime. In that moment, her mind became a battleground, 2 inner voices clashing fiercely. Yet this was not the 21st century, where laws reigned supreme. Moreover, if she refrained from killing him, he would likely seek her demise next. With a sharp gaze, she stealthily surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was near before she steadied her steps. Approaching the man, she crouched slightly, extending her delicate hands towards his pale neck. A struggle raged within her. Choke him. End his life. This would grant you freedom. Resolutely, Qiao Wanwan closed her eyes and let her fingers graze the man's cold, alluring neck, warmth dissipating from her hands upon contact. So cold, she murmured softly, "Forgive me. I do this for my own survival." With her eyes tightly shut, she began to apply pressure. At that moment, The man lying on the ground sensed her touch and slowly opened his eyes. In his hazy vision, he beheld a figure radiating a soft glow, reminiscent of a fairy. He felt an overwhelming chill, a thirst that dulled his senses. Suddenly, his throat constricted. The woman's palm felt something shift beneath it, causing her entire body to stiffen. The hand that was meant to tighten instantly relaxed. As he blinked, his beautiful eyes, now slightly open, gazed dreamily at Qiao Wanwan, sending a jolt of alarm through her. "Run!" She scrambled to her feet, ready to flee. Yet a low, raspy voice from the man called out softly, "Water." Qiao Wanwan hesitated in her flight, then slowly inched closer. Only then did she clearly hear the man's words. "Water." She glanced around the vicinity of his wheelchair and noticed a water bottle placed conveniently nearby. Grasping the bottle, she returned to Shizi's side. As if negotiating with him, she uttered, "I will feed you water, but you must promise not to harm me in return. Remember my kindness, do you understand?" Qiao Wanwan felt a surge of anxiety. She feared that once Shizi regained consciousness, he would uncover her intentions to harm him. Thus, her only recourse was to appease him. She was uncertain if he was even listening. Opening the cap of the water bottle, she gently propped the man up from the ground, allowing him to lean against her. She meticulously fed him water. The man, in a daze, could only perceive an ethereal figure whose face remained obscured, as she exerted considerable effort to cradle him in her embrace. Their bodies were closely entwined, and despite the fabric that separated them, they could sense each other's warmth and softness. Even with his eyes closed, he could hear the rhythmic thudding of her heartbeat, a soothing pulse. He submitted to her gentle control. The cold rim of the water bottle touched his lips, and a delicate stream of water flowed into his mouth. The man, like a wilting flower in the desert, experienced a revival of life. He drank eagerly, but in his haste, he choked on the water. "Cough, cough, cough. Don't rush," she admonished, her face betraying her worry as she set the bottle down and gently patted his chest to help him breathe easier. Soon, he began to recover, gazing at the indistinct figure before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qiao Wanwan, captivated by his smile, widened her eyes in surprise. In the next moment, the man executed an unexpected maneuver, wrapping his long arm around her waist and burying his head comfortably into her bosom, relishing the warmth and softness she radiated. Qiao Wanwan stiffened, momentarily frozen in place. The sensation of being embraced magnified her senses, and the man's head nestled against her most proud feature. A wave of shyness flushed her cheeks crimson. "Pervert," she thought, her mouth opening, but the words caught in her throat. Just as she contemplated how to extricate herself from his grasp, she heard him murmur, "Thank you, fairy, for saving me." Fairy? Is he referring to me? Qiao Wanwan looked down to see the man seemingly drifting into slumber, gradually sliding down until he rested upon her lap. The hand that clutched her waist had relaxed. It dawned on her that he had indeed fallen asleep, peacefully, without the earlier signs of distress etched upon his brow. Now his breathing was steady, his chest gently rising and falling, as if freed from the torment of illness. Leaning slightly forward, Qiao Wanwan observed the serene visage of the man as he slept. Her delicate tresses gently obscured her visage as she extended her finger to softly brush the stray strands from the man's face. The man's striking features were now within mere inches, allowing her to discern even the minutest of his pores with clarity. In the dim light, the contours of his face appeared remarkably defined. He possessed thick eyebrows, a prominent nose, and lips that curved slightly. His long, delicate eyelashes were exquisitely beautiful, evoking envy. Typically, his presence was intimidating, exuding an air of menace. Yet now, he resembled a docile child, peacefully slumbering in her embrace. As Qiao Wanwan gazed at him, an overwhelming surge of maternal instinct welled within her. Seizing the opportunity while he remained in a state of semi-consciousness, she mischievously extended her hands. With a touch she normally would not dare to initiate with him, she playfully kneaded his handsome face. Her small hands caressed his skin, and she marveled internally at its remarkable softness, flawless and fair. Suddenly struck by a whimsical thought, Qiao Wanwan stifled a giggle as she poked his nose, crafting a comical pig face. "How absurd," she chuckled, Let us see if you dare intimidate me again. She continued to tease the man's handsome features until he stirred, his brow furrowing in mild discomfort, thus interrupting her playful antics. Unbeknownst to her, Zhong Shi had returned. Upon noticing a woman in the position of the young master, he discerned from her silhouette that she resembled the daughter of the Qiao clan. Observing their intimate closeness, with the young master encircling her waist and her head bowed as if kissing him, Zhong Shi was momentarily taken aback. Had the young master truly formed such a bond with Miss Qiao? His eyes widened in astonishment, causing the herbs he had gathered to tumble from his grasp, landing with a thud at his feet, startling those ahead. Qiao Wanwan, alerted by the sudden noise behind her, felt a jolt of panic. Oh no, someone was returning. She swiftly pushed the man from her embrace, her legs still tingling from numbness, and fled from the fire pit without a backward glance, nimbly leaping into the carriage. Sleep. She resolved to treat the entire incident as if it had never occurred. Watching Miss Qiao depart, Zhong Shi returned to Xie side, finding the young master still in a deep slumber, quietly lying on the ground. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Did Miss Qiao harbor feelings for their young master? Chapter 26. What are her thoughts of him? At dawn, a small bird alighted upon the carriage roof, chirping incessantly, rousing Qiao Wanwan from her slumber. Slowly, she opened her eyes, realizing that Xuanxia had long since vanished, leaving her beneath a light covering. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and indulged in a satisfying stretch. Taking out a bronze mirror, she tidied her appearance before stepping out of the carriage. Upon exiting, she was greeted by the sight of Xie, who had previously fallen ill, now seated comfortably in a wheelchair. Zhong Shi stood beside him, draping a thick mink cloak over his shoulders, inquiring, "Young master, do you feel better?" "Yes, I'm fine now," he replied. "The medicine for the young master has run out, and it is estimated that it will take about half a month to return to the Xie residence. The carrier pigeon will swiftly deliver the message to the master, who will likely send the medicine first. These days, the young master must endure." The man remained silent, indifferent to the absence of medicine. After all, the antidote merely alleviates pain, it does not cure. The poison within him remains insurmountable, as his father refuses to relinquish his hold, deeming him a mere subject for experimentation. As long as he clings to life, he will forever be his father's experimental puppet. He has long endured the agony of suffering, becoming numb to it. A shadow loomed in the depths of his eyes, and a wry smile graced his lips. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fixed upon him, prompting him to look up. His eyes met those of a woman emerging from the carriage, momentarily taken aback. Clad in a pale blue gauze dress, the soft beams of light filtering through the treetops enveloped her in a gentle glow. Her face bore a delicate blush, and her large, doe-like eyes were innocently fixed on him. The sun's rays illuminated her, causing her to shimmer radiantly, momentarily resembling the ethereal figure he had encountered in his dreams. Xie furrowed his brow, his dark gaze narrowing like that of a hawk, fixated on the familiar silhouette. A bitter self-mockery welled up within him, and he scoffed inwardly. What absurd thoughts am I entertaining? How could she possibly be the fairy from my dream? Am I losing my mind? Qiao Wanwan sensed the unfriendly gaze from the antagonist, swallowing hard in trepidation. Fearful, she turned her back to the man, unwilling to meet his eyes again. Meanwhile, Zhong Shi, standing beside Xie, discreetly observed the interactions between Miss Qiao and the young master. His curiosity piqued. He quietly inquired, "Young master, what do you think of Miss Qiao?" Startled by Zhong Shi's question, Xie regarded him with a perplexed expression. Could it be that even those close to him had fallen under her spell? Zhong Shi, standing beside him, seemed to advocate for her. Xie's ebony eyes darkened like a cold pool, a cloud of discontent shadowing his face. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, "What? Do you find her to be exceptional?" Zhong Shi, oblivious to his master's ire, responded with a slight smile, sharing his perspective. "I think Miss Qiao is quite decent. She treats the young master well, and is also quite beautiful." The smile that had begun to form on Xie's lips gradually faded. Treat him well? Which of his eyes perceived such baseless claims? He coldly interrupted, "Are you interested in her?" No. I merely wish to inquire about your opinion, young master." Xieze let out a cold laugh, incredulous that Zhong Shi would even ask for his opinion. Zhong Shi, you know my character well, do you not? Anyone who dares to compete with me for something must perish. Zhong Shi, still dwelling on the events of the previous night, momentarily forgot that the young master and Miss Qiao were rivals. His expression turned ashen as he sensed the young master's growing anger. Since your loyalty does not lie with me, there is no need for you to accompany me any longer. At that moment, Zhong Shi's complexion turned pale, and he hastily knelt to apologize, saying, "Young master, it was Zhong Shi's indiscretion. Please do not cast me away. Then keep your mouth shut. I am granting you one more chance. Otherwise, you may leave on your own accord, and do not compel me to take action against you." "Thank you, young master. I shall never dare again." "Leave?" "Yes." Cold sweat trickled down Zhong Shi's forehead as he quickly rose to usher the young master away. He secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, resolving to be more cautious in the future and to avoid inciting the young master's ire. The carriage continued its journey, and soon they arrived safely at the next destination, Yongwan Post Station. Surrounded by desolate wilderness, this official post station welcomed passing travelers. Most guests were bureaucrats or wandering figures from the martial world, who dared not act recklessly here. Hence, the post station was relatively safer than ordinary inns. Qiao Wanwan and her companions intended to stay here for the night. Qiao Wanwan entered with the group, but waited downstairs as Chuanxia went ahead to drop off their luggage. She casually took a seat at one side of a small square table. In the distance, Gu Zhaomu observed the young woman, pondering how to cheer Qiao Wanwan up. Was this not the perfect opportunity? He naturally approached her and, without a word, settled down beside her. The small space became cramped as two adults occupied it. Wanwan, awaiting Chuanxia's return, felt quite displeased with the man who had sat down next to her. With so many other available spots, why did he choose to sit by her? Did he not fear inciting jealousy? No, the jealousy was not what worried her. Rather, it was the thought of being inexplicably resented. "Brother Gu, this spot is a bit cramped. Could you sit elsewhere?" "Not all, it's just right." Was he perhaps lacking in reason? Qiao Wanwan found herself at a loss for words. Yet, the man stubbornly insisted, as autumn approaches, the weather grows cooler. "Isn't it more comfortable to be close together?" Gu Zhaomu maintained a composed smile in response to Qiao Wanwan's perplexed gaze, pouring her a cup of tea. "Wanwan, what would you like to eat?" "Brother Gu can order for you. I don't have any cravings at the moment. You may order for yourself." "Very well. Then Brother Gu shall order your favorite dishes. You are sure to enjoy them." "No need." "How can there be no need? Wanwan must be hungry. What is wrong with him? Did he not understand her words?" Frankly speaking, she simply did not want to dine with him. Did he require her to spell everything out, risking his pride to comprehend her intent? At that moment, she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Zhou Xinyue. Zhou Xinyue appeared rather indifferent, betraying no emotions, yet politely smiled and said, "Sister Wanwan, could you please make some room for me? I have a few matters to discuss with Brother Gu." Qiao Wanwan felt that Zhou Xinyue's arrival was quite timely. With a radiant smile, she relinquished the seat she found displeasing. "Certainly, Sister Zhou, please take a seat." "Thank you. Dear Wanwan, you are truly kind." The woman, brimming with joy, settled into Qiao Wanwan's place, sitting beside Gu Qiaomu. The seat that was once occupied by Gu Qiaomu now belonged to Zhou Xinyue. Qiao Wanwan felt a sense of relief. However, the man across from her fixed his gaze upon her, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, Xieze arrived as well. Chapter 27. Serving each other, he observed Zhou Xinyue sitting next to Gu Qiaomu, his expression darkening with jealousy. Another woman vying for Gu Qiaomu's attention? Xieze felt displeased, but was soon plagued by the thought of another presence. Where was that woman? How could she permit other women to approach Gu Qiaomu? He glanced across the table, landing his gaze on Qiao Wanwan, whose smile seemed forced. Understanding that Qiao Wanwan was also affected by this situation, his heart inexplicably found some semblance of balance. He reasoned that since Miss Zhou was someone who could contend with her, it was best to keep her around for now. He motioned for Zhong Shi to take a seat in one of the remaining 2 vacant spots. The waiter began to serve the dishes. Meanwhile, Chuanxia and others dined at another table. The atmosphere among the hosts at this table grew tense. Gu Qiaomu, seemingly unbothered, continued to eat while fixating on the woman across from him, inadvertently drawing her attention. He raised his chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into Qiao Wanwan's bowl. Wanwan, this is your favorite braised pork. And this too? Give it a try, shall you? The woman interrupted mid-bite, momentarily stunned as her bowl piled high with food at the man's insistence. She was at a loss, unsure whether to eat or not. The man across, observing her daze, smiled reassuringly. Wanwan, these dishes are all chosen for you. They must be delicious. Do try some. Eat, enjoy. Qiao Wanwan glanced at her bowl, overwhelmed by the mountain of food. Internally, she grumbled, I don't need this. Thank you very much. If I wanted to eat, I could serve myself. She pondered whether Gu Qiaomu's actions were intentional or merely coincidental, yet she felt as if he were deliberately provoking her. Indeed, she sensed an immense wave of resentment nearby. It was unmistakable who was emanating such hostility. Xieze's handsome face was marred by a sinister expression, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling, bloodthirsty intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Damn it! Qiao Wanwan cursed inwardly, her teeth clenched in frustration. The woman next to Gu Qiaomu also felt slighted by his exclusive attention towards Qiao Wanwan. With a playful tone, she turned to the man beside her, Brother Gu. Why do you only serve Wanwan and not me? Xinyue would also like some. After saying this, she discreetly shot the man a flirtatious glance, her sparkling eyes captivating him. The man, struck by her charm, smiled in response. All right, I shall serve you some as well. Thank you, Brother Gu. The exceedingly warm scene before them appeared toxic in Xieze's eyes. Were it not for the need to maintain his dignity in front of Gu Xiaomu, he would have drawn forth the concealed silver needles he had long kept hidden and aimed them fiercely at the woman. With a sharp crack, the chopsticks in his hand snapped instantly. Qiao Wanwan, seated beside him, heard the sound most clearly. Her eyes widened in shock, akin to bronze bells. As she witnessed the chopsticks break in two, a chill crept up her neck, and she thought to herself, this is bad. Will he harbor resentment towards me as well? I must find a way to appease him. Trembling, she glanced at the mountain of food in her bowl and conceived a clever plan. Without contemplating the consequences, she proceeded to transfer all the food Gu Xiaomu had given her into Xieze's bowl. As she did so, she remarked, Young Master Xie. Brother Gu said, this is delicious. You must try it. Upon uttering this sentence, the atmosphere fell silent. The couple across from her, engaged in sharing dishes, paused in astonishment, staring at her. Xieze, too, seemed momentarily taken aback. The food in his bowl had been served by Gu Xiaomu to Qiao Wanwan. Yet she had chosen to give it all to him? What did this signify? A flicker of ambiguity crossed Xieze's eyes. Gu Xiaomu, incredulous, exclaimed, Wanwan, why did you share the food I gave you with young Master Xie? Caught in a moment of impulsiveness, Qiao Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She forced a smile and explained, Haha, aren't we all teammates? You give to me, I give to him. Isn't it the most natural thing to help one another? Instantly, the entire table fell into silence. Zhou Xinyue covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and remarked, Sister Wanwan is truly innocent. Innocent my foot. I did this to save you. For heaven's sake, you've angered the antagonist. Please don't let my life be the price. Qiao Wanwan felt an exasperated frustration, yet outwardly, she maintained a foolishly cheerful demeanor. Gu Xiaomu sighed in resignation, muttering, It seems Wanwan still does not understand me. His words hinted that Qiao Wanwan was merely a naive girl, oblivious to the affections directed her way by others. Of course, she understood perfectly, but had to pretend otherwise for her own survival. Otherwise, she would be doomed in the future. Xieze set down his chopsticks and addressed them, saying, I have had my fill. I shall take my leave. Very well, replied Zhong Shi, swiftly pushing the young master's wheelchair away from the inn's lobby. Qiao Wanwan gazed at Xieze's bowl. Beneath the mountain of food she had piled on, he had scarcely eaten any rice. How could he claim to be full? Clearly, he was not satiated but rather irked. What a disaster. It was all Gu Xiaomu's fault. Had it not been for him, how could she have provoked Xieze? The resentment in Qiao Wanwan's heart boiled to the surface. Gu Xiaomu observed her sulking face, visibly upset, and couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could it be that Qiao Wanwan truly harbors feelings for Xieze? A woman who usually clings to him has suddenly altered her demeanor to pursue another. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. No, Qiao Wanwan can only have affection for him. He must converse with Wanwan tonight. Why does her personality shift the moment Sieze appears? It must be this man who has bewitched her. That evening, upon returning to her guest room, Qiao Wanwan reclined comfortably on the bed. Chuanxia secured the doors and windows, then smiled and said, "Miss, during dinner today, did you notice how well Gu Xiaoxia treats you? You must seize this opportunity, or else Gu Xiaoxia may be snatched away by that Miss Zhou." Startled, Qiao Wanwan sat upright, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What did you just say?" "Miss, Chuanxia hopes you appreciate Gu Xiaoxia's kindness and not let Miss Zhou take him from you." Qiao Wanwan incredulously rubbed her ears, straining to comprehend Chuanxia's words once more. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How many times had she told Chuanxia that she did not harbor feelings for Gu Xiaomo? Chuanxia, caught off guard by her intense gaze, nervously asked, "Did Chuanxia say something wrong, miss?" Qiao Wanwan pressed her lips together, impatience creeping into her voice. "Did I not tell you that I do not like Gu Xiaomo? Wasn't that just a whimsy of yours?" Qiao Wanwan found herself at a loss for words. Utterly exhausted by the conversation, dreadfully, it seemed Chuanxia remained oblivious to her true sentiments. Being near the male protagonist was utterly daunting. No one believed her. And how terrifying was it to live under such circumstances? No, perhaps she should escape tonight. Chapter 28. Shall I assist you? Having just completed her evening routine, Qiao Wanwan stood before the copper mirror, brushing her hair. Chuanxia, clutching some garments, glanced at her and cheerfully remarked, "Miss, I will tidy up the clothes. If you feel tired, please rest." "All right, do go ahead," Qiao Wanwan replied with a slight smile, watching as Chuanxia closed the door with a thud. Once she heard Chuanxia's retreating footsteps, excitement bubbled within her. Clenching her fists, she thought, at last, the time to leave had come. She hurriedly donned a convenient travel dress, tying her hair back into a high ponytail secured with a sandalwood hairpin. Glancing at her reflection in the mirror, she revealed a hint of dimples, truly embodying the spirit of a heroine. How striking she looked. Once fully assembled, she approached the wardrobe and retrieved the carefully prepared bundle, ready to stealthily embark on her escape. Just as she reached the door, a thought struck her. She paused, returning to rummage through the wardrobe. The Jifu ointment must be included. It was essential to have medicine on hand in case of injury while out in the world. With half her body buried in the wardrobe, she searched fervently. Where could it be? I found it. Hey. So, you were hiding here? Qiao Wanwan joyfully extracted 2 bottles of ointment, triumphantly raising them aloft. She let out a hearty laugh, reveling in her small victory. A gentle knock echoed from outside, momentarily silencing her laughter. Startled, Qiao Wanwan instinctively clasped her hand over her mouth, falling into a hush as she listened attentively to the sounds beyond the door. "Wanwan, are you asleep?" The male voice at the door extinguished any flicker of good humor she had left. Why was it him again? The knocking persisted as Gu Xiaomu, undeterred by the silence within, continued his relentless assault on the door. "Wanwan, if you're awake, please open the door." What was this male lead thinking? Disturbing her at such a late hour? Even if she had been asleep, his incessant knocking would have roused her. It seemed she had no choice but to answer. How bothersome. She had to deal with him before making her escape, wasting precious time. With gritted teeth, Qiao Wanwan suppressed her irritation, reluctantly setting down her belongings to comply. Just as Gu Xiaomu was about to knock again, the door creaked open a fraction. His face brightened at the sight of her, but his eagerness was swiftly curtailed by her displeasure. "Brother Gu, please stop knocking. You're going to ruin the door of this inn. If you have something to say it quickly. It's late, and I'm exhausted." Gu Xiaomu's face fell at her disdain. He had come with good intentions, only to be met with her complaints. He consoled himself, reminding himself that her stubbornness was merely part of her character. Hadn't he seen this side of her before? Forcing a smile, he held up the box in his hand, suppressing his anger. "Wanwan, I noticed you hardly ate earlier, so I brought you a late-night snack." "Oh." Qiao Wanwan feigned a yawn, her expression casual as she responded. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Gu, but I really don't need it. Please take it back. Or save it for Sister Xinyue. I'm quite tired and wish to sleep now." With that, She offered no further pleasantries, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. "Hey, Wanwan." Gu Xiaomu's words were cut short as he received the cold shoulder from the willful young lady, a slap to his pride that stung intensely. Fuming, he glared at the closed door, his anger palpable. In a fit of frustration, he hurled the food container away, the contents scattering across the ground in a chaotic mess. "Eat it or not, I couldn't care less. What a waste of my time and energy," he muttered bitterly, storming off from Qiao Wanwan's room. Once assured that he had departed, she stealthily opened the door, glancing around to confirm the coast was clear, before slipping out with her belongings. Feeling dejected after being turned away, Gu Xiaomu found himself unconsciously wandering to Xie's door. Recalling Zhou Xinyue's remarks about their compatibility, he decided to inquire about Xie's true feelings towards Qiao Wanwan. He knocked gently on the door, which was promptly opened, but to his surprise, it was not Xie who stood before him, but rather Zhong Shi, the butler. "Where is young Master Xie?" Gu Xiaomu inquired. "Oh, my apologies, but he has gone out for a stroll," Zhong Shi replied. "Did he mention where he would be walking?" "He did not specify." "Very well," Gu Xiaomu sighed. "Is there something you wish to convey to him?" "Not at the moment. Perhaps tomorrow," he concluded. With that, Gu Xiaomu left without obtaining the answers he sought, his heart heavy with frustration. The moonlight was serene, casting a gentle glow upon a stealthy thief. She darted through the corridor, and in an instant, appeared beside the tall walls of the post station. Earlier that morning, Qiao Wanwan had observed that both the main and side entrances were guarded. The safest refuge was undoubtedly the towering walls. As long as she could scale the wall, beyond lay a forest. Even if someone noticed her absence and rushed to find her, she would have ample opportunity to conceal herself among the trees. She surveyed her surroundings, searching for something to aid her ascent. Not far off stood a sturdy tree, its slender branches reaching over the wall. Perfect. She hurried to the tree, patting its trunk with glee. "This tree seemed reliable enough to bear my weight," she thought, rolling up her sleeves and preparing for her endeavor. Securing her bundle tightly to her body and ensuring it would not fall, she wiped her palms to rid them of sweat before embracing the thick trunk of the tree. With one foot on the uneven bark, she began to ascend slowly, akin to a koala. Her palms rubbed against the rough surface, and she motivated herself with encouraging thoughts. "Come on, victory is within reach." Her delicate hands had turned crimson from the friction, but she was undeterred. Stretching her arm, she could almost grasp the branches above. Elated, Qiao Wanwan celebrated her progress. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, and a cold blade appeared, slicing through the branch she was clinging to. Before she could react, a loud crack resonated as the branch snapped. Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened in shock, and her world spun as she plummeted to the ground. Landing on her back, she felt as though her body had been shattered in two, a painful cry escaping her lips as her behind throbbed. Bewildered, she pondered how the branch could have broken so abruptly. Just as she grappled with this question, a low, gurgling sound began to emanate from behind her. Upon hearing the sound, Qiao Wanwan felt her nerves tense, her mind inundated with danger, paralyzed with fear. At that moment, a man's magnetic voice resonated behind her, laced with a hint of perplexity. "Miss Qiao, where are you headed?" Her heart sank. How could the antagonist, Xie, have discovered her? What was she to do? Her mind was a blank canvas. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm herself and think strategically. How should she explain her intentions? Just as she pondered her next move, she heard the man let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Are you attempting to flee? How could he possibly know? I could assist you." Surprised, Qiao Wanwan turned to find Xie, seated in a wheelchair not far from her, wearing a smile that sent shivers down her spine. She hastily stood and waved her hands in protest. No. What are you talking about, young Master Xie? I can't comprehend." "Oh," as she sensed the impending danger. The man's narrowed gaze fixated on her package, and he continued, "Aren't you trying to escape?" Caught off guard, Qiao Wanwan swallowed hard. She quickly concealed her package behind her. "Haha, what nonsense about escaping. That's absurd. I merely noticed how round and magnificent the moon is tonight. I thought to climb that high wall for a better view." Admiring the moon? Though seated in his wheelchair, his stature was somewhat diminished, yet his eyes brimmed with an imposing intensity, as if he could pierce through her facade. Qiao Wanwan felt the weight of his gaze. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, yet she dared not use a handkerchief to wipe it away, fearing he might perceive her anxiety. With a forced laugh, she pointed at the moon. Indeed, the moon is particularly beautiful tonight. Look, there are still stars accompanying it. Such a lovely night. The man merely sneered at her explanation. You need not lie to me. Your deceit fails to deceive. If you wish to distance yourself from Gu Xiao, I can aid your escape. What? Panic surged within Qiao Wanwan, her hand unconsciously brushing her stiff smile. Was her deception so glaringly obvious? How could he discern it? Moreover, if she hadn't misheard, Xieze had insinuated that he could help her flee? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that Xieze realized her aversion towards Gu Xiaomu and chose to let her go? Or perhaps her attentive care during his illness had softened his heart. A flutter of excitement coursed through her. She ventured once more. Is what you say true? Can you genuinely help me leave? The man's enchanting eyes lifted slightly. Based on his understanding of Qiao Wanwan from her interactions with Gu Xiaomu, he knew that she was undoubtedly attempting to play hard to get, desiring to instill worry in Gu Xiaomu. Their thoughts of exploiting oneself to facilitate her escape, all while remaining inconspicuous. Once she is discovered missing by her maidservant, an uproar is sure to ensue, causing Gu Xiaomu to be greatly concerned for her safety. This, in turn, would reclaim Gu Xiaomu's affections, which had strayed to another woman. Xieze found the woman before him to be exceedingly troublesome. Yet it was precisely this tumult that presented him with an opportunity to exploit. He harbored intentions to seize this moment to ensure the woman before him would vanish from existence forever. In doing so, he would eliminate a rival, leaving those who sought to usurp him with no avenue for survival. The man gazed at the easily deceived woman, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Of course, I can help you to forever distance yourself from Gu Xiaomu, ensuring you never appear before him again. The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint for but a moment. How will you assist me? She inquired. Xieze's gaze flickered momentarily as he surveyed their surroundings. It was impossible for him to carry out his intentions here. Relocation was necessary. With a smile, he suggested, Miss Qiao, I'm aware of a place that is unguarded. Allow me to take you there. Very well. That sounds splendid. Qiao Wanwan responded, adjusting her wheelchair to follow him, her heart swelling with fervor. She felt exhilarated at the prospect of escaping with the aid of a villain. Surely, this time, success was within reach. The antagonist seemed to comprehend her earnest intentions, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events. His willingness to let her go was a cause for gratitude. After all, enduring a slight loss that day was inconsequential, provided the villain would remember her kindness and spare her life. If it came to a point where she had to offer herself, it would be a small price to pay. Despite Xieze's disability, he was undeniably handsome, and beauty could indeed pave the way to survival. After all, affluent women would not seek the company of youthful charms otherwise, she mused with a chuckle. Lost in her whimsical thoughts, she followed Xieze until they arrived at a concealed side door. Xieze halted, his hands gently resting on the wheels of her chair. We have arrived. It is just ahead. Oh, Qiao Wanwan exclaimed, observing the small door before the man, its entrance overrun with vines, appearing quite dilapidated, as if long abandoned. A frown creased her brow, uncertainty creeping in. Can we truly exit through here? With his gaze lowered and out of her sight, a faint smirk played at the corners of Xieze's lips. He calmly replied, Why not take a look for yourself and see? Indeed, that makes sense, she conceded, not dwelling on it further as she maneuvered past the wheelchair-bound man, offering a brief thanks. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Go on, and may you never return, he uttered, his tone turning ominous, reminiscent of a nightmare's grim specter. His deep voice resonated with a chilling timbre that sent discomfort coursing through Qiao Wanwan's being. She sensed a palpable aura of menace converging upon her. Suddenly, the air seemed to carry a faint metallic sound. Qiao Wanwan paused her hand at the small side door, cold sweat beading on her forehead, trickling down her gentle cheeks. A figure seated in a wheelchair fixated on the woman before him, a glint emanating from his hand. It was a sharp, short knife, suddenly appearing in the man's grasp. The blade shimmered ominously, reflecting the moonlight that fell upon the woman's frozen form, illuminating her delicate neck. Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened. She could sense the menacing glimmer of the blade hovering over her. This palpable danger paralyzed her, preventing her from turning back to confirm her fears. She realized that Xieze did not intend for her to escape. Rather, he sought her demise. He had deliberately brought her to this secluded side door, intending to end her life in obscurity, allowing everyone to believe she had merely fled the station, with no trace left behind to uncover her fate. A chill coursed through Qiao Wanwan. Her body prickled with goosebumps, her lips turning pale and involuntarily trembling. Perhaps she had remained motionless for too long. The man behind her, a trace of amusement in his voice, inquired, "Qiao Wanwan, why do you not leave?" I dare not." Regret washed over Qiao Wanwan. She should never have trusted the words of a villain. Her life now hung solely on the whims of her adversary. She was certain that stepping beyond this small side door would lead to her irrevocable demise. She could not afford to gamble. Losing meant the end of her existence. Thus, she remained frozen in place, too fearful to move or glance back. Xieze propelled his wheelchair slowly toward her, the sound of the wheels echoing ominously in her ears, like a death knell marking the final moments of her life. With each inch he advanced, her breath grew heavier, the blade in his hand drawing ever closer. Her senses heightened. She could even hear the faint whisper of the wind brushing against the metal of the knife. The reflective blade edged nearer to her back. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension from a distance. "Miss, where are you? Miss?" Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise. The oppressive atmosphere that had engulfed her vanished in an instant. The sound of the wheelchair halted, the ominous presence began to recede, taking the man's voice with it. "Miss Qiao, I wish you sweet dreams tonight." Qiao Wanwan could not discern how long she had stood there, her fear rendering her pale, until her maid found her, exclaiming with relief, "Miss, there you are. I thought you had vanished. I was terrified for you." Upon hearing her maid's voice, the tension that had gripped Qiao Wanwan dissipated. With a soft thud, she collapsed to the ground. Miss, are you all right?" Spring Xia hurriedly supported her, noticing the expression of relief in her mistress's eyes, as if she had found her savior. The corners of her lips drooped, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She sobbed quietly, overwhelmed by emotion. Spring Xia, startled, asked with a flustered expression, "Miss, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" With a muffled whimper, Qiao Wanwan shook her head vigorously, clutching Spring Xia's sleeve and burying herself in her embrace, weeping silently. At a loss, Spring Xia's heart ached for her. "Miss, let us return home." Qiao Wanwan sniffled and nodded vigorously, fear gnawing at her heart. She silently vowed never to flee again, fearing for her very life. As for what was to come, she would devise a strategy later. Once back in her room, Qiao Wanwan lay down and cocooned herself in the blankets, refusing to utter a word. After tidying up, Spring Xia noticed her mistress resembled a wounded creature. "What happened?" she inquired, but Qiao Wanwan remained tight-lipped. With a sigh, Spring Xia reminded her, "Miss, I shall be resting outside. Should you need anything, please call for me." Qiao Wanwan felt a lingering dread, sensing that her attempts to escape always ended in failure, as if the narrative had ensnared her. Even Spring Xia, who shared her room, was influenced by the storyline. Every word exchanged was lost to her memory. Akin to those characters in the book who endeavored to unite Qiao Wanwan with Gu Qiaomu. Could it be that her fate was to become the next tragic supporting character in this tale? Yet, she was unwilling to accept such a fate. Qiao Wanwan bit her lip, resentment swelling within her. This wretched plot sought to condemn her to despair. Reflecting on her recent attempt to flee, she recalled how she felt that Xieze intended to silence her permanently. The thought sent shivers down her spine. This narrative had not existed before, but had shifted slightly due to her actions. What if she could clarify her feelings to Xieze, expressing her indifference toward Gu Qiaomu? Might that alter her circumstances? There was an element of gamble in her thoughts. After all, she had once confided in Spring Xia, yet it seemed she had completely forgotten. However, if Xieze differed from Spring Xia and genuinely believed her, perhaps there was hope for her yet. As she lay hidden beneath the covers, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes, only to be extinguished by her thoughts. No, if Xieze deemed her useless to Gu Qiaomu, he would undoubtedly eliminate her at once. Thus, before articulating her feelings, Qiao Wanwan resolved to test the waters. Indeed, starting today, she would show Xieze more kindness, treating him like a sister. When possible, she would attempt to foster a bond between him and Gu Qiaomu. Over time, he might come to understand his feelings for her, and perhaps cease his lethal intentions. Yes, that was the plan. Since she could not escape the male lead, she would instead strive to win over the future antagonist, hoping to alter his perception of her, devise a plan for him to become the sole male consort of the protagonist, thereby liberating her from the fate of a supporting character. With clarity of thought, Qiao Wanwan felt the weight in her heart begin to lighten. An exhilarating wave of inspiration surged through her, and as her thoughts meandered, she gradually succumbed to slumber. The rooster, kept in the inn, crowed at the break of dawn, startling Qiao Wanwan into an upright position. It was then she realized morning had arrived. Chunxia, with a water basin in hand, entered just in time. Noticing her mistress was already awake, she cheerfully remarked, "Miss, up so early today? Let Chunxia assist you with your grooming." "Very well," Qiao Wanwan replied, settling before the bronze mirror as Chunxia began to comb her long hair. "What shall be our next course of action?" she inquired. Gu Xiaoxiao indicated that they must set off again today to reach Anchi City before the month's end. Indeed, Qiao Wanwan nodded, contemplating that with half a month remaining, there was still time to influence Xieze. After preparing, Qiao Wanwan descended with Chunxia for breakfast. Gu Qiaomu and his party had already claimed a table. Upon her arrival, Gu Qiaomu, despite having been slighted the previous day, concealed his sentiments and cheerfully called out, "Wanwan, come join us for breakfast. Once we eat, we shall continue our journey." "All right," Qiao Wanwan responded, dismissing the prior day's grievances as she took a seat. Gu Qiaomu eagerly served her steamed buns. "Wanwan, do eat." "Thank you," she replied, unable to decline his hospitality. Nearby, Zhou Xinyue observed their interaction, feeling a twinge of imbalance within her heart. Their rapport hardly resembled that of siblings. Though she harbored such thoughts, she refrained from vocalizing them and discreetly withdrew her unfriendly gaze. Qiao Wanwan had sensed numerous stares directed her way, but the most intolerable was that of a certain individual who fixated upon her. When she met his gaze, she encountered Xieze's enchanting peach blossom eyes, glistening with an icy light. He too noted that Qiao Wanwan was looking at him, and a slight smirk appeared at the corners of his lips. His mouth parted as if uttering a word. "Die?" Understanding the implication of his words sent a chill down Qiao Wanwan's spine. Xieze was threatening her, warning her to keep the events of the previous night to herself. Wisely, she shrank back, avoiding his gaze, adopting the demeanor of a timid turtle as she continued her meal. Across the table, Gu Qiaomu abruptly inquired, "Mr. Xie, where were you last night? I sought you out, but your steward informed me you had left." Surprised by the question, Xieze's brows arched momentarily. Was Gu Qiaomu actually seeking him out? Nevertheless, this fleeting thrill quickly dissipated. He cast a casual glance at someone before nonchalantly responding, "Last night, I discovered a little kitten attempting to escape up a tree, so I lingered outside for a while. To my surprise, Sir Gu came to seek out Xie. I sincerely apologize." Climbing a tree to escape? Chapter 31. Stealthily providing her with pastries? As Qiao Wanwan enjoyed her breakfast, she eavesdropped on their conversation, her complexion paling. The little cat that Xieze mentioned was undeniably referring to her. The woman, with her head bowed, felt her hands, gripping the chopsticks, tremble. A little cat? Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiaomu momentarily felt bewildered, but then recalled that this was an inn, and cats and dogs must certainly be present. He assumed that Xieze simply had a fondness for small animals. Hence his disapproval of the little cat wandering off on its own. "How compassionate of Sir Xie. I admire him." "You flatter me. It's merely a trivial matter," Xieze remarked, casting a barely perceptible glance at the person resembling a turtle retreating into its shell. He continued, "I hope that little cat understands its own capabilities and refrains from attempting to escape. Otherwise, I can assure you, if she ventures out, she shall not return alive. Indeed, Sir CS speaks the truth. The dangers outside are exceedingly severe. How could it possibly compare to the comfortable life within the inn? Qiao Wanwan listened to their exchange, completely disconnected from their wavelength. She could discern that Sieze was distinctly warning her. Should she dare to flee, it would be a path to certain death. She certainly did not wish to escape any longer. With an additional antagonist now keeping watch, how could she possibly flee? With her life at stake? She could not afford such a gamble. It was imperative that she preserved her wretched existence. Under the mounting pressure, Qiao Wanwan finally endured until the moment of departure from the inn. She was the first to dash back to the carriage, instructing Chunxia to prepare all necessary items for her. Chunxia, please head to the inn's kitchen and have them prepare some flatbreads for us to eat on the road. Certainly, Mississippi. Although Chunxia did not understand why, when Sir Gu would typically provide food for her, Miss suddenly desired to prepare flatbreads herself. Was she intending to eat them on her own? Surely not. When had Miss ever deigned to consume such meager fare? Despite her curiosity, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, trusting that Miss had her own reasons for doing so. Qiao Wanwan had already made up her mind. She would consume her own provisions, no longer wishing to inconvenience others, especially the male lead. She did not want to extend her hand for food in his presence. Wouldn't that only serve to embitter the antagonist against her? Her future objective was to reform the villain, Sieze. Nodding in satisfaction as she contemplated this, Qiao Wanwan felt her plan was flawless. Little did she know, someone was already keeping an eye on her provisions. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Zhou Xinyue's maid inquired curiously, Miss, I just saw Qiao's maid carrying a bag of flatbreads. I wonder what that is for. Flatbreads? Zhou Xinyue paused, unable to deduce the reason, and thus paid little heed to it. Before leaving the inn, Gu Xiaomu also carried a box of pastries. Upon exiting the inn's entrance, he spotted Sieze waiting for him and instinctively grew wary, concealing the pastries within his embrace. Casually walking over, he smiled and said, Thank you, young Master Xie, for your patience. Shall we proceed together? Sieze, who was accompanying him, cast a curious glance at the bulging bundle in his arms and inquired, Gu Xiaoxia, what have you brought? Upon being questioned, Gu Xiaomu's expression momentarily stiffened. He chuckled awkwardly, responding, Haha, it's nothing. Just some essentials for the journey. Oh, Sieze discerned that his companion was reluctant to share. However, he was aware that the other had retrieved a box of pastries from the kitchen. Why was that? Did he perhaps have an affinity for pastries, yet felt embarrassed to admit it? He thought little of it and returned to the caravan. By noon, the caravan once again halted in the outskirts for a respite. Chun Xia reminded Qiao Wanwan, Miss, shall we disembark for lunch? Gu Xiaoxia is waiting for us. Why should we? We have our own provisions. Why eat someone else's? Qiao Wanwan's words left Chun Xia momentarily bewildered. Food? What food? Seeing her confusion, Qiao Wanwan sighed, pulling over her bag and extracting a large flatbread. Isn't this food? Are you sure you want to eat this? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy some fragrant fish or meat? It's all about filling one's stomach. What's wrong with this? But, Miss, you are accustomed to finer delicacies. Can you truly eat such coarse bread? Qiao Wanwan pouted, saying, If you can't handle it, then go out and eat without me. Don't reserve any for me. Chun Xia, upon hearing this, believed her young mistress was genuinely upset. Her complexion paled as she quickly explained, Miss, please don't be angry. I have always stood by your side. If you choose to eat flatbread, as your devoted maid, I shall, of course, accompany you. I am not angry. How I choose to eat is my own prerogative. Perhaps I couldn't accept it before, but I have come to realize that I must not be so willful. In this world, one must be self-sufficient and refrain from relying on others for every trivial matter. What she meant was not to depend on Gu Xiaomu. If she were to lean on him for sustenance, what would she do if she were to be scornful later? Would she then have to wear a forced smile to appease the male lead for food? She believed it essential to maintain a good rapport with the antagonist, and most importantly, not to burden the male lead with trivialities. Whatever she could accomplish on her own, she would. Resolutely, Qiao Wanwan seized a dry flatbread and took a bite. The piece, larger than her face, bore a perfect imprint of her youthful teeth. She lifted her water flask and drank heartily. Although the flatbread was dry, it was sweet and fragrant like a steamed bun, and she found it palatable. Chun Xia, sitting in the carriage, followed suit, gnawing on her own piece of flatbread. In this moment of life, one might question whether it was dire or not. Chun Xia felt in her heart that her mistress's anger had yet to subside, and thus she was in a mood. Consequently, she too had to endure the hardships alongside her. After waiting outside for quite some time, Gu Xiaomu had yet to see Qiao Wanwan emerge from the carriage. Intrigued, he approached and gently knocked on her carriage door. "Wanwan, why aren't you coming down to eat?" Upon hearing Gu Xiaomu's voice from outside, Qiao Wanwan quickly swallowed the cake she had in her mouth and gestured for Chunxia beside her to be quiet. Chunxia nodded, covering her mouth. When Qiao Wanwan slightly drew back the curtain, she spotted Gu Xiaomu waiting patiently at the door. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she replied, "Gugu, I'm not hungry yet. You all go ahead and eat without me. Is it that you lack an appetite?" He inquired. "Yes, exactly," she confirmed. With a smile, the man produced a box of pastries from his pocket and handed it to her. "Wanwan, I brought these pastries from the inn just for you." With a hint of mischief in his eyes, he whispered, "Make sure not to tell anyone. Gugu only brought one portion for you. Don't let Xinyue know, or she might get jealous. Take it inside and eat when you're hungry." What? Chapter 32. Turning to gift the pastries to others. "You brought this especially for me?" A pang of guilt washed over Qiao Wanwan, and she quickly declined, "Gugu, I don't need it. Please give it to Sister Zhou instead." Gu Xiaomu's expression shifted, taking on a serious tone. "Don't refuse, Wanwan. Otherwise, I will be upset. Just take it." Seeing his growing impatience, Qiao Wanwan reluctantly accepted the pastries. "All right then. Thank you, Gu Yi." He finally smiled at her as she took the box. "Then I shall return now. You can take your time enjoying them." "Okay." Once Gu Xiaomu had stepped away from the carriage, Qiao Wanwan retreated inside with the pastries. Chun Xia, unable to contain her amusement, remarked, "Miss, look how kind Sir Gu is to you. He knows you love sweets and even brought you pastries." Embarrassed, Qiao Wanwan gazed at the pastries in her hand, contemplating what to do with them. She certainly wouldn't eat the pastries given by the male lead. But what to do with them? Should she give them to Chun Xia? Suddenly, a certain figure flashed through her mind. Of course, she could give them to Xieze. She could trick him into believing they were gifts from Gu Xiaomu. After all, Gu Xiaomu hadn't disclosed to anyone that the pastries were meant for her. This way, she could foster the connection between the antagonist and the male lead while also bringing joy to the antagonist. It was truly a win-win situation. "Ha ha!" Qiao Wanwan chuckled to herself in delight. Chun Xia, observing her mistress's fluctuating emotions, looked utterly baffled. "Could it be, miss, that you have come to a realization? Are you no longer angry with Sir Gu?" Her eyes sparkling with excitement, she asked, "Miss, are you not upset?" Qiao Wanwan frowned and glanced at Chun Xia, warning her, "Chun Xia, forget what just happened. You must not ask or speak of it. Do you understand?" "Yes," Mrs. Sippy Chun Xia replied. "But Miss, Sir Gu has gone to find that Miss Qiao again. It seems he even gave her something, yet did not offer anything to you." Xiao Cui, Zhou Xinyue's maid, expressed her skepticism regarding this matter. Xiao Cui felt that Miss Qiao bore no resemblance to Gu Xiaoxia in terms of sibling relationship. Rather, it seemed to hint at something entirely different. "Miss, we must remain cautious of Miss Qiao." Although Zhou Xinu said nothing, her thoughts echoed the same suspicion. Considering her own future, she felt compelled to inquire about the nature of Gu Xiaomu's relationship with Qiao Wanwan. Fixing her gaze upon Gu Xiaomu ahead, she addressed her maid, "Let's approach Brother Gu." "Very well. Brother Gu, why are you here alone? Where is Sister Wanwan?" "Oh, she's not hungry yet, so she stay behind." "I see. Xinu, please take a seat." "Thank you. I shall not be polite." As soon as the lady settled beside the man, she posed her question, "By the way, Brother Gu, I notice your concern for Sister Wanwan, yet you have never spoken of your relationship. What is she to you?" Gu Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, which sounded somewhat familiar. Not long ago, Xieze had posed a similar question. He glanced at the lady beside him, who appeared quite eager to know the answer. To be candid, Gu Xiaomu held a certain fondness for Zhou Xinu. Yet he was reluctant to relinquish the resources associated with the daughter of the leader of the Qiao clan. Unable to choose between the two, he could only fabricate a response for Zhou Xinu. "She is the daughter of an old friend, entrusted to me to explore the martial world. akin to a sister. Upon hearing Gu Zhaomu's admission that Qiao Wanwan was like a sister to him, Zhou Xianyu's heart steadied immediately, and she exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Sister is wonderful. She smiled gently. From now on, Sister Wanwan will be my sister too. So brother Gu need not worry. I shall accompany you on a journey and take good care of her. Thank you, Xianyu. Their eyes met, exuding a sweetness reminiscent of candied fruits. Nearby, Xieze rested beside the carriage, holding slender silver needles with a keen gaze, precisely targeting an acupoint between his legs. With a forceful thrust, he pierced it, gradually feeling the pain in his leg, causing his beautiful eyes to slightly furrow. Noticing the discomfort on his young master's face, Zhongshu felt a flicker of excitement. Cautiously, he inquired, "Young master, is your pain returning?" "Yes, after a few days of acupuncture. I feel considerably better." "That's splendid news. The toxins in your body have been significantly expelled, and soon you shall be free of the wheelchair." Xieze, however, did not share Zhongshu's elation. His brows were furrowed, a sense of numbness enveloping him. Escaping the wheelchair was merely a temporary reprieve. Upon returning home, would he not once again be incapacitated by the new poison concocted by his father? A woman, stealthily avoiding the gaze of those around her, approached the vicinity of Xieze's carriage. The man's sharp gaze swiftly turned, his dark eyes piercing as he alerted Zhongshu. "Someone approaches." "Uncle Zhong, you should leave." "Yes, young master." Zhongshu sensed the presence drawing near and bowed to Xieze, glancing with surprise at the figure hiding behind the carriage. "Is it truly Miss Qiao? Come to seek out the young master?" As his subordinate, he felt a twinge of curiosity, yet he could not fathom the thoughts of his masters. Thus, he chose to distance himself from the young master, allowing the youths to cultivate their own rapport. Xieze remained blissfully unaware of all that Zhongshu contemplated. Listening to the butler's footsteps gradually fade, he sensed movement behind him. A disheveled head suddenly emerged from the back of the carriage, as if it had just survived a fierce battle. The woman, weaving through the grass, had her hair in a tousled state, a leaf precariously clamped between her lips. Spitting it out, she fixated on a solitary figure seated quietly in a wheelchair not far away and noted with delight that he was alone. Qiao Wanwan's heart soared. Excellent. He had no company. She could sneak out to deliver some treats without raising any suspicions. A subtle smile graced her lips as she adjusted her appearance. Holding a sealed box of pastries gifted by Gu Zhaomu, with light steps, she edged closer to the man, the hay beneath her feet crunching softly. A sound imperceptible to her, but clear as day to Xieze, who could discern the distance of her approach. Just as the woman reached out to touch the man's shoulder, he turned his head slightly, fixing his gaze upon her. Qiao Wanwan froze, her eyes widening as they met his alluring peach blossom eyes, his pupils dark and penetrating, studying her intently. His lips parted slightly. "You seek me out for a purpose?" Snapped back to reality, Qiao Wanwan was momentarily startled, nearly dropping the pastries. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, retracting her hand and awkwardly smiling. "Hi. I actually have something for you." The man averted his gaze, his voice icy. "What is it?" Chapter 33. He likes sweet things. Qiao Wanwan, observing the man turn away, stepped forward boldly and presented a box to him, saying, "This is for you." Xieze was taken aback by the small hand suddenly thrust before him, revealing a familiar pastry box. His eyes narrowed with curiosity as he raised his gaze to the woman and asked, "What is this?" "This is a pastry meant for you," she replied. A flicker of disbelief crossed his features. "You brought this for me?" Qiao Wanwan beamed at him, noticing his peculiar expression. Her smile faltered slightly as she blinked, pondering. He must think it odd that I suddenly presented him with pastries. Thankfully, she still had words to bridge the gap between the antagonist and the protagonist. He hastily waved his hand in denial, saying, No, this is not for me. It is from Gu Zhaomu." Upon a reminder, Xieze suddenly realized that the box of pastries in the woman's hand was indeed the very same one Gu Zhaomu had bought from the kitchen before leaving the post station. He had once inquired about it, but the other party had been unwilling to engage with him. Now, this box of pastries had found its way into Qiao Wanwan's possession, corroborating that Gu Zhaomu had purchased it for her. Yet, the woman before him, with her radiant eyes sparkling like gems, wore an expression of innocence that made him suspect her sincerity. How duplicitous she was, attempting to deceive him. This was clearly the pastry meant for Qiao Wanwan, yet she insisted on bestowing it upon him, claiming it was a gift from Gu Zhaomu. It was laughable. Xiao's heart turned cold at the thought, and he lowered his eyelids to veil the flicker of disappointment that danced within. His gaze, however, scrutinized her countenance, and he coldly inquired, if he wished to present it to me, why did he not do so personally, but instead chose to send it through you? Qiao Wanwan, caught off guard by his skepticism, blinked her eyes in surprise. After racking her brain for a plausible explanation, she chuckled and said, perhaps Gu Zhaomu thought it would be awkward for a grown man to deliver pastries to another man, so he asked me to do it. She gazed into his eyes, sensing his lingering doubts, and soothingly added, do not overthink it. This truly is a gift from Brother Gu. Please accept it. For I must take my leave. Listening to her, Xiaoze felt a twinge of oddity and frowned slightly. Without waiting for his consent, she pressed the box of pastries into his embrace, managing a faint smile as she bid him farewell. In an instant, she darted away, leaving no trace behind. Xiaoze lowered his gaze, his thoughts flickering. He held the box of pastries, still warm from her touch, and an inexplicable sensation washed over him, one that felt oddly familiar despite the fact he had never encountered this woman before. He was aware that these pastries were not a gift from Gu Zhaomu, yet receiving them from her stirred a complex array of emotions within him, a feeling he could not quite articulate. He reached for the box, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why had Qiao Wanwan acted so unusually? Was it merely because he had once threatened her, prompting her to go to such lengths to curry his favor? It seemed improbable. How could the daughter of a martial arts leader stoop to appease someone she deemed beneath her? As he examined the pristine box of pastries, his expression softened considerably. Since they were indeed Gu Zhaomu's pastries, he certainly would not disdain them. Though meant for another, they were now rightfully his. He harbored no concerns that the woman would poison him. The man gradually opened the box, revealing several delicate pieces of osmanthus cake nestled within. With slender fingers, he gently picked up a piece and slowly brought it to his lips. A sudden glimmer appeared in Xiaoze's eyes. Having not savored dessert in quite some time, he slightly pursed his lips in delight. He found great pleasure in this. Previously, his palate had only been acquainted with a variety of bitter potions, seldom indulging in sweets. He had a profound fondness for sweetness. Life was inherently bitter, and the rare moments of sweetness were captivating. Yet, few were privy to this secret. Perhaps if he spoke of it, others would scarcely believe it. How could a man of his stature possibly enjoy sweets? His preferences had always remained unspoken. However, today that woman, Qiao Wanwan, had inadvertently gifted him a rare treat. The sweetness on his tongue gradually filled his heart with joy, a sensation he had never experienced before. Xiaoze thought that indulging in sweet delicacies occasionally was rather pleasant. Although he was uncertain of the woman's intentions behind presenting him with the pastries, her goodwill was evident. Since Qiao Wanwan had made such an effort to please him, he felt no trepidation in entertaining her whims. What tricks might she be up to? The man continued to savor another bite of the cake, the sugary taste flooding his senses once more. His ethereal visage revealed a charming smile as he gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanwan, having delivered the pastries, hurried back to the carriage, unaware that she had caught the attention of the antagonist. Upon her return, she sneezed unexpectedly. Ashu, the maid beside her, filled with concern, inquired, Miss, have you caught a chill? Qiao Wanwan rubbed her nose, which felt slightly itchy. No, I believe someone is simply missing me. Oh, I understand. It must be the leader who longs for you. Miss, in half a month, we shall see the esteemed leader. Qiao Wanwan observed the maid's excitement. Yet her heart was filled with melancholy. She wondered if she would even live long enough to meet the original owner's unworthy father. If only she could, she would undoubtedly accompany her unworthy father home, relishing the role of a leader's daughter. A life free of worries, with someone devoted to attending to her needs, and no concerns about sustenance or clothing. Such a life was beyond her imagination. Alas, there was no use in pondering such things now. Whether she would survive the future remained uncertain. The most pressing matter was to ingratiate herself with the antagonist, persuading him to abandon his fixation on her life. The task she had set for herself had only just begun. She could not afford to be complacent. A heartfelt conversation with the antagonist was imperative. Chuanxia, observing the melancholy demeanor of her mistress, noted that she returned empty-handed and curiously asked, "Miss, where are your pastries?" Qiao Wanwan pressed her lips together and replied to the maid, "Did I not instruct you not to ask?" "Miss, Chuanxia is merely concerned." Internally rolling her eyes, Qiao Wanwan helplessly lied, "Do not fret. I went out and finished them all." "Oh." Upon hearing the young lady's words, Chuanxia fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Qiao Wanwan, unperturbed, was confident that the antagonist would not disclose to Gu Xiaomu her act of delivering pastries. After all, her intentions had been rather transparent. The other party, feeling bashful, had entrusted her with the task of conveying the gift. Moreover, the antagonist, Xie, was well aware of Gu Xiaomu's pride and would certainly refrain from revealing such matters. Thus, if Gu Xiaomu insisted on bestowing her with gifts, she would simply redirect them to Xie, thereby nurturing their burgeoning affection. In this manner, she could remain close to Xie, garnering his favor, which would, in turn, deter the antagonist from hastily seeking her demise. It was, indeed, a twofold benefit, a prospect too enticing to dismiss. "Ha ha ha!" Qiao Wanwan chuckled inwardly, her mouth occupied with a dry, coarse pancake. Chuanxia, observing her mistress, couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The drastic shift between joy and sorrow felt rather peculiar. She could only hope they would soon return to meet the esteemed leader and clarify the matters concerning her mistress, assessing whether there was still hope for her recovery. Chapter 34. The plight of refugees. A procession traversed the broad thoroughfare, while on the roadside, numerous refugees lingered. "Miss, look over there," Chuanxia directed Qiao Wanwan's gaze. A group of men, women, and children clad in tattered, filthy garments appear before them, their gaunt faces resembling those of beggars. "What has befallen them?" Qiao Wanwan began to inquire, but Chuanxia swiftly elucidated, "There is a famine in the north, and the situation appears dire. These individuals have fled from that region, likely having journeyed several hundred kilometers. Alas, how pitiable! Famine indeed claims lives," Qiao Wanwan lamented. However, she pondered, why not seek refuge in the nearest town? Observing the plight of the group, she seemed to grasp the underlying reasons. Suddenly, a wailing child in the arms of a distressed mother pierced the air. "Mother, I am so hungry." The mother, heartbroken, could only soothe, "Be patient, dear child. Food will come soon." "No, I'm so hungry. I want to eat now." A burly man nearby, irritated, barked, "Damn it, what is all this noise? Can't anyone get a moment's peace?" The mother, taken aback, quickly apologized, "I'm sorry. Good sir, the child is hungry. It's only natural for him to fuss a little. Please, consider his youth and forgive us." The man scoffed, "Listen closely, madam. You are powerless now and must rely on us men." He brandished a stick threateningly before the mother and child, who instinctively clung to one another, trembling in fear. The surrounding onlookers remained silent, accustomed to such displays of brutality, their eyes cast down in resignation. A group of refugees found themselves unwelcome in any town they approached. Before they could discover a place willing to accept them, they had to rely on their own resources for sustenance. Consequently, they were at the mercy of a band of formidable men. One of these men, De Zhuang, grew increasingly irritated as he observed a mother and her child. He proposed a rather callous suggestion. "Why not abandon your useless son? You could sell him, and he might find a better life with another family. You could also receive some money, thereby escaping the plight of a refugee." The mother's face turned pale as she clutched her child tightly, refusing to let go for fear that De Zhuang might snatch him away for sale. She vehemently rejected his idea, exclaiming, "How could I do that? He is my only surviving son. I cannot forsake him. Without him, what purpose will my life serve? Please, De Zhuang, do not entertain thoughts of my son." De Zhuang scoffed, his dissatisfaction apparent. "Then you should leave our group, consuming our food without contributing anything while being a nuisance." The mother quickly covered her child's mouth, assuring De Zhuang, "He will not cry anymore. Please do not drive us away." With a disdainful huff, De Zhuang departed from their vicinity. Once he had distanced himself, the mother gradually relaxed her grip and softly soothed her child, whispering, "Do not cry. Otherwise, they will expel us, and we will perish on the road." The child, understanding his mother's words, let tears stream down his cheeks, a pitiful sight indeed. Qiao Wanwan observed the entire scene, sensing that the group seemed to attract trouble, which explained why other towns refused to take them in. The matter of the refugees was of no concern to her, so she drew back her gaze and lowered the curtain, no longer wishing to watch. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out with righteous indignation. "Good age, please stop." Upon hearing Zhou Xinyue's call, the guide Gu Zhaomu quickly gestured for the caravan to halt. He rode over to Zhou Xinyue's carriage and, noticing her troubled expression, inquired, "Xinyue, what troubles you?" "Good age." Zhou Xinyue pointed towards the group of refugees outside, her heart filled with compassion. Seeing them in such a state is truly heartbreaking. There's even a child crying from hunger. I wish to offer them some assistance, at the very least to prevent them from starving. While Gu Deage sympathized with Zhou Xinyue's sentiment, he lamented, "However, we do not possess sufficient provisions." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinyue's worried expression deepened. Yet suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She recalled something Xiao Chui had mentioned. She remembered that before leaving the post station, Qiao Wanwan had taken many bags with her. Her eyes brightened as she formulated a plan. Gu Deage, Sister Wanwan's carriage contains ample provisions, perfectly suited for distribution among them. Provisions? Gu Deige inquired. Indeed, my maid observed Sister Wanwan's maid, Chu and Xia, gathering numerous bags of food from the kitchen before we departed. There is enough to sustain our caravan for several days. The maid beside Zhou Xinyue nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes." "What does she need so many bags for?" Gu Zhaomu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Eagerly, Zhou Xinyue interjected, "Gudaga, look, Wanwan has brought so many bags, yet they serve no purpose. We still need food for the journey. So let Wanwan hand over the bags and distribute them to the refugees." "You speak wisely," Gu Zhaomu replied with a nod. How could someone like Qiao Wanwan, a sheltered young lady, endure the hardships of coarse flatbread? Since they're just lying there, it would be better to give them away as an act of charity. In the distance, the refugees, watching the halted caravan, seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. "Dazhuang, shall we go and take a look?" "Yes." A few strong men, cautious of the situation, brought along some elderly and women with children. Zhou Xinyue noticed the mother and child who had been weeping earlier, slowly approaching. Her heart swelled with compassion. "Good lady, could you come here for a moment?" The woman glanced around, ensuring the call was directed at her, clutching her child tightly. Aware of Dazhuang's encouraging gaze, she timidly stepped forward, tears welling in her eyes. "Miss, could you spare some food? We've been starving for many days. The children can hardly bear it. Indeed, we are innocent citizens fleeing from the north." Dazhuang, standing behind the woman, quickly explained their plight to dispel any doubts. "So pitiful. Fear not, good lady. We happen to have some provisions to share, as a gesture of our goodwill to assist you." Hearing of the food, the woman's tears flowed freely in gratitude. "Thank you, dear lady. You are truly a living bodhisattva. We shall remember your kindness for a lifetime." The eyes of those around her sparkled with hope, eager to inquire, "Where is the food?" Observing their anxiety, Gu Zhaomu gestured for them to remain calm. "The provisions are on the other side. I will distribute them according to the number of people. Please be patient here for a moment." The refugees, anxious and fearful of being deceived, wrestled with their impatience, yet without seeing the food, they held back their restless impulses. "All right, please hurry. Several of us are on the brink of starvation." Zhou Xinyue added reassuringly, "Do not worry. We will surely provide you with food." Meanwhile, Qiao Wanwan, waiting in the carriage to continue their journey, remained oblivious to the fact that her provisions had already attracted attention. "It's been a minute. Why aren't we moving?" she asked, growing impatient. "Miss, should I go and inquire?" "Yes, do so." Just as Chun Xia lifted the curtain of the carriage, she spotted Gu Zhaomu and Zhou Xinyue approaching. She alerted those inside the carriage. "Miss, Gu Xiaoxia and Zhou Gunyang are coming over. What is their purpose?" Qiao Wanwan stepped out of the car, her face etched with confusion as she inquired, "Brother Gu, Sister Zhou, why has the convoy ceased to move?" At that moment, Zhou Xinyue, upon seeing her, wore a smile that only heightened Qiao Wanwan's unease. Sister Wanwan, I am aware that you brought some provisions from the station. Could you share some of your supplies with the refugees behind us? Qiao Wanwan's brows furrowed as she glanced at the refugees trailing behind them. Chapter 35. They set their eyes on her provisions. Why did they seek to share? Why not offer their own belongings? How could they focus on her provisions? These items were purchased with her own money. Why should she be compelled to give them away? Sister Wanwan, that perspective is flawed. Your provisions are merely sitting there and used. Rather than let them go to waste, shouldn't they be given to those in need? I can hardly spare what little I have. How is that considered waste? She retorted, if you wish to share, why not distribute your own rations? Sister Wanwan, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but that our supplies are far too scant for so many. Only your cart holds enough provisions to be of help. Sister Zhou, does that not sound rather absurd? You claim there is not enough to go around, yet you feign generosity by offering to share. Taking from others to give to those in need is hardly commendable. Why should I part with my own food? You claim you lack provisions, yet Brother Gu hunts for you, does he not? Is it so difficult to part with a meager amount of food? Please, I do not require Brother Gu's assistance at every turn. Thank you. Why should I give away my own provisions under the guise of charity? At this point, Gu Xiaomu could no longer remain silent. He thought of how Qiao Wanwan had recently accepted his pastries and felt no need to consume flatbreads. How could she refuse to share even a portion with the refugees? This woman was exceedingly selfish. Indeed, no matter how much she attempted to change, her spoiled and willful nature remained unchanged. He sternly reproached the impolite and unsympathetic Qiao Wanwan. Qiao Wanwan, do not exceed your bounds. Xinyue's heart is kind. She came to you precisely because there was no food to spare. We could simply reimburse you for the cost of the flatbreads to acquire your provisions for the refugees. Qiao Wanwan found his explanation utterly laughable. Did she lack money? In this desolate wilderness, it was food she desperately needed. They dared to take her provisions? Absolutely not. She clapped her hands and scoffed derisively. You are correct. She possesses a kind heart, but it is foolish kindness. She fails to consider her own circumstances while insisting on extending what she perceives as goodwill. Zhou Xinyue, chastised by Qiao Wanwan's remarks, turned pale with indignation. Sister Wanwan, how can you speak of me in such a way? Her face reflected her distress and grievance. Yet, Gu Xiaomu stood protectively in front of Zhou Xinyue, defending her. Qiao Wanwan, what are you saying? I speak what is true, she replied. Listening to Qiao Wanwan throwing a tantrum, perpetually at odds with him, Gu Xiaomu felt a surge of anger. He sternly admonished her, Qiao Wanwan, do not be excessively selfish. Will you provide or not? No. Qiao Wanwan stood defiantly at the carriage door, hands on hips, glaring down at them. It's my own possession. Why should I give it to you? Gu Xiaomu was momentarily at a loss on how to handle her, his frustration gnawing at him. Yet, he could not resort to force. Behind him, a throng of refugees watched in stunned silence. Qiao Wanwan's continued defiance was a blow to his dignity. The promise he had just made to the refugees was being undermined by her retort, leaving him humiliated. Qiao Wanwan refused to yield, blocking the carriage entrance with her presence, glaring fiercely at the couple below who were scheming for her provisions. Beside her, Chunxia observed the confrontation between her mistress and the young hero, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Qiao Wanwan shot a glare back at Chunxia. What? Are you going to speak on his behalf? Chunxia dared not respond. Good, Qiao Wanwan scoffed, her pride unyielding as she faced the couple. Xieze, hearing the commotion outside, slightly opened his previously closed eyes. What was happening outside? It seemed the young hero wished to assist the refugees on the road and had gotten into a quarrel with Miss Qiao. Oh, how intriguing. Xieze would not miss witnessing the spectacle of the woman in a rage. He smirked, signaling to Zhongshi, take me down to see. Yes, young master, came the reply. The wheelchair was moved to a spot not far from Qiao Wanwan's carriage, and the man seated observed the unfolding drama with raised eyebrows. He watched quietly as a certain individual boldly asserted her interests in front of so many, unafraid of the consequences. With a loud voice, she declared, if you wish to offer charity, then do so with your own food. Do not covet mine. I possess no surplus grains here. Wanwan, dear sister, how could you possibly consume all those dozens of flatbread alone? Share some with them. Consider it an act of kindness. What virtue do I need to accumulate? I have done no wrong and seek no blessings. Moreover, is accumulating virtue truly more important than my own survival? How ridiculous! Wanwan, we are being gracious. Do not take advantage of our kindness. Huh, you amuse me. Are you thieves? Resorting to moral coercion and forcing me to act? The couple stood speechless, rendered mute by her retort. Meanwhile, the refugees behind began to stir restlessly. A few leading men exchanged glances, and one suddenly shouted, "Fellow villagers, the food is inside this carriage. Stop wasting words with them. Rush in and seize it." Good. Upon receiving the command, the refugees sprang into action, eyes fixed on Qiao Wanwan's carriage as they rushed forward, shoving aside Zhou Xinyue who stood in their way. "Ah!" she cried out in alarm. The young maid also pushed aside by the refugees. "Call the hired hero, Su quickly. Protect the young lady." Standing to the side, a middle-aged man, sword in hand and arms crossed, remained utterly still. His bamboo hat was slightly lifted by the sword's hilt, revealing fierce eyes that coldly gazed at the self-inflicted plight of his employer. Zhou Xinyue had been pushed to the ground, with only Gu Zhaomu stepping forward to shield her, enveloping her in his embrace to shield her from the chaos of the agitated crowd. However, Qiao Wanwan, who was caught in the throng, was not so fortunate. As she observed the refugees surging towards her, she quickly warned her companion, Chunxia, behind her, ensure the protection of the valuables in the cart. "Yes, miss," Chunxia replied, hastily moving to retrieve the packages, while Qiao Wanwan rushed down to fend off the advancing refugees, striving to buy Chunxia some time. "Do not push. Stealing is a crime. Do you understand?" But her words fell on deaf ears. The crowd only saw her as an obstacle. The elderly, the sick, and the desperate pushed against her in a frantic bid for sustenance, indifferent to her plight. Qiao Wanwan was continually jostled, yet she managed to maintain her footing, knowing that a fall could lead to a stampede. Should she fall, her fate would be dire. The horses, too, were frightened, surrounded by the tumultuous throng, snorting and pacing restlessly. Qiao Wanwan found herself pushed to the back of the crowd, where the refugees, seeing her still trying to impede their progress, forcefully shoved her aside. "Get out of the way." Just then, her foot landed on uneven ground, and she stumbled backward. In a moment of defiance, she shouted, Chapter 36. She was caught. The woman braced herself for the pain of the impending fall, tightly closing her eyes in anticipation. To her surprise, however, a hand encircled her waist, altering the trajectory of her descent. Instead of hitting the ground, she found herself seated upon something warm and soft. She felt arms securely wrapping around her waist and legs, the body of her rescuer tense and rigid. Opening her eyes, she locked gazes with someone, her eyes widening in shock. At that moment, the pair were so close that they could feel each other's warm breath brushing against their faces. Qiao Wanwan was seated on the lap of Xie, who was in a wheelchair, their posture decidedly ambiguous. The man held her firmly in his embrace. Not only was she astonished, but even Zhong Shi, nearby, was taken aback by the young master's sudden intervention. He had yet to process the situation when the young master appeared beside Miss Qiao. Xie's beautiful eyes were fixed on the astonished expression of the woman in his arms, and he felt a momentary fluster. He was bewildered as to why he had instinctively rushed to catch her when he heard her call his name just moments before. Qiao Wanwan blinked, a realization dawning upon her. Her eyes shimmered with emotion. Could it be that the antagonist had saved her? This indicates that pleasing him may yield favorable results. The man observed her emotionally moved expression, slightly furrowing his brow. He voiced his confusion. "Did you just call my name?" "What?" Qiao Wanwan was momentarily bewildered. When did she call his name? The man gazed at her, his face a portrait of perplexity, unwilling to acknowledge it. His eyes darkened slightly. Was this sentiment merely a reflection of Xie's own narcissism? "Did you not just call me Xie? Did I call you just now?" Qiao Wanwan recollected. Indeed, when she almost stumbled, she had shouted out loud. That was quite an exclamation. Qiao Wanwan found herself at a loss for words. Surely, she couldn't confess that she had just muttered a complaint in English? Upon noticing Qiao Wanwan's evasive gaze, the man's expression darkened further. A shadowy smile, curling upon his lips as he remarked, "It seems you do not require my assistance after all, do you?" Huh. While she was still pondering the meaning behind Xiao's words, the man effortlessly lifted her entire being from his lap. With her bottom now off the ground, Qiao Wanwan, stripped of her sense of security, quickly wrapped her arms around Xiao's neck, exclaiming in terror, "Xiao, what are you doing?" The man, however, remained indifferent, casting her a sharp glance and uttering two cold words, "Let go." Qiao Wanwan, gazing into his deep, dark eyes, felt a twinge of fear and reluctantly withdrew her hands. In the next moment, the man callously tossed her aside. With a thud, she fell like a marionette cruelly cast to the ground. Ultimately, she landed painfully, her bottom stinging. Ouch! Qiao Wanwan winced in pain, clutching her rear, feeling as though she had been nearly split in two. She looked at the unfeeling man, who showed her not a shred of concern. Tears welled in her eyes as she internally cursed, "Dreadful Xiao, so rude to a girl. He deserves to be single for life, devoid of any love." Just as this thought crossed her mind, Qiao Wanwan sensed something amiss. She hastily dismissed her initial sentiment. No, he prefers the male lead. Alas, how infuriating. Qiao Wanwan clenched her small fists in discontent, pounding the ground in frustration. Jiongxi, ständig bescheint Xisha. Observed the young master's lack of compassion towards Miss Qiao, internally sighing. Alas, the young master is already 20. When will he ever come to his senses? Watching Miss Qiao, so incensed, was truly disheartening. Zhongshi sighed once more, only to hear the young master issue a command. "Uncle Zhong, take someone to handle that group." Understood. Upon receiving his master's directive, Zhongshi immediately gestured for the guards behind him. Each guard, armed with blades and exuding a fierce demeanor, followed Zhongshi forward. The horde of refugees hastily rummaged through the carts for provisions, anxiously clamoring. "Give it to me. We haven't taken anything yet. Don't snatch. This is all mine." A throng of men, women, and children grappled for the supplies, while a child was knocked to the ground, wailing, with no one to attend to him. It merely signifies the act of plundering the scant provisions that remain. Suddenly, a group of individuals was encircled by 5 skilled warriors. With a swift flash, a blade glinted before their eyes. Zhongshi sternly commanded, "Everyone, cease your actions immediately, or face merciless retribution." A short dagger whizzed through the air, piercing the flatbread that the refugees were scrambling for, firmly embedding it into the wooden plank of the cart. The crowd was momentarily startled, halting their thievery. As they beheld the skilled fighters brandishing their swords, they instantly became as timid as quails, refraining from further movement. "Heroes, please do not harm us. We are merely ordinary citizens fleeing from calamity." "Ordinary citizens?" Zhongshi scoffed with a derisive smile, retorting, "Do ordinary citizens brazenly board others' carts and pilfer their belongings?" The burly leader of the group chuckled awkwardly. "Isn't it simply because we are famished?" The young lady refused to share her provisions, which compelled us to resort to such desperate measures. Qiao Wanwan, just assisted to her feet by Chunxia, felt a surge of indignation at the shameless remarks from the refugees. "So now, they are placing all the blame on me? I have every right to withhold my belongings if I choose. Their decision to steal is entirely their fault. Yet they dare to accuse me? Truly disgraceful." "Indeed, miss, please refrain from lowering yourself to their level," Chunxia urged. However, how could Qiao Wanwan possibly quell her fury? All her food had been seized, leaving the cart in utter disarray. She stepped forward and addressed Zhongshi, "Steward Zhong, do not let them escape unpunished." "Miss, we acknowledge our wrongdoing. Had you not forced us into a corner, we would not have succumbed to such degradation," they protested. "What do you mean I forced you into a corner? Did I ever promise to assist you? It was your own actions that led you here," Qiao Wanwan asserted, pointing at Gu Xiaomu and Zhou Xinyue, who were now supporting one another. Gu Xiaomu, feeling unjustly accused, responded with irritation, "Qiao Wanwan, if it weren't for your unreasonable antics, we wouldn't have descended to this level." "Me? Are you mistaken?" Before Qiao Wanwan could finish, she was interrupted by the refugees. Indeed, the young knight speaks the truth. Both he and the young lady possess kind hearts. They directed their scorn towards Qiao Wanwan, whose outward beauty belied a selfish and petty nature. Were it not for your self-serving refusal to share your provisions, we would not have been left with no choice but to resort to theft. Xia, outraged by their insolence, retorted, "Who permitted you to insult my lady? Speak again, and I shall ensure you regret it." Yet the self-important refugees showed no fear, especially as the very knights and ladies who once sought to help them now stood in solidarity with them. He brazenly declared, "Look, the nature of the master reflects upon the servants. You have gone too far." Xia exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. At that moment, Gu Xiaomu stepped forward, leveling accusations at Xia. "Spring and summer, cease your defense of her. Otherwise, should she enter this world, she may never grasp the profound righteousness that it embodies. Sir Gu, how is it that you too have succumbed to this folly?" Chapter 37. Observing her plight, an inexplicable irritation stirred within. Qiao Wanwan listened to their twisted reasoning and let out a derisive laugh. It was utterly astonishing. Was this the allure of the male protagonist? Everyone seemed to gravitate towards him, while only Qiao Wanwan found herself unjustly blamed in this place, leaving her feeling utterly alienated. She pressed her lips together tightly, distressed by the disdain and accusations directed at her from those around. Her mood was fraught with agitation and indignation. What vexed her further was the insistent tears that welled in her eyes, seemingly dictated by her very physiology. Beside her, spring and summer perceived her distress and offered comforting words. "Miss, we possess a broad-minded spirit. Do not stoop to their level. Such people are incapable of grasping reason." In her heart, spring and summer felt her admiration for Gu Xiaomu gradually shatter. At that moment, she was filled with resentment. How could he conspire with such ruffians to bully the young lady? Was this the promise he made to protect her on behalf of their alliance? It was enough to drive spring and summer to the brink of fury. Qiao Wanwan earnestly wished to disregard them. Yet the overwhelming chorus of blame echoed relentlessly in her ears. The more she tried to ignore it, the more agonizing it became. The young woman clenched her fists, stifling her tears. At that moment, a man in a wheelchair nearby noticed her emotional turmoil. His gaze darkened slightly. Incredulous that she could endure such treatment without resorting to the irrationality Gu Xiaomu had described. Such a beautiful woman, yet so selfish. It was a tragic waste of her exquisite features. How dare she deny us sustenance? How cruel, he mused as he listened to the murmurs of the outsiders. A sense of irritation began to rise within him. With a cold, commanding voice, he interjected, "Enough. Cease this incessant clamor." His chilling tones sliced through the crowd's accusations, drawing their attention to the man in the wheelchair. His black eyes resembled a tranquil, yet foreboding abyss, exuding an unyielding authority. Despite his seated position, he radiated an imposing presence that was palpable. People were instinctively aware that he was the highest authority among them. His features, strikingly beautiful, left onlookers, regardless of age or gender, momentarily astonished. Yet, meeting his expressionless and grim visage was daunting, as if they were being scrutinized as lifeless objects. The man shifted his gaze and issued a directive to Zhong Shixia. "Distribute Miss Xiao's flatbreads to them. We must continue our journey without delay." "Yes, young master." A group of skilled individuals bowed respectfully to Xie and began to organize themselves, receiving Miss Qiao's large flatbreads and moving away to distribute them one by one. If there were shortages, Xie would provide more. The refugees receiving the rations expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. Heroes, you are our saviors." Zhong Shi's attitude towards these refugees shifted rapidly, revealing a profound disdain. He waved his hand in rejection, stating, "You have mistaken the person. This bread was given by that young lady, Miss Qiao. You ought to express your gratitude to her." The refugees, following Zhong Shi's gaze, turned their eyes toward the young woman, their expressions growing increasingly awkward. Of course, Zhong Shi was well aware of this group. They were merely bullies who preyed on the weak. With a cold snort, he offered them no kindness. "Be gone. Take your rations and clear off. Do not block the way." Meanwhile, the woman seated outside the carriage wiped away her tears, though her eyes still glistened with a hint of redness. As a gentle breeze blew, she composed herself, After tidying up the interior of the carriage, she stepped outside. Observing the young lady's struggle to maintain her composure filled her with sympathy. She softly reminded her, "Miss, everything inside the carriage has been organized. Shall we proceed?" "Very well," Qiao Wanwan replied, suddenly recalling something. She hurriedly inquired, "By the way, have our valuables been secured? They haven't been taken, have they?" Hearing the young lady's concern for their finances, Chun Xiao realized she had regained her composure. With a sigh of relief, she smiled and assured her, "Rest assured, miss, I have safeguarded those valuables with my very life. They will not be lost." "Good. Then let us enter," Qiao Wanwan affirmed. "Indeed, miss," Chun Xiao responded. Beside an opulent carriage, a man and a woman exchanged intense gazes. Gu Xiaomu watched as his companion, the maid Xiao Chui, approached, prompting him to release the woman he had been supporting. He produced a vial of ointment and said to the lady, "Xinyue, return and check for any injuries. Apply some ointment. I still have matters to attend to." "Thank you, Gu Dage, for rescuing me just now," Xinyue replied shyly as she accepted the ointment. She cast a fleeting smile at Gu Xiaomu before turning to leave. Once Gu Xiaomu was out of her sight, the young woman's expression changed drastically, her composure crumbling. "Miss." The maid, startled by the sudden shift in her demeanor, became apprehensive. "Xiao Chui, follow me," the young lady commanded. "Yes, miss," Xiao Chui replied. Instead of boarding the carriage, the woman strode directly towards a formidable figure. Xinyue glared at the middle-aged man before her, a martial artist hired by her father. His arms bore the scars of countless battles. The man, donning a bamboo hat, lowered his head slightly, his sword held firmly in hand, arms crossed over his chest. He showed no sign of movement upon the arrival of his employer. Xinyue's anger flared, stripping her of the poise expected of a young lady. She chastised him, "Su, you have been hired by my father to protect me. Yet, when you saw me in danger, you did not come to my aid. What does this mean? Do you no longer wish to fulfill this duty?" A glint of sharpness flashed in the man's eyes as he slightly lifted his gaze, revealing a face marred by scars. A particularly deep cut ran down the right side of his face, reaching his eye, presenting a rather fearsome sight. It was the first time Xinyue and her maid had encountered someone so intimidating, leaving them momentarily stunned, unable to suppress the lump in her throat. Zhou Xinyue took a few steps back. She bravely challenged her master, stifling her concern for his dignity. "What are you staring at? I am your employer." The man, with a scarred visage, fixed his gaze upon the woman before him, who bore a hint of fear in her eyes. With an impassive expression, he remarked, "I only protect my employer in times of danger. Those refugees are merely common folk and pose no threat to you." In truth, the man harbored disdain. This woman, having left the martial world, foolishly displayed compassion, inviting calamity upon herself, a lesson she ought to learn. Such trivial matters did not fall within the scope of his duties. Zhou Xinyue felt an overwhelming frustration at the man's words. If it weren't for the gallant goose saving me, I would have already been trampled beneath their feet. How can you say they pose no threat? You were hired by my family to protect me, not to stand idly by. She expressed her dissatisfaction, feeling that he was utterly useless, not understanding the purpose of his remuneration. Beside Zhou Xia, her maid, Xiao Cui, observed the scarred warrior, feeling no threat from him, and boldly joined in the accusations against him. Doubting the young girl's resolve, the swordsman named Su suddenly tightened his grip on his sword. With a sharp sound, the blade radiated an intimidating chill from its master. Xiao Cui was momentarily startled, quickly closing her mouth and retreating behind her mistress. Zhou Xinyue sensed the man's rising anger and thus offered a subtle warning. "Let us hope this incident does not repeat. Do your job properly." With that, she departed, accompanied by her maid. The man released his arms from their crossed position and mounted his horse, preparing to follow the convoy. A group of satisfied refugees sat on the ground, devouring large flatbreads as they watched the convoy roll away. Nearby, a burly man inquired of his companion, "Are we truly just going to let them go?" The sturdy figure frowned slightly, tapping his teammate on the forehead. "Are you foolish? Did you not see the handsome man in the wheelchair?" "Indeed, I did. He is quite striking. It is the first time in my life I have seen someone so beautiful." "Yes, their appearance is extraordinary," and they are surrounded by guards. Their status must be significant. If you were to rush in and intercept them, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. That is true. Their guards could draw their weapons against the common folk without hesitation. The burly man shivered at the thought, realizing we, as mere commoners, cannot afford to offend them. Chapter 38. Not eating? Then starve. With a crackling sound, red flames erupted, sending sparks drifting into the air until they extinguished. In the dark forest, 2 campfires were lit, spaced closely apart, merely 10 meters apart. One fire was for the masters, while the other served the subordinates. Yet, among the guards of the Qiao family, a master quietly sat by the fire, warming himself. The surrounding guards cast a furtive glance at the young woman, bewildered yet hesitant to inquire further. Qiao settled beside Qiao Wanwan, turning to observe the nearby bonfire where wild chicken was already being roasted, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. The delectable scent was utterly tempting. Qiao found herself questioning the young lady's decision. Was this course of action truly prudent or not? Miss, should we not sit over there? She ventured. Why would I want to sit there? They do not welcome me. Qiao Wanwan huffed, still incensed. She recalled how the flatbreads she had painstakingly purchased at the inn had all been offered to the male protagonist, only to be met with derision and selfishness. How could she not be enraged? Under no circumstances would she approach the male protagonist again. It would only bring her misfortune. As Qiao Wanwan gazed at the dogtail grass swaying gently in the breeze, she likened it to the male protagonist, Gu Zhaomu, with a fierce determination. She yanked it from the ground and tore it into several pieces, hurling the fragments into the flames until they were reduced to ashes. Yet, even this act of destruction could not quell her fury. Qiao, observing her mistress's sullen demeanor, sighed in sympathy. Indeed, the events of that morning had left her equally infuriated. How could that young hero Gu be such a person? To trample on others for the sake of his own chivalry is truly despicable. Sitting among them would undoubtedly be uncomfortable, particularly for those who felt misunderstood. Thus, it was only natural for her mistress to be upset. Meanwhile, Gu Zhaomu had finished roasting the wild chicken, its succulent juices and enticing aroma permeating the air, drawing attention from his companions. Xinyue, here, have some of this, he offered. Thank you, Brother Gu. Xinyue's maid graciously accepted half a roasted chicken on her behalf. Gu Zhaomu then turned to offer a piece to Xie, who was seated nearby, basking in the warmth of the fire. Brother Xie, this is for you. Xie, momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhaomu's voice, opened his eyes to the sight of the roasted chicken and smiled in return. No, thank you, but I must decline. I am still unwell and cannot indulge in greasy foods. Nevertheless, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Very well, then I shall enjoy it myself. Gu Zhaomu said as he returned to his place, staring at the half-chicken as if he had overlooked something. Suddenly, an image of Qiao Wanwan surfaced in his mind. He turned his gaze toward the neighboring bonfire, where he caught sight of the young woman's lovely profile, her chin resting on her hand as she stared vacantly into the flames. Gu Zhaomu realized he needed to reconcile with Qiao Wanwan. Thus, he picked up the half-chicken and made his way directly to her side. The guard from the Qiao family, noticing the two had matters to discuss, exchanged glances and swiftly vacated the area. Qiao Wanwan blinked in surprise as those around her vanished. Curiosity piqued, she turned to Qiao, who noticed Gu Zhaomu approaching and quickly alerted her mistress. Miss, the young hero Gu is coming. Qiao Wanwan glanced back slightly, catching sight of the insufferable male lead, which irked her immensely. Abruptly, she averted her gaze, refusing to look at him any longer. Gu Zhaomu naturally approached her side, extending his hand with half a roasted chicken, intertwined with tree branches. Wanwan, this is for you. Take it. What does he mean by this is for you? Does she look like a beggar? Gu Zhaomu had erred, yet showed no sign of reflection. How dare he stand beside her, condescendingly offering her something? What an audacious attitude. Were it not for him, she would not be starving now. What infuriated her further was the delusion that he believed Qiao Wanwan needed to rely on him. She scoffed coldly, refusing to reach out for it, completely ignoring him. Gu Zhaomu, faced with Qiao Wanwan's dismissal, felt his initial intent to appease her extinguished in an instant. It seemed she was beyond appeasement, being utterly willful and impervious to reason. Gu Xiaomu spoke again, more seriously. Are you going to eat or not? I want to eat your food, now or ever. Miss Qiao Wanwan's companion, Xia, observed the darkening expression on Gu Xiaomu's face and felt a twinge of fear. She gently tugged at her mistress's sleeve, reminding her that the young hero was about to become enraged. Qiao Wanwan was no pushover. She withdrew her sleeve defiantly, casting a cold glare at the man. If he wished to be angry, so be it. His anger was his own affair. She was not obliged to placate him. How absurd. Wanwan, I know you're still upset about this morning. But consider this. Saving so many lives. Don't you think that is something to be happy about? Wouldn't tea that lighten your mood? Qiao Wanwan found this statement particularly amusing. They took credit for good deeds, while she was left as the selfish villain in their narrative. Their contentment was their concern. She felt no trace of comfort. Instead, she was blamed for her selfishness. If it were you, would you feel joy? You took my rations to give to others. Did you ever think of my feelings? The man was rendered speechless by her inquiries. The woman sneered, continuing her mockery. Oomph. Of course you didn't, T. How could you ever consider my feelings? I know what you care about is merely your own reputation. As for the welfare of others, it's none of your concern. No, Wanwan, don't overthink it. I merely want to help them out of goodwill. We will pay you for those flatbreads. Consider it a sale. Sell them? How ridiculous. Do you think, as the daughter of a martial arts leader, a wealthy young lady, I'm lacking in a few coins? While the argument unfolded, a certain swordsman resting in a nearby tree suddenly perked up at the mention of a martial arts leaderess daughter. His scarred eyelids lifted slightly. Under the shade of the trees, a man and a woman cast their gazes upon a lady, their attention lingering upon her form. The depths of their eyes grew increasingly profound. Gu Xiaomu's face darkened at the woman's rebuke, yet he staunchly refused to acknowledge any fault of his own, perceiving her as merely a troublemaker who failed to grasp his intentions. With a tone laced with impatience and barely concealed anger, he remarked, Qiao Wanwan, it seems you are not hungry after all. Perhaps you should refrain from eating. The woman, believing herself to be capricious, resolved not to show weakness before Gu Xiaomu. She felt no wrongdoing on her part and had no need for his entreaties. With unwavering determination, she declared, Indeed, even if I starve, I shall not partake of what you offer. You may return to your place and refrain from approaching me in the future. So be it. What an unreasonable woman. Gu Xiaomu thought to himself, his disdain deepening as he listened to her tirade. Internally, he mused, if she refuses to eat, let her endure hunger. I shall observe whether she continues her antics. With that, he retracted the half-roasted chicken he held and stormed away, returning to the neighboring campfire. Zhou Xianyu, noticing Gu Xiaomu's irritated return, offered him words of comfort. Brother Gu, do not be upset. Sister Wanwan is still young and does not comprehend your kindness. In time, she will come to understand. Do not worry. With Zhou Xianyu's reassurances, the man's temper gradually subsided. Adopting a facade of concern, he sighed, alas. I hope so. If only she could quickly grasp my teachings and mature, then I would not have to worry so much while guiding her through the world. The woman, meanwhile, wore a tender smile, feeling relieved. It appears that Brother Gu is not particularly fond of Qiao Wanwan. This realization eased her mind considerably, for she now understood that Qiao Wanwan would not vie for Brother Gu's attention. Just then, a familiar sound emanated from the woman's stomach, a reminder of her hunger. The very person who had stubbornly claimed not to eat anything from Gu Xiaomu now found herself in discomfort due to her empty belly. Chapter 39. The elderly hero, Su Chunxia, cautiously inquired, Miss, are you hungry? Would you like me to fetch something to eat? In truth, Qiao Wanwan was rather proud and found it difficult to voice such requests. Fortunately, with Chunxia by her side, she had someone to assist her. Please do ask around, she replied. Certainly, Chunxia responded, but then Qiao Wanwan suddenly recalled something and quickly called her back. Wait, miss, what is it? Stealing a glance over her shoulder, Qiao Wanwan leaned close and whispered, You must not let Gu Xiaomu know, or I shall lose face. Rest assured, miss, I will not inform him, Chunxia assured her, allowing Qiao Wanwan to feel at ease as she departed. As Chunxia left, Qiao Wanwan found herself alone by the campfire. occasionally adding a few logs to maintain its flickering strength. Her stomach continued to grumble, and she clasped her hands over it, sighing softly, alas. It is entirely the male protagonist's fault. Had it not been for him, I would not be enduring this hunger. How infuriating! She grasped a long branch and swung it twice into the fire pit. The sparks danced in the darkness, reminiscent of fireflies fluttering in the air. Suddenly, a mature male voice emerged from behind Qiao Wanwan, admonishing, "Stop swinging that branch. It would be unfortunate to get the flames in your face." Turning around, she recognized it was the middle-aged swordsman hired by Zhou Xinyue. He had little presence within the group. For a moment, Qiao Wanwan found herself at a loss for words, as they were strangers to one another. Perhaps he was merely jesting about her actions. Thus, she refrained from responding and tempered her movements. Yet, the man gradually approached her, casually sitting down beside her and removing the bamboo hat from his head. Curiosity piqued, Qiao Wanwan stealthily glanced at the man beside her. She had not noticed before, but upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. His face was marred with scars, giving him a fearsome appearance. His rugged eyebrows raised slightly as he regarded her, and the scar trailing from his eye to the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched, nearly startling Qiao Wanwan to death. Her heart raced, and she turned away, no longer daring to look at the intimidating middle-aged man. The man observed her timid demeanor and suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, little girl. Are you afraid to look at me? I've seen you being quite bold in the past." Listening to his words, Qiao Wanwan felt a flicker of confusion. The uncle spoke to her with a demeanor that belied the severity of his countenance. Gradually, she turned back to face him, and the middle-aged man revealed a broad grin. His teeth visible, entirely incongruent with his fearsome visage, resembling a rather amiable uncle. As time passed, Qiao Wanwan no longer found him frightening. A rumble emanated from her stomach, a reminder that it was time for her to eat. Unfortunately, she had nothing to consume. There were others present, making it all the more embarrassing. The young woman awkwardly covered her flat belly and chuckled. The middle-aged man, seemingly amused, curled his lips into a smile. Without uttering a word, he retrieved a bun from his cloak and tossed it to her. Instinctively, Qiao Wanwan caught the bun he had thrown. Without undermining her dignity, the middle-aged man remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Look at you so thin. How can you go without food?" Holding the pristine bun in her hands, Qiao Wanwan felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you. By the way, how should I address you?" "My name is Su, just a wandering swordsman who happened to take on a task along the way. You may call me Uncle Su." "Wait, aren't you surnamed Su? Why not call you Uncle Su?" "Ha, that name doesn't sound pleasant. Uncle and all that. Just call me Uncle Su. Both names belong to my parents. I can be addressed by either Su or Su. Besides, Uncle Su flows rather well, doesn't he? Ah, I see. Thank you, Uncle Su." In her heart, Qiao Wanwan felt that this chivalrous hero possessed a genuinely kind disposition. It was as if he cared for her like a cherished elder. Su gazed at the young girl with a smile, and his heart swelled with joy. Initially, he had merely intended to accept the task, perhaps escorting his employer to Biluo Villa, after which he could embark on a quest to find Xiao Qingfeng. Unexpectedly, along this journey, he encountered Xiao Qingfeng's daughter, Qiao Wanwan. Truly, fate was on his side. After a long separation, his brother had ascended to the position of the martial arts leader and had even been blessed with such a beautiful daughter. For years, he had been evading the relentless pursuit of the Dark Pavilion, living in hiding for 2 decades. Now, with a face aged and no longer resembling the dashing young gentleman he once was, he dared to traverse the world of martial arts once more. Sighing, Su watched his adorable niece happily devouring a steamed bun, reflecting on the passage of time, unforgiving and irreversible. Ultimately, he was reunited with his sworn brother. It seemed that along this path, while safeguarding his employer, he must also discreetly protect the young girl before him. Otherwise, how could he face Qiao Qingfeng? No, he should refer to him as the current leader of the Qiao sect. Qiao Wanwan was utterly famished. As she savored the sweetness of the bun, she polished off the large steamed bun in just a few bites. Beside her, Uncle Su eagerly handed her a second bun, urging her, "Hurry, eat up. 1 bun is hardly sufficient. You are too frail. To make a mark in the martial world, you must be stronger." Qiao Wanwan, somewhat perplexed, replied, but I don't need to establish myself in the martial world. Besides, I have no martial skills. I only need to return home and be a young lady. The middle-aged man paused, taken aback for a moment. Upon observing the girl's innocent expression, he finally understood. No wonder she displayed no internal strength. It turned out Xiao Qingfeng had not trained her in martial arts. Instantly, he burst into hearty laughter, affirming, "Your current thoughts are quite correct. Once you return home, be sure not to venture out carelessly again. The martial world is not so easily navigated. One misstep could cost a life." "Yes, I completely understand," Qiao Wanwan replied, although she remained unaware of how he had discerned her escapade. Yet, being rather straightforward, she held no suspicion towards this elder. Her intuition told her that he was not a malicious person. Internally, she chided the original owner of her body. How ungrateful to run away with that Gu Chaomu. Now, having endured much hardship, she was forced to follow the storyline and trail behind him, which was quite the injustice. Uncle Su had said enough. He mentioned that her maid would be returning soon. "I must take my leave," he said. "All right, thank you so much, Uncle Su. I truly appreciate your timely assistance." The middle-aged man offered her a gentle smile before vanishing from her sight in a flash, as if all that had transpired was merely a dream. Yet, Qiao Wanwan felt a warm fullness in her belly. It was clear to her that all of this was not merely a dream, but a reality that was unfolding. Behind her, Chunxia returned, holding a small portion of provisions. She rushed to Qiao Wanwan's side and handed it to her, whispering, "Miss, this is the food I obtained from the guard of the young master of the Xie family. Though it is scant, it should suffice to quell your hunger. Please eat it for now, and I will see if there is a river nearby to catch a few fish for you to grill later." Qiao Wanwan glanced at the meager morsel in her hand, hardly larger than a bun, and felt a twinge of sadness. How had they fallen to such a plight? Chapter 40. Increasingly unfathomable. This tiny portion was insufficient for the little maid herself, yet she insisted on offering it to her. "There is no need," Qiao Wanwan declined. "You should eat it instead." Huh? Chunxia was perplexed by her mistress's words. Did she find the food inadequate, or perhaps unclean? She quickly clarified, "Miss, although the food is limited, it is indeed clean. Chunxia would never bring you unclean provisions, so please eat without worry. You must be hungry too. Do eat it." "No, I cannot eat while you haven't had any," Chunxia insisted. "Oh, do not fret about me. I am already quite full." "I know, miss. You are just pretending to be concerned for Chunxia, aren't you? It's all right if I don't eat. The most important thing is for you not to go hungry." Qiao Wanwan was taken aback by the little maid's suspicion, realizing her intentions had been misconstrued. In truth, her heart was not so generous. How could Qiao Wanwan feel pity for her while sacrificing her own comfort? She scratched her cheek, awkwardly explaining, "That is not my intention. Yes, you. I have already eaten a bun and am quite satisfied. You should eat these provisions. Is what you say true?" Chunxia inquired, her eyes widening. "Of course. Would I jest about my own well-being? Very well. Then Chunxia shall eat this." "Yes, do eat quickly and do not let yourself go hungry." "Understood, Mississippi." Once everyone had eaten their fill, they returned to their resting places. Qiao Wanwan sat beside the carriage door, awaiting Chunxia to prepare a sleeping area inside. Gu Zhaomu reclined next to the fire, gazing at the woman seated at the carriage entrance, filled with curiosity. How could Qiao Wanwan be so stubborn? Even now, she refused to approach him and apologize. It was astonishing that this young lady could endure hunger without complaint. Feeling his gaze, Qiao Wanwan turned to meet his eyes, only to find that detestable male lead staring intently at her. She crossed her arms and shot him a significant glare, making a face at him. How ridiculous! Seeing her capricious demeanor, his expression twisted with disdain. Qiao Wanwan was determined to infuriate him, wanting him to realize that she could survive independently of his assistance. It was a lesson in humility for his narcissism. "Oomph," the man scoffed, turning away, no longer willing to engage with the vexing girl. Qiao Wanwan, pleased to have riled him up, felt a surge of delight in her heart. After Chun Chun and Xiao Shu had tidied up the carriage, they emerged to remind her that Miss could now retire for the night. "Thank you for your hard work, Chun Chun," she said. "Oh, miss, it's nothing. These tasks are my duty." "Well then, let us hasten to sleep." "All right." As the night enveloped them, The crackling fire diminished, and everyone succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. Gu Xiaomu lay beside the flickering flames, his breaths slow and steady. Suddenly, he was startled by a rustling sound nearby. His eyes flickered open, and before he could discern the intruder, he instinctively lunged, bringing the approaching figure to the ground. He unsheathed his sword, only to hear a surprised voice whispering in his ear, "Gu Dage, it's me, Xinyue." The man, aided by the faint moonlight, finally recognized the woman before him and slowly relaxed his grip on the sword. He helped her to sit up, noticing that everyone else was still fast asleep, leaving only her awake. "Xinyue, why are you out here?" he asked softly. With reddened eyes, Xinyue suddenly threw herself into his embrace, burying her face against his sturdy chest. The man stiffened, unsure of how to react. "Xinyue, what troubles you?" "Gu Dage, I just had a terrible nightmare," she confessed, trembling. "Why didn't you wake your maid? She was quite exhausted this morning. I couldn't bring myself to disturb her now." "Xinyue, you are truly kind." The man seemed touched by her thoughtfulness. His once uncertain hands began to gently caress her delicate back, offering her a sense of security. Feeling his warm touch, her lips curled into a faint smile. This was the comfort she sought. At that moment, they resembled two lovers clandestinely meeting while the others were asleep. The woman nestled against him, her arms wrapping around his robust waist. With a quivering voice, she recounted her nightmare. "I dreamed that countless monsters were trying to capture me, threatening to devour me. It was terrifying. Gu Dage, woo, that was merely a dream, a fabrication. I am right here with you. Do not be afraid. Milimita, Gu Dage. May I sleep beside you?" Gu Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback by her candid request, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. The fire's dim glow illuminated her similarly flushed face. His heart raced, a thrill coursing through him. Yet, the woman, with a hint of sadness, retracted her earlier statement. "Perhaps it is best not to. You must think me shameless." She did not wish to be seen as a woman unworthy of Gu Dage's respect. The subtle allure of her demeanor was undeniable, and Gu Xiaomu found himself inexplicably drawn to it. Clearing his throat, he managed to respond, "Of course you may sleep beside me. We, as wanderers of the world, do not adhere to such formalities. You need not fear my disdain." "Really? Thank you, Gu Dage. Then let us sleep now." Indeed, the man gazed at the woman before him, his throat involuntarily constricting. They gradually reclined, face to face, their intimacy palpable, their proximity undeniable. How could onlookers, particularly Qiao Wanwan, not indulge in fanciful thoughts? Qiao Wanwan had already awakened while they were engaged in soft conversation. She stealthily drew back the curtain of the carriage, peering out at the enchanting scene. What a delightful spectacle! She was witnessing a romantic tableau unfold between the leading man and woman. Had the others not been asleep, she would have certainly expressed her admiration, exclaiming how the absence of a significant moment between the protagonists would indeed be a disservice to the narrative of court intrigue. Forgive her for such frivolous musings. It was all rather exhilarating. She chuckled at her own thoughts, pondering whether Sieze had observed the tender interaction between the leads. Would he harbor thoughts of harming the female protagonist? With his question lingering, Qiao Wanwan's almond-shaped eyes shifted to the other side of the carriage. To her surprise, she found herself locking eyes with someone, his melancholic, peach blossom eyes also fixed upon her. The man had been intently watching Gu Xiaomu, his gaze narrowing at the woman beside her, who inched ever closer until they lay together. His emotions were a tumultuous whirlpool, grappling with the sight of something he cherished being claimed by another. A murderous intent surged within him as he tightened his grip around sharp dagger. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. What would Qiao Wanwan's reaction be upon witnessing this scene? With a hint of sorrow in his enchanting eyes, he subtly turned his head to focus on the woman peering out of the carriage window. She appeared to be smiling. His darkened gaze deepened with intrigue, silently questioning her sanity, until she turned to meet his gaze, her expression shifting to one of sheer terror, as though she had encountered something horrifying. The fleeting sense of relief she had felt vanished, replaced by panic as she withdrew her fluffy head back into the carriage. This only intensified Sieze's curiosity about her. The night was silent, yet the woman inside the carriage suddenly sensed an ominous shift. In a swift motion, she sat up, clutching her stomach, her complexion paling. Simultaneously, in another carriage, a man resting with his eyes closed sensed something amiss and slowly opened his obsidian-like eyes. Chapter 41. The assassin of the Jianghu. The man heard a subtle shift outside, and his peach blossom eyes slowly opened. The air was thick with a palpable aura of menace, a scent he recognized all too well. His beautiful features took on an air of disdain. Qiao Wanwan felt a sudden ache in her abdomen in the dead of night. As she sat up, a warm rush of liquid surged forth. Oh no! Her face drained of color. She had completely forgotten about her monthly cycle amidst their travels over the past fortnight, neglecting to consider such matters. In a remote wilderness, unprepared, it suddenly descended upon them. Hastily, a hand reached out to rouse Spring and Summer. Spring, Summer awakened. What troubles you, miss? Spring, rubbing her eyes, gradually propped herself up, still in a daze. Do you have any sanitary napkins? What? Spring spluttered. No, I meant to ask, before Qiao Wanwan could finish her sentence. A sharp sound sliced through the air, akin to a blade cutting the wind. With a faint foundation in martial arts, Spring immediately sensed the impending danger. Miss, danger! She exclaimed, swiftly tackling Qiao Wanwan to the ground. With a thud, 2 arrows struck the very spot where they had just been standing. What on earth is happening? Qiao Wanwan's mind was a whirlwind as the voices of guards echoed from outside. Assassins! Protect the young master! Assassins! Spring, seizing her, urged, Miss, we must flee. Quickly. Let's find Gu Xiaoxiao for assistance. All right. The moment they emerged, they beheld a chaotic scene unfolding around them, where numerous black-clad figures were engaged in combat, particularly surrounding Gu Zhaomu and Xie Zhe, who were fiercely fighting off attackers. Fortunately, Zhou Xinyue was safeguarded by the valiant Su Su, remaining unharmed. Trembling at the terrifying sight, the 2 women were paralyzed with fear, knowing that approaching could only complicate matters further. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Spring suddenly declared, Miss, we must escape. That is a splendid idea, Qiao Wanwan replied, nodding in agreement. Thank heavens, Spring had finally come to her senses. Let's go, Qiao Wanwan mused. If we could navigate through this turmoil and distance ourselves from the male protagonist, it would be for the best. This way, the antagonist cannot hold me accountable. Hand in hand, the 2 mistresses stealthily made their way toward a less conspicuous area. But then, a commanding voice rang out from behind them. No one here is to be spared. One of the black-clad figures ruthlessly dispatched a guard from the Xie family, catching sight of a potential escapee, sword drawn, aiming at the fleeing Qiao Wanwan. There is someone trying to flee. Quickly eliminate them. Understood. As the 2 women ran, they glanced back. Damn it, are they not referring to us? To their horror, several black-clad figures surged toward them, brandishing weapons, their intentions clear. Frozen in place, they dared not move forward, eyes wide with trepidation as they were encircled by 3 assailants. Spring whispered to Qiao Wanwan, Miss, when the moment comes, I will hold them off. You must flee swiftly. Qiao Wanwan's heart raced with fear. She was genuinely touched by Spring's willingness to sacrifice herself. Squeezing the young maid's hand, she responded, very well. But you must ensure your own safety. Rest assured, Mississippi. As the assailants advanced, knives raised, the command to kill rang out. Miss, run. With a sudden push, Spring propelled Qiao Wanwan away, producing a dagger from seemingly nowhere to parry the sword aimed at them. Her gaze turned exceedingly serious as she fought back against the cloaked assailants. Qiao Wanwan, witnessing her display of formidable strength, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She swiftly took off toward the forest. One of the assailants, caught off guard, was unexpectedly wounded on the arm by the girl, who had been concealing her true abilities. With a hiss, he regarded the young girl before him with newfound interest. Who would have thought that a seemingly frail young lady would have such a skilled maid hidden by her side? The leader of the cloaked figures signaled to his companions. I can handle this, he declared. You go after the woman who is fleeing. Understood. Chuanxia's eyes widened as she saw 2 assailants pursuing her mistress. Grabbing a dagger, she prepared to rush forward, but was swiftly intercepted by one of the black-clad men. He mocked her, saying, Your opponent is me, not them. Chunxia, watching the cloaked figures chase after her mistress, felt an overwhelming surge of anger and gritted her teeth. She shouted to Gu Xiaomu, who was still engaged in battle with the assailants, "Gu Xiaojun, hurry and protect my mistress." With that, she fought fiercely against her opponent. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaomu, having just dispatched the last of the assailants nearby, heard Chunxia's desperate call. He glanced over but saw no sign of Qiao Wanwan, feeling a surge of panic. This is bad. Qiao Wanwan can't fight. She must be in danger. He had made a promise to his leader that he would not allow Qiao Wanwan to come to harm, for failure would mean the end of his aspirations for leadership. After defeating the final cloaked man, he withdrew his sword and leaped onto a tree branch, spotting Qiao Wanwan fleeing into the distance with two pursuers hot on her heels. Employing his agility, he left the camp in pursuit. The girl, darting through the underbrush and trees, hardly noticed as her light blue dress was torn by branches. Breathless and frantic, Qiao Wanwan pressed on, her nerves taut, unwilling to slow down despite her exhaustion. For behind her were two black-clad hunters in relentless pursuit. Suddenly, one of the assailants lunged from behind, forcing Qiao Wanwan to alter her course and continue running. "Ha ha! You're running too slowly, my dear. We're almost upon you. Don't come any closer." Qiao Wanwan's face turned pale, her heart crying out in despair. Why does the plot keep shifting so suddenly? They want me dead, don't they? She silently pleaded for anyone to come to her aid. One of the assailants abruptly halted and spoke to his companion. "Stop toying with her. If we don't return soon, the boss will be angry." "Very well," came the reply. Qiao Wanwan felt a shadow dart past her, momentarily dazed, as a sharp blade came rushing toward her neck. "Oh no! Help! Someone save me!" The girl crouched down, covering her head. With a sudden clash, the sound of two blades scraping against each other rang in her ears, but the pain never came. Qiao Wanwan was left in a state of bewilderment. Gazing upwards, she beheld the figure clad in black, the one who had just attempted to take her life, now struck aside by another. The assailant was none other than Gu Xiaomu, standing protectively in front of her. The man brandished his icy sword, directing a warning to Qiao Wanwan. "Wanwan, you should hide over there and wait for me." "All right." Qiao Wanwan, obedient and compliant, mustered her weakened body and swiftly retreated into a patch of grass, stealing glances at the tumultuous scene unfolding outside. A fierce clash ensued, with flashes of blades and anguished cries echoing in the air. The men in black were swiftly dispatched, their lives extinguished at the hands of Gu Xiaomu, whose gaze bore a chilling intensity, almost feral in its bloodlust. Chapter 42. A fall together. The woman shuddered involuntarily. Gu Xiaomu, seemingly overtaken by sudden fury, questioned her sharply. "Qiao Wanwan, why did you not come to me earlier?" Emerging from her hiding place, she gradually stood, feeling an inexplicable dread in his presence. Instinctively taking a step back, I didn't wish to be a burden to you. Yet your departure is indeed a burden to me," he countered. Advancing a step closer, she continued to retreat, his piercing gaze making her complexion pale as fear enveloped her. He seized her delicate arm, eliciting a startled gasp from her. His satisfaction at her fright was evident as he threatened her directly. "If you dare to stray from my side again, I cannot guarantee you won't become another's prey. Please, no." Qiao Wanwan's face turned ashen at his intimidation as she struggled to free herself from his grasp. Unbeknownst to her, she stood precariously at the edge of a steep slope. As she broke free from Gu Xiaomu's hold, her footing slipped and she plummeted downwards. Wanwan!" Gu Xiaomu barely had time to react, reaching out to grasp her. In her desperate instinct for survival, she inadvertently pulled him down with her. Both tumbled down the incline, rolling like a ball until they crashed against the trunk of a tree, coming to an abrupt halt, their bodies still. With a swift motion, a silver needle pierced the heart of the black-clad assailant, returning to its master's hand along an almost invisible silver thread. The man seated in the wheelchair, clad in pristine apricot-colored attire, remained untouched by the surrounding carnage, not a single drop of blood staining his garments. The last of the assailants was effortlessly dealt with by his servant, Zhong Shi. "Young master, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine. What are the others?" "Two sustained serious injuries, but the rest are unscathed." "Very well." Xieze scanned the surroundings, yet he noticed the absence of Qiao Wanwan and Gu Zhaomu. Curiously, he inquired, "Where's Gu Xiaoxia?" "I'm not certain. It seems he went to rescue Miss Qiao." "Quickly, go check." "Understood." Zhong Shi wheeled Xieze towards the woods, where they soon glimpsed a scene not far off. A shadowy figure clad in black was engaged in a fierce battle with Chuanxia. Yet the absence of Qiao Wanwan and Gu Zhaomu weighed heavily upon him, causing a slight furrow to form on his brow and a sense of unease to settle in his heart. He issued a command to Zhong Shi, "Eliminate him." "Understood." Without hesitation, Zhong Shi drew his sword and advanced to deliver a lethal strike against the arrogant adversary. With the arrival of assistance, Chuanxia, breathless and fatigued, collapsed onto the ground. Zhong Shi hurried to support her, inquiring, "Chuanxia, where is your mistress?" The question jolted Chuanxia's memory. Her face paled in alarm as she urgently pleaded, "Right, my mistress is being pursued by 2 men in black. Please, Zhong Guanjia, you must hasten to save her." "Very well, return to safety. I shall go at once." Zhong Shi arranged for others to help Chuanxia back to the camp. Upon returning to Xieze's side, he reported, "Young master, there are assassins pursuing Miss Qiao. It is likely that young hero Gu has gone her aid. It will not be long before they return." Xieze listened intently to Zhong Shi's account, yet an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart. His brows knitted together as he lowered his gaze, his hand instinctively gliding over his legs. Amidst the dimly lit forest, only the gentle moonlight illuminated the scene, casting a soft glow upon a young woman's delicate face. As the sound of wolves echoed in her ears, her eyelids fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes to behold the crescent moon and the myriad of stars above. For a moment, she found herself lost, unable to recall her whereabouts. Sitting up with a hand to her forehead, she noticed a familiar figure lying not far from her. "Oh, is that not the male lead? What's he doing here?" She scanned her surroundings, her mind grappling with the fragments of her recent memory. How had she ended up in this place? Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen. Ouch! A warm sensation began to seep from below, clutching her aching belly. The recollection slowly dawned upon her. She had just received her monthly cycle and was being pursued. Subsequently, she had been intimidated by the male lead and, in a moment of misstep, had fallen from a height. She glanced upwards, noting the steep incline resembling a cliff. It was a stroke of fortune that she had emerged unscathed. However, as she turned her gaze a few meters away, she frowned, her expression souring. Why is the male lead here? Piecing together her fragmented memories, it seemed that he had attempted to assist her, only for her to inadvertently pull him down with her. Qiao Wanwan swallowed hard, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. This glitch scenario was certainly worthy of a lifetime of ridicule. "I am not the heroine. Why must I create such an opportunity?" She lamented internally, exclaiming in frustration, "Ah, this is infuriating. How will I face the male lead now?" Restlessly, she tousled her disheveled hair, repeatedly reassuring herself, "Do not fear. It was he who intimidated me while on higher ground. Falling together is merely poetic justice." Nonetheless, she realized she must wake the male lead. With determination, she slowly began to rise. With a sharp gasp, Qiao Wanwan felt a throbbing pain radiate from her ankle, which seemed to have swollen to the size of a pig's trotter. It was at this moment that she realized, with a sense of embarrassment, that she had twisted her ankle. Qiao Wanwan was left in a state of helplessness, dragging her swollen foot as she painstakingly made her way to the unconscious male lead. "Hey, Gu Zhaomu, wake up." When she noticed he remained unresponsive, she gritted her teeth against the pain, squatting down to give his infuriating face a gentle slap. "Gu Zhaomu, you need to wake up. Our house is about to be robbed." Still no response? Raising her voice, she shouted at the man before her stud, "If you don't wake up soon, your distant wife will be gone." Just as her words fell, the man's puzzled gaze suddenly snapped open, fixating intently on Qiao Wanwan. With a darkened expression, he questioned, "What did you just call me?" "Oh no." Startled, Qiao Wanwan instinctively recoiled, placing a hand over her heart to steady herself. After regaining her composure, she greeted him with a bright smile. "Oh, Brother Gu, since you're awake now, shall we head back?" Gu Zhaomu seemed to have caught a glimpse of what she had called him. "Stud, yet he found himself baffled by its meaning. However, seeing Qiao Wanwan's obedient demeanor, he chose not to pursue the matter further. The man stood up, brushing off the debris from his clothing, and, without looking back, instructed, "Let us go. They should have dealt with the assassin by now. It's safe to return." "Wait for me," Qiao Wanwan called out, hastily trying to rise despite her injured state. "Ouch, it hurts." The pain proved overwhelming, and she sank back down onto the ground. Gu Zhaomu soon realized that Qiao Wanwan had not followed him. Turning back, he saw her seated on the ground, unmoving. With a hint of impatience, he asked, "Are you coming or not?" Qiao Wanwan nodded vigorously. "Of course I'm coming. Just let me get up." "Then hurry up," he urged. "I can't move. My foot is injured." A silence enveloped them as the man finally noticed her incapacitated ankle. With a resigned sigh, he turned back and crouched down in front of her. Gently touching her ankle, he winced. "Don't move." Observing her tear-brimmed eyes and delicate demeanor, he realized she was indeed hurt. What could have been a swift return now became a cumbersome endeavor, as he was burdened with her injury. Yet, he could not abandon Qiao Wanwan. Suppressing his annoyance, he turned his back to her. "Get on. I'll carry you back." "What?" she exclaimed, taken aback. "Hurry up." "Okay." A flicker of surprise crossed Qiao Wanwan's face, and her perception of the male lead shifted slightly. It seemed he possessed a sense of loyalty after all, as he had not considered leaving her behind. As she reached out to climb on his back, however, he unexpectedly shifted to the side. With her arms awkwardly raised, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her with a strange inquiry. "Are you injured?" "Just a twisted ankle," she replied. "No, that is not it." "What?" As he questioned her, Qiao Wanwan appeared dazed and utterly perplexed. The man pointed at the hem of her dress, which was faintly stained with blood. A familiar wave of pain surged through her abdomen, prompting her to instinctively clutch her stomach. This discomfort incessantly reminded her of something significant. How was she to explain this to the male protagonist? Chapter 43. Did he truly disdain her monthly cycle? "Were you injured?" "Let me see." Under his persistent scrutiny, Qiao Wanwan's expression stiffened. "This is merely my menstrual blood," she thought indignantly. "What do you want to see?" "It's nothing." She hastily waved her hand in denial. "I only sprained my ankle. Everything else is fine. And this blood, whose is it?" He pressed. With a feeble admission, Qiao Wanwan murmured, "It must be mine." The furrowed brows of the man betrayed his displeasure. In a tone that felt almost like reprimand, he declared, "You still claim you aren't hurt? I know you're still upset with me, but at a time like this, you shouldn't be so willful. Let me see how serious your injury is. Otherwise, how can I explain it to your father?" The latter statement remained unspoken, yet Qiao Wanwan could sense it. She recoiled, adamantly insisting, "No, it's really unnecessary. I'm perfectly fine. This is just a normal physiological occurrence. It will pass in a few days." "What do you mean by physiological occurrence?" The man clearly struggled to comprehend her words. Responding with an irritable command, "Speak clearly." With a pale complexion, Qiao Wanwan replied, "It's just that every woman experiences these days each month." Observing his continued confusion, she recalled the ancient terminology for menstruation. "Oh, you mean what you refer to as the monthly cycle." Upon hearing the term monthly cycle, the man's frown deepened, and he instinctively took a few steps back, casting a disdainful gaze at Qiao Wanwan seated on the ground. His anger flared as he exclaimed, "You woman, are you truly so oblivious that you cannot even keep track of when your cycle occurs? You had no preparation, and now a man has seen you in this state." He seemed utterly mortified, unable to articulate his next thought. The idea that a woman could be so unaware of her own cycle left him at a loss, and he lamented, "How could I possibly prepare for this?" Realizing the blood on her dress was menstrual, Gu Zhaomu found himself reluctant to approach her, fearing it would taint his fortune. "This is truly unfortunate. Can't you just hold it back?" he remarked. "Unfortunate? Hold it back? How absurd." Qiao Wanwan was incredulous. Was the male protagonist truly such a disrespectful man? She detested men who spoke of women's matters with such arrogance. Anger surged within her, and she retorted fiercely, "You are quite the comedian. Do you expect me to just hold it back? Can you hold back your own urine? Or when your mother gave birth to you, could she have held you back?" The man, taken aback by her harsh words and crude expressions, reacted as if confronted by a shrew. What are you saying? Did you not hear what I said? Do you need me to repeat myself? Qiao Wanwan, how can you utter such vulgarities? How dare you insult my elders? Is this how you were raised? How have I disrespected my elders? It was you who showed me disrespect first. I merely recounted your exact words to you. This is truly incomprehensible. Observing the unrepentant woman, the man was clearly infuriated. Qiao Wanwan felt utterly speechless towards the male lead. Any slight improvement in her perception of him shattered instantly, as if it were irretrievable. How could he consider a woman's menstruation to be dirty? What peculiar beliefs does he harbor? How could he be so disdainful? Does he not realize that he himself came from a woman? I truly feel pity for his mother. Qiao Wanwan sensed his anger, and her own fury intensified. Sitting on the ground with her arms crossed, she chose to ignore him. The two remained silent for a moment. The man had no intention of carrying the woman back. He glanced around, surrounded by desolate mountains and wilderness, with not a single household in sight. Gu Xiaomu looked at Qiao Wanwan, who still wore a sulky expression. Impatient, he reminded her, "You stay here for now. I will go find someone to bring you back." Oomph. The man observed Qiao Wanwan's petulant response. His facial muscles tightened, yet the fire of anger within him was subdued by his rationality. He did not linger, striding away without looking back, leaving Qiao Wanwan behind. Once he was truly gone, Qiao Wanwan turned to look. Where was Gu Xiaomu's figure? Goodness, has he really left? He abandoned her here, and she had no means of self-defense. A howl echoed from a distance, sometimes close, sometimes far. Qiao Wanwan surveyed her dark surroundings. Seeing no signs of life, her heart filled with dread. She feared that if she did not wait for the male lead to return, she might encounter a pack of wolves and meet a tragic fate. If she were to encounter a pack of wolves, she would surely perish, her body torn apart, leaving not even a trace of bones. The thought alone terrified her, causing her to shiver. She needed to devise a plan. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a small, recessed space beside a steep slope not far away. It would be the perfect place to hide. At the very least, she could wait there until the male lead returned with assistance. Qiao Wanwan leaned against a nearby tree, mustering her strength. She dragged her injured foot, inching toward her destination. The woman was panting, and though the distance seemed so close, it felt unbearably far. Upon reaching her refuge, she plopped down onto a patch of grass, exhaling in relief. Finally, she was safe. Would the male lead return? Qiao Wanwan curled up, hugging her legs, resting her head on her knees, quietly gazing out at the dark forest. Only the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow. Ashu, she sniffled, rubbing her cold shoulders. How chilly it was. Sitting there, Qiao Wanwan lost all sense of time waiting. Even the faint moonlight above was shrouded by layers of dark clouds, leaving no trace of its radiance for her. In this moment, Qiao Wanwan felt a paralyzing fear enveloping her. The passage of time seemed interminable as the male protagonist had yet to return. Could it be that she had already been forsaken? That seemed implausible. Her identity as the daughter of the Martial Arts Alliance leader still held significance. How could he abandon her? Her mind was a tumult of conflicting emotions. An unusual sensation in her abdomen caused beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. The chill intensified her pain, as if her insides were knotted and simultaneously sliced by 1,000 blades, rendering her breathless. She could only lie on her side, clutching her stomach, her body instinctively curling inward. Gritting her teeth, she braced herself against the agonizing waves of pain, her lips paling to match her ghostly complexion. With a feeble complaint, she muttered, "This wretched period. Why must I endure such torment, even after crossing over? Am I truly this unfortunate?" Qiao Wanwan's strength waned to the point where her eyelids fluttered precariously. Yet, amidst her suffering, she noticed a cluster of fireflies gradually illuminating the grass around her. However, the beauty of the scene was lost on her, for the pain was overwhelming. As she awaited relief, her eyelids finally drooped, and her hand, which had been pressed against her abdomen, slowly relaxed. In a pitch-black forest, punctuated by twinkling stars, a firefly with a glowing tail ascended from the grass. Its wings beating softly, it hovered near the unconscious woman's profile, casting a gentle light upon her pallid face inadvertently attracting more fireflies. Nearby, the sound of footsteps rustled through the underbrush. A twig snapped, startling the firefly from its perch and sending it fluttering away. Boldly, it passed by the figure that had disturbed its attraction to the opposite sex. A pair of silver brocade boots appeared not far from the woman. The figure seemed to notice the fallen girl, their steps faltering momentarily. Gradually, the silhouette approached her. Even as someone neared, she remained oblivious until she was effortlessly lifted. The pale blue skirt, stained with blood, snagged on branches, leaving a trail of delicate threads. The figure vanished into the forest. After searching the vicinity, someone returned to find Qiao Wanwan missing. Clenching his fists, anger simmered in his eyes. Qiao Wanwan had not waited properly for him. This woman was truly troublesome. Let her face some hardships outside. Gu Zhaomu ceased his search and began to walk down the slope, seeking a way out. Chirping and chattering filled the air as the woman lay inside a carriage, enveloped in thick blankets, a damp cloth pressed to her forehead. Seated beside her, Chuanxia gently removed the damp cloth from the young lady's forehead, tenderly caressing her smooth skin. The once pallid complexion of the woman gradually regained its natural hue under the warmth. Qiao Wanwan felt her eyelids flutter, acutely aware of a soft hand soothing her brow, a sensation of comfort that seemed worlds apart from the wilderness outside. How curious, Qiao Wanwan pondered internally. Why does it feel so warm? Have I been rescued? As she slowly opened her drowsy almond-shaped eyes, she was met with a familiar visage. Why is it Chuanxia? Am I not dreaming? Upon noticing her awakening, Chuanxia was overwhelmed with joy and rushed to embrace her mistress, tears glistening in her eyes as she expressed her concern. Miss, you have finally awakened. You truly frightened me. What happened? How did I get back? Qiao Wanwan inquired, her mind racing with the possibility that the male protagonist had indeed found them and brought her back to safety. Ah, my lady, you are unaware of this? It was young Master Xie. Chuanxia began, but before she could finish, Qiao Wanwan gasped in astonishment. What? Xisha. Chuanxia waved her hand, amused as she urged her to listen. No. Allow me to explain. It was Steward Zhongshi who carried you back. Oh, I see. Qiao Wanwan sighed in relief. I thought I was saved by Xie. But on second thought, how could that be? He wouldn't deign to rescue me. And given that he is confined to a wheelchair, I must have been mistaken. Nevertheless, there's still good souls in this world. At the very least, Steward Zhongshi came to my aid, preventing me from becoming a wandering spirit. With a smile, Qiao Wanwan expressed her gratitude. I must truly thank Steward Zhong. Without him, I might have perished in the wild. Alas, my lady, how can you speak such morbid words? You are blessed with a long life. Nothing shall befall you. Moreover, there is no need for you to thank Steward Zhong personally, for I have already conveyed your gratitude. Very well, Qiao Wanwan replied. But then her expression shifted as a thought crossed her mind. She hastily pulled back the covers to check her attire, only to find that she was not clad in the pale blue gown from the previous day. Chuanxia, sensing her mistress's concern, quickly reassured her, Do not worry, my lady. You experienced your monthly cycle yesterday, and must not have had the chance to inform me. Indeed, she affirmed. Rest assured, I have taken care of it, and there will be no further issues. Thankfully, they remain unaware of your condition. Otherwise, your reputation could be tarnished. Qiao Wanwan listened as Chuanxia spoke gravely, feeling a flicker of confusion. Is this truly such a secretive matter? Is it not something all women experience? Though she acknowledged this, the delicate nature of such matters regarding young ladies' privacy must remain concealed from men. Qiao Wanwan recalled her conversation with Gu Zhaomu the previous night, her lips twitching at the thought. What would happen if others were to find out? In a fit of righteous indignation, Chuanxia resolutely declared, This matter should be known solely by the future fiancé of the young lady. No outsiders are permitted. Such a private affair? Indeed, this concerns the young lady's reputation. Very well. Therefore, she chose not to divulge yesterday's events to Chuanxia. It would be unwise to invite misunderstandings. The mere thought of yesterday's incident ignited her anger. How could Gu Zhaomu, that man, disdain a woman's monthly tribulation? With a displeased expression, she inquired of Chuanxia, Has that Gu Zhaomu returned? Chuanxia pondered for a moment before shaking her head. The young hero has yet to return. Young Master Xia's men are still searching the woods. Very well. Qiao Wanwan, harboring a petty grudge, secretly wished for his eternal absence. Though such a notion was impossible, her disdain for the male protagonist was palpable. Observing the young lady's irritation, Chuanxia deftly shifted the topic to recount the thrilling events of the previous day. My lady, you cannot fathom how perilous yesterday was. I heard from Butler Zhong that your ankle was swollen. Are there any other aches? At Chuanxia's prompting, Qiao Wanwan recalled that indeed her ankle had been sprained. How astute was Butler Zhong, discerning her injury without inquiry. Tentatively, she twisted her ankle. Remarkably, it felt healed. How could this be? Had her injury truly mended? Hearing her astonishment, Chuanxia reminded her, it must have been Butler Zhong who checked on you when he brought you back. The CF family is renowned for their medical expertise, and Butler Zhong certainly possesses healing skills. Thus he must have treated you. Oh, how impressive! Qiao Wanwan joyfully flexed her foot, restored to its former state without a trace of pain. After consuming the ginger syrup soup Chuanxia had prepared, she felt much warmer, and her stomach discomfort had dissipated. Sitting up, she leaned against the window and slightly parted the curtains to gaze outside, observing the bustling activity beyond. Among the crowd, she spotted Butler Zhong, who had saved her, carrying a set of apricot-colored garments stained with blood. Did she not recognize those as belonging to Xieze? The sight of blood raised a troubling thought. Could he have been injured? Qiao Wanwan, struck by a sudden realization, queried Chuanxia. Chuanxia, aside from treating sprains, can the Jifu ointment also heal wounds? Of course. This ointment, developed by the Alliance leader, is remarkably effective. How fortuitous! A triumphant smile graced Qiao Wanwan's face. Chuanxia, however, found it challenging to comprehend the deeper implications behind her words. Suddenly, Qiao Wanwan appeared outside the carriage, a box of Jifu ointment in hand, gazing at Xieze, who sat in a wheelchair, basking in the sunlight. He was engrossed in a book, clad in white garments that gleamed under the sun, radiating an aura of purity. The sunlight illuminated his robust physique, partially revealed beneath the fabric. Qiao Wanwan could not suppress a swallow, observing the man's slender waist. One might wonder if it rivals that of any woman. Indeed, Xieze undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to be the cherished. His dark hair is elegantly secured with a single jade hairpin, and as the gentle breeze caresses him, strands of his silky hair tenderly graze his delicate brows, high nose, and cherry red lips. The ethereal beauty of his visage only serves to enhance his allure. Unbeknownst to the object of such fantasies, he distinctly senses a fervent gaze upon him, gradually diverting his focus from the book in his hands. Listening intently, he hears the light footsteps of a woman approaching. The man slowly closes his book, just as he hears her melodious voice calling his name. Xieze. In chapter 45, titled Desire Unyielding, Qiao Wanwan, holding a medicinal ointment, draws near to Xieze. Stealing a glance at his arm, she notices he still clutches his book, appearing nonchalant, leaving her to ponder where his injuries might lie. The man, curious about the woman's sudden approach, turns to regard her. Her complexion, now rosy, suggests she has recovered from whatever ailed her. A subtle relief washes over him. Miss Qiao, is there something you need? He inquires, his brow slightly furrowed. Startled by his question, Qiao Wanwan quickly presents the ointment she had prepared. Extending it towards him, she says, Xieze, you appear to be injured. I happen to have a box of ointment that could help. Just apply it daily, and in a few days, you shall heal without any scars. It works wonders. The man, misconstrued as injured, gazes at her with a hint of amusement, his brow knitting slightly. In truth, he is unhurt, and he wonders where she obtains such information. Yet he finds himself questioning her intentions. Why is she so concerned for him? Is there some ulterior motive? Or perhaps someone has urged her to act this way. His gaze meets that of the worried woman, her large almond-shaped eyes twinkling with a cat-like charm as she blinks playfully, her cheeks adorned with faint dimples, and an air of expectancy dances in her eyes. Raising his brow, he poses a question. How did you come to know about my supposed injury? Qiao Wanwan's eyes remained fixed on his face, her expression shifting from curiosity to scrutiny, which stirs a sense of unease within her. Forcing a smile, She clarifies, "Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely noticed Butler Zhong holding your bloodied garment earlier and wondered if you had sustained an injury. After all, we are companions who journeyed together to Anchi City, sharing both trials and tribulations. It is only natural to look out for one another." Upon hearing her words, a deeper shadow clouds his gaze. His blood? The thought amuses him inwardly. Does this woman not realize that the blood she refers to is her own? It is no surprise, for he has concealed the truth well. Save for Zhongshe, no one else is aware of the events that transpired. He recalls his encounter yesterday when he sought out Gu Zhaomu. In the heart of the forest, he encountered a woman on the brink of freezing to death. For reasons unknown, he decided to bring her back with him, a choice that left Xie Zhe himself puzzled. He was not one to meddle, yet perhaps this woman held significant value for Gu Zhaomu, and he could not allow her to perish outside. Thus, he brought her to the camp. As thoughts of blood crossed his mind, Xie Zhe was suddenly reminded of something, and his ears flushed slightly. Previously, he had taken the woman's pulse and discovered that she had merely injured her ankle. The blood was undoubtedly hers. However, it was also a consequence of her monthly cycle. He raised a hand to cover his lips, discreetly clearing his throat. Ahem. As a man, he felt somewhat embarrassed and couldn't possibly explain that the blood was not his, but hers. Lost in contemplation, his obsidian-like eyes remained fixed on the woman before him, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Why was Xie Zhe gazing at her in such a manner? She sensed that he might be overthinking the situation, perhaps misinterpreting her intentions. Qiao Wanwan maintained a stiff smile, her arm holding the ointment, growing weary. "This is for you," she offered, holding up the balm. "It was personally crafted by my father, a special healing ointment. It is very effective for treating wounds and scars. I have used it numerous times, so rest assured it will be safe." Xie Zhe's gaze shifted from her somewhat ingratiating expression to the ointment in her hand, his eyes reflecting a vague ambiguity. He found himself bewildered by her motives. Observing the wary demeanor of the antagonist, she feared he might be overly cautious or possessive of cleanliness. Thus, she raised 3 fingers to the sky, assuring him, "You could trust me. This box is new. I haven't used it. It's perfectly clean." However, he swiftly and decisively declined. "No need. Xie has not sustained any injuries." The 3 fingers she had raised froze in place, leaving her momentarily stunned. She gazed into the depths of his eyes, as serene as a tranquil lake, pondering whether his words were sincere or not. Qiao Wanwan glanced at the ointment in her hand, her mind racing with doubts. Was he rejecting her offering due to disdain? Although she was aware of his affection for the male protagonist, surely he couldn't be so dismissive of a woman's gift. Why wouldn't he accept it? Was there something wrong with her hands? Why was everyone so critical? She was merely concerned for his well-being. Shouldn't his response reflect a different sentiment? The ambiguity of his thoughts drove Qiao Wanwan to the brink of frustration. Nevertheless, she had resolved to cultivate a better relationship with the antagonist, Xie Zhe, at least to diminish any animosity he harbored towards her. Therefore, it was imperative that she deliver the ointment today. Whether he wanted it or not, she would make sure he received it. A surge of determination filled her heart. Clutching the ointment in her hand, she smiled at the man and said, "Regardless of whether you are injured now, I believe you will find this ointment useful in the future. Here, take it." With that, she tossed the ointment towards him. Instinctively, the man extended his large hand and caught the thrown ointment. The culprit had already lifted her leg and made her escape. In his grasp, the ointment still retained a trace of her warmth. He watched as she fled, her skirt billowing in a soft peach hue, playfully darting away from him. Glancing at the ointment in his hand, his gaze grew contemplative and unfathomable. Just moments after hastily departing from the scene, Qiao Wanwan felt a thrill of excitement. She pondered whether the antagonist might be angered or harbor doubts about her. Yet, she hoped that in the future, he would remember her kindness and refrain from ruthlessly eliminating her. If she could successfully touch Xie Zhe's heart, then all her efforts for the antagonist would be worthwhile. With a mischievous grin, her spirits lifted considerably. As she lifted her skirt to board the carriage, a sudden voice from behind interrupted her. "Girl, are you all right?" Qiao Wanwan halted her steps and turned to see the middle-aged knight, Su Su, offering her a smile, despite his fearsome, scarred visage. "Yes, Uncle Sue. I'm fine," she replied. Seeing her lively demeanor, the middle-aged man sighed in relief. "Knowing you are well puts my mind at ease." Qiao Wanwan felt an instinctive warmth towards Uncle Sue, sensing a familial bond, yet she found no recollection of him in the original owner's memories. Could it be that Uncle Sue's nature was simply one of familiarity? Perhaps so. It echoed the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Delighted by the concern of her elder, she smiled and said, "I owe it all to Butler Zhong for finding me in the forest and bringing me back. Otherwise, I might still be lying out there." "Butler Zhong?" Su inquired, seemingly puzzled by her words. "Isn't that the young master from the Xie family? When did he become Butler Zhong?" Qiao Wanwan speculated that Uncle Sue, not often mingling with the team, was likely unaware of who Butler Zhong was, hence his confusion. She glanced at Xie, who was basking in the sunlight not far away, and extended her delicate finger towards the young man. "Yes, he is the subordinate of that young master, the one known as Zhong Shishu." Upon her explanation, Su's understanding seemed to dawn upon him. Following her gaze, he looked at the white-clad young man, thinking to himself, so it was that young master who performed a good deed, wishing to keep it under wraps. Chapter 46. What a remarkable twist of fate, to deceive even the person involved, claiming it was a steward who rescued her. The carriage obstructed Qiao Wanwan's view of Xie, yet Su's gaze remained distinctly focused. Xie cast his gaze towards the apparent focus of attention, noticing the middle-aged man's profound and penetrating stare fixed upon him, seemingly imbued with a hint of approval. Xie remained utterly perplexed, aware only that this middle-aged man was a hired swordsman from the Zhou residence. Following the assassination attempt the previous day, it was evident that the man possessed commendable martial prowess. Yet, why he would regard Xie with such an expression was beyond his comprehension. The two exchanged glances, and the scarred middle-aged man offered Xie a subtle smile. In return, Xie politely inclined his head in acknowledgement. Su appraised the man, mentally scoring him. This young fellow possessed an appealing appearance and displayed a humble demeanor. If he were to be paired with Qiao Qingfeng's daughter, they would indeed make a suitable match. Unbeknownst to the two, who were being secretly paired in Su's mind, Qiao Wanwan, observing that Uncle Su had no further matters to discuss, contemplated returning to the carriage. After all, she had stealthily slipped away while Chun Xia was absent and could not allow the nagging Chun Xia to discover her absence. Uncle Su, if there's nothing else, I shall return to the carriage for some rest," she suggested. Upon hearing the young lady's voice, Su withdrew his inquisitive gaze. "Oh, very well. Please do go in," he replied. The middle-aged man, smiling, watched as Qiao Wanwan entered, then cast a curious glance once more at the young man who had already vanished from sight. Initially, he had assumed that the most capable individual to look after Qiao Wanwan in their party was the young hero Gu. However, the events of the previous day had caused him to reconsider. He found himself intrigued. Did the young master of the Xie family harbor feelings for Qiao Wanwan? Otherwise, why would he tend to her with such meticulous care? Su's mind gradually recalled the scene from the night before, where he had dealt with the aftermath of the assassin's attack, the ground littered with bodies. Having fulfilled his duty to safeguard his employer, he had found the time to seek out Qiao Wanwan and ascertain her well-being. Had Gu ensured her protection? Yet, within the camp, Qiao Wanwan's figure was conspicuously absent. Following his instincts, he made his way towards the forest, feeling a sense of urgency to locate Qiao Qingfeng's daughter. As Qiao Qingfeng's sworn brother, he feared that any misfortune might befall her under his watch. Such an occurrence would weigh heavily on his conscience. As he tracked the signs of struggle and ventured up a slope, his keen ears suddenly detected some movement below. He swiftly leaped into the trees, concealing himself and masking his presence from any observers. After a brief interval, a figure clad in apricot-colored attire emerged from the slope, illuminated by the moonlight, appearing even more radiant. In the dark forest, his elongated silhouette seemed to exude a pale glow, gliding silently through the woods like a spectral presence. From his vantage point in the trees, Su focused intently and soon realized that the man was cradling a young woman dressed in a light blue dress. Was this not the very girl he had been seeking? Yet, Upon her gown lingered a faint trace of blood, which had long since stained the sleeves of the man who held her. The man cradling her displayed no signs of repulsion. Su furrowed his brow, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. Was the young girl injured? He pondered the severity of her wounds. Yet he could not venture forth, for he was merely an outsider, a wandering hero, and could not allow anyone to uncover the bond he shared with the young lady. As he gazed below, a sense of worry enveloped him. Suddenly, a delicate voice broke through the air, exclaiming, "It hurts." The man who held her faltered in his steps, his deep-set eyes cast downward to the troubled brow of the woman in his arms, furrowing ever so slightly with concern. Qiao chose silence, gently lowering the girl's legs. One arm encircled her head, drawing her closer to his embrace while his other hand sought her pulse. His fingers, elegantly defined and subtly veined, caressed her wrist with the lightest of touches, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, barely registering warmth upon her delicate skin. From his perch in the tree, Su observed as the young master of the CF family produced a small pill from an unknown source. With his slender fingers, he held a crimson elixir to Qiao Wanwan's lips, administering it to her. The girl appeared to find relief, her once furrowed brows gradually easing. Only once he noted her expression soften did the man lift her into his arms and continue his straight path toward the camp. It was only when Su realized, with dawning comprehension, that this Xie Gongzi was not as incapacitated as he seemed. His habitual appearance in a wheelchair had been but a fade. Filled with curiosity, Su concealed his presence and followed discreetly behind. Just as Xie neared the encampment, he suddenly halted. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhongshi had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing the young master finally return, a wave of relief washed over him. "Young master, have you found Gu Xiaoxia?" He greeted with a smile, stepping forward to welcome him. As he approached, he noticed the young master cradle the young woman clad in a pale blue gown. "Isn't this Miss Qiao? Why is she in the master's arms?" He wondered aloud, searching for Gu Xiaoxia behind Xieze, but found only emptiness. Zhongshi, momentarily taken aback, asked with a hint of confusion, "Young master, what has happened to Miss Qiao? Why hasn't Gu Xiaoxia returned with you?" The inquiry caused Xieze to tighten his grip around the woman. Indeed, he had set out in search of Gu Zhaomu, yet encountered Qiao Wanwan along the way. He was unsure of the reasoning behind his decision to bring her back. As his gaze darkened, he regarded the girl nestled comfortably against his warm chest, her pale face resembling that of a contented kitten, seeking comfort. She was obedient, reminiscent of a beloved, fluffy pet. Witnessing her ease brought an involuntary smile to the man's lips. However, Xieze quickly realized something was amiss. He gazed at the woman's countenance, and gradually, his expression fell. This woman was, after all, his adversary. How could he have mistaken her for a harmless Persian cat? "What thiest?" Xieze's face changed abruptly, revealing a hint of disdain as he urged Zhongshi to take her away, back to her maid, and inform the maid that her mistress had sustained an injury. "Yes, young master." Zhongshi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in his master's demeanor. Before he could react, his master had already thrust Miss Qiao into his arms. Noticing a splash of crimson on his master's sleeve, Zhongshi anxiously inquired, "Young master, are you injured?" Only then did the man realize that his cream-colored cuff was stained with vibrant blood. Chapter 47. The peculiar medicinal catalyst. Xieze's expression stiffened slightly. He looked at the culprit in Zhongshi's arms, still unconscious with her eyes tightly shut. He pressed his forehead and sighed. "It's nothing. This is not my blood. Uncle Zhong need not worry." "Understood, young master." Zhongshi recalled that his master had not been injured prior, so it must be Miss Qiao's blood. It seemed the assassin had harmed her. "By the way, should we still search for young Master Gu? What about young hero Gu?" Upon hearing Zhongshi mention Gu Zhaomu, an inexplicable irritation washed over him. He felt that the other party should not require his assistance. Soon, they would return to the camp. Xieze waved his hand dismissively, signaling, "No need to concern ourselves. I believe he will return on his own." "Very well." As Zhongshi listened to his master's words, he appeared to gradually lose interest in young hero Gu. This was a positive development. Uncle Zhong glanced at the girl in his arms, feeling gratitude towards her. It seemed her presence had diverted his master's attention. This was quite favorable. At the very least, his master would no longer be so fixated on young hero Gu. Moreover, his master had initially claimed to be searching for young hero Gu, yet returned with Miss Qiao instead. What great fate must have brought this about? Zhongshi felt a surge of joy within. Meanwhile, Xieze, preparing to depart, observed Zhongshi, who bore a grin that was difficult to decipher. He expressed his confusion and dissatisfaction. What are you still grinning about? Hurry and take her back. Don't let her appear before me. Oh, of course. Zhongshi thought to himself, knowing that his master was being disingenuous. However, he would not expose his master's pretense. He promptly cradled Miss Qiao and followed his master out of the thicket. At that moment, Su Su leaped down from the tree, watching the vanishing figures. He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. After reflecting, Su Su found himself intrigued by the young master of the Xie family. Just which Xie family was this? For the sake of Qiao Qingfeng's daughter's future happiness, he needed to investigate this young man thoroughly and consider whether he was truly suitable. The middle-aged man with a scarred face shook his head at his own musings. Let the younger generation manage their own affairs. His sole responsibility is to discreetly protect Qiao Wanwan. The young man, who had long since departed from the sunlight, returned to the carriage. Glancing at the ointment in his hand, he furrowed his brow slightly. Since earlier, he had been enveloped by the woman's distinctive fragrance. Even after her departure, the scent lingered in the vicinity where she had stood. He felt an overwhelming sense of perplexity. Yet, as he observed the exquisitely crafted iron box containing the ointment, a realization began to dawn upon him. The aroma emanated from within the box. Indeed, this ointment possessed the same unique scent as that of Qiao Wanwan. It bore a delicate, subtle fragrance reminiscent of flowers, yet was unlike anything he could quite identify. The scent danced at the tip of his nose, providing an oddly comforting sensation. Xieze extended his slender fingers to gently open the ornate box. The ointment revealed itself before him, not in the typical white hue, but in a soft pink paste. He raised his hand, bringing his nose closer. This was the scent. He had previously encountered it when he had inadvertently been near Qiao Wanwan. Perhaps she had applied this ointment, imparting her fragrance? Yet, despite his extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs, Xieze could not discern the source of this faintly aromatic agent. Inside, there were numerous healing substances for wounds. Qiao Wanwan had not deceived him in this regard. It would indeed prove beneficial for injuries. However, what was the nature of this fragrance? If, as Qiao Wanwan claimed, this medicine could expedite the healing of wounds, then the herbs he recognized would be of little use. Thus, what was the most crucial medicinal agent contained within? He remained uncertain. Could it be that Qiao Wanwan, whom he had previously threatened, would not mislead him? Was there a possibility that a toxin, of which he had never laid eyes on, was concealed within? He was not afraid of poison. He merely could not allow her to succeed. If he could uncover certain truths, it would reveal whether she had indeed deceived him. In his eyes, sincerity and deceit equated to the survival or demise of the other. Therefore, he felt compelled to ascertain the true nature of this prescription. The man's gaze deepened with contemplation. A thought emerged in his mind. There was someone who could assist him in examining this matter. Zhongshi, whom his father had assigned to his side. Having been with his father for over a decade, Zhongshi possessed far more extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs than he did as a junior. He must have witnessed significant experiences. Perhaps he could elucidate the mysterious components within this ointment. The man slightly lifted his gaze and drew back the curtains. Addressing the guards outside, "Summon Butler Zhong to my carriage." "Yes, young master." Shortly after, news arrived from Zhongshi, who had just returned from an errand. "Butler Zhong, the young master requests your presence in his carriage." "Oh, very well. You may proceed with your tasks. I will go myself." "All right." Zhongshi was also slightly perplexed. Why would the young master, this time, go to such lengths to summon him? The young master typically preferred solitude. He often sensed that he was held in considerable distrust by those around him. Zhongshi, having served closely beside the master of the Xie family since childhood, comprehended the young master's sentiments. He had witnessed the young master grow up, enduring the relentless torment inflicted by his family, transforming into a mere shadow of a butler. As a normal person, it pained Zhongshi to see the young master repeatedly battered and bruised by the family patriarch, a man notorious for his sadistic tendencies. Even the young master's mother, an extraordinary beauty, was not spared from the patriarch's cruel grasp. The young master's existence seemed merely to fulfill an unfinished mission of his mother's. Born into this family, he was destined for a life of suffering, forever overshadowed by the patriarch's tyranny. However, when the young master turned 15, he learned to resist. Dragging his legs, which had been mangled by the patriarch's cruelty, he fled the Xie household. Yet, danger lurked on the road, as those who recognized him as the patriarch's kin sought to eliminate him. Fortunately, he was rescued by the valiant Gu, who intervened heroically. Following this event, the patriarch devised a plan to place Zhongshi alongside the young master, primarily to monitor him, convey messages, and provide medical assistance. Thus, Zhongshi felt it was only natural for the young master to harbor some reservations regarding his role as a watcher. Consequently, he dedicated most of his time to staying close to the young master, preemptively attending to his needs. The young master seldom sought help from others, which Zhongshi interpreted as a promising sign of his necessity. This realization alleviated the sense of being a mere bystander. Chapter 48. The medicine that could heal him. Zhongshi approached the carriage with a cheerful demeanor, brushing off the dust from his sleeves, determined to enter the young master's pristine carriage unblemished. Satisfied with his appearance, he raised his hand and gently tapped on the side door of the carriage, respectfully inquiring, "Young master, what is it that you require of your subordinate?" Inside the carriage, the sound of a wheelchair shifting heralded the young master's response. The curtain was drawn aside by a handsome young man, Xieze, who smiled softly. "Indeed, there is something I wish to ask of Butler Zhong." "Young master, please do not say such things. You are my superior, and it is inappropriate for you to burden me with such requests." "Very well." Xieze did not contest this, but swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand, producing a small box of ointment from his pocket and presenting it to Zhongshi. "Could you examine this for me? This ointment contains a peculiar substance. Do you recognize it?" Zhongshi carefully accepted the ointment from the young master's hand and opened the box, revealing a delicate, pale pink salve within. "There lies a unique fragrance concealed within." Suddenly, Zhongshi's thoughts crystallized, his pupils momentarily widening. Xieze observed the profound astonishment on Butler Zhong's face. His own curiosity piqued. What transpired? Is there something extraordinary about this ointment? Remarkable, truly remarkable. This ointment holds immense potential. Although Xieze did not fully comprehend, he noted Zhongshi's unwavering gaze upon the ointment in his hand, his countenance radiant with joy and incessantly praising it. It was evident that this concoction was no ordinary remedy. Perhaps it could prove immensely beneficial to him. He could not allow this ointment to fall into his father's hands. Thus, he swiftly reclaimed the ointment he had just handed to Zhongshi. Zhongshi stared at the ointment, which had been forcibly snatched back by the young master. Momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure, he inquired with curiosity, "Young master, where did you acquire this ointment?" Xieze gripped the ointment tightly, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips as if donning a mask. "First, you must answer my question." "Of course, young master, please proceed." Zhongshi replied eagerly. "What is the nature of this ointment? Why are you so astonished?" Without reservation, Zhongshi confessed, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "I apologize, young master. I was overly excited earlier. As for this ointment, most of the ingredients are known to you. However, there is one catalyst derived from the blood of a living person." "Blood of a living person?" Xieze echoed, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Earlier that morning, he had been informed by Qiao Wanwan that this ointment had been concocted by the leader Qiao for her. It was astonishing that such a righteous figure would resort to using human blood in medicine. This revelation deepened his intrigue. "Please continue," he urged. Zhongshi nodded, memories of past tales resurfacing in his mind. 2 decades prior, a remarkable woman had emerged in a martial world, reputed for her blood's miraculous healing properties. When a village was ravaged by plague, it was the benevolent woman's blood that granted survival to the remaining villagers. That incident stirred considerable unrest within the martial community and even the imperial court. The relationship between the two was fraught with tension, akin to fire and water, with no room for dual dominance. Many from both realms, upon learning of the woman's blood's extraordinary curative powers, embarked on fervent quests to locate her, deploying substantial resources and manpower, yet all efforts proved futile. Not even a glimpse of her visage was ever seen. Yet, some in the martial world remained undeterred, continuing their search for her, including our family's master, who had also sought the elusive woman. Alas, as he reminisced, Zhongshe could not help but sigh. Several years later, whispers emerged, claiming that the young lady had long since passed away. Since then, the martial world had been devoid of such a miraculous blood remedy. However, it was rumored among those in the Lord's circle that a wealthy merchant in the capital had unexpectedly obtained the blood of the deceased woman, fashioning it into pills. On the very night of the public auction announcement, an entire family of over 10 members was brutally murdered by unidentified assailants during a robbery. Qiao listened to the tale, genuinely unaware of its veracity. As he absorbed the narrative, a sense of exaggeration struck him. Yet, he distinctly recalled his father's words during those moments when he administered poison to him. "Why is your body still so frail? How long must I wait for you to become her? Will my concoction succeed?" In the past, he had not comprehended his father's intentions. However, now it seemed as though the veil of understanding had lifted. His father was exploiting his body, training him to develop an immunity to all toxins. Simultaneously, he sought to cultivate a medicinal property within the poisons coursing through his veins, transforming him into a potent drug guide. It dawned upon him that his father wished for his demise while simultaneously desiring his survival, all because of the emergence of a drug practitioner in the martial world. Thus, he aspired to mold him into the next drug practitioner who would serve his whims. Young master, this contains the blood of that person, which is beneficial to your constitution. The place where the head of the family administered the poison can also be treated with suppressive antidotes. Consequently, you shall no longer endure such suffering. Qiao raised an eyebrow, pondering, "This ointment truly holds value for my body? Pray tell, from whence did the young master procure this remedy?" Should the head of the family become aware of this, he would undoubtedly be elated. Upon hearing Zhongshe speak of his father, who was nearly consumed by his obsession with poison, Qiao's gaze darkened. Clearly, the appearance of this drug was fraught with peril. He could not divulge the origins of the remedy to Zhongshe. Wait, if this drug could aid in healing the poison wounds, then it must also be capable of purging the residual toxins within him. He could finally escape the clutches of the CF family, free from his father's relentless torment. A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. He sensed that Qiao Wanwan's father, the leader Qiao, was likely connected to that enigmatic woman associated with the miraculous drug. Otherwise, why would her blood be used to concoct this ointment? As Qiao contemplated, he recognized Qiao Wanwan's potential utility. He could leverage her to glean information from Qiao regarding the influential drug guides in the martial world. He chuckled softly to himself, realizing he now possessed a justification for sparing her life. Truly, fate was kind. Was her provision of the ointment merely a fortuitous coincidence? He could not ascertain. Qiao narrowed his eyes slightly, an unconscious smile gracing his lips as he focused intently on the ointment in his hand. His enchanting, peach blossom eyes glimmered with a predatory allure, igniting a keen interest in a certain individual. Noticing that the young master had fallen silent, Zhongshe looked on with mild confusion. "Young master, what troubles you?" Qiao returned to the present, the calculating beauty of his visage gradually fading. Raising his gaze to meet Zhongshe's curious expression, he inquired, "Zhongshe, how can you be so certain that this drug guide is derived from that woman's blood? Have you encountered her, or perhaps tasted it?" Faced with the young master's question, Zhongshe found himself momentarily speechless, his earlier excitement now giving way to uncertain doubts. "Young master, I have merely heard whispers that her blood carries a unique fragrance, mysterious and enchanting, captivating all who encounter it." Before Zhongshe could finish his statement, Qiao interjected, "Then you have never seen her." "Indeed, I have not witnessed it, nor have I experienced it." "Very well. This ointment is something one can procure quite easily from outside. You need not report this to your father, as you are still uncertain. The young master was correct. It was Zhong Shi who had overstepped. Suddenly, an irate voice erupted from the camp of the carriage. Qiao Wanwan, how dare you sneak back here? Come out at once. Qiao Wanwan, who was delicately sipping water inside the carriage, choked upon hearing the voice from outside. It was Gu Zhaomu. Chapter 49. Was he set up? Rewind to the previous night. A man in the forest was pacing restlessly, searching for something. Gu Zhaomu, who had intended to return to the group, paused midway upon hearing distant wolf howls. He recalled the arrangement made with the leader of Qiao and found himself compelled to retrace his steps in search of Qiao Wanwan. Gu Zhaomu pondered, as a fragile woman with an injured foot, how far could she have possibly wandered? Surely, she was lingering nearby, waiting for his return. Otherwise, she would have been carried off by a wolf. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, his complexion darkening. She couldn't possibly be foolish enough to go quietly if a wolf had taken her. Could she? He had not heard her cry for help. Thus such a scenario seemed unlikely. He lingered in the spot where he had left Qiao Wanwan for quite some time, searching throughout the night. Yet he found no sign of her. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn, as the first light broke, he returned once more to inspect the places where Qiao Wanwan might have taken refuge. Finally, in a hollow on a slope, he discovered a thread of light blue fabric caught on a branch. The man crouched down, retrieving the thread, his eyes blazing with fury. The muscles in his face tensed, clenching tightly. Observing the grass beneath him, it was obvious that someone had trampled it. Without a doubt, the woman must have already left the forest and returned to the camp. Gu Zhaomu was now utterly convinced. A surge of anger welled up within him. How dare she leave without a word, leaving him to search for her all night, depriving him of a good night's rest and wasting his time on this insufferable woman. Truly, she was a despicable trickster. Clenching his hand tightly, he unleashed his internal force, tearing the thread apart. His eyes burned with fury as he muttered fierce words under his breath. I shall see if Qiao Wanwan has truly returned. With that, the man rose and departed the forest. When Gu Zhaomu arrived at the camp, it was already the break of dawn on the following day. As he approached the camp, someone from Xie Zhe's group came forth, respectfully clasping their fists in greeting to inquire about the situation. Gu Xiaoxia, you have finally returned. My young master has been searching for you. Upon seeing him, Gu Zhaomu's first words were, Is Qiao Wanwan back? The guard, momentarily taken aback, nodded affirmatively. Miss Qiao returned last night. Upon receiving this confirmation, Gu Zhaomu's expression darkened instantaneously. His teeth clenched as he spat. Well, Qiao Wanwan, you possess quite the audacity. Fixating on the distance, he strode purposefully towards Qiao Wanwan's carriage. Onlookers could discern that the just-returned Gu Xiaoxia appeared to be in a considerable fury. At the carriage entrance, Zhou Xianyu, preoccupied with concern for Gu Zhaomu, brightened upon spotting him. Her worries transformed into joy at the sight of his safe return. And she called out, Gu Dage, you are finally back. Xian, you was very worried about you. Yet the man before her seemed oblivious to her words. Marching angrily in another direction, Zhou Xianyu was momentarily stunned, realizing he was heading straight for Qiao Wanwan's carriage. Her smile gradually faded as she registered that Gu Dage's first priority upon returning was not to seek her, but rather to see Miss Wanwan. Her lips fell into a frown, revealing her discontent. Miss, it seems Gu Xiaoxia is rather upset. Should we not check on him? Indeed, we must go. With a flick of her sleeve, Zhou Xianyu led her maid, Xiao Chui, onward. Before Gu Zhaomu even reached the carriage, his thunderous voice erupted. Qiao Wanwan, come out this instant. The young woman inside, sipping sweet water, was startled by his bellowing. Nearly choking, she coughed. What is happening? Listening closely, she realized the voice calling her name belonged to none other than Gu Zhaomu. Bewildered, she pondered why he had returned with such fervor. Qiao Wanwan, hurry up and come out. The impatience in his voice spurred her to lift the curtain and step outside. The sight that met her was Gu Zhaomu. His face darkened, flanked by Zhou Xianyu and others. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, Gu Dage, you are back. Why are you so furious? What do you think is the matter? The man, gazing at the innocent countenance of the young woman before him, seethed with indignation. realizing her malicious intent concealed beneath an innocent facade. He had seen through her charade long ago, recognizing it as a ploy to evoke his concern and sympathy. How foolish he had been to trust her elaborate fabrications, wasting a precious night in the woods searching for her. Anger surged within him as he stepped forward, fists clenched tightly. In the absence of any reaction from the woman, he forcefully shoved her shoulder. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the defenseless woman was unexpectedly toppled to the ground by the merciless man. As Qiao Wanwan fell, her palms scraped against the rough stones, sending a searing pain coursing through her. She could distinctly feel the warmth of blood seeping from her hand. The atmosphere around her fell eerily silent in the wake of her fall. Behind her, Zhou Xinyue gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Gu Xiaomu's aggression towards Qiao Wanwan. Covering her mouth in shock, Gu Xiaomu, regaining his composure, had merely intended a light push, never anticipating her fragility. A twinge of guilt crept into his heart, only to be extinguished by the memory of her previous schemes against him. Qiao Wanwan glanced at her palm, confirming that blood was indeed trickling forth. Her chest burned with fury, and a sense of indignation surged within her. Throughout her life, she had never been struck by anyone, not even by her parents in her previous life. As for the father of this life, he was a doting father, incapable of allowing her to suffer even a minor injury. Yet, she now found herself unmistakably pushed to the ground by that detestable man. The pain in her palm ignited her nerves, and her eyes began to fill with a crimson hue, glistening with unshed tears. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, she glared at Gu Xiaomu and exclaimed, "Gu Xiaomu, what madness has overtaken you? Have I provoked you in any way? What give you the right to strike me?" Chapter 50. Pushed to the ground, the man across from her appeared momentarily stunned, observing the defiance in her tear-filled eyes. A sneer crept across his face. "What did I strike you?" He retorted, "You pushed me to the ground without cause, and you dare not call that an assault?" Gu Xiaomu was at a loss for words, muttering under his breath, "I merely nudged you. Is there truly a need for such an uproar?" Although Qiao Wanwan did not catch his quiet murmurs, the man remained unrepentant, believing that such trivial matters could not assuage her grievances against him, nor could they quell her displeasure. The spoiled heiress deserved to be reprimanded, he thought with a derisive chuckle. "Umph, do you still have the audacity to question me? Why did you return so suddenly last night without uttering a word? Your foot appears to be perfectly fine now. Everything that transpired last night was your little game, wasn't it? Do you have any idea how your recklessness made me waste an entire night searching for you, worrying for your safety? That shove was merely a lesson for you. Reflect on where you went wrong. What was this? Had Gu Xiaomu not left alone the previous night? Even if he had tea, what difference did it make? By the time he came looking for her, it would be too late." Qiao Wanwan glared at him defiantly, affirming, "I did not design this scenario out of boredom." Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her abruptly. "You continue to deceive, believing that your fabrications will sway my conviction or absolve your capricious actions. Qiao Wanwan, let me make this unequivocally clear. From this moment forth, I, Gu Xiaomu, shall place no trust in your words. Whether you choose to believe or not is of little concern to me. I am weary of offering explanations. Any attempt to elucidate only serves to reinforce the notion that you are adept at self-deception, persistently blaming others. Observe, is this the attitude befitting someone who has erred?" Unbeknownst to Xieze, who remains oblivious to the unfolding drama, he merely hears the message conveyed by Zhong Shi. "Young master, Gu Xiaoxia has returned. Please escort me outside." "Yes." As Xieze's wheelchair is pushed forth, he witnesses a spectacle unfolding in the distance. Qiao Wanwan, for reasons unknown, sits on the ground, glaring furiously at the man before her. Behind him stands a group of onlookers, none of whom exhibit any inclination to intervene, as if she were being ostracized and bullied by the crowd. Her bright almond-shaped eyes are brimming with tears, reflecting a tumult within Xieze's heart, stirring feelings of discomfort. His brow furrows in confusion. What has transpired? Let us investigate, he urges. Yes, young master. Zhou Xinyue, standing behind Gu Xiaomu, seems to grasp the situation and steps forward. Addressing the fallen Qiao Wanwan, she advises, Sister Wanwan, you have erred, and therein lies your fault. Gu Dage has searched for you all night, neglecting his own comfort. The veracity of your statements has become irrelevant. Witness how incensed Gu Dage is. You must acknowledge your mistakes and offer a sincere apology. I am certain he will grant you forgiveness. Why should I apologize? I have committed no wrongdoing. I did not return alone last night, as you are aware. I fainted, and someone else brought me back. Why must I bear the brunt of your accusations and be coerced into admitting to a fictitious error? Zhou Xinyue cast a furtive glance at Gu Xiaomu beside her, her irritation growing as she absorbed Qiao Wanwan's defense. The situation had turned dire. Thus, she persisted in her persuasion. Consider how worried Gu Dage was last night. You have squandered his time and energy. You ought to express gratitude and offer a reasonable apology. It is acceptable for a woman to concede at times. As she concluded her statement, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Were they all accusing her, suggesting that as a woman, she ought not to oppose a man, that she should prioritize a man's dignity? To hell with such hollow notions of honor. Qiao Wanwan refused to comply. Why must I lead a life as burdensome as yours? I have done nothing wrong, and I owe him no apology. Had he not frightened me, I would not have fallen and injured my foot. He has done nothing worthy of my gratitude. Gu Xiaomu, incensed by her obstinacy, erupted in fury. You ungrateful wretch. Last night, had I not come to your rescue, you would have met your demise at the hands of an assassin at dawn. Qiao Wanwan let out a cold laugh, showing no fear, her damp eyes defiantly fixed upon the man before her, reminding him of one crucial fact. My father has bestowed upon you numerous gifts. Is it not your duty to save me in return? Gu Xiaomu was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. Beside them, Zhou Xinyue, perplexed, began to admonish Qiao Wanwan. Sister Wanwan, this is where you err. What do you mean you need not thank Brother Gu? Regardless of what your father has provided him, he saved your life yesterday, and you ought to express your gratitude sincerely. Do not be so willful. Reflect upon your actions. Otherwise, how shall we all manage on this journey? Listening to Zhou Xinyue's incessant reproaches, Qiao Wanwan felt an overwhelming irritation. She could no longer contain her frustration. Then let us all not continue. She retorted, You truly are incorrigible. Oomph. Suddenly, the sound of Xieze's wheelchair wheeling closer reached her ears, causing her expression to stiffen. She slowly lowered her head, afraid to glance in his direction. For reasons unknown, she wished to spare Xieze from witnessing her current disheveled state. Wouldn't it be a source of ridicule for the antagonist to see her in such a pitiful condition? Alas, how embarrassing. The man observed her, head bowed, cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, an utterly vulnerable sight that dared not meet his gaze. He sensed her profound sense of injustice, and those watching felt an inexplicable discomfort, a heaviness weighing upon their hearts. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of Gu Xiaomu, Young Master Gu, what has transpired here? Upon hearing Xieze's voice, Gu Xiaomu ceased his furious glare at Qiao Wanwan. With a resigned sigh, he replied, Brother Xie, it would be best if you refrained from intervening. Wanwan has erred, and we are merely imparting some wisdom. Oh, to an outsider, it appeared as though Qiao Wanwan had committed some grave transgression, like a child enduring the reprimand of adults. But was it truly so? Xisha harbored doubts. While this woman might attract trouble, it was hardly to the extent of committing a monumental offense or having her dignity trampled in public. Moreover, she had only just recovered from an illness. How could she possibly have the energy to stir up trouble? His mind lingered on a singular thought. Could it be that Gu Xiaomu had misunderstood? He cast a curious glance at the woman on the ground, donning an air of indifference, and inquired, What wrongdoing has she committed to provoke such ire from young Master Gu? Might I understand the situation? Gu Xiaomu, noticing Xieze's curiosity about the matter, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 51. A Grave Misunderstanding. Gu Xiaomu embellished the story somewhat, as he recounted the events of the previous night. Last night, I went to rescue her. We both tumbled down a slope, yet she threw a tantrum, deceiving me into believing she was injured, insisting I go find someone to escort her. However, when I returned, she had already vanished without a trace, causing me to worry about her throughout the night. Little did I know, she had comfortably returned to the camp and was lounging in the carriage. Is this not excessive? Since she was unharmed, Why did she not think to inform me of her return? As I, Gu Zhaomu, traversed the world a whole time in the highest regard. Not only did she squander my time, but she also wasted my energy. Truly, she has been spoiled and indulgent. Thus it falls upon me to properly guide her on behalf of her father. Otherwise, if she continues to act with such reckless abandon, I dread to think when our party shall arrive at Anchi City. Upon hearing Gu Zhaomu's explanation, Zhong Shi felt a twinge of disdain. This trivial matter incited such fury? To push a woman to the ground. Was this truly the conduct of a chivalrous man? It seemed to him that Gu Zhaomu was being rather petty. Furthermore, the events recounted by Gu Zhaomu were fabrications. The reality, however, was that the woman on the ground was innocent. Last night, when a young master carried her back, she was already unconscious, devoid of awareness. How could she have found the time to inform him of her return? Zhong Shi gazed at the frail and helpless Qiao Wanwan, who now lowered her head. A faint blush adorned her delicate features, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if on the verge of weeping. She bit her crimson lip, radiating an air of vulnerability that would tug at any man's heartstrings. Zhong Shi wished to step forward to clarify, but then he hesitated. He glanced at the young master beside him, who merely furrowed his brow without voicing any discontent. Thus, Zhong Shi gathered his courage and stepped forward to address Gu Zhaomu, saying, "Gu Xiaoxia, this is truly a misunderstanding." Gu Zhaomu listened to Zhong Shi's words with confusion. Shaking his head, Zhong Shi continued, Gu Xiaoxia, you have misjudged Miss Qiao. I found her in the woods last night. When I encountered her, she was already unconscious and unaware, with injuries on her feet. It was a perilous situation, prompting me to bring her back. I had no knowledge that you were searching for her. Therefore, this incident is not Miss Qiao's fault. It is also my oversight for not having someone wait in place to inform you of this matter. No. How could I dare to blame Steward Zhong? Gu Zhaomu's countenance darkened as he absorbed Zhong Shi's explanation. Was it true? Did this mean he had wrongfully accused Qiao Wanwan? After Zhong Shi concluded his account, he discreetly glanced at his master. As usual, the young master maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no dissatisfaction regarding Zhong Shi's assistance to Qiao Wanwan. It dawned on him that his master must indeed be standing by Miss Qiao's side. Taking the initiative, he approached and gently helped the woman on the ground to her feet, expressing concern. "Miss Qiao, you have injuries. How can you sit on the ground? Allow me to assist you." Qiao Wanwan, touched by the kindness, felt tears welling in her eyes, nearly unable to contain them. Thankfully, she managed to hold back, avoiding a display of tears before everyone present. In her heart, she marveled at the kindness of Butler Zhong, who not only saved her the previous night, but now stepped in to extricate her from a misunderstanding with the male protagonist. She felt an immense gratitude towards him. "Thank you, Butler Zhong." "You're welcome, Miss Qiao." Xiaze's gaze was somber, observing the situation with a hint of ambiguity. He had remained silent throughout, merely watching. At that moment, Chunxiao returned from outside and saw Zhong Shi assisting her lady. She hurried forward to take Zhong Shi's place, anxiously inquiring, "Miss, what has happened to you?" "I'm fine," Qiao Wanwan began, but was interrupted by Gu Zhaomu, who cautioned, "Since Butler Zhong has said so, it seems I indeed misjudged you, Wanwan. However, you must remember, there cannot be a second time. Otherwise, I shall not come to your aid again. You are not always fortunate enough to encounter someone as benevolent as Butler Zhong." Qiao Wanwan felt exasperated. This insufferable man, having misjudged her without offering an apology, continued to lay blame upon her. "You needn't reiterate. I am already aware. And I kindly ask you, young Master Gu, to refrain from targeting me in the future." Upon hearing her words and noting the shift in her address, he recognized her lingering defiance. Slightly perturbed, he retorted, "I, a man of gallantry, would never target a frail woman such as yourself. Do not slander me." The clarity of his words did little to quell the sentiment in the air, as onlookers seemed to concur with Qiao Wanwan's sentiments. Gu Zhaomu's expression darkened as he sensed the discomfort of those surrounding him, feeling as though they were siding with Qiao Wanwan. His face flushed with embarrassment, he hesitated. Words caught in his throat. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinyue, observing Qiao Wanwan's misunderstanding of Gu Xiaomu, quickly interjected with a smile, "Sister Wanwan, Brother Gu acted this way out of concern for you. You ought to understand him better." Qiao Wanwan curled her lip in disdain, thinking to herself how they were indeed a perfect pair, destined for each other. With a dismissive huff, she chose not to waste further words on them. Gu Xiaomu regarded Qiao Wanwan's current demeanor, noting the absence of her former admiration in her gaze, replaced instead by a palpable disdain. After months of adoration, he now faced a woman who expressed such sentiments towards him. Strangely, he felt a hollow ache within, as if she were gradually slipping from his grasp. The enigma of her heart eluded him, much like a fish that had joyfully leapt from the net he had cast, evading his control. Yet, he remained confident, convinced that he had done nothing amiss. Everything he had undertaken was for Qiao Wanwan's benefit. Her father had entrusted her to him. Thus, it was his duty to guide her. Despite the emptiness he felt, he held unwavering confidence. Gazing at the irate woman before him, he silently wished for her to realize her own worth and to grow to understand the goodness he had endeavored to provide, ensuring that his efforts were not in vain. However, Chuanxia, who was absent from the scene earlier, looked utterly bewildered by their conversation. She was completely unaware of what had transpired moments ago. Yet, she could distinctly sense that Gu Xiaoxia was casting a predatory gaze upon her young mistress. With determination, she stepped forward, placing her hands on her hips to shield her mistress from Gu Xiaomu's scrutiny, effectively standing as a barrier. She shot a glare back at him, aware of his own shortcomings. Gu Xiaomu refrained from meeting their eyes any further. Meanwhile, Xie, who had been silent for quite some time, finally clapped his hands to dissipate the awkward atmosphere, reminding everyone, "Well, since the misunderstandings have been resolved, let us hasten our departure. We must reach the town by tonight to rest for 2 days and replenish our supplies." The group nodded in agreement. "Let's tidy up first." "Very well." Before departing, Gu Xiaomu cast a glance at Qiao Wanwan, his expression devoid of warmth. Zhou Xinyue, following closely behind him, also made her exit. However, Xie and his servant lingered a moment longer. The man in the wheelchair suddenly directed his gaze towards Qiao Wanwan. As Qiao Wanwan prepared to leave, she caught a glimpse of his inscrutable stare from the corner of her eye, which fell upon his ethereal alabaster skin. Yet, he maintained an air of indifference, his attention seemingly elsewhere as he coldly instructed his companion, "Return to the carriage." "Yes, young master." Qiao Wanwan felt a pang of distress. Had her treatment of the male lead diminished Xie's regard for her? Oh no, she had not yet endeavored to win his favor. Would she now be burdened with negative points? Would her future become even more dire? Chapter 52. Her unique abilities. Qiao Wanwan wore a face as forlorn as a bitter melon, while Chuanxia, beside her, remained oblivious to her thoughts. "Miss, shall we board the carriage?" "All right." As they ascended into the carriage, Chuanxia innocently inquired, "Miss, how did you come to be assisted by Butler Zhong just now? Did you sustain another injury?" Ah, indeed. She had forgotten about her injured hand. Lifting her palm before Chuanxia, she was startled to discover that, aside from a slight dusting, there were no other marks. Astonishing. What could possibly be the reason? Chuanxia, puzzled by her mistress's outstretched hand, assumed she needed assistance with cleaning it and promptly produced a handkerchief to wipe it clean. "Miss, is your hand dirty? Let me help you." Qiao Wanwan blinked, staring at her palm in increasing bewilderment. How could it be that her hand bore no wounds? She examined her now clean hands, rubbing them again and again. Yet felt no pain whatsoever. The injury from earlier had vanished entirely. How could this be? How could a human wound heal so rapidly? Even if the blood clot forms rapidly, scars will inevitably remain. Yet now, her hand appears as if nothing has transpired. Surely, she has not misremembered, as Qiao Wanwan reflects. She recalls that when she fell, blood had indeed smeared her sleeve. Following this memory, she gazes at her own cuff and, indeed, discovers the evidence of her earlier injury, confirming her recollection. How could it be that within just a few minutes, the wound has healed so swiftly? She had not even applied the healing ointment. Yet the injury mended itself at such an astonishing rate. Could this truly be mere coincidence? It suddenly strikes her that since her arrival in this world, she has sustained various injuries, only to find them inexplicably healed by the following day. She had always attributed this phenomenon to the ointment's efficacy. However, witnessing the current situation has cast doubt upon her previous assumptions. Lost in thought, she is jolted back to reality by Chunxia's voice. "Miss, I will step outside to check on their preparations." "Oh, do hurry," the young woman responds, watching her maid depart from the carriage. A lingering question hovers in her mind, clouded and unclear. Suddenly, a thought illuminates her mind, causing her eyes to sparkle. Qiao Wanwan retrieves a dagger from the package Chunxia had prepared and swiftly unsheaths it, the sharp blade glinting in the light. A bold hypothesis begins to form in her mind. Could the wounds on her body truly heal at such an extraordinary pace? With the dagger tightly grasped, she glances at her palm and swallows nervously, closing her eyes in fear as she raises the blade. Just as the sharp edge descends toward her palm, it abruptly halts in midair. Qiao Wanwan slightly opens her eyes, relieved at her sudden restraint from this reckless act. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such self-inflicted torment. Though she contemplates this, the dagger remains in her hand, gently brushing against her fingertips. She reassures herself. A small wound could validate everything. As her finger glides along the blade, a delicate line of crimson appears. "Good, this will suffice," she murmurs, hastily stowing the dagger away. In the ensuing moments, she fixates her large, almond-shaped eyes on the minuscule wound on her index finger. Remarkably, in less than a minute, she witnesses the injury visibly healing before her eyes. Qiao Wanwan stands in astonishment at this extraordinary phenomenon, her wide eyes threatening to pop from their sockets. What is this? Her body is capable of healing wounds at such an incredible rate? Could it be that she possesses the fabled golden finger of a transmigrated? Does this imply that as long as she remains alive, her wounds will heal rapidly? A surge of excitement courses through her. However, the boundless possibilities of this martial arts world give her pause. Perhaps this is not solely her unique ability. She must first inquire with Chunxia to glean insights about this world. No sooner had she thought this than her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of someone unexpected. As Chunxia returned to the carriage, she was greeted by this unsettling smile that seemed to pierce right through her. A shiver ran down her spine, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. "What troubles you?" Chunxia inquired. "I wish to ask you something," the replied. "Is there truly anyone in this world who can heal wounds in just a matter of minutes without any treatment? What fanciful thoughts have taken hold of your mind?" "Such beings cannot possibly exist," Chunxia exclaimed. "Surely you must have been misled by some tall tale. Even those who possess inner strength cannot achieve such miraculous feats." "Inner strength?" The mused. "Indeed, those who practice martial arts possess a modicum of it. Even Gu Xiaoxiao wields inner strength, which is why his lightness skill appears so ethereal." "Ah, I see," Qiao Wanwan nodded thoughtfully. "So, it seems there truly are no individuals endowed with self-healing capabilities in this world." "Indeed," Chunxia confirmed, her heart swelling with joy at the affirmation. "So, does that mean I alone possess such an ability?" This realization felt akin to discovering a hidden treasure. How marvelous, she thought. This secret was one she could not afford to share with anyone. Henceforth, she would no longer fear the antagonists. As for the male lead, she felt no trepidation either. As long as she remained cautious, the villains would not strike her down in a single blow. A little pain was a small price to pay. Qiao Wanwan nodded to herself, her face alight with glee, completely shedding the earlier semblance of distress. Chunxia, witnessing this sudden exuberance, felt it was a familiar sight, yet concern nagged at her. What fanciful notions danced in this mind? Was she perhaps succumbing to delusions? Chunxia worried about how she would explain this to when the time came. Upon hearing the speak of inner strength, Chunxia pondered. In the martial realm, many possess such abilities. If the delicate woman were to traverse the world of martial arts, her danger quotient would increase severalfold. This necessity of relying on Gu Xiaoxia during their travels stemmed from that very concern. Of course, if they acted discreetly, all would remain well. Yet, as Chunxia observed this solitary beauty, she lamented how difficult it was to maintain a low profile. The rhythmic clattering of the carriage wheels echoed through the bustling streets of the town. "Steamed buns! Steamed buns!" The vendors' cries drowned out the sound of their carriage. Qiao Wanwan slightly opened the curtains to inhale the fresh air, only to find a crowd of citizens gathered ahead. Officials, dressed in tattered uniforms, were affixing several white papers with black ink to a well-maintained notice board. Among them was a large portrait of a figure, characterized by shifty eyes and a long, narrow gaze, with a mustache resembling a crooked on either side of his mouth. A prominent black mole adorned his face, whimsically illustrated with several black hairs sprouting from it. The sight struck Qiao Wanwan as comical, reminiscent of the villains from animated films. Unable to contain herself, she let out a peal of laughter. Spring and Summer, curious as they were, leaned in to inquire, "Miss, what troubles you? Have you encountered something delightful? Look over there," the lady pointed, "that painting posted by the authorities. Is that figure not amusing? Can such a person truly exist in this world?" Summer followed the direction indicated by the lady and beheld the notice, which bore the bold inscription, "Flower Thief." She elaborated, "It appears that this individual is notorious in our town as the Flower Thief. The notice suggests he is a man of the underworld, skilled in martial arts and adept with poisons." As she scrutinized the announcement, Summer erupted in indignation. "He has already preyed upon 10 young ladies in this town, with a high probability of success. The authorities are utterly incompetent, failing to apprehend him while he continues to victimize others. It is truly despicable." Previously, Qiao Wanwan had found his portrait amusing, but now she was incensed at the thought of him endangering young women. "He is inhuman. Even if we cannot kill him, he should be captured and castrated." Both mistress and maid expressed their shared outrage for the young women of the town. Chapter 53. The gradually unraveling purse. The group arrived at their resting place in the small town, the Yulai Inn. Within the inn, Zhong Shi addressed Xiejia's guards. "We shall reside here for the next couple of days. In the morning, ensure you prepare the necessary items for our journey." Once arrangements were made, he approached the young master seated at a nearby table. "Young master, everything is arranged. Shall we depart?" "Very well. I shall take my leave," replied Gu Zhaomu, who was seated with Zhou Xianyu, giving a nod. As Xie disappeared from their sight, Summer, who had been delayed with the room arrangements, returned with the room key and handed it to Gu Zhaomu with a smile. "Young hero Gu, here is your room key. Please enjoy your stay." Following her mistress's earlier instructions, Summer had assigned Gu Zhaomu a standard room, while the lady resided in a superior one. Upon receiving the key, Gu Zhaomu noticed it was merely a plain wooden board, lacking the intricate carvings of the previous luxury room. It was obvious that this was a standard accommodation, leaving him momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Qiao Wanwan at the adjacent table, who was pointedly ignoring him. Aware of her displeasure, he found his own circumstances rather unsatisfactory. Indeed, when money lies in the hands of others, it can easily dictate one's fate. If he were to acquire all of Qiao Wanwan's wealth in the future, he would ensure she experienced every humiliation he had endured at her hands. For now, he could only silently endure. His expression clouded with frustration as he accepted the room key from Summer. After completing her task, Summer returned to her mistress, paying no mind to the young hero, whose demeanor had darkened considerably. This only deepened Gu Zhaomu's dissatisfaction. Now even a maid dared to defy him? He inwardly cursed, lamenting the presence of such a tyrannical master, breeding equally contemptible servants. Suddenly, a small hand appeared before him, offering a fragrant cup of tea. Following the hand's owner, he beheld Zhou Xinyue, her eyes crescent-shaped with warmth and consideration. "Gu, where will you be staying tonight?" she inquired gently. "I am merely lodging casually," he replied. Noticing the wooden plaque indicating his room number, Zhou Xinyue expressed mild surprise. "Oh, what a coincidence, Gu, you're staying here too. I reside next door." Upon learning that she too occupied a standard guest room, Gu Zhaomu's eyes sparkled with interest. "Really?" he asked, genuinely astonished. "Of course, it is true," Zhou Xinyue chuckled, gesturing to her accompanying maid, who produced a plaque with a room number similar to his own. "It is not uncommon for a man to stay in a standard room. But you, a young lady of high birth, how is it that you too find yourself here? Should you maintain a low profile when venturing out?" Zhou Xinyue believed that having left the world behind, she ought to embody the same fearlessness as Gu Zhaomu. After all, staying in any room was still staying. and it allowed her to save a bit of money for unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, Gu Qiao nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Xinyue's sentiments were not unfounded. It was commendable for a young lady of her stature to possess such awareness, especially in contrast to Qiao Wanwan. Zhou Xinyue smiled sweetly, yet internally she grappled with confusion. Why was it that no matter her actions, Gu Qiaomu continually compared her to that woman? What justified this? She had done nothing to warrant such a comparison. A wave of displeasure washed over her. Suddenly, she felt that her decision to secretly acquire an additional ordinary room to accompany Gu Qiaomu was somewhat unworthy. Indeed, her disdain for Qiao Wanwan remained strong, even if the latter did not seem to covet Gu Qiaomu's affections. It irked her that the woman monopolized all of Gu Qiaomu's attention. At the neighboring table, Qiao Wanwan listened intently to the conversation between the protagonists, fully aware of Zhou Xinyue's willingness to share a standard room for the male lead. She found herself applauding inwardly. What a grand display of selflessness! However, it was merely her own self-deception. How foolish it was to forego comfort for the sake of a penniless youth. Was this truly worth it? As she mocked Zhou Xinyue in her thoughts, a sudden chill emanated from the adjacent table, sending goosebumps cascading over her. Her companion, Chuan Xia, oblivious to her mistress's discomfort, suggested, "Miss, the arrangements are complete. Shall we return to our room to rest?" "Indeed, let us depart swiftly," she replied, eager to avoid becoming the third wheel in the romantic entanglement of the protagonists. In the blink of an eye, half a month had ascended into the inky sky. Chuan Xia was preparing her bed, for as a young lady of prominent status, Qiao Wanwan was not required to lift a finger. Naturally, Chuan Xia took care of all the arrangements. She had become overly idle, comfortably seated at the vanity, having shed several layers of clothing, clad only in her white undergarments, ready to retire for the night. She gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, slowly removing the silver hairpin she had worn throughout the journey. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she covered her rosy lips as she stifled a yawn. "Ah," Chuan Xia, hearing her mistress's voice, inquired with a smile, "Are you feeling sleepy, miss?" "Indeed, just a little," she replied. Chuan Xia promptly finished making the bed and urged her to wait a moment longer. "All right." Qiao Wanwan was not in a hurry. She smiled at Chuan Xia, reflecting inwardly. "This idle life is truly delightful. If only I were in the leader's mansion, protected by a father who dotes on his daughter, it would be even better. Sigh, when will I be able to return?" Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed out the window. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the rooftops in the distance, vanishing into the moonlight with a swift motion. Qiao Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise. Where could that shadow be? She could only reassure herself. It must be a figment of her imagination, perhaps a result of the morning's altercation with Gu Qiaomu. "Miss, the bed is ready. Please lie down. I'll step out to fetch some tea, just in case you need it tonight." "All right, it is getting late. Be careful and return quickly." "Yes, Mississippi." Chuan Xia, touched by her mistress's concern, wore a joyful smile as she opened the door. With a soft creak, she exited, gently closing the door behind her. Qiao Wanwan then settled into the luxuriously soft bed, burying her head in the comforting quilt, feeling utterly at ease. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared at her doorstep. A thud echoed, as if an object had fallen to the ground outside the door. What was that sound? Startled, Qiao Wanwan sat up in bed, peering toward the door. She caught sight of a distinct dark silhouette cast upon the door, seemingly bending down to pick something up. A rustling sound came from the floor. Qiao Wanwan murmured softly. Could that be Chuan Xia returning? Yet, why did that figure appear so robust? Pausing for a moment, she felt a twinge of confusion. Clutching her quilt, she distinctly heard the sound of the neighboring door opening. Wasn't that room unoccupied? No, earlier that morning, Chuan Xia had mentioned that Zhou Xinyue's maid had purchased the adjacent room. However, she had said she would be staying in a standard guest room, so it should be vacant. Surely, it couldn't be her. Perhaps it was Chuan Xia passing by the door? Curiosity piqued. She decided to investigate. She slipped out of bed, donned her shoes, and casually threw on her outer garment. With a hint of uncertainty, she opened the door and glanced around. There was not a soul in sight. Chuan Xia was nowhere to be found either. Who then had just passed by? Creak, creak. Qiao Wanwan heightened her senses in the darkness. She discerned peculiar noises emanating from the neighboring room. Suddenly, her mind conjured images of a horror film. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, though she swiftly dismissed the thought. How could that be? This was a world of martial arts, not a realm of supernatural tales. It should be safe to take a look, right? Curiosity compelled Qiao Wanwan to cautiously step outside her room. The corridor before her was long and narrow, illuminated only by a few yellow lanterns, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. The soft sound of her embroidered shoes echoed faintly against the floorboards. As she passed the adjacent room, she suddenly noticed that the door was ajar, accompanied by a faint noise from within, cloaked in shadows. Her breath quivered slightly, an inexplicable fear gripping her heart. Yet, her curiosity surged, prompting her to ponder. Could it be that Miss Zhou was discontented with her ordinary guest room and had returned? But why was there no light? With her questions lingering, she boldly approached the half-open door. Peering inside from the threshold, her delicate almond-shaped eyes widened as she discerned the figure within. Indeed, she beheld Zhou Xinyu, yet the scene was troubling. A man grasped her wrist, dragging her into the depths of darkness. Chapter 54. The Flower Thief. What was happening? Zhou Xinyu appeared to be in a stupor, unresponsive to the man's coercion. Qiao Wanwan's heart raced furiously as she scrutinized the man's features, desperate to identify him. Who could he be to treat Miss Zhou in such a manner? Just then, as the man passed by a window, the moonlight illuminated his face. His shifty eyes, paired with a distinctive mustache and a dark mole, caused Qiao Wanwan's heart to freeze. The man's visage unmistakably matched the description of the flower thief she had encountered earlier that morning. This was dire. The notorious thief was indeed present. Was Zhou Xinyu in grave danger? No time to waste. She must find Gu Zhaomu to rescue her. Just as the thought crossed her mind, before she could take a single step, the man suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. His narrow eyes lifted to meet hers, and it was evident he had spotted her. A sinister smile crept across his face, accentuated by his mustache. Panic surged through Qiao Wanwan, her complexion paling. She had been discovered. Quickly, she turned to flee. Yet, a lewd voice echoed from behind her. Little beauty, where do you think you're running off to? The mere sound sent chills down her spine, and she dashed down the corridor in a frenzy, seeking the ordinary guest room to find Gu Zhaomu. However, unbeknownst to her, a shadow leapt onto the rooftop behind her, racing alongside her from above. With a swift motion, the figure descended, intercepting her path. Qiao Wanwan skidded to a halt, realizing that the way ahead was blocked. There was no choice but to retreat. She sprinted away, not daring to relent, her breath coming in frantic gasps as she raced down the corridor. As she passed each guest room, she pounded on the doors, calling out, "Is anyone there? Help! There's a flower thief." Yet, for reasons unknown, there was not a single response from within. The flower thief, trailing behind, was particularly exhilarated upon hearing the woman's cries. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ahaha, my little beauty, the people around here have long since succumbed to slumber like dead pigs. Your shouting is of no avail. Since you've interrupted my floral pursuits, you shall repay the debt. Why not pause and entertain me for a while? Dream on. Hif hif. I do enjoy a spicy little pepper like you." Disgusted, Qiao Wanwan nearly retched at the filthy words spewing from the pursuer behind her. Unfortunately, there was no time to stop and vomit. She had no choice but to continue sprinting forward, where a corner awaited. A glimmer of hope sparked within her, wishing that this turn might afford her a momentary escape from the brigand, allowing her to seek help. The flower thief, seeing that he was closing in on the woman, reached out to seize Qiao Wanwan. In a sudden twist, she veered right at the corner, slipping past his grasp, leaving not even a single strand of her hair within his clutches. The thief halted, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! How can this little beauty run like a rabbit? I refuse to believe that a frail woman without any martial prowess can outrun someone like me." With a comical glint in his eyes, he fixated on his prey. With a powerful push, he sprang forth, vanishing from his original spot. The sound of Qiao Wanwan's hurried footsteps echoed loudly in the corridor. Yet despite the commotion, not a single soul stirred awake. Anxiety surged within her. Her flowing hair danced wildly in the wind, creating a disheveled yet enchanting spectacle. As she continued to dash, beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, splattering onto the wooden floor and forming what resembled a blooming lotus. "Is there anyone here?" she gasped, her breath coming in ragged bursts. Was she lost, or was it merely a trick of the mind? This corridor felt interminable, as if she had been running forever without finding an exit. "My little beauty, are you weary? Do stop. Let me give you a proper massage," he taunted, a sinister glee in his voice. Massage? What nonsense! Qiao Wanwan had barely rounded another corner when fatigue began to weigh her down, and the pursuer was closing in fast. Panic surged within her. What should she do? Should she confront him head-on? As long as she survived, it would suffice. But no, he was a flower thief, skilled in the use of narcotics. If she were to perish before even tasting life, that would be dire indeed. The sight of his repugnant visage only fueled her disdain. As despair threatened to consume her, a familiar sound suddenly caught her attention, the distinct whir of a wheelchair. She froze, recognizing it as Xiao's. Hope ignited in her eyes as she turned to see Xiao and his attendant not far down the corridor, oblivious to the turmoil behind them. "Don't go," she cried, her voice strained and breathless, each word a painful whisper. As she watched Xiao recede into the distance, her heart sank. At this moment, she and Xiao seemed to exist in entirely different realms of time and space. How could they remain oblivious to the considerable commotion that had just transpired? Qiao Wanwan glanced back at the flower thief pursuing her. Determined, she resolved to fight back. With a swift sidestep and turn, she evaded the thief's grasp with remarkable finesse and dashed towards Xiao and his attendant, calling out to them once more. However, before she could utter Miss Xia, a large hand clamped over her mouth. Another hand swiftly bound her, rendering her immobile, and all she could manage were muffled sounds. Her pupils dilated in alarm. This was disastrous. She had indeed been captured. The flower thief's lewd laughter echoed in her ears. "I've finally caught you." "Hush, little beauty, be quiet. We mustn't be discovered." As Qiao Wanwan watched the retreating figure ahead, her heart plummeted. Not far away, Xiao suddenly sensed something amiss. His keen ears detected not only the rumbling sound of his wheelchair, but also other disturbances. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he swiftly slammed his palm onto the armrest of the wheelchair. The silver needles concealed within the wheelchair's hidden compartment shot forth, propelled by his inner strength as he flicked his sleeve. The multitude of silver needles whizzed through the air, narrowly missing Zhong Shi, who was pushing the wheelchair. The barrage of needles pierced the air with a chilling whistle, heading straight for the source of the noise behind. The flower thief, realizing the murderous intent aimed at him, hastily shoved Qiao Wanwan aside to shield himself. Freed from her bindings, her survival instincts kicked in, and she instinctively crouched low. The rain of silver needles struck with a freezing precision, embedding themselves into a wooden post not far behind. Upon realizing that a martial artist had detected him, the flower thief promptly fled the scene, vanishing without a trace, employing his remarkable agility. Qiao Wanwan, cradling her head, could no longer hear the thief's voice. With a sigh of relief, she collapsed onto the ground. "Miss Qiao, what are you doing here?" Chapter 55. Mind Your Own Business. Zhong Shi had been perplexed by the young master's sudden action, but upon turning, he found Qiao Wanwan sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, the young master's silver needles had not harmed her. Hearing Zhong Shi's genuine voice filled Qiao Wanwan with joy. She quickly pushed herself up, albeit a bit unsteadily, and hurried to them. "Please, you must save Zhou Xinyue. She has been knocked unconscious by the flower thief and is in the room next to mine. Hurry." Such an incident had occurred. Zhong Shi furrowed his brow slightly and sought the silent approval of Xiao, who remained seated in his wheelchair. "Young master, shall we go?" "Yes." "All right, Miss Qiao. Please remain calm. Zhong Shi will check immediately." "Okay, follow me." Qiao Wanwan led the way to the luxurious guest room, with Zhong Shi and Xiao trailing behind. The door to the neighboring room, which had previously been ajar, was now firmly shut. A sense of unease washed over her as she reminded them that she dared not approach. "It's right here." "All right, I will go in and take a look. Please have Miss Qiao and the young master wait outside." "All right." Zhong Shi, with utter disregard, forcefully swung open the door, only to find the room devoid of any presence. Not to mention the absence of Zhou Xinyue. What is going on? Did Miss Qiao truly see Miss Zhou here? Indeed, I am quite certain. Qiao Wanwan felt a twinge of concern, pondering. Could it be that Zhou Xinyue has been abducted by a flower thief? Zhong Shi harbored a hint of doubt, questioning whether Miss Qiao might have misperceived the situation, for he had thoroughly searched the room and found no trace of a flower thief. Yet, he was convinced that the young girl was not deceiving him. Meanwhile, Xieze stood silently to the side, his expression inscrutable, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. In an effort to clarify the truth, Zhong Shi proposed a sensible solution. What if we proceed to Miss Zhou's room and investigate? You are right. Qiao Wanwan nodded in agreement. The three of them approached the door of a modest guest room, but before they could knock, Gu Zhao moved from the adjacent room, heard their commotion, and stepped out to inquire. What brings you here? Gu Xiaoxia, we are in search of Miss Zhou. Oh, Xinyue should be asleep by now. I just want to check on her, and her maid confirmed that she has already retired for the night. Qiao Wanwan responded with confusion. Asleep? How is that possible? I distinctly saw her in the room next to mine. Gu Zhaomu, upon hearing Qiao Wanwan's peculiar words, suspected she had lost her senses. Wanwan, do consider the time. It's not a moment for folly. You should go to bed. I am not being foolish. I saw with my own eyes that Zhou Xinyue was struck unconscious. As soon as Qiao Wanwan finished speaking, the door creaked open. Inside, Xiao Chui looked at the group outside with bewilderment and asked, why are all of you standing here instead of returning to your rest? Ge Zhaomu, clearly unconvinced by Qiao Wanwan's claims, turned to Xiao Chui. Where is your young lady? My young lady has already gone to bed. You see, she insists on causing a ruckus, disturbing everyone's peace even at bedtime. I truly did not, for I witnessed that flower thief render Zhou Xinyue unconscious. She was right next door. Hearing Qiao Wanwan's words, Xiao Chui suddenly appeared flustered, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Qiao Wanwan could sense her palpable anxiety and felt certain she was lying. Perhaps her mistress was not even in the room at this moment. Being a woman herself, she felt the need to ensure that Miss Zhou was indeed well. However, Gu Zhaomu, listening to her, became more convinced that Qiao Wanwan was merely making a scene. Zhou Xinyue had agreed to rest in this guest room with him. How could she possibly be near the superior guest rooms? The notion of a flower thief rendering her unconscious seemed implausible to him. He believed wholeheartedly that the kind-hearted Zhou Xinyue would not deceive him. It was only this headstrong Qiao Wanwan who was incessantly fabricating tales. If you do not believe me, quickly summon your young lady and ask her. That would clarify everything. Wouldn't it? Qiao Wanwan thought to herself that she must see someone tonight. Otherwise, she would not find peace in her sleep. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Xiao Chui. Who is seeking me? Qiao Wanwan was taken aback, realizing that she was indeed inside. Zhou Xinyue emerged from the room, locking eyes with Qiao Wanwan, her gaze sharp and penetrating. You weren't harmed, were you? I've been in my room all along. How could anything happen? She replied, Dear Sister Wanwan. Zhou Xinyue flashed a smile that was more a grimace than genuine, her eyes glinting with a hint of warning. Qiao Wanwan grasped her implication. It seemed that Zhou did not wish for anyone to know what had transpired moments ago. She acknowledged that it was her own folly to concern herself with others' lives, as they did not require her worry. Xieze, who had been observing quietly, could certainly decipher their expressions. He understood that Qiao Wanwan was not lying. After all, he too had sensed the presence of others, which prompted him to use his concealed weapon, leaving no room for him to explain to Qiao Wanwan. Yet, it was perplexing that this woman harbored such concern for her rival, Miss Zhou. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of her. Zhou Xinyue regarded Qiao Wanwan with disdain. She had just endured an unbearable night in a modest guest room, where the cold drafts seeped through and the bed felt like a slab of stone. As a pampered young lady, how could she possibly acclimate to such discomfort? Consequently, she had instructed Xiao Chui to remain behind for protection while she stealthily retreated to a superior room to sleep. Unexpectedly, she was struck unconscious along the way, losing her senses. Upon gradually regaining consciousness, she found herself in a room. Fearing discovery by Gu Xiaoxia, she hastily returned to the ordinary guest room. only to be met by Qiao Wanwan and her entourage, who claimed she had been attacked by a thief. She was entirely unaware of the incident. Zhou Xinyue had always believed herself fortunate. How could any misfortune befall her? However, this incident had instilled a newfound caution in her, dissuading her from venturing out alone. She now blamed Qiao Wanwan for her meddlesome nature, nearly exposing her in front of Gu Zhaomu. Fortunately, Gu Zhaomu did not believe her, allowing her to sourly issue an order for them to leave. Since there is nothing amiss, you should return to your rooms and rest. The hour is late. Gu Zhaomu observed Qiao Wanwan's embarrassment as Zhou Xinyue had laid bare her deception, his expression shifting between shades of green and white. He feigned concern, saying, Wanwan, you should head back. Stop causing trouble. Be good. Very well. Qiao Wanwan replied with a forced smile directed at the lying Zhou Xinyue. I admit I was meddling. Good night. Xie Zai's guard summoned Chunxia, who hurried over upon seeing the young lady, gently supporting her. Mississippi Qiao Wanwan waved her hand, signaling that she did not require assistance. Since Zhou Xinyue wished to keep the matter concealed, she felt it inappropriate to press further. Turning to leave, she was reminded by Zhong Shi, Miss Qiao, if there truly is a thief, and you have seen his face, he will not let you escape. Therefore, for the next few nights, ensure you secure your doors and windows, and remain indoors. Listening to Zhong Shi, Qiao Wanwan clearly sensed that he too harbored doubts about her credibility. Nodding slightly, she casually brushed off the situation and departed. Upon returning to her chamber, Qiao Wanwan flung herself onto the bed, burying her face in the covers, overwhelmed with embarrassment. How utterly humiliating. Who asked you to be so sentimental? Just look at how fiercely others have struck you. Chunxia approached her, puzzled, and inquired, Miss, what transpired while I was fetching water? Sighing, Qiao Wanwan's expression darkened further. She sat up and recounted everything to Chunxia in detail. Chunxia listened, her heart racing with trepidation. Fortunately, young Master Xie's concealed weapon had saved the young lady. Indeed, but none of them believed my words. Was that flower thief truly so adept at concealing his presence? Fear not, miss, as long as Chunxia believes you, that is sufficient. Indeed, at this moment, that was all she could rely on. Qiao Wanwan I should refrain from meddling in others' affairs in the future. Chunxia observed her mistress's forlorn demeanor and smiled gently, expressing concern, Miss, do rest early. Do not dwell on it too much. Just as Qiao Wanwan lay down, she suddenly recalled Zhong Shi's warning that the flower thief might return. Seeing Chunxia about to retire to the outer chamber, she hastily called out, Chunxia, will you share a bed with me tonight? Miss, how can that be? You are the mistress, and I am but a servant. Qiao Wanwan dismissed the notion of master-servant relations. The thought of sleeping alone here and the potential for something untoward to occur terrified her. She interrupted, come here quickly. I'm feeling rather frightened. Chunxia, perceiving the unease in her mistress's voice, also began to feel anxious. Reluctantly, she set aside the distinction between their roles and nodded. Very well. Seeing Chunxia acquiesce filled Qiao Wanwan with joy. She opened the covers, shifting aside a bit of space for her. Come here, come here. Before long, the moon was gradually shrouded by dark clouds. The distant sound of night watchmen echoed faintly outside. Be cautious of fire in this dry weather. Qiao Wanwan tightly closed her eyes, drawing closer to Chunxia, clutching her hand. The latter reciprocated, providing a sense of security. Neither of them succumbed to sleep. However, an odorless, colorless mist suddenly filled the room, slowly seeping into the air surrounding the two. Their clasped hands began to loosen gradually. For a moment, Qiao Wanwan felt a haze enveloping her mind, only to awaken with clarity, filled with confusion. She opened her eyes to glance at Chunxia, who appeared to be asleep. Yet, why did the air seem thick with white fog? She raised her hand to wave it away, but the mist lingered stubbornly. A sudden sound from the window caught her attention, causing her nerves to tense with foreboding. Her face paled as she quickly reached out to shake Chunxia. Chunxia, wake up! Chunxia, but the person beside her remained utterly unresponsive, lost in a deep slumber. Chapter 56. Hide and seek no matter how she called. Chunxia could not be roused. It was then that she realized the mist enveloping the air was but a beguiling haze. How dreadful! The flower thief must have returned for revenge. She was perplexed as to why she had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Perhaps it was due to her body's remarkable self-healing abilities. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. The doors and windows, secured by Chuanxia before bed, now creaked ominously. The flower thief effortlessly breached their defenses. A sudden chill gripped Qiao Wanwan's heart. Abandoning her attempt to awaken Chuanxia, she hastily leapt from her bed, her shoes forgotten, and rushed towards the door. With a loud creak, a figure clad in black leapt through the window. Just as Qiao Wanwan flung open the door, she dashed outside. Behind her, the flower thief, with a sinister chuckle, taunted, "My little beauty, how is it that you remain conscious?" This time, escape is not an option. His malevolent voice echoed in her ears. Her complexion paled as she fled desperately. Today, the flower thief's target was her, and he likely would not harm Chuanxia. As long as he had not caught up, all she needed was a place to hide for the night. If she could evade him, everything would return to normal. Gritting her teeth, she quickened her pace. As she ran, she attempted to push open the door she passed, but every one was locked tight. She tugged at the door to another premium room, but wouldn't budge. It must have been double locked from within. Surely, someone was inside, but how could they sleep so soundly? This room was a dead end. She swiftly moved on to the next one, not wishing to linger. The footsteps behind her were closing in. "Hey, little beauty, where are you? Big brother is coming for you." The voice echoed around the corner, intensifying her anxiety. She approached her room and pushed, not expecting much. To her surprise, with a creak, the door swung open. Peering inside, she saw only darkness. Her eyes brightened with hope. This must be an unoccupied room, perfect for hiding. Without a moment to ponder the morality of her actions, she slipped inside, locking the door behind her. To be safe, she grabbed a candlestick from the shelf nearby and concealed herself in the corner, her senses heightened as she fixated on the door. The cold floor seeped through to her bare feet, sending chills up her spine, yet it did little to quell the frantic beating of her heart. She dared not divert her gaze from the entrance, thinking to herself, if that person dared to intrude, she would strike him with a candlestick. "Little beauty, have you hidden well? Big brother is coming to find you." The voice grew ever closer, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She pressed her lips tightly together, making not a sound, even holding her breath. Her ears were filled with the thunderous rhythm of her own heart. If she could, she would wish for her heart to cease beating, seeking refuge from this impending crisis. The moonlight filtered through the paper on the door, illuminating the space with an almost ethereal glow, allowing her to discern the silhouette of a flower thief lurking outside. The figure, adorned with a distinctive mustache, trembled slightly with each step, a spectacle both absurd and terrifying. Yet, at that moment, Qiao Wanwan could not muster a smile. Her heart fervently prayed to remain undetected. If discovered, her fate would be sealed. "Little beauty, where have you gone?" The voice of the intruder pierced the air, and Qiao Wanwan, acutely aware that he would not locate her immediately, felt her anxiety begin to wane. However, it quickly morphed back into fear as she tightened her resolve. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded as the man stood just outside the door, pushing against it. Biting her lip, Qiao Wanwan's face turned pale in the darkness. Her hands clutched the makeshift weapon tightly, bracing herself for the inevitable entry. She raised her hand, prepared to strike. The door resisted his attempts to push it open, prompting the flower thief to voice his confusion. "Not here. Where could a fragile woman possibly run to?" How peculiar. Upon hearing his words, she internally begged that he refrain from opening the door. It seemed as though her prayers reached the heavens, for the thief relinquished his efforts and retreated into the shadows, his footsteps gradually fading away. At last, Qiao Wanwan's heart began to relax, her grip on the candelabrum dampened by her anxious sweat. She loosened her hold, revealing palms that were pale and void of color, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. "Finally gone," she murmured in relief. Yet in that moment of respite, a voice, ethereal and penetrating, pierced her eardrums. "Qiao Wanwan?" A tall, dark figure emerged beside her, emanating a chilling presence. Her complexion turned ghostly pale as she summoned her strength, raising the candelabrum to strike at the looming shadow. However, Her blow met only air as a powerful hand seized her wrist, forcing a cry of pain from her lips, causing her to relinquish her weapon with a clatter. The candelabrum tumbled to the floor, rolling for a moment before coming to rest. With a swift motion, the imposing figure yanked her wrist, pinning her against the door. One hand grasped her delicate wrist, while the other slammed against the door beside her, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Qiao Wanwan's back pressed against the door, her fear overwhelming her senses as darkness encroached upon her vision and her legs weakened. Fortunately, she was supported by the strength of a firm grip, preventing her collapse. In that moment, a singular thought consumed her. This could not end well. Having evaded the flower thief, she now faced a specter of her own making. As the figure before her was gradually illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the door, her heart raced with trepidation. Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened as she stared ahead, the cold white light filtering through the paper-thin door, illuminating the apparition before her. The figure stood an impressive height of approximately 188 centimeters, tall and slender, completely overshadowing the petite Qiao Wanwan. She was compelled to slowly gaze upwards from her position. The man wore a slightly unfastened white garment, the sash around his waist loosely tied, revealing his broad shoulders and narrow waist. The collar hung open, exposing a patch of pale skin. The moonlight above gently outlined the man's lean yet well-defined abdominal muscles. As they drew closer, she could discern the faint blush on his chest, almost visible through the white fabric, teasing her senses and leaving her parched. Her gaze was drawn to the man's enticing Adam's apple, slightly pronounced, leading down to long collarbones that seemed capable of holding water. His physique was nothing short of perfection, exuding an undeniable allure that tugged at Qiao Wanwan's heartstrings, causing her to involuntarily swallow the saliva that threatened to escape her lips. As her gaze continued to ascend, she beheld the man, bathed in moonlight. His silken hair cascaded down to his shoulders, his skin glistening like jade, and his captivating peach blossom eyes shimmered with an ethereal light that mesmerized her. His high, noble nose and lips, perfectly proportioned and reminiscent of delicate jelly, were irresistibly alluring, rendering him a masterpiece of nature's craftsmanship. Yet, at that moment, the man's expression darkened as he caught her bold scrutiny. His beautiful brows knitted together slightly, and his countenance turned grave. Qiao Wanwan felt a jolt of realization as she discerned the true identity of the specter before her. He was Xieze. Chapter 57. The ghost is Xieze with a face full of fear. The woman called out his name, Xieze. Indeed, in this martial arts realm, Xieze was the most stunning individual she had ever encountered. The exaggerated expression on her face struck Xieze as rather amusing. He appraised her, noting her attire, a loose mint-colored dress that appeared hastily donned, and to his astonishment, she was barefoot, her delicate feet exposed as she intruded into his room. Xieze's eyes flickered with curiosity. What trickery was this? With such a visage, she dared to sneak into his quarters, displaying a shocked demeanor upon seeing him. The situation seemed to invert. He had become the intruder in his own space. A knowing smile played upon his lips as he tightened his grip on her slender wrist, eliciting a pained gasp from her. "Oh, that hurts." Upon hearing her delicate voice, he relinquished her wrist, his demeanor regal as he gazed down at the woman who stood a few heads shorter than himself. His deep, penetrating gaze skimmed over the candlestick on the floor, laced with a hint of coldness. His cherry-red lips parted, uttering with indifference, "What is this? You burst into my room and intend to use the candlestick to harm me?" As Qiao Wanwan listened to his cold remarks, her expression stiffened. How could this be? Was it not the case that before she could even contemplate harming him, she had already become a porcupine, pierced by needles? She hastily shook her head, denying, No, no, no. How could I ever think of killing you?" The man raised an eyebrow slightly, arms crossed, scrutinizing Qiao Wanwan with a patient demeanor, allowing her the opportunity to explain herself. Seeing his unfazed countenance, the woman quickly sought to ingratiate herself, forcing a smile as she said, "What happened earlier was unintentional. I had no idea this was your room. I simply found the door easy to push and assumed the room was unoccupied. When you suddenly appeared, I thought you were an intruder." Qiao Wanwan forced an awkward laugh. Oh, are you implying that I am at fault? He inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. No, no, she exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously, like a rattle drum, desperate to deny any such notion. How could she dare? Her face turned pale with the fear that he might take offense and send her to her demise. The man's cold, piercing gaze resembled that of a hunter fixated on its prey. He remarked nonchalantly, So, you believe it acceptable to enter another's room without permission? What peculiar habit is this? No, it was merely a matter of necessity, she retorted quickly, raising her finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. Shoo, please keep your voice down. The rogue I encountered has incapacitated my maid and is seeking vengeance. I am merely hiding from him. Young Master Xia, I implore you, allow me to take refuge here. Once he departs, I shall return home. The man did not respond to her plea. Instead, he shifted slightly, moving to open the door. Hey, wait! Qiao Wanwan exclaimed in alarm, quickly grasping the sleeve of his garment. He halted momentarily, and seizing the moment, she urged, Do not act recklessly. We have no knowledge of the rogue's capabilities. It is just the two of us here. I am but a defenseless woman, and you, with your limitations, are hardly in a position to confront him. We could very well meet our end. As her words hung in the air, both individuals sensed an unsettling shift. Qiao Wanwan froze, pondering the term limitations. Why was he so tall? Gradually, her gaze drifted down to his legs. To her astonishment, the legs that had been resting in a wheelchair were now standing upright before her. Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? She was witnessing Xie Zhe standing. His legs were perfectly fine. Why had he been in a wheelchair all this time? Did he harbor some undisclosed secret? As this realization dawned upon her, she involuntarily gasped. The man opposite her shared a moment of panic. He had not anticipated that the truth he had concealed for so long would be unveiled before this woman. Following her gaze, he saw her eyes widen, her lips forming words of shock. His brow furrowed, and dark thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Should he simply eliminate her? To prevent her from obstructing his plans. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the woman before him, as a sinister smile slowly unfurled across his face. Gently stroking his smooth chin, he pondered aloud, Since you have uncovered my secret, I must reluctantly consider how to deal with you. What? A siren blared in Qiao Wanwan's mind, and her breath caught in her throat. What did Xie Zhe mean by that? Could it be as she feared? This was dire. Overcome with trepidation, Qiao Wanwan instinctively recoiled, while the man before her gradually closed the distance. On the floor, a pair of shoeless, small feet retreated, inching closer to the ornate shoes opposite her. Beads of sweat quickly formed on the woman's forehead as she pleaded, Xie Zhe, I will not reveal your secret. Please do not kill me. Do you believe I would trust a woman whose words are laced with deceit? He replied, still wearing that dreadful smile, relentlessly pushing Qiao Wanwan into a corner. Now, a solid wall stood behind her, leaving no room for escape. With eyes aglow, the man leaned in slightly, causing Qiao Wanwan to tremble on the verge of tears. In desperation, she raised 3 fingers, swearing to the heavens, I, Qiao Wanwan, will keep today's revelations to myself. Should I dare to speak of it, may lightning strike me down and grant me a wretched demise. Truly, young Master Xia, you must believe me. The man observed the fierce will to survive emanating from Qiao Wanwan as she pleaded with a childlike earnestness. Yet he merely chuckled, his skepticism deepening. He had never believed that a woman could exist without resorting to lies. Really? He inquired. Yes, I speak the truth, Qiao Wanwan replied, nodding fervently, her eyes brimming with sincerity. However, the man's gaze fixated on the woman's delicate, slender neck, and as he contemplated her timid demeanor, intrigue sparked within him. His long, defined fingers began to curl slightly. With an ethereal visage, he smirked, uttering words laced with indifference. Yet Xie Zhe remained convinced that death was the most effective guardian of secrets. Before Qiao Wanwan could grasp his meaning or respond, Xie Zhe's large hand abruptly grasped her slender neck. Her face turned pale as she frantically clutched at his wrist, struggling in vain. The man, however, merely smirked, tightening his grip. Don't kill me, she gasped, her voice stifled by the pressure around her throat. Struggling to breathe, her complexion began to darken. Chapter 58. In truth, the one I adore is you. Qiao Wanwan felt the specter of death closing in, her fear reaching its zenith. A crimson hue crept into her eyes as she gazed pleadingly at the man. Yet, he regarded her suffering with cold detachment, like a merciless beast observing its prey as it slowly succumbed to demise. As the world around her began to blur, she sensed the pressure on her neck gradually easing. A resounding crash echoed from outside, followed by the lewd laughter of a middle-aged man. "Ha ha! I've finally found you, little beauty. You truly were hiding here." Upon hearing the voice, Qiao Wanwan felt the grip on her neck loosen. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding whether the man had intended to kill her, she hastily covered her throat and coughed gently, moving to conceal herself behind the tall figure of the man before her. The man did not resist. Instead, he merely raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze towards the figure cloaked in black at the doorway. The lecherous intruder had heard faint sounds emanating from within and had burst through the door. Upon seeing the little beauty sheltered behind the towering man, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Oh, there's an even more stunning beauty here. Although he was male, he possessed a unique allure that did not repulse him in the slightest. He had never experienced the taste of a man before, and this enchanting visage was irresistible. With a lewd chuckle, the intruder's mustache twitched as he rubbed his hands together, stepping forward yet unable to enter. Addressing the two beauties inside, he attempted to soothe them. "Fear not, lovely ladies, your big brother will take good care of you." Qiao Wanwan shuddered at his words, a wave of nausea washing over her as she shrank further behind the man, her heart racing with anxiety. "What'd you do now?" Meanwhile, the unparalleled beauty, Xieze, felt a shadow of malevolence darken his deep-set eyes, the glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. He loathed the thought of this interloper disrupting his moment. Oblivious to the danger he faced, the lecherous man approached, marveling at the stunning figure before him, who towered over him by half a head. Wow, this man has such perfect proportions, his beauty surpassing even that of a woman. Truly exquisite. The intruder failed to perceive any martial prowess in Xieze, which suited him just fine. In the world of debauchery, he had never been captured, nor did he fear a man lacking in strength or a fragile woman. He believed he could bend them to his will without the need for any aphrodisiac. As the intruder closed the distance, now merely an arm's length away from Xieze, he remained oblivious to the dark aura emanating from the exquisite man. With a sly grin, the intruder said, "Since you wish to protect her, I shall start with you." His hand reached out towards Xieze. Yet, the man's lips curled into a slight smirk, and an ethereal voice echoed ominously, "Oh, you seek death." Before the thief's hand could even graze the collar of the pale man, a powerful grip seized his neck with a sharp crack. The intruder realized too late that his opponent was formidable. Just as he attempted to resist, it was far too late. With a sickening crunch, the life left his body, and he let out a final, muffled gasp, his eyes bulging in horror as he stared into the cold, indifferent gaze of the unparalleled beauty before him. In the next moment, his neck was brutally snapped by an extraordinary handsome man, leaving no opportunity for him to utter a word. The flower thief's neck was broken, and blood gushed forth profusely. Behind him, Qiao Wanwan peeked out, only to be met with a shocking sight. To her astonishment, Xieze had actually twisted the flower thief's neck with brutal force. The thief's blood had already stained the man's pale wrist. Her complexion turned ashen. Her eyes widened in horror. Terrified, she covered her mouth to stifle a gasp, witnessing the chilling scene of Xieze committing murder. Fear gripped her, rendering her blood icy and her steps retreating involuntarily. Xieze had killed the flower thief, effortlessly breaking his neck with a single hand. She was momentarily at a loss for words. With a resounding thud, the lifeless body collapsed before her. Qiao Wanwan stared at the flower thief on the ground. His unblinking eyes, now clouded in blood, fixated on her, evoking a chilling dread. She held her breath, frozen in place. Xieze, observing the terror etched on her face, couldn't help but smirk, his dark eyes narrowing with a glint of amusement. He wondered if she would meet the same fate as him. The woman, petrified with fear, rapidly shook her head in denial. She certainly did not wish to perish in such a horrifying manner as the flower thief. As Sieze advanced towards her, she trembled. Her hands clasped together in supplication. Sieze, I beg you, do not kill me. I promise I won't speak a word of this. Grant me a chance. If I dare betray you, then you may kill me then. The man regarded the quivering figure before him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he coldly replied. But how am I to trust you? Qiao Wanwan's mind raced, desperately seeking a reason that could convince the antagonist to spare her life. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. What if she confessed her intention to matchmake him with the male lead? She would never vie for his affections. As long as she survived, she could assist him in winning the male lead's heart. However, expressing such a thought seemed rather abrupt, and the antagonist might not believe her. What should she do? Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, cascading down her porcelain skin. She watched as the man, his hands stained with blood from the earlier violence, approached her slowly. Panic surged within her. She had to take the plunge. Qiao Wanwan tightly shut her eyes and exclaimed boldly to Sieze, Sieze, the truth is, I have always liked you. How could I possibly deceive you? Even in death, I would never lie to you. What? The man paused momentarily at her words, the murderous intent in his brow dissipating slightly. She actually claimed to have feelings for him? Yet, recalling her tendency to weave elaborate lies, his expression shifted dramatically. Shrouded in an icy demeanor, his gaze growing even more sinister as he coldly retorted, Humph. Is it not Gu Xiaomu whom you hold dear? They remain rivals. And that woman audaciously claims to have affection for him? What a farce. Does she truly perceive him as a fool? Does she think that uttering such words will spare her life? A startled sensation gripped Qiao Wanwan. She herself was at a loss as to why she had fabricated such absurd lies. Yet, she could distinctly sense that the perilous aura emanating from Sieze had somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, it appeared he remained skeptical of her words. With a voice tinged with anxiety, the woman began to embellish her tale. No, I speak the truth. Ever since our first encounter, I have been profoundly enamored with you. Every night, your visage fills my thoughts. Qiao Wanwan believed her acting prowess was exceptional. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she continued. Seeing you brings me immense joy. How could someone who loves you so dearly deceive you? In truth, she was engulfed in fear, yet she could not allow it to surface. Sieze lowered his gaze, delving into her sincerity, quietly observing her performance. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what other tricks this woman might possess. Consequently, he granted her an opportunity, extending 3 slender fingers, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He chuckled softly. Very well. I shall count to 3, and you must reveal to me the essence of your sincerity. I shall then contemplate whether or not to grant you your freedom. Upon hearing Sieze's words, Qiao Wanwan felt a flicker of hope. Her large, cat-like eyes brightened. However, sincerity, what sincerity? Was he referring to the truth of her affection? At that moment, Qiao Wanwan found herself in a quandary. How could she manifest this sincerity? She was acutely aware that all of this was mere fabrication. Oh dear, the pit she had dug for herself now required filling. It was an arduous task. In her mind, a fierce battle raged, her thoughts nearly overwhelmed. She could not conceive of a viable idea. As she gazed at the man's cherry-red lips parting and closing, the numbers he counted felt like a countdown to her very existence. She looked up, panic-stricken, at the man who was slowly closing the distance between them, now merely an arm's length away. The man slightly lowered his gaze, his cerulean eyes fixed intently on her pale countenance. As Qiao Wanwan observed his jelly-like lips, a sense of urgency surged within her. Just as he was about to utter the final number, she thought she must prevent him from saying it. With determination, she focused on his enticing lips and impulsively surged forward. Rising onto her toes with effort, she seized his collar and pulled him downwards. Her soft lips met his cool ones, effectively silencing him just before he could utter the final count. In that instant of realization, she was already pressed against him. Her eyes tightly shut as she continued to meld her lips with his, which felt soft and chilly. Moonlight streamed through the doorway, casting a gentle glow upon the 2 intimately entwined figures, allowing Sieze to observe them with clarity. His captivating peach blossom eyes widened slightly, his body stiffening. and his breath suspended in that fleeting moment. For the first time, he had been treated in such a manner by another. His gaze flickered, fixated on the woman who was so near. She had her eyes tightly shut, her soft lips pressed against his cool, thin ones. A gentle warmth brushed against him, igniting a thrilling sensation that coursed through his nerves. The delicate fragrance of the woman enveloped his senses, drawing him in. The man felt as if he were ablaze, a heat gradually rising within him. His heart raced wildly, its rhythm echoing against her exquisite face, causing her delicate eyelashes to quiver and painting her cheeks with a rosy hue. Even his pale skin began to flush with color. How peculiar. What were they doing? Was she kissing him? What could this possibly mean? A whirlwind of confusion swirled in Xiao's mind, innocent and uncomprehending. Why did this woman dare to touch him so? Yet he found himself strangely unopposed to this sensation. Her lips, soft and tender, caressed his, bringing forth a delightful shiver, an exquisite comfort. He slowly closed his eyes, yearning for more. Unconsciously, his hand rose, seeking to encircle her delicate waist. But soon he sensed something amiss. No, she was his rival. She was his adversary. How could he entertain such thoughts? Surely, this was a scheme devised by her. Regaining his composure, he abruptly opened his dark eyes and forcefully pushed away the woman who had kissed him. Caught off guard, Qiao Wanwan stumbled backward, her lower back colliding with the supporting pillar of the room. A pained gasp escaped her lips, inwardly cursing. This wretched man, why must he always target her waist? Surely, she would be left with a multitude of bruises. Steadying herself, she looked across to find the man, the blush on his face fading. Now using his long fingers to wipe away the traces of her kiss, seemingly filled with disdain. He glared coldly at the instigator, anger simmering in the depths of his dark eyes, demanding, "What does this mean?" Qiao Wanwan met his furious gaze, her heart racing. All she had intended was to seal his lips with her own, a mere brush, nothing more. She never anticipated he would react with such ire. Had he not once claimed he wished to see her sincerity? Were it not for his threats, she would not have risked her first kiss in such a manner. Qiao Wanwan gazed into his darkened eyes, feeling as though he might resolve to eliminate her. She could not help but swallow hard, tightening her grip on her slender neck, fearing for her very existence. With a hesitant demeanor, she expressed, "I am conveying my affection for you." Indeed, affection. The man's countenance darkened further, his brow furrowed with confusion. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for him? Was this truly how love was articulated? He found himself perplexed. The man's gaze unconsciously wandered to the woman, fixating on her soft, plump, ruby lips, which resembled gelatin, tempting him to take a bite. He swallowed hard, recalling the pleasant sensation from earlier. A warmth spread through his body, inducing a sense of unease within him. His eyes gradually lowered, consumed by suspicion. No, she must have bewitched him, for this woman made him feel so at ease. At that moment, she unexpectedly flicked out her petite, delicate tongue to moisten her lips, eliciting an immediate rush of blood within him. Xiaoze instinctively covered his eyes and brows with his hand, refusing to look at her. He felt that the more he gazed upon her, the more peculiar he became. Through his fingers, he glared at her with disdain, commanding leave. "Get out of my room." "Huh?" Qiao Wanwan, hearing the man's gravelly voice demanding her departure, blinked in disbelief, momentarily questioning her own hearing. Cautiously, she inquired once more, "Really? You will allow me to leave safely? Get lost." Receiving the man's irritable affirmation, Qiao Wanwan instantly perked up, displaying no signs of sorrow, but rather a sweet smile. With joy, she declared, "All right then, I shall take my leave. Good night, young Master Xia." With her bare, rosy feet, she darted away from Xiaoze's room like a rabbit. In that moment, the room was left with only an immobile, strikingly handsome man and a lifeless figure sprawled on the floor. Xiaoze gazed at the door through which she had exited. His long fingers descended from his eyes, gently brushing against his lips, which felt slightly warm to the touch. A faint blush crept onto his pale ears. Yet, upon noticing the lifeless body on the floor, his eyes regained their profound depth. Addressing the air, he called out, "Xie, here, my lord." Before the figure even appeared, his voice preceded him. In the next instant, a man clad in black materialized within Xiao's chamber. Dispose of the body in the county office. Yes, young master. With ease, the figure known as Xiao hoisted the corpse and vanished in an instant, his black silhouette flickering out of sight. The bloodstains on the floor were meticulously cleaned, rendering the scene as if nothing had ever transpired. Upon returning to her room, Qiao Wanwan found Chunxia still comfortably asleep. With the flower thief dealt with by Xiao, her mind was at ease. After a casual wash, she lay back down in bed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Yet, Qiao Wanwan fell into a deep slumber, drifting into dreams. In a space shrouded in white mist, the atmosphere was eerily silent as a woman clad in sleepwear stood at its center. Where am I? Qiao Wanwan gazed around, bewildered. Before her lay a veil of white mist, suddenly revealing a fearsome figure. This individual possessed an unparalleled beauty, yet at that moment, his countenance was twisted in a ghastly manner, resembling a demon, an exquisite yet perilous entity. Qiao Wanwan was utterly terrified, turning to flee. Yet at that instant, the man behind her extended his long, powerful hand, encircling her slender waist, as if caressing her abdomen with delicate strokes. Bowing his head, his expression concealed, he buried his face in the alabaster curve of her swan-like neck. His icy lips seemed to press against her throat, revealing sharp teeth that exuded a chilling intent. Wanwan. In this moment, they were locked in an embrace. What did it signify? The woman could only tremble, her voice quivering as she pleaded, Xiao, I beg you, do not kill me. Why do you persist in holding on to me? Yet, the man's deep voice, tinged with anger, reached her ears. Because you deceived me. You claim to love me. If you do not truly love me, I shall end your life, you liar. Qiao Wanwan's complexion paled as she hastily retorted, No, I did not deceive you. I love you. I truly love you. Please do not kill me. Oh, those are your words. Do not mislead me. Do not let me down. Otherwise, he paused, his long hand slowly ascending until it rested upon her neck. He continued with a soft laugh. Then the next one to have their neck broken will be you. The terrifying voice of Xiao echoed in her dreams, gradually fading into obscurity. Startled awake, Qiao Wanwan bolted upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. She gasped for air, glancing around to confirm she was indeed in her own guest room, and let out a sigh of relief. It was just a dream. Thank goodness. She patted her chest in reassurance. Beside her, Chunxia was slowly awakening, rubbing her eyes and noticing the daylight streaming in. Panic set in as she hurriedly got out of bed, apologizing to Qiao Wanwan. Miss, Chunxia does not know why I overslept today. I truly apologize. It's all right. She was drugged by a flower thief and fell into a deep slumber for the entire night. It is quite normal. Just then, the realization struck her. Everything that transpired yesterday was not merely a dream. She had actually kissed the antagonist. Zhongshu arrived at Xiao's room, pushing him out. Upon seeing the faint circles of dark shadows under Xiao's eyes, he sensed something was amiss. With concern, he inquired, Young master, why does your complexion seem so fatigued? Did your illness flare up again last night? Xiao coughed lightly, offering no response. He had been troubled by a particular matter all night, depriving himself of sleep, which explained his current state of exhaustion. However, it was a perfect opportunity to seek the insight of the experienced Zhongshu. Uncle Zhong, I wish to ask you a question. Please, young master, speak freely. I would like to understand the meaning behind two individuals pressing their lips together. What? Zhongshu was momentarily taken aback by such an unexpected inquiry from the young master, his mind momentarily blank. Xiao's expression stiffened as he inquired once more. What does it mean when a man and a woman share a kiss? Zhongshu, taken aback by the young master's question, felt a flicker of surprise. What could have prompted such an inquiry? Had he witnessed something outside? Zhongshu's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he realized that the young master had matured, and it was time for him to comprehend such matters. With a hint of pink on his cheeks, he smiled and explained, Kissing is an act reserved for spouses. It is an expression of affection that occurs only between those who are married. Spouses? Xiao mused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. A wave of confusion washed over him regarding her expression of love. Did it imply she wished to become his wife? Or was there a deeper significance? As he pressed his lips together, Memories of that warm sensation stirred peculiar feelings within his heart. Was it conceivable that such an act could occur outside the bounds of matrimony? Zhong Shi, startled by the young master's question, quickly refuted, "Of course not. This is a matter of one's reputation." He passionately continued, "While there are indeed many rogues in the world who disregard their honor, the Xie family must uphold its integrity. Reputation is synonymous with honor. We must not fall prey to the schemes of those with ill intentions." Xie Zhe's eyes darkened as he affirmed Zhong's words, beginning to suspect that the woman in question might be plotting against him. Zhong Shi's curiosity about the young master's inquiry deepened. How had he come to learn of such intimate matters? The young master, who typically shunned the company of women, now exhibited an unexpected curiosity. Zhong Shi speculated whether someone had acted inappropriately before the young master. Having watched the young master grow from childhood, Zhong Shi recognized that although he had endured rigorous training, he remained utterly oblivious to the intricacies of marital relations. The lingering effects of his upbringing had left him fragile, with little regard for the future of the Xie family. Alas, only Zhong Shi, an outsider, bore the burden of such worries. He fervently hoped that the young master would one day find a true companion, someone who could understand and accept him. However, the priority remained. He must not allow anyone to tarnish the young master's reputation. With a sense of urgency, he asked, "Young master, did you perhaps witness a couple displaying such intimacy? Is that why you were so intrigued by these matters?" Xie Zhe, caught off guard by the question, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could not possibly reveal that he was the protagonist in the story involving Qiao Wanwan. Instead, he feigned a cough and nodded, crafting a convenient excuse for himself. Zhong Shi, witnessing the young master's admission, could only smile wryly. He cautioned, "Young master, do not be tempted to emulate such behavior. These intimate gestures are solely for spouses. Once you find the right lady and marry, everything will become clear." As he gazed at Zhong Shi's beaming smile, it seemed she held great expectations for his future. A suitable young lady? Why must it necessarily be a lady? In his heart, he could never forget Gu Zhaomu, who had once lent him a helping hand in his youth. Though they had grown somewhat distant, he believed that one day she would comprehend his feelings. He yearned to be the one person she needed by her side, reclaiming all the tenderness she had bestowed upon him. Those who proved useful beside Gu Zhaomu would inevitably become his rivals. In this life, having Gu Zhaomu's affection was all he desired. After all, others bore no genuine sentiments towards him. Contemplating this, Xie Zhe felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Unconsciously, his mind wandered to the words of a certain someone, a statement he had received with skepticism. "I like you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten." A cold smirk crossed the man's lips. How absurd. She had merely uttered a lie to survive. There was no need to take her words to heart. Since she wished to perform, Xie Zhe had no qualms about indulging her charade until the day she faltered, at which point he would ensure her demise with his own hands. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes as his fingers slowly intertwined, as though he were grasping the delicate neck of that woman. He tightened his grip, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. Seated at the guest table, Qiao Wanwan felt an inexplicable chill creep along her neck, prompting her to shiver slightly. "Wanwan, are we keeping you waiting? Sorry for the delay." Qiao Wanwan glanced at the descending man and woman, chuckling lightly. In Chapter 61, it is noted that he favored men. The present Gu Zhaomu, in stark contrast to yesterday, seemed transformed. His demeanor towards Qiao Wanwan was consistently caring, even seeking her consent. "Wanwan, may we join you for breakfast?" Qiao Wanwan glanced at Zhou Xinyue, who accompanied him, and offered a faint smile, though the nature of her current fade remained inscrutable. She nonchalantly nodded, of course. With her permission granted, the two naturally settled into the vacant seats beside her. Gu Zhaomu suddenly inquired, "By the way, Xinyue, did you sleep well last night?" "Elder brother Gu, I am well." Except for... Zhou Xinyue cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Wanwan and continued, "Except for the small misunderstanding from last night with Wanwan, everything is splendid." That's good to hear." The mentioned party, aware they were alluding to her, closed her ears to their conversation, choosing to feign ignorance. Since they believed her to be deceiving them, she had no desire to dispute the events of the previous night. Besides, The flower thief had long since been slain by Xie, ensuring he would no longer pose a threat to anyone. Qiao Wanwan disregarded their words and playfully asked Chunxiao beside her, "Why has the food arrived yet?" "I am starving." "Miss, please hold on. Chunxiao will check on it right away." Qiao Wanwan flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "All right, I'll wait for you." Unfazed by their conversation, Qiao Wanwan remained in high spirits. The man and woman next door fell silent, no longer discussing the events of the previous night. Shortly after Qiao Wanwan's departure, the distinct sound of a wheelchair rolling echoed through the inn. The gathered onlookers turned towards the source of the noise, where a man being pushed forward bore an unusually dark pallor beneath his eyes, marring the vitality of his countenance. Observers couldn't help but furrow their brows, feeling a sense of regret for his condition. What had befallen him? Before Qiao Wanwan's meal was served, a pair of chopsticks appeared in her hands. She gazed at the man being wheeled in, resting her chin on one hand, thoughtfully nibbling on the chopsticks. Xie's pronounced dark circle suggested he had not slept all night. Could it be that the events of last night had troubled him so deeply? Surely not. Could a villain possess such innocence? Qiao Wanwan chastised herself for entertaining such a notion. After all, Xie had no affection for her. How could he lose sleep over such matters? She admonished herself not to be overly sentimental. As Xie settled naturally across from her, his gaze locked onto her with a hint of scrutiny. For a moment, their eyes met, and she could see the frost gathering in the depths of his gaze, chilling enough to freeze anyone in place. She instinctively tugged at the corners of her mouth, offering him a somewhat awkward smile, a silent greeting. "Hello." The man across from her softened slightly, though the chill in his demeanor remained. Beside him, Gu Xiaomu couldn't suppress his concern and inquired, "Brother Xie, did you not sleep last night? Your complexion appears quite poor." At Gu Xiaomu's question, Xie's gaze shifted from the woman to him, a faint smile gracing his features. He casually replied, "I was feeling unwell last night and could not sleep." "Do not worry, Brother Gu. I shall recover soon." "Is that so?" Gu Xiaomu sighed with a touch of sympathy. He recalled the last time Xie had suffered from his affliction and had questioned Zhongshe about it. He learned that Xie was afflicted not only with cold poison, but also with various other toxicities akin to a living embodiment of poison. Having traversed the martial world for 5 years, he had never encountered a toxin associated with Xie. Thus, he felt powerless to assist in his treatment, completely unaware of the origins of these myriad toxins, save for the knowledge that 5 years prior, Xie had been pursued by martial artists who vehemently denounced the Xie family as a malignant presence in the world of martial arts, deserving of extermination without mercy. Gu Xiaomu understood that the Xie family were masters in the art of poison and medicine, a fact that many righteous figures in the martial world resented. Their poisons acted swiftly and lethally, while their concoctions were equally potent. However, Gu Xiaomu found it perplexing that if the Xie family possessed such expertise, why did they not assist their own young master in creating an antidote? He had heard from Butler Zhong that the afflictions caused by Xie's poison could only be alleviated with medicines developed by the Xie family. Yet none could cure him entirely. Thus, Xie endured periodic suffering, relying solely on his willpower to withstand the pain. Gu Xiaomu regarded the striking features of the man before him, his expression tinged with a trace of compassion. "Ah, dear brother Xie, your toil is truly commendable. I hope that amidst our tumultuous world, we may encounter a divine healer to alleviate your suffering." Xie curved his pale lips into a faint smile. "Brother Xie Gu, your concern for me is appreciated. Alas, the remedies from outside prove ineffective. The venom within me has accumulated over 2 decades. Even the most celestial being would find it a formidable task to render assistance." Across from him, Qiao Wanwan remained skeptical, recollecting the prior night when he had effortlessly stood before her, resembling a towering mountain. His tall and slender form had dispatched a life with ease, seemingly unscathed. Even contemplating silencing her as well, had she not sacrificed her modesty to startle him, her own life might have been forfeit. She gazed at the man's delicate, slightly tinted lips, full and alluring. A flush crept upon Qiao Wanwan's cheeks as she bit her own lips, attempting to quell her bashful heart. Marveling at the exquisite taste of such beauty, sweet and soft, igniting a flutter within her. Yet he was fond of men. Casting a glance at the handsome youth sitting nearby, Gu Xiaomu, she chastised herself for her fanciful thoughts. Alas, the stunning beauty's affections lie with him. Though she had bestowed her first kiss, he was not the type to possess the obsessive nature of a lifelong singleton. It was prudent not to indulge in self-deception. Having kissed the enchanting beauty without succumbing to infatuation was indeed a commendable feat. With a soft giggle, Qiao Wanwan consoled herself, her spirits lifting. However, the man across from her discerned her every expression, his brow furrowing as shadows flickered across his profound gaze. "Your meals are served. Please enjoy," came the announcement. And Qiao Wanwan wasted no time, seizing her chopsticks to dig in with disregard for the opinions of those around her. This table was graced with her selections, and she saw no reason to wait for others. Gu Xiaomu observed Qiao Wanwan relish her breakfast with unrestrained joy, and reaching for a clean pair of chopsticks, he attempted to serve her a dish. Yet, before it could reach her bowl, she deftly evaded it. The chopsticks hovered momentarily before Gu Xiaomu chuckled. "Wanwan, Brother Gu has prepared this for you." Qiao Wanwan cradled her bowl protectively, asserting, "No need, I have my own hands. You all should eat swiftly, or I shall devour the entire breakfast myself." "Very well," Gu Xiaomu conceded, feeling a tad embarrassed as he retracted his chopsticks. Observing his displeasure brought Qiao Wanwan a sense of delight. Nearby, Zhou Xinyue felt pity for him, veiling her mockery with a thinly disguised remark. "Brother Gu, such a kind-hearted nature ought not to be squandered on those who do not cherish it." With that, she too picked up her chopsticks, placing a piece of meat into Gu Xiaomu's bowl. "Brother Gu, Xinyue serves you." "Thank you, Xinyue," he replied, while Qiao Wanwan keenly noted the sweet exchange between them. Inwardly scoffing, "Oh, Xinyue indeed." One ought to consider the expression of the antagonist across the table, for their countenance had transformed into a darkened visage. Qiao Wanwan covertly observed Xieze, whose face was shrouded in shadows as he fixated on the interaction between the male and female protagonists, his eyes seemingly ready to unleash icy arrows. For a fleeting moment, she felt a sense of relief, grateful that she had not incited the villainous ire. Her rosy lips curled into a slight smile, and she began to savor her breakfast with renewed enthusiasm. The little glutton eyed the braised pork before her, licked her lips, and reached for it with her chopsticks. However, with a sudden clatter, the chopsticks slipped from her startled grasp and fell onto the table. As Qiao Wanwan was about to seize the pork, her wrist was unexpectedly caught by a large hand clad in deep blue, emerging from behind her. Momentarily stunned, she let the chopsticks drop onto the table. Turning her head, she noticed a figure dressed in dark blue, wielding a sword and obscured by a bamboo hat, rendering his face indistinguishable, a wandering knight of the realm. Gu Xiaomu, seated nearby, was the first to regain composure, swiftly apprehending the mysterious individual who had grasped Qiao Wanwan's wrist. "Who are you? Release her," he demanded. "Miss." The surrounding breakfast patrons, including the Xie family's guards and Su Su, grew increasingly vigilant. The Xie family encircled them, swords drawn in defense against the intruder. Meanwhile, a certain individual seated in a wheelchair had discreetly unveiled silver needles, eyes dark and resolute, prepared to strike should the situation escalate. An oppressive aura of lethal intent enveloped the vicinity. Yet the man standing behind Qiao Wanwan displayed no trepidation. He coldly addressed the man who had interrupted him, stating, "You should be the one to let go." His grip on Qiao Wanwan's wrist was firm, unwilling to yield. He slightly raised his head, revealing a youthful and handsome visage, his eyes shimmering with surprise and affection as they lingered on Qiao Wanwan, who appeared before him with a striking beauty. In that moment, Qiao Wanwan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this man, though she could not recall his identity. Just then, a voice filled with astonishment reached her ears. "Young Master Zilin." Upon confirming their acquaintance, Xieze narrowed his eyes and withdrew the weapon he held, casually picking up a teacup from the table to sip leisurely. Zhongshu gestured to the Xie family guards surrounding them, and they complied with his silent command. Retracting their swords and returning to the table, where only Su Su remained seated, continuing his meal. Gu Zhaomu, upon hearing Qiao acknowledge the man, mused that Qiao Wanwan must surely know him as well. Observing the woman who had just rejected his advances now restrained by the unknown man, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction, his hand still firmly gripping the stranger's wrist. The gaze of barely contained anger shifted to Qiao Wanwan, her brow furrowing as she questioned, Wanwan. Who is he? The man gripping Qiao Wanwan's wrist, upon hearing the other's harsh inquiry, felt a surge of indignation in his eyes. He retorted loudly, Who are you to question my junior sister so brazenly? I demand to know who you are, for you have suddenly seized Wanwan's hand. Your intentions are clearly dubious. Dubious intentions? Do you even know who I am? I care not for your identity. Release Qiao Wanwan's hand at once. Release? It is you who should let go of my hand. The two men exchanged fiery glances, each staring daggers at the other, their displeasure palpable. Caught in the middle, Qiao Wanwan felt quite awkward as she attempted to pull her wrist free, but the martial artist's strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile. She cleared her throat gently, offering a timid suggestion. Could you both perhaps let go? Upon hearing her voice, the two men, in perfect synchrony, turned to question her. Junior sister, who is he? Wanwan, please tell me, who is he? Startled by their intense scrutiny, Qiao Wanwan found herself utterly bewildered. She glanced at the man in the bamboo hat, then at Gu Zhaomu, her mouth agape, yet unable to articulate a response. The truth was, she had no knowledge of the relationship between this man and herself, or rather, the relationship he held with the original owner of her body. In desperation, she turned to Qiao with a pleading look. Qiao, witnessing the predicament of her young mistress, stepped forward to facilitate an introduction. Gu Xiaoxia, this is young Master Zilin, a direct disciple of the leader and also the young mistress's senior brother. Young Master Zilin, this is Gu Xiaoxia, a friend of our esteemed leader. What, a friend of the master? Mo Zilin surveyed Gu Zhaomu with a disdainful gaze, instantly recognizing him as a rival for Wanwan's affection. His displeasure was evident, eyes filled with contempt. What has happened to my master's judgment? His choice of friends is pitifully poor. This fellow appears younger than me, yet has managed to befriend the master. Is he employing some underhanded trick? Upon learning the man's identity, Gu Zhaomu felt a sense of calm wash over him, reasoning that his relationship with Qiao Wanwan must be akin to that of siblings. He released his grip on her hand, clasping his fists with a smile. Ah, so you are the master's direct disciple. That certainly makes us allies. It is a pleasure to meet you. I find no pleasure in this encounter. Were it not for junior sister Wanwan's presence, I would not have come to know you. Feeling the disdain, Gu Zhaomu awkwardly concealed his smile, internally lamenting, why are all those under the alliance leader so similar in demeanor? Mo Zilin, ignoring the unfamiliar faces around him, cast a worried glance at Qiao Wanwan, even reaching out as if to touch her face. This startled her, prompting her to instinctively retreat, thus avoiding any contact. She hardly knew him. Not only was he holding her against her will, but he also sought to invade her personal space. Such actions could easily lead others to misconstrue their relationship. The woman wore a faint expression of displeasure, swiftly retracting her wrist from the man's grasp. Let me go. With his hand now empty and the woman evading him, the man exhibited no signs of anger. Such behavior from her seemed to have become a commonplace occurrence in his eyes. A glimmer of affection danced in his gaze as he smiled and inquired, Wanwan's, what brings you here? Qiao Wanwan furrowed her brow slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Did this senior brother not know that the original owner had fled from the leader's residence? How could she explain her presence without it seeming abrupt? Deep in thought, Qiao Wanwan refrained from responding. Mo Zilin, not having heard the beloved's reply, remained unperturbed, narrowing his eyes and patiently awaiting her response. Xia, observing young Master Zilin, felt a familiar concern arise. She feared that others might misconstrue the nature of the relationship between Miss Qiao and young Master Zilin. This Mo Zilin was the legitimate grandson of the esteemed General Mo, whose father had once saved the life of the leader. In return, the leader had agreed to cultivate the descendants of the Mo family. At the tender age of 10, he began training in martial arts at the leader's residence. while the young lady was merely 3 at the time. Having grown up with her, young Master Zeline harbored a genuine affection for her, one that was entirely above board. Yet, how could the young lady possibly reciprocate his feelings? She had always regarded him with a sense of sibling camaraderie. However, when she turned 15, the 22-year-old Zeline unexpectedly confessed his feelings for her. This revelation struck her deeply, leading her to gradually develop a disdain for him. Yet, Zeline persisted, relentlessly declaring his affection at intervals, sometimes resorting to excessive measures, which only fueled her aversion towards him. Chunxia, sensing the tension, attempted to call out to him, hoping to offer a discreet warning. Young Master Zeline, please exercise restraint. Upon hearing the ever-intrusive Chunxia, the man's expression darkened significantly, a surge of anger swelling within him. How could Chunxia, being Wanwan's personal maid, dare to lead her out alone? Without an expert from the Qiao family by their side, what would happen if trouble arose? His precious Wanwan was of utmost value to him and his master. With a face now etched with fury and reproach, he spoke in a voice laced with authority. Chunxia, you will explain this to me. Why is Wanwan here in the martial world? Chapter 63. Come back with me, Qiao. Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in the man's demeanor. A thud echoed in her ears as Chunxia's complexion paled, collapsing to the ground. Trembling, she implored, Young Master Zeline, please do not be angry. The leader is aware of this matter and has specifically entrusted Sir Gu with protecting Miss Qiao on her journey to Anchi City. The leader is waiting for her there, so please do not worry. The man's brow furrowed deeper, his skepticism lingering over Chunxia's words. How could his master permit Wanwan to venture out? And who is this Sir Gu? His gaze followed Chunxia's introduction, darkening further upon recognizing the man. It was none other than the young hero, Gu Xiaomu. He regarded the man before him, perceiving him as decidedly untrustworthy, even dangerous. He felt that Qiao Wanwan, with her naive disposition, would be easily deceived by such men. The introduced Gu Xiaomu also cast a glance at Zeline, noting the skepticism etched across his features, which was far from amicable. Zeline forced a strained smile in response, but Gu Xiaomu's frown deepened, disregarding him entirely. Turning to Qiao Wanwan beside him, he coaxed, Sister Wanwan, the world we inhabit is fraught with malice. It is perilous. As a delicate woman, how can you remain amidst such rogues? How can I, as your elder brother, feel at ease? Qiao Wanwan nodded inwardly, acknowledging the danger. The man continued earnestly, how about this? Wanwan, accompany me. I shall ensure your safe return home. Return home? Upon hearing these words, Qiao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, your brother is concerned for you. Look at you, after a year apart, you've grown so thin. It pains me. Traveling with me is far safer than being with strangers. I, too, am nearly finished with my journeys in the martial world, and it is time to return, bringing you back safely as well. His sincere demeanor suggested he was not deceiving her. Perhaps returning with him would indeed lead her back to the comfort of the Alliance leader's residence, sparing her the anxiety of accompanying the villainous male protagonist, who instilled fear and unease in her daily life. Excitement began to stir within Qiao Wanwan, her lips curving into a gentle smile, revealing a delicate dimple. Zeline observed the hint of joy on her face, sensing that his proposal might succeed. He slowly extended his hand. Sister Wanwan, what do you think? Of course, it sounds wonderful. Just as Qiao Wanwan reached out her hand, Gu Xiaomu intervened, slapping his palm down first. With a sharp sound, Gu Xiaomu seized Zeline's hand firmly, sending a tingling sensation through it. Zeline was taken aback and hastily withdrew his hand, but was held fast by Gu Xiaomu's grip, which bore a hint of internal energy, clearly a provocation. With an air of warning, Gu Xiaomu addressed Zeline. Regrettably, young Master Mo, your intentions, while noble, cannot allow Qiao Wanwan to accompany you. The Alliance leader has entrusted me with her safety to traverse the martial world and ultimately return her to Anchi City to reunite with him. If she departs with you, how shall I explain this to the Alliance leader? Spring and summer, having overheard Zeline's words, recognized his ulterior motives and the potential deception he harbored towards their young mistress. They were aware of his inappropriate feelings for her. With Qiao Wanwan in his company, Her safety would undoubtedly be compromised. To safeguard her, she stepped forward to support Gu Xiaomu's stance. Young Master Zeline, we are nearing Anchi City. If we return to the Alliance leader's residence now, it would delay us considerably. It would be more prudent to proceed directly to Anchi City to meet the Alliance leader. Mo Zeline, incensed to hear a servant siding with strangers, felt a surge of anger. With a forceful jerk, he freed himself from the grip of the man who had been testing his internal strength. His tone towards spring and summer grew more severe. In the spring and summer, why are you turning your elbow outward? I am Wanwan's senior brother, the one who truly cares for her, unlike them. As a mere servant, how dare you align with outsiders and oppose me? What punishment do you deserve? Chuanxia's face turned pale as she lowered her head. I apologize, young Master Zeline. I am merely following the orders of the leader. What a convenient excuse. Have you not seen how thin Wanwan has become? Even her usual lively demeanor has vanished. As a servant, allowing your master to suffer is indeed a grave transgression. Chuanxia, reprimanded, quickly knelt on the ground. Young Master Zeline, please do not be angry. This depends on a young lady's wishes. If she agrees to return with you, even if I face the leader's wrath upon my return, I shall have no words to say. With this statement, the pressure shifted to Qiao Wanwan. In an instant, all eyes around her turned, as if seeking her decision. At that moment, Qiao Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment. She inwardly cursed her father. Just moments ago, she contemplated following this suddenly appearing senior brother. Yet, with Gu Qiaomu and Chuanxia so opposed, how could she voice her thoughts? Indecisive, she glanced around, observing Gu Qiaomu's furrowed brow, seemingly troubled. Beside him, Zhou Xinyue's gaze seemed to urge her to make a swift decision. Should she leave? This was a rare opportunity. Her eyes darted, searching for an answer. Just then, a pair of deep, dark eyes cast a chilling glare her way, sending a shiver down her spine. As she focused, she saw Xie nonchalantly sipping tea, yet his gaze exuded a subtle threat, his lips curving into a faint smile. This reminded her of their encounter at the post station, where he bore the same unsettling expression and smile that had made her uneasy. Was he threatening her? Certainly. If he knew she wished to leave, would he not resort to murder as before? Qiao Wanwan pressed her lips together, a chill running through her heart. After a prolonged silence, Mo Zeline spoke again. Wanwan, what shall your choice be? Observing Qiao Wanwan's hesitation, Chuanxia grew anxious, her delicate voice urging her. Mississippi. Qiao Wanwan looked at her, and then at Mo Zeline's increasingly troubled expression, stirring doubt within her. Was Chuanxia trying to warn her? Perhaps this senior brother was not as he appeared. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. I will not return with my senior brother. Upon hearing the refusal, Chuanxia's face gradually brightened with joy. Gu Qiaomu also sighed in relief, grateful that Qiao Wanwan had chosen his side. Otherwise, the proverbial pigeon he had nearly caught would have flown away. Just moments ago, lost in the euphoria of anticipated victory, Mo Zeline's expression fell upon hearing Qiao Wanwan's rejection, his smile evaporating in an instant. Chapter 64. The villain approaches her. Wanwan, you must think this through. They are merely strangers, while I am your elder brother who has accompanied you throughout your growth. Following me, you will undoubtedly find security. Yet, those others, when faced with peril, may abandon you at any moment. Qiao Wanwan hesitated, uncertain of what to say. She too felt that Gu Xiaomu and his companions might act in such a manner. However, could she truly trust this suddenly appeared elder brother to protect her? Beside them, Gu Xiaomu observed Qiao Wanwan's troubled expression and chuckled softly, speaking on her behalf. Young Master Mo, I have traveled alongside Wanwan for over 2 months. She has already become a member of our team. Rest assured, I, Gu Xiaomu, am a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. I am not one to turn a blind eye to someone in distress. It is precisely for this reason that the leader entrusted me with Wanwan's safety on this journey. Mo Zeline, however, could not care less about his sense of loyalty. He merely felt that Gu Xiaomu was an obstacle, disrupting his time with Wanwan. He turned to Qiao Wanwan once more, asking again, Wanwan, do you truly not intend to return home with your elder brother? Thank you for your concern, but we are nearing Anchi City, and I wish to see my father. She replied affirmatively. Upon hearing Qiao Wanwan's response, Mo Zillian's expression darkened, evidently angered. He parted his thin lips and spoke with restrained frustration. Very well. It seems I have overstepped. With that, the man tightened his grip on his sword and left the inn with heavy footsteps. As the others watched him depart, reactions varied. Some were pleased, while others were worried. Gu Xiaomu returned to his amiable demeanor and praised Qiao Wanwan, saying, "Haha, Wanwan, your choice is indeed the correct one. Do not fret. Brother Gu will certainly ensure your safety on the road, and you shall not suffer the slightest harm." Qiao Wanwan managed a forced smile, internally scoffing. Not suffer the slightest harm? What a joke. She had no idea how many times she had been injured. Gu Xiaomu truly spoke without a hint of modesty. After a hearty meal, Qiao Wanwan, accompanied by her maid, was on her way back to her room. Chuanxia sighed deeply before explaining to her, "Miss, it is fortunate you did not agree to young Master Ziline's proposition." Hearing Chuanxia's words, Qiao Wanwan felt as though there was a significant matter at hand. "Why do you say that?" Chuanxia puffed out her cheeks, indignantly responding, "Miss, have you forgotten what young Master Ziline once intended to do to you?" Seeing her mistress blink innocently, Chuanxia realized that Qiao Wanwan had not recalled those unpleasant memories. Yet, she remembered them all too well. Although young Master Ziline had been her elder brother since childhood, he was also her fervent admirer. There was an incident just 2 years prior. Chuanxia had gone to fetch some snacks for her mistress, who was sunbathing in the courtyard. Upon entering, she found her mistress asleep on a stone table, her delicate face exposed, while a tall man stood beside her. The person Chuanxia recognized was none other than young Master Ziline. He had intruded into her mistress's courtyard, and instead of waking her, he gazed at her with a strange expression, silently observing her slumber. Bending down, he leaned close to the slumbering young lady, inhaling her essence like a beast. He extended his large hand, tenderly caressing her face. The more spring and summer observed, the more they felt a sense of unease, until that man lowered his head, intent on drawing nearer to the young lady's visage, even wishing to kiss her. Startled, she immediately dropped the food container in her grasp. With a loud clatter, it startled the occupant within, who withdrew their hand. Qiao Wanwan was also awakened by the commotion, and upon raising her gaze, she caught sight of Mo Ziline beside her. With a tone laced with petulance, she voiced her displeasure. "Mo Ziline, what brings you to my courtyard?" Mo Ziline smiled gently, responding in a soothing manner. "Junior sister Wanwan, I've been tasked by Master to venture into the martial world. I merely wish to see you once more before I depart. Go if you must, but why come to see me?" Listening to his words, Qiao Wanwan felt perplexed. She had always held a disdain for him, wishing for his immediate departure. Yet, he lingered before her, a man utterly oblivious to her feelings. She loathed such brazen individuals. "Junior sister, why do you still harbor such animosity towards me?" "Oh, you are aware of my disdain for you. Then why not leave quickly?" "Very well. I shall take my leave now. Do rest well, junior sister." The man did not perceive any longing in her voice. With a heavy heart, he exited Qiao Wanwan's courtyard. As he passed the entrance, he noticed spring and summer bowing to him. He paused momentarily, his expression darkening as he waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for such formalities before striding away. Spring and summer watched Mo Ziline depart before entering, carrying the fallen food container. Stealthily, she cautioned the young lady, "Miss, I have noticed that Master Ziline's behavior is quite peculiar. He does not appear to be a gentleman of repute." It was widely known among the Qiao family that Mo Ziline harbored feelings for his junior sister. However, she remained indifferent, consistently rejecting the affections of the admirable Mo Ziline. The elders had once entertained the idea of uniting the two families through marriage, yet they were deterred by Qiao Wanwan's aversion. The Qiao patriarch, having doted on his daughter for many years, was not inclined to rush such matters. The Mo family found themselves unable to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, and thus the notion was abandoned, allowing Qiao Wanwan to continue her willful ways. Reflecting on Spring and Summer's words, Qiao Wanwan felt a twinge of regret. That senior brother harbored such intentions towards the original owner of her body, even seeking to take advantage of her vulnerability. She silently rejoiced in not having accompanied him. Otherwise, Who knew what might have transpired along the way? Although being beside, Gu Zhaomu posed its own risks. At least he despised Qiao Wanwan and had no desire to approach her surreptitiously. Indeed, lecherous men were perilous. Qiao Wanwan caressed her smooth chin, nodding in agreement with her earlier decision, and proceeded towards the room ahead. However, her path was suddenly obstructed by two guards from the Xie family, sword in hand, blocking their way. Spring and Summer promptly stepped forward to shield the young lady, inquiring with a hint of caution, "What are you doing?" The guards of the Xie family respectfully clasped their fists towards Qiao Wanwan, stating, "Miss Qiao, our young master requests your presence." Qiao Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the situation. "Xie Zhe seeks me?" "Yes, please follow my subordinate," came the response. "Very well." Qiao Wanwan advanced, but behind her, Chunxiao was blocked by another guard. She anxiously called out, "Miss." With a slight frown, Qiao Wanwan inquired why they were not allowing Chunxiao to accompany her. The guiding guard explained, "Our young master has only invited Miss Qiao. Why would the antagonist suddenly desire her company? Surely, it could not be to hold her accountable for yesterday's incident." It seemed highly plausible. The thought of last night's events struck fear into her heart. Her reckless actions had likely angered the antagonist. Her complexion paled, and a tremor of apprehension coursed through her. Since they had come to find her, she could not refuse. Doing so might provoke the antagonist even further. Sighing, Qiao Wanwan nodded. Turning to Chunxia, she reassured her, "Chunxia, I shall return shortly. Wait for me in our room. I will be fine." "All right." Chunxia nodded, though concern lingered in her voice. "Miss, please be cautious. After all, that young Master Xie is quite notorious in the underworld." Though Chunxia refrained from expressing this sentiment outright, she offered a gentle smile to comfort her mistress. "Do not worry. I'm off now." Chapter 65. A beautiful landscape. The scene resembled a poignant farewell. The two guards from the Xie family could not help but cough discreetly, interrupting the solemn atmosphere. "Miss Qiao, let us proceed. Our young master has been waiting for some time. If we delay, you may become displeased." What urgency was this? She remained oblivious to how she would confront Xie Zhe next. The unknown terror that awaited her was daunting. "Let's go." The guards escorted her back to the guest room from the previous night, offering a reminder. "The young master is inside, Miss Qiao. Please enter." "Thank you for guiding me." The guard, momentarily distracted, clasped his fists and nodded before departing, standing a short distance from the door, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Qiao Wanwan withdrew her gaze, focusing on the door that had been breached the night before. She was acutely aware that a nightmarish man awaited her just beyond. Perhaps even the specter of a flower thief lingered within. Her heart raced violently, and her trembling hands sought solace. "It will be all right. It will be all right," she reassured herself. After all, the antagonist had spared her life during such a fortuitous moment yesterday. Now, he was even less likely to brazenly harm her. Pausing as she approached the door, she lifted her hand, striking her pale face gently to dispel her trepidation, forcing a smile despite her stiffness. Finally, she placed her hand upon the door, which creaked open with ease. A refreshing breeze wafted from within, brushing against her fair cheeks and causing her delicate lashes to flutter. In the dim light of the previous night, she had been unable to discern the room's arrangement. Now, in the bright light of day, she could see the true nature of her surroundings. Initially, I envisioned the antagonist's chamber as a dimly lit and morose space. To my surprise, it revealed itself as a clean, elegant, and refreshingly unique room. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by a dining table adorned with a subtly folded landscape screen painting. At the far end, a grand window lay ajar, offering an unobstructed view of the picturesque lakeside that bordered the exquisite residence, framed by lush willows swaying gently in the breeze. The scene was further embellished by a few egrets frolicking in the water, creating a living tableau. A gentle zephyr carried a faint scent of willows, completely devoid of the heavy stench of blood that lingered the previous night. A crisp sound suddenly interrupted Qiao Wanwan's reverie. Behind the screen, there seemed to be another figure concealed. Qiao Wanwan did not step inside. Instead, she shifted slightly to the side of the doorway, leaning gently against it to peer toward the source of the sound. Gradually, a figure emerged from behind the screen. Clad in white, he sat with legs crossed by the window, gazing outward with his head tilted. His long hair flowed like ink in the wind, accentuating his exquisitely chiseled features that transcended mere handsomeness. His profound eyes radiated an air of aloofness, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, or pure white jade. Untouched and immaculate, his beauty harmonized seamlessly with the picturesque landscape outside, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. His flawless fingers rested delicately upon a teacup placed by the window, while his slender index finger caressed its rim. Qiao Wanwan could not help but swallow hard at the sight of such a striking man. A wave of jealousy surged within her, wishing fervently to transform into that cup and await his gentle touch. Alas, as reality dawned upon her, she abruptly snapped back to her senses and slapped her own face in a moment of panic. Qiao Wanwan, you lecherous fool! What absurd thoughts are you indulging in? Who is he that you dare to entertain such notions? Are you courting death? She chastised herself for her reckless musings. Just then, the man's voice, cool and soothing, penetrated her thoughts. Why not come in, since you are already here? At that moment, the image of the man lingered in her mind, his voice tantalizingly seductive, teasing her heart. As she lifted her foot to step forward, memories of the brutal corpse of the flower thief from the previous night halted her advance. She hesitated, retreating to her original position, pressing her lips together, reluctant to proceed any further. The man seemed to sense her trepidation, a low, rich chuckle escaping his throat. Are you afraid? I am not, she retorted. Deceiver, he replied, causing a jolt of surprise within her. She could not allow Sieze to harbor any suspicions about her. Thus, steeling herself, she donned a resolute expression and strode purposefully forward, crossing the threshold into the man's domain to prove her sincerity. She swiftly traversed the entrance, standing before him, her gaze fixed on his captivating features, a sweet smile adorning her face as she stammered, Young Master Xia, see, I have entered. His eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded her thoughtfully, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he raised his hand, and the door behind her slammed shut with a resounding thud. The sudden fright rendered Qiao Wanwan momentarily paralyzed, her entire being shuddering, lips paling slightly. Clutching her skirt tightly, she bravely suppressed her fear and inquired, What is the purpose of your summons, young Master Xia? The man across from her uncrossed his legs, revealing a nonchalant demeanor as he rose gracefully from the window, standing tall like a pine. He approached her deliberately, each step measured. A sense of wariness gripped Qiao Wanwan, prompting her to retreat cautiously. However, unbeknownst to her, a slick object lay on the ground, causing her to stumble upon a metallic surface. With a startled gasp, she lost her balance and fell backward. Her eyes widened in alarm, her heart racing. In an instant, the man extended a large hand, grasping her delicate arm. With a swift motion, he pulled her toward him, as she found herself colliding with his chest, her toes barely touching the ground. The faint, sweet aroma of herbs emanating from him filled her senses as her cheek pressed against his shoulder, her warm breath inadvertently brushing against his smooth, alluring throat. The soft contours of her body pressed against him, and she could feel the warmth radiating from his toned physique, a momentary tension palpable between them. Realizing the intimate position they occupied, she hastily pushed against him. In her flustered state, she was unaware of where her hands had ventured. The man inhaled sharply, a deep, muffled groan escaping his throat. At that moment, Qiao Wanwan felt a rush of heat flood her cheeks, her ears ringing with embarrassment. She cursed inwardly, bewildered by the provocative sound he had emitted, her mind racing with inappropriate thoughts. How could I have touched him there? She berated herself, her face aflame with mortification. Though she had unwittingly kissed him, it was merely an accidental brush, nothing more. Chapter 66. What do you intend to do? Qiao Wanwan shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the fantasies clouding her mind. Yet, the grip on her arm tightened, compelling her to lean closer to him. Her ample curves pressed against his body, contorting into shapes that rendered her utterly flustered. Alarm bells rang in her mind as her embarrassment soared to dizzying heights. She forcefully pushed him away, striving to maintain distance, crossing her arms over herself in a display of panic. Though I feel remorseful, what are your intentions? The man before her exhaled heavily, his gaze fixed on the girl who appeared as if he had wronged her, a bemused expression crossing his face. The discomfort provoked by her inadvertent touch lingered. Yet her first utterance was a question of his motives. A faint blush tinted Xie Zhe's cheeks, slowly giving way to an air of darkness. With a light chuckle, he replied, "That is a question I should be directing at you. Qiao Wanwan, in an effort to compel me to rescue you. Did you deliberately fall before me just now? What? Did he truly believe her fall was intentional? How could it be? She would never resort to such tactics to attract the attention of the antagonist. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at the unidentified object on the floor that caused her to trip." Qiao Wanwan pointed to the ground behind her, attempting to explain, "No, I merely stumbled over something on the floor, which caused my fall." The man across from her dismissed her assertion with nonchalance. What was on the floor? Qiao Wanwan turned to look, only to find the floor immaculate, devoid of any objects. Xie Zhe crossed his arms, observing the woman before him with a frigid gaze, her complexion gradually paling. He smirked with a chilling demeanor. "You are indeed a deceiver, Qiao Wanwan. Even such a simple matter, you attempt to mislead me? How can I trust someone like you?" Qiao Wanwan, still defending herself, nervously replied, "No, I honestly do not know where that object went. It must have been kicked away somewhere. Have you forgotten? I have feelings for you. How could I deceive you?" "Oh," the man spoke slowly, "yet just moments ago, you hesitated over whether to leave this group with your senior brother and return to the Qiao residence." Qiao Wanwan's expression stiffened, thinking, how does he know? Before she could clarify, the man fixed her with a gaze as frigid as ice, smiling gently, yet with a menacing undertone. "Do you think I would allow anyone who knows my secrets to leave unscathed? You would do well to be honest. Should I discover any intention of escape on your part, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death." Qiao Wanwan was taken aback by his death threat. Xie Zhe continued, observing the fear on her face, his tone languid. "Of course, as long as you remain by my side, I can guarantee that you will not meet an untimely end on the road to Anchi City." What? An untimely end? Both threats weighed heavily upon her. To ensure her survival, she could not gamble her life. She had to comply and stay within this group. She forced a laugh, hastily shaking her head in denial. "Oh, that's absurd. The journey back to the Qiao residence would be several times longer than going to Anchi City with us. I, Qiao Wanwan, am not foolish. Why would I choose such a long route to torment myself? Moreover, Xie Zhe, how could I bear to leave the side of someone I cherish so deeply?" After speaking, Qiao Wanwan even attempted to wink at him playfully. The man, however, merely scoffed and remarked, "Humph, you are indeed clever. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that once you step beyond this door, you will be able to return to the Qiao residence alive." Qiao Wanwan involuntarily trembled slightly, relieved she had not expressed a desire to leave. She wished to remain nowhere near him, fearing a sudden change in his disposition, and managed a forced smile. Like a small cat, she playfully blinked her starry eyes, sweetly coaxing, "Since Zhe is aware that I will not leave you, may I return now?" "Asha." The man felt a peculiar sensation in his heart upon hearing her call him so intimately. The tension between her brows has significantly eased. Yet, this woman professes her affection for him, while he can sense her constant desire to escape his presence. "Are you perhaps afraid of me?" Xie Zhe's gaze, deep and penetrating, locked onto hers, seemingly yearning for an answer. The subject of his inquiry, Qiao Wanwan, cursed inwardly. "How dare you, villain, speak so brazenly? If it weren't for your persistent threats and occasional attempts on my life, who wouldn't be terrified of you?" Of course, Qiao Wanwan would never voice her true thoughts. However, since he could read her so clearly, she decided to articulate her feelings plainly. "That might be somewhat true. Could you perhaps be a bit gentler with me in the future? I like you so much that I fear one day I might be unable to endure your indifference, which would inevitably lead to sorrow. Be gentle with you? Like how you were with Brother Gu." Upon hearing her utter those words, the man's pupils widened. The previously softened expression on his face sharpened, exuding an air of palpable pressure. His dark eyes narrowed, and with a deepened tone, he inquired, "What do you know?" "Huh?" Qiao Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. noticing the slight furrow in his brow. It dawned on her that she had misspoken. She began to speculate that the villain likely wished to keep his fondness for the male lead a secret. Oh no! She had struck a nerve with the antagonist. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes as she clapped her hands and smiled. A's and Brother Gu share a profound camaraderie. Observing your interactions, I, who have no siblings, find myself envious. Thus, I hope Ace can also open his heart to me so we can face challenges together. Listening to her innocent musings, Xieze's furrowed brow slightly relaxed. It seemed she was oblivious to the deeper implications. With no further reason to prolong her visit, he casually declared, in that case, you may leave. Oh, very well. Just as Qiao Wanwan reached the door, a loud clang echoed behind her, making it appear as though she had been unceremoniously expelled. How mortifying! She turned around, raising her fist, thinking to herself that a villain stood before her. With a few exaggerated gestures, she waved her tiny fist at him and even stomped her foot in frustration at the door. The scene was comical, reminiscent of a frantic street dancer. Allow her this brief madness. She felt utterly stifled in the presence of the villain. Once she had vented her frustrations, she reverted to her genteel demeanor, adjusting her slightly disheveled dress, relieved that no one had witnessed her outburst. However, as she turned, she found the guards of the Xie family watching her with incredulous expressions from a distance. How embarrassing! Clearing her throat softly to mask her awkwardness, she passed by the guards with a modest smile, offering a kind remark, "You have worked hard." Before the guard could fully register her words, she had already dashed away. Xieze had returned to his wheelchair, one hand resting lightly on his forehead while the other toyed with a slender, needle-like weapon, a tool designed to trip someone up. The man gazed intently at the gleaming weapon, a wave of perplexity washing over him. Why did his body ignite with heat upon contact with that woman? Even more bewildering was his inexplicable infatuation with her fragrance. Embracing her enveloped him in a sense of comfort, soothing even the lingering pain in his legs. Could it be the effect of the medicinal ointment she wore? Throughout their encounters, she consistently emanated the scent of that salve, though he occasionally applied similar ointments. None possessed the alluring potency of hers. Xieze furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the mystery. The abrupt click of the wheelchair signaled him to swiftly conceal the weapon within its hidden compartment. "Young master," came the voice of the guard stationed outside the door. "Enter," he commanded. Upon entering Xieze's chamber, the guard observed the young master seated by the window in his wheelchair, bowing his head to report, "Young master, Miss Qiao has just made peculiar gestures at your door." It appeared as though she was casting a spell. Chapter 67. A stroll in the market. Alas, the facade of beauty crumbles. Such is the injustice of fate, mused Qiao Wanwan to herself as she made her way back to her room. Turning a corner, she overheard a conversation among wandering heroes. She paused, stepping back and straining to listen intently. "Brother Liu, we must prepare supplies here before heading to Biluo Mountain Villa. Indeed, I have heard they treat heroes well there with hot springs for bathing. Quite splendid. Haha, my brother. After such a long journey, we have yet to pause and relax. To soak in a hot spring upon arrival would be a true blessing. Yes, we ought to don fine attire. It would be quite inappropriate to arrive in tattered clothing. We might face disdain from other heroes." "Well said, Brother Liu. Let us hasten to purchase new garments today." The two heroes, with arms draped over each other's shoulders, departed the corridor, while a head peeked around the corner. Qiao Wanwan stroked her smooth chin thoughtfully. "Our next destination seems to be Biluo Mountain Villa as well. They have hot springs? How delightful." She glanced down at her attire, recalling the numerous garments she had carelessly discarded in recent days. Nodding to herself, she declared, "I must procure several new outfits. It is settled." With a snap of her fingers and a beaming smile, she joyfully bounded back to her room, humming a cheerful tune. With a soft creak, the door swung open. Upon seeing her safe return, Chuan Xia, who had been anxiously waiting, visibly relaxed. "Miss, you have returned." "Chuan Xia, I came to find you for something important." "Something important?" "Yes, prepare yourself swiftly. We shall go shopping today." Chuan Xia's eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect of an outing, and she replied with a radiant smile, "Of course, miss. Candied hawthorn on a stick. Come and buy candied hawthorn." Amidst the bustling street, a girl adorned in a delicate shade of mint green, accompanied by her maid, emerged from the crowd. The passers-by, captivated by the exquisite beauty of this young woman, couldn't help but steal glances, their hearts astonished. When did such a stunning lady grace the town? Qiao Wanwan, however, paid little heed to the gazes of the onlookers. Immersed in the lively atmosphere of the street, she felt a comforting sense of warmth, distinctly different from her usual vigilant pace. Today, she allowed herself to relax, embracing her whims without restraint. She craved candied hawthorn. Eagerly, she called out to her maid, Chunxia, keep up. I'm going to buy candied hawthorn. Yes, miss. Do not worry. Chunxia will always be by your side, she replied dutifully. With a graceful lift of her slightly long skirt, Qiao Wanwan hurried to the vendor calling out for candied hawthorn. Blocking his path, she playfully extended a finger, a smile illuminating her face. Sir, I would like a stick of candied hawthorn. The vendor, momentarily taken aback by the celestial beauty before him, quickly handed her a stick with a cheerful grin. Here you are, miss. Please enjoy. Thank you, kind sir. Chunxia soon arrived, presenting a silver coin to the vendor. Here is your payment. No need for change. The vendor, astonished at their generosity, so much that it could cover a day's worth of business, accepted the coin with a hint of disbelief, exclaiming, You are too kind, young lady. I should be thanking you. Noticing Chunxia lingering behind without indulging, Qiao Wanwan gently urged, Chunxia, you must have a stick of candied hawthorn too. It is simply delightful. Thank you, miss, Chunxia replied gratefully. She accepted a fresh stick from the vendor's hand, her cheeks flushed with joy as she savored the sweet treat alongside her mistress. Qiao Wanwan found happiness in Chunxia's delight, feeling that such moments were truly worthwhile. In her heart, there was no distinction between master and servant. Kindness was meant to be shared, and good fortune was to be enjoyed together. A sweet smile graced her lips, mirroring the sugary delight she held. At that moment, her mint-colored sleeve was suddenly tugged. Puzzled, she glanced down to find a scruffy little boy of about 5, with a timid girl peeking from behind him, pulling at her sleeve. His eyes sparkled with innocence as he gazed up at her, grinning, Sister, you are so beautiful. The vendor, upon recognizing the two little beggars from the town, grew wary of their presence, fearing they might offend his customer. He raised his voice, You two little rascals. Do not touch this lady with your dirty hands. With that, he swatted at the boy's grimy hand that clutched Qiao Wanwan's sleeve. The little boy stepped back, clutching the frightened girl behind him. The proprietor smiled as he explained to Qiao Wanwan, My dear, please do not take offense. These two children are notorious beggars in our town. They solicit from every passerby, which is particularly irksome. The younger one can assist you by driving them away. Just as the owner was about to take a stick to shoo them off, Qiao Wanwan quickly interjected, Wait, please. The proprietor halted his actions, a look of confusion crossing his face. Observing the girl holding a candied hawthorn skewer, she gradually approached the little beggar. Chunxia, equally perplexed, called out to her, Miss. Unfazed, Qiao Wanwan continued toward the two siblings, slowly kneeling before them. She extended her candied hawthorn forward. The children were momentarily taken aback, speculating whether this beautiful sister intended to gift them the treat. They reached out with their small, grimy hands to seize it. However, Qiao Wanwan swiftly withdrew the skewer, leaving the boy empty-handed, a feeling of being tricked washing over him as his lips turned down in disappointment. Suddenly, Qiao Wanwan addressed the little boy. Did you speak the truth just now? The onlookers were somewhat bewildered by her question, while the child, earnest and sincere, nodded vigorously. Yes, sister, you are so beautiful. I have begged in this town for 2 years and have never seen a girl as lovely as you. Ah, how delightful to hear, Qiao Wanwan responded, a smile gracing her lips, pleased by his words. She then declared, Very well, I shall treat you to candied hawthorns. Really? They exclaimed. Of course, with such sweet words. How could I possibly refuse? Rising to her feet, she waved to the proprietor behind her. Seeing an opportunity for profit, the owner hastened toward them, beaming broadly as he generously offered the children candied hawthorns. The little girl received a lavish and plump skewer adorned with glistening orange-red caramel. Her bright, sparkling eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, Wow, brother, it really is candied hawthorn. This is my first time tasting it. So sweet and delicious. Indeed, it is my first time as well. Chapter 68. Sweet-tongued children receive treats. Having only observed others enjoying candied hawthorns before, the children finally savored the treat themselves. As they licked the sugary exterior, their hearts swelled with sweetness, and radiant smiles adorned their faces. The boy was filled with gratitude towards Qiao Wanwan, whispering, "Thank you, sister." It seemed they had learned that flattering the sister could earn them sweets. They chorused sweetly, "Sister, you are beautiful, and your heart is kind. My sister and I adore you." "Ha, you are quite charming with your compliments," Qiao Wanwan replied, delighted by their praise. On another note, she wished to buy more food for the two children. She procured an extra piece of silver and handed it to the proprietor, instructing, once they finish, if they desire more candied hawthorns, please oblige them. This is to cover their treats, as I wish to treat them. "Certainly, miss." "Rest assured," the proprietor replied. "Little brother, little sister, I must attend to other matters now, so I shall take my leave. You sit by, savoring your meal slowly, but be cautious not to overindulge." "Thank you, dear sister." The two children, experiencing kindness for the first time, felt a slight pang in their noses. "It is my pleasure. Let us depart, Chunxia." "Certainly, Mississippi." The two, master and servant, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, vanished from their sight. "Little beggar, remember that young lady. There are indeed many kind-hearted souls in this world who will treat you well without disdain." The boy, savoring his candied hawthorn, smiled broadly, revealing his gap-toothed grin, and assured the owner, "Rest assured, I and Yandere will certainly remember that, sister." Walking down another street, Chunxia could not help but commend the lady beside her. "Miss, you are truly benevolent. Such kindness is nothing extraordinary. I merely cherish the praise from the children, which is why I rewarded them." Oh, Chunxia understands now. The lady wishes to teach them to be smooth talkers. With that, even begging would be considerably easier? Ha ha, think as you will. Qiao Wanwan pondered. It was merely a whim, with no ulterior motive. "Look, the government announcement board has been updated with the latest news." Upon hearing the commotion from the crowd ahead, Qiao Wanwan exchanged glances with Chunxia. They approached to discover what had transpired. "What happened?" "Look, the government's notice states that the flower thief met a tragic end last night. This is indeed a cause for celebration." The crowd murmured in agreement, engaging in lively discussion. "What a monumental event for our town. Indeed, that scoundrel made the young girls in our community too afraid to step outside. I wonder which hero dealt with that flower thief. His demise was truly deserved." Yes, many heroes have arrived in the city recently. Perhaps they are the ones who enacted justice and eliminated that wretched flower thief. The townsfolk gathered before the announcement board were filled with joy. "Miss, are they referring to the flower thief mentioned in yesterday's notice?" "Yes. Last night, Chunxia was rendered unconscious and was unaware of the events that unfolded. Qiao Wanwan chose not to inform Chunxia. Thus she remained oblivious to the fact that the flower thief had already been slain by Xieze." Upon hearing this good news, Chunxia could not help but exclaim, "This is splendid. The flower thief, who tormented women, has met his deserved fate. It is indeed a cause for rejoicing. The young women and townsfolk can now breathe easy." Indeed, Qiao Wanwan nodded in agreement. She too supported Xie's decisive actions yesterday, although she had felt quite frightened at the time. However, allowing that thief to roam free would likely lead to more women suffering. Death for the scoundrel serves as a form of atonement. "Miss, look ahead lies the largest ready-made clothing shop in the town." Following Chunxia's gesture, Qiao Wanwan gazed ahead. Not far away stood an imposing clothing store, bustling with ladies and gentlemen entering and exiting, their faces adorned with smiles, evidently satisfied with their purchases. Qiao Wanwan was also quite curious about the exquisite garments within the ready-to-wear pavilion. Eagerly, she took Chunxia's hand and suggested, "Shall we venture inside?" "Indeed, miss," replied Chunxia. As the two approached the entrance, a courteous attendant respectfully ushered them in. Not far from the pavilion, Zhou Xinyue and her maid were strolling when they suddenly spotted Qiao Wanwan. "Oh, is that Miss Qiao up ahead?" Zhou Xinyue inquired. "It truly is. I can hardly believe she possesses such leisure to shop for clothes," her maid remarked. "Should we not approach and observe her?" Zhou Xinyue frowned slightly, feeling that her maid's suggestion was akin to that of sneaky thieves. She scolded, "Observe what? Do you think your mistress is a voyeur?" Seeing her mistress's displeasure, Xiao Cui turned pale and quickly apologized. "Miss, I certainly did not mean it that way." "Did you not? Then speak more clearly." "Shall we return now, miss?" "Return? With our hands empty? How could we possibly go back?" Xiao Cui, perplexed by her mistress's gestures, inquired, "So, miss, what do you mean? This street does not belong to her alone. What is there to observe? We are merely passing by, coincidentally looking at clothes." "Indeed, you speak rightly. It appears I was too obtuse to grasp your meaning." Xiao Cui finally understood her mistress's indirectness. In essence, they still needed to see what Miss Qiao intended to do. "Dear guest, please watch your step," the attendant warned as Qiao Wanwan was led deeper into the pavilion. The attendant assessed the guest's attire to gauge the potential price range of their desired garments. Upon entering, they were shown the exquisite ready-to-wear selections available for the esteemed clientele. Qiao Wanwan marveled at the lavish and grand displays, adorned with decorative vases and jade ornaments. Should a guest carelessly brush against them, the pavilion would undoubtedly profit without loss. Nevertheless, the collection of fine garments was extensive, elegantly showcased on traditional hangers for all to admire. Qiao Wanwan nodded in satisfaction. Noticing her apparent delight, the attendant began to enthusiastically present the offerings. "Madam, over here are our premium ready-to-wear garments, and this section features unique pieces crafted by our embroiderers this month." Qiao Wanwan promptly waved her hand to halt his words. "No need for recommendations. I shall browse at my leisure. You may attend to your duties." "Very well. Should you find a garment to your liking, please do not hesitate to call upon me," he replied. Once the attendant departed, Chunxia had already picked up a beautiful ensemble to show Qiao Wanwan. "Miss, this dress is stunning and would suit you perfectly." "Indeed, it is lovely. This peach blossom-colored gown with delicate white chiffon evokes the essence of a lotus, so soft and vibrant." "Yes, this outfit will undoubtedly enhance your beauty and showcase its value." "All right, please set this dress aside for me, and do not simply choose for me. Since we are here at the ready-to-wear pavilion, you must select something for yourself as well." Upon hearing her mistress's words, Chunxia's face lit up with joy. Yet, as she pondered, her fervent heart gradually settled into tranquility. As a mere maid, how could she dare to don garments of the same caliber as her mistress? She hastily declined, saying, No, miss. Chunxia already possesses ample attire. It is truly unnecessary." Qiao Wanwan discerned that Chunxia's words were mere fabrications. What woman is devoid of a desire to appear beautiful? Qiao Wanwan realized her excessive thoughts. With a sigh, she expressed her regret. "Alas, I had envisioned us together at Biluo Mountain Villa, adorned in our new garments, looking exquisite. Just look at your attire. How many times have you worn it on our journey? The last time you sparred with an assassin, you see how it is patched and mended. If we go to Biluo Mountain Villa and others see you, they might think I am mistreating you. Furthermore, we are to enjoy the hot springs there, of course. We must acquire new garments to wear." Chunxia's eyes, glistening with emotion, stirred slightly. How touching it was that her mistress had thought of her. Chapter 69. Isn't that akin to wearing nothing at all? Yet, Chunxia clearly disagreed with the preceding statement. "What mistreatment? My mistress treats me exceptionally well. Whenever there is something delectable, she always shares it with me. Any amusement she partakes in, she includes me as well. Such a wonderful mistress could never mistreat me. Yet, if others see me in my resplendent attire, while you wear patched clothing, wouldn't they harbor such suspicions?" Chunxia's throat tightened as she gazed at her mistress, whose face radiated anticipation. She understood her mistress's good intentions and resolutely refused to dampen her spirits. Relaxing her thoughts, she nodded with a bright smile, saying, "Mistress, I shall buy it." "Very well, you may purchase it. The fund shall be provided by me." "Thank you, mistress." With her mistress's assurance, Chunxia confidently wandered off in search of garments that appealed to her. Meanwhile, concealed nearby, Zhou Xinyue and her maid overheard their conversation. Xiao Cui gazed enviously at the pair, then glanced back at her own mistress. Zhou Xinyue sensed the scrutiny of her maid and chided. "What are you looking at? Hasn't your mistress been providing your wages?" Xiao Cui inwardly scoffed. "Is it the same?" That lady gives directly. Comparing her mistress to others, it was evident that Zhou Xinyue was rather stingy. No wonder the other maids were so eager to protect their mistress. Noticing her maid's discontent, Zhou Xinyue furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. Are you still not satisfied? Mind that I might deduct your wages? Or do you wish to become her maid? No, no, miss. Xiao Cui absolutely harbors no such thoughts. Zhou Xinyue snorted coldly. Observing Qiao Wanwan here was a mere waste of time. Since she was genuinely shopping for clothes and engaged in nothing else, there was no need for her to linger, especially since it could tarnish her relationship with her maid. How absurd it was for a young lady of wealth to befriend her servants as sisters. Zhou Xinyue felt quite displeased. Beside her, the maid Xiao Cui was equally treacherous. Why should she envy others for treating their servants kindly? Wasn't Zhou Xinyue sufficiently kind to Xiao Cui? Stealing a glance at Qiao Wanwan, she instantly straightened her posture and instructed her maid, "Let us return. Gudagu will surely miss me if he cannot see me." "Yes, miss." Xiao Cui secretly stuck out her tongue, internally mocking, "My mistress is truly self-absorbed." As Xiao Cui followed her mistress, she cast a lingering glance at the beautiful garments inside, which grew increasingly distant. It wasn't until they departed from the garment pavilion that she averted her gaze. There were no pushy salesmen, nor any flattery from Chunxia. Freed from her constraints, Qiao Wanwan began to leisurely admire the exquisite apparel. She was particularly drawn to a stunning cerulean ensemble, layered with intricate details. It was undeniably beautiful, and its price was likely steep. Even the undergarment was elegantly coordinated, adorned with a large crimson flower pattern. While Qiao Wanwan found it somewhat quaint, it was acceptable since it would be hidden beneath her outerwear. She assessed the quality of the garment by running her fingers over the fabric. It was exceptionally fine. In this ancient era, devoid of modern technological enhancements, there was no room for substandard craftsmanship. The fabric of the undergarment shimmered softly, smooth as water, providing a cool touch against the skin. Wearing it in summer would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye, momentarily dazzling her vision. She turned towards the source of the light and discovered a set of exotic garments tucked away in a corner. Intrigued, Qiao Wanwan approached to inspect the outer layer, which was crafted from a sheer red veil, embellished with numerous golden adornments and beads, all intricately woven together by a silken thread. The dazzling decorations shimmered against the translucent fabric, particularly the exquisite details along the shoulders, extending to the neckline and connecting to the chest area. A delicate golden bell was perfectly positioned to discreetly cover her bosom. Looking further down, she noticed a matching set of jewelry on the hanger, resembling a skirt. Tiny beads and golden bells cascaded like tassels around the waist, yet the interior was entirely empty. Qiao Wanwan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Examining the ensemble, it consisted solely of a gossamer thin outer layer, leaving everything else to her imagination. Astonished, she speculated internally. Could this possibly be a piece of intimate apparel? Suddenly, a light bulb moment struck her. A sly smile crept onto her lips as she contemplated the garments before her. She had finally conceived a plan to assist Xie in winning over the male lead. Surely, when they visited Biluo Mountain Villa, they would all indulge in a hot spring together, presenting a splendid opportunity for interaction. And this very outfit was the key. If the antagonist donned this attire and appeared in the same hot spring pool as the male lead, what kind of impression would that create? As soon as the image of the heavenly handsome man flashed through her mind, adorned only in a delicate sheer red garment that barely concealed his fair and exquisite form, she felt a rush of excitement. His chest, lying bare, was partially obscured by a golden bell, while seductive tassels danced around his waist, teasingly revealing and concealing as he moved. Oh my! It was utterly captivating, simply breathtaking. Surely, the male protagonist could not withstand such temptation. If given the chance, she would willingly become a loyal subject beneath the beauty skirts. With a mischievous smile gracing her face, Qiao Wanwan absent-mindedly wiped away the drool that threatened to escape. "Miss, Chunxia has already selected the garments." A voice called from behind, startling her as she quickly checked her face for any unsightly remnants. Assured that all was well, she turned to Chunxia and replied, "Oh good." Let us hasten to settle the bill and depart. Settle the bill? Ugh, I misspoke. I meant we should quickly purchase the clothing and return to the inn. Very well, Qiao Wanwan called to a passing servant, pointing to the garment tossed in the corner. Young man, please wrap that piece for me as well. The servant paused, momentarily taken aback by her request. Miss, are you certain about this one? Indeed. I wish to purchase that dress. What of it? The servant hesitated, observing the pure and lovely young lady, unsure of how to articulate his concern. Chunxia, however, was not pleased with the servant's scrutiny and stepped forward, blocking his gaze with a fierce glare. What kind of look is that? My lady wishes to buy it, so wrap it up promptly. Please do not be upset, miss. It's just that I must clarify the nature of this garment. It is typically worn without any undergarments, he said, his face turning slightly awkward as he glanced around to ensure no one else was within earshot. What? Chunxia's reaction was the most pronounced, while Qiao Wanwan quickly placed a hand over her mouth. Shoo, keep your voice down. Oh, right. Chunxia, blushing at the sight of the sheer fabric, pondered such transparent attire. And yet it is worn without any clothing beneath. What then can it truly be called? Is it not akin to wearing nothing at all? Chapter 70. Does the miss truly harbor such a peculiarity? She reassured herself that the miss was likely unaware of its implications, which was why she wished to purchase it. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, she heard Qiao Wanwan affirming the servant's words. Miss, are you certain you wish to buy it upon learning its nature? This is typically reserved for the pleasures of wealthy gentlemen and their wives. Of course, I shall acquire it. Before the servant could continue, Qiao Wanwan's resolute words interrupted him. What? Both women widened their eyes in disbelief, suspecting they had misheard. Yet Qiao Wanwan reiterated with earnestness, I will purchase this attire. Miss, this is... Qiao Wanwan preemptively interrupted Chunxia, offering reassurance. I understand. Do not worry. It is not for me to wear. Then, for whom do you intend it? Surely, it is not meant for the leader? This is absolutely unacceptable. The esteemed leader has never contemplated finding a new consort. If you were to purchase these items, it would surely wound the leader's heart. What on earth are you thinking? Of course, this is not for my father. I merely find it aesthetically pleasing. Is it not permissible to admire it as a collection? Hearing her words, Chunxia sighed in relief. If the young lady wishes to collect, then that is acceptable. My lady, this set of garments must not be revealed to outsiders. Indeed, Qiao Wanwan casually responded, urging, hurry and buy them. Once we finish, we shall return to the inn. Very well. In the end, Qiao Wanwan acquired 3 sets of clothing, one being the peach-colored ensemble chosen by Chunxia, and another, a cerulean outfit of her own selection. The last set was a seductive sheer garment, meticulously wrapped in fabric, with all the embellishments intact. Chunxia also selected 2 new outfits, her face beaming with joy as she followed her mistress out of the tailor's shop, cradling both their garments. As the proprietor of the tailor's shop passed through the display area, he suddenly noticed that the sheer garment that had been tucked away in the corner was missing. He hurriedly detained a passing servant, asking, Xiaofeng, what happened to that alluring piece I placed in the corner? The servant, named Xiaofeng, who had attended to Qiao Wanwan, sensed the proprietor's concern and hesitantly inquired, Master Su, was that garment not meant for sale? Not exactly. It's just that it has lingered there for so long, and no nobleman or lady dare to purchase it. Now it has suddenly vanished, and I wish to know its whereabouts. I see. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. Master Su, someone has just bought that garment. What? Master Su was taken aback and quickly probed Xiaofeng. Did you explain the significance of that garment to the customer? Haha, do not worry, master. I have already informed the customer. That young lady still chose to purchase it. Upon hearing this, Master Su could not help but marvel. How astonishing. It was indeed a younger customer. It seems the youth of today are quite adventurous. After Chunxia returned to the room with her mistress, she carefully placed the delicate package into the larger one, advising, My lady, I have tucked this package deep inside. Do not let anyone discover its presence. In Chunxia's eyes, it was a garment shrouded in secrecy. When she learned of its true purpose, she was utterly shocked. The young lady actually has an affinity for such risque items. As her maid, she vowed to safeguard her mistress's hidden secret at all costs. Haha, Chunxia, you are overthinking. When you first laid eyes upon it, you did not ponder so deeply, did you? Indeed, If it were to be discovered, we could simply pass it off as an ordinary outer garment, right? Besides, aside from the added embellishments, it is no different from any other outerwear. If you do not speak of it, and I do not speak of it, who would ever know is a novelty item? My lady, Chuanxia listened in astonishment as her mistress unabashedly uttered the term novelty. Although she typically found Miss Bai's inexplicable words puzzling, at this moment, based on their previous conversation, she comprehended everything with clarity. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, turning a shade so deep it seemed they could bleed. Pouting, she implored, "Miss, please refrain from uttering such scandalous words in front of outsiders. It simply cannot be allowed." In her heart, Qiao Wanwan chuckled, thinking, Chuanxia is such a naive little girl. I shan't tease her further. Otherwise, she might end up in tears. All right. I understand, Chuanxia. I shan't speak of it, she assured, playfully gesturing to cover her mouth, offering a smile to soothe her friend. After a pleasant day of shopping, Qiao Wanwan enjoyed a blissful night's sleep. Morning arrived swiftly, and once again, they prepared to embark on their journey to the next destination, Biluo Villa. The carriage had long been gathered at the entrance. As Qiao Wanwan was assisted into the carriage by Chuanxia, the distant sound of galloping hooves reached her ears. "Hey, Wanwan Jr. sister, wait for your senior brother." Before she could fully enter the carriage, a somewhat familiar male voice called out from outside. Turning her gaze towards the approaching horseman, she recognized her senior brother, Imo Zeline, whom she had encountered the previous day. Gu Zhaomu, who had yet to mount his horse, frowned slightly upon seeing the newcomer, his impatience evident as he remarked, "What is he doing here?" Beside him, Zhou Xinyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Seizing the moment, she whispered conspiratorially in the man's ear, "That gentleman has surely come for Wanwan Jr.'s sister." Yesterday, Xinyue had sensed an unusual connection between the two, and feigning an accidental slip of the tongue, she covered her mouth, feigning innocence. "I'm sorry, Gu Yi. I misspoke. No worries. Your words are not without merit." Gu Zhaomu conceded, his thoughts echoing the notion that Qiao Wanwan's relationship with that man was indeed unusual. The intimacy displayed, as if he yearned to caress her face, suggested a past of reckless abandon on Qiao Wanwan's part. Observing Gu Zhaomu's darkening expression, Zhou Xinyue realized her embellishments had successfully deepened his disdain for Qiao Wanwan. Meanwhile, Xieze, also still on foot, gazed silently into the distance, his eyes dark as night. "Young Master Zeline, why do you linger here? Chuanxia, step aside. Wanwan is about to leave. If you have matters to discuss, senior brother, please do so here without delaying everyone. Wanwan Jr. sister, I have given it much thought since yesterday. Since you will not return with me to the Alliance Leader's residence, I shall accompany you on your journey to Anchi City to find our master. This way, we may return home together, and I shall have peace of mind." He intends to follow her? Was there such a scene in the narrative? Qiao Wanwan felt perplexed, recalling that the story's minor female character met her demise with only Xieze and Gu Zhaomu present. She was unaware of Imo Zeline's involvement. Could this be the butterfly effect? Did it imply that the course of destiny could be altered? A mix of speculation and delight stirred within her. As Imo Zeline observed the subtle change in his junior sister's expression, a smile crept onto his face, and he mused. "I knew Wanwan Jr.'s sister did not harbor ill feelings towards me. It is merely a matter of love and identity, an inability to accept one's own confession." Qiao Wanwan, of course, was oblivious to his inner thoughts and feigned a slight sigh as she spoke. "If my senior wishes to proceed alongside, he must consult with my teammates. This team is not solely governed by my will." Imo Zeline, however, cast a disdainful glance at those around him, noting their less-than-pleased expressions. This incited his arrogance, prompting him to speak loudly and boastfully, striving for all to hear him clearly and unequivocally. "What does this have to do with them? I do not require their protection, nor will I hinder their progress. The vast paths of this world are not dictated by their whims. Wherever my senior wishes to go, they cannot obstruct him. Rest assured, junior sister, I shall remain by your side, safeguarding your well-being." "Very well then, senior. Please do as you wish." Qiao Wanwan chose to ignore him and bent to enter the carriage. Imo Zeline, atop his steed, felt elated and instinctively followed alongside her carriage. Chuanxia observed her mistress sitting quietly and, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Miss, are you truly allowing young Master Zeline to accompany us?" Qiao Wanwan furrowed her brow slightly, retorting, "What good would it do to refuse? Can you persuade him otherwise?" Chuanxia contemplated Mo Zeline's nature and shook her head. Indeed, if young Master Zeline could be persuaded, even a boar could ascend a tree. With an additional horseman in their ranks, they departed the small town in grand procession. Journeying northward, in a world devoid of electronic devices, they passed the time through conversation and by admiring the scenery, alleviating the tedium of travel. Chuanxia, seated beside her, gradually succumbed to slumber. Qiao Wanwan, noticing her dozing, smiled with resignation and carefully draped a coat over her. Awakened slightly by the gentle motion, Chuanxia, with bleary eyes, glanced at her and, still drowsy, weakly murmured, "Miss, I am right here. If Chuanxia is weary, I shall continue to sleep." "Very well," came her mistress's acquiescence, and the young maid's voice gradually faded as she drifted back into sleep. Chirp, chirp! Alongside the road that the carriage traversed, the lively sounds of small birds echoed. Like everyone else, they were busy with their own affairs. One bird, perched atop a branch, seized a caterpillar ascending the trunk and flitted back to its nest, ready to feed its young. Qiao Wanwan leaned quietly against the window, supporting her chin with her hand, gazing out at the scenery. The carriage traveled at a leisurely pace, allowing her eyes to wander farther afield. She delighted in observing the joyful lives of small creatures in the forest. How serene! Qiao Wanwan relished this existence. With her eyes closed, she felt the gentle breeze caress her cheek, her silky hair dancing in the wind like delicate ribbons in the air. Suddenly, the sound of approaching hoofbeats interrupted her reverie. Junior sister Wanwan. Qiao Wanwan slightly opened her eyes, only to find her view obstructed by a man on horseback. She felt a flicker of displeasure at this intrusion. The man, captivated by her beauty, momentarily lost his composure. Upon regaining her composure, she smiled sweetly and inquired, "Sister Wanwan, are you feeling bored? Would you like me to keep you company?" "I do not wish to converse," she replied. "Sister, why do you continue to reject me so callously, as you always have? It truly saddens me," he lamented. "Very well. If that is the case, let us cease our conversation. Wanwan wishes to enjoy this beautiful scenery," she stated. Hearing her imply that the view was more appealing than him, Mo Zeline felt a pang of sorrow. Alas, why does Sister Wanwan remain so oblivious? Is she unwell? All she desires is tranquility, to gaze at the scenery and pass the time. As long as he does not obstruct her view, it suffices. What enlightenment is she seeking? Qiao Wanwan was utterly perplexed by his words. Mo Zeline, however, could discern the confusion etched upon her delicate features. With a tender gaze, he explained, "Wanwan, you are now 17, well past the age for a young woman to marry. Your father must be quite concerned otherwise." Qiao Wanwan furrowed her brows, as if she could crush a fly, her lips curling downwards. Her countenance resembled one who had consumed something distasteful. Internally, she scoffed. How is it that in this fantastical martial world, I must face the pressure of marriage? Furthermore, this young man himself is not exactly in his youth. How dare he concern himself with my marital status when he remains unwed? Truly, what idle nonsense! If he cannot engage in meaningful conversation, he ought to refrain from speaking to me at all. With a forced smile, she retorted, "Brother, if I recall correctly, you are a full 7 years my senior. Are you not?" "Indeed," he affirmed, somewhat bewildered yet exhilarated that she remembered his age, which he found rather hard to believe. She flashed him a knowing smile, subtly mocking. "Well then, since you are older than I, why not take a moment to consider your own matrimonial prospects? If you do not ponder your own affairs soon, you may find yourself resembling an old bachelor." "Ha, how true, sister!" Mo Zeline exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Qiao Wanwan, completely oblivious to her sarcasm. He misinterpreted her words as concern or perhaps a gentle reminder. After all, both were of suitable age and perfectly matched. Qiao Wanwan felt something was amiss. Why was he so cheerfully animated? Mo Zeline, however, continued with enthusiasm, "Sister Wanwan, since we are both of an appropriate age, does that not make us a suitable match?" "Suitable for what?" She asked, incredulous. Marriage, he declared confidently. What? Mo. Zeline, brimming with self-importance, continued. Look at your astonishment. You truly are rather slow to catch on. Very well. Once we return to the Lord's residence, I shall personally propose. Thus, the Qiao family and the Mo family will become one. Is that not splendid? Stop. 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 Qiao Wanwan hastily interrupted his daydreams, explaining, I'm sorry, brother, but you are not my type. What type is that? What do you fancy? I can have someone prepare it for you. No, I do not harbor such feelings for my senior. To me, he is merely an ordinary brother. Please do not misunderstand. However, since we are not bound by blood, how can you be so certain that your feelings for me do not constitute love? I am fully aware of my own emotions. Wanwan, I recognize your innocence and your lack of understanding regarding the depth of your senior's feelings for you. I know you have refused my affections due to our sibling-like relationship. Yet one day, I shall personally dismantle that barrier and seek a union sanctioned by our master. Why is this person so obstinate? Cannot he comprehend her repeated refusals? I observe this self-absorbed man, engrossed in his own monologue, entirely dismissing her explanations. It is not without reason that the original owner of these feelings did not reciprocate his affection. Qiao Wanwan took a deep breath and reiterated her point. Senior, please listen. My feelings towards you are akin to those I hold for my other senior brothers. There is no distinction. Could it be that you have misconstrued something? Now that I have clarified, it is time for you to relinquish these notions. How could that be? Every smile and frown you bestow upon me is indelibly etched in my mind. You are unaware of the turmoil within me, but I assure you, I will provide you with a sense of security in the future. Wanwan, you must trust me. The union of our families is a future long envisioned by our elders. When you marry into the Mo family, you will become the wife of a general, and I shall grant you a life of splendor and power. Qiao Wanwan found his words laughable. What a joke. I, Qiao Wanwan, am the daughter of the leader of the martial arts world. Do I truly lack for money? Power is of little interest to someone who desires to retreat into the mountains. Wanwan, now exasperated, replied coldly, Senior, why can you not comprehend plain speech? I do not fancy you, and should you attempt to coerce me, I shall take vows as a nun. Chapter 72. Competing to offer grilled fish, Mo. Zeline was taken aback by Qiao Wanwan's indifferent tone. She even spoke of becoming a nun? Could it be so difficult for him to accept that she might have feelings for him? Or was there some pressing matter weighing heavily upon her? Mo. Zeline resolved not to press her further, softening his fervent demeanor. With a hint of anxiety, he gently urged her, Wanwan, please do not take such a drastic step. There are still countless beautiful places in this world you have yet to explore. Becoming a nun would confine you to a life of austerity, deprived of even your favorite delicacies. That would be quite a loss. I cannot bear the thought of you without your lovely hair. Yet, Senior, you persist in pressuring me. She retorted, if I must confront reality, then perhaps I shall embrace a life with the Buddha. Nonsense. Do not speak so lightly of such matters. The Buddha holds great significance, he replied. I shall cease my insistence on you. Qiao Wanwan raised her gaze, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Really? Montak Tsilin, relieved to see his junior return to her usual self, nodded affirmatively. Of course. I will wait patiently for you to understand the sincerity of my feelings. The man remained self-absorbed, yet his expression was remarkably accommodating. Qiao Wanwan found herself questioning whether this man had relinquished his pursuit so swiftly. His ever-present smile cast a shadow of doubt in her mind. The magnificent scenery was obscured by the imposing figure before her, rendering her unwilling to engage in conversation. Thus, Qiao Wanwan feigned a yawn and apologetically remarked, I'm sorry, but I seem to be growing a bit weary. Senior brother, please feel free to make your own arrangements. I shall retire to rest now. Very well, junior sister Wanwan. I shall remain close by to protect you. Rest assured, he replied. Qiao Wanwan promptly retreated into the carriage, drawing the curtains tightly, leaving not a sliver of light to escape. In the dimness, she exhaled a sigh of relief, her mind easing into tranquility. At last, there was silence. Although Mo. Zeline was merely a side character in the butterfly effect that had led to their encounter, he was not to be underestimated. Caution was still warranted. They had already traversed a considerable distance. given the presence of two young ladies of noble birth within a group. They were compelled to seek a suitable spot amidst the woods to pause for lunch and rest, allowing the horses to graze before continuing their journey. The crackling flames during the day lacked the brilliance of those at night. The fire was kindled primarily to prepare a delectable hot meal, satisfying the hunger of the travelers. Imo Zeline and Gu Xiaomu sat by the fire, each holding freshly caught fish from the river, sizzling over the flames and emanating a mouth-watering aroma. It seemed as though they were in a playful competition, each intently watching the other's fish, flipping them with anticipation. With a hint of pride, Imo Zeline declared, "My fish is ready. I shall take it to my junior sister. She will surely appreciate my culinary skills." With that, he picked up the grilled fish and merrily headed towards Qiao Wanwan's carriage. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaomu, sitting by the campfire, was perplexed. They had both fished at the same time and cooked over the same fire. Yet Imo Zeline had managed to finish so quickly. Panic surged within him as he realized he was about to be outdone. Oh no, that grilled fish meant for Qiao Wanwan is being claimed first. Determined to win her favor, Gu Xiaomu understood he needed to exert himself more vigorously. He could not allow Imo Zeline to steal all the attention. This ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him. Without regard for whether his own fish was ready, he hastily grabbed it and set off in pursuit of Imo Zeline, intent on presenting it to Qiao Wanwan first. He paid no mind to his companion, Zhou Xinyue, who called after him, "Good age, where are you going?" "Xinyue is here." Possessed by an urgent fervor, he disregarded her, racing alongside Imo Zeline. Zhou Xinyue's expression tightened as she observed their direction. It was unmistakably towards Qiao Wanwan's carriage. "Are they truly heading to Miss Qiao?" She murmured quietly, her concern palpable. A surge of indignation welled up within her. What charm did Qiao Wanwan possess? One or two suitors clamored to present her with grilled fish. Gulu, Sun Yu's stomach could not help but grumble in protest. She clutched her belly and glared at the carriage in the distance. How enviable, how infuriating. So many men captivated by her allure. She tugged at the handkerchief in her grasp, tearing it in a fit of frustration, gritting her teeth as she muttered the name of a certain someone. Qiao Wanwan. Not far away, Su Su rested against a tree, nibbling on a bun while observing the two men vying to offer grilled fish to Qiao Wanwan. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head in resignation. He mused to himself, Qiao Qingfeng's daughter is indeed quite popular. Yet, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Such a beautiful girl with a delightful disposition would naturally attract attention. However, Su Su's gaze drifted towards another man. The man seated in a wheelchair nearby seemed utterly disinterested, not even lifting his gaze to acknowledge the commotion. Su Su was taken aback. The person he had assumed would be most involved with Qiao Wanwan appeared remarkably unperturbed by the attention she garnered from others. Doubts began to creep in. Had he misjudged their relationship? Perhaps there was nothing between them after all. Yet, outwardly, he still harbored hopes for the two young souls to unite, much like his own connection with his reclusive wife. In his youth, he too had been a dashing figure, admired and sought after, while his wife had been a renowned healer of exquisite beauty. Regrettably, their time together was short-lived due to the myriad of grievances that plagued the martial world. As Su Su's eyes dimmed slightly, he took a final bite of his bun, gently caressing the scar beneath his eye. His wife, like his youthful visage, had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanwan, at the carriage door and feeling the weight of resentment from Sun Yu, raised a large bun to her mouth, preparing to take a bite. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and a heated argument broke her concentration. "I arrived first." "No, I was clearly here before you." "Step aside. Do not disturb me while I enjoy grilled fish with junior sister Wanwan." "Ridiculous. Wanwan Wu and Ti want your undercooked fish. If she desires grilled fish, it shall be mine." "What do you mean by outsider?" "Let us not be so formal. My relationship with Wanwan is far more intimate than yours, senior brother." Hearing their raucous bickering, Qiao Wanwan instantly lost her appetite. Unable to contain her irritation, she tucked away her bun and called out sharply, "Enough! What are you arguing about?" Upon hearing Qiao Wanwan's impatient voice, Imo Zeline quickly extricated himself from Gu Xiaomu, donning a smile as he approached her, offering the grilled fish in his hand. "Wanwan, I prepared this fish for you. Do taste it. It is a skill essential for surviving in the martial world. Qiao Wanwan gazed at the grilled fish he presented. Its golden brown exterior crisp and fragrant, emanating an enticing aroma that beckoned her to indulge. However, she did not wish to appear ungracious and thus intended to politely decline his offer. At that moment, the grilled fish before her was suddenly swatted away by Gu Zhaomu, sending it soaring through the air in a graceful arc. "My grilled fish!" Mo Zilin cried out in despair, hastily dashing forward to catch it. In a seamless transition, Qiao Wanwan found herself shifting her attention from Mo Zilin to Gu Zhaomu, who similarly presented her with a perfectly grilled fish, smiling warmly. "Wanwan, please enjoy my fish. It's just right, with fewer bones. Should you require more, Brother Gu will gladly grill another." A singular question echoed in Qiao Wanwan's mind. What exactly were they up to? Chapter 73. You must mediate the conflict. Gu Zhaomu urged her to take the fish, insisting. "Wanwan, quickly accept Brother Gu's grilled fish. It must surely taste better than that fellow's." As Qiao Wanwan contemplated waving her hand in refusal, Mo Zilin, returning with fervor, collided with Gu Zhaomu, causing the fish to plummet to the ground with a resounding thud. The two men then began to tussle. "What do you mean by this? Junior sister Wanwan would never eat your fish. Since you've sullied mine, you shan't partake either." "What? Are you jealous because Wanwan was about to take my fish? If that is the case, then don't follow us." "Am I following you? I'm merely concerned about what a person like you might do to my junior sister. Hence, I've come to protect her." "Umph. How absurd. What harm could I possibly inflict on Qiao Wanwan? She would be elated." "What? You wretched scoundrel. How dare you utter such shameless words? What? Are you still defiant? Let me inform you, your junior sister ran away from home because of me, not because of you," Gu Zhaomu retorted, speaking to Mo Zilin with a tone laced with disdain. Mo Zilin clenched his fists, glaring at Gu Zhaomu with fury, gritting his teeth as he spat. "You despicable coward, just wait until I teach you a lesson. Come on then, do you dare to step into that little grove over there for a spar? Let us go, I'm not afraid of you." With that, the two leaped away with agility, soaring into the neighboring grove where they commenced their brawl. Qiao Wanwan stood bewildered, observing them quarrel over such a trivial matter. This was nothing short of a childish brawl. Chuanxia, returning from fetching water, couldn't help but express her confusion, inquiring of Qiao Wanwan, who sat at the carriage door. "Miss, I just witnessed young Master Zilin and young Hero Gu inexplicably engaging in a fight over there in the woods. What on earth is going on?" Before Qiao Wanwan could utter the words "I don't know," the anxious voice of Zhou Xinyue rang out, attempting to mediate the conflict among the combatants. "Brother Gu, please stop fighting." With a loud crash, nearby trees in the grove were unwittingly caught in the fray. Their trunks cleaved as the two young men clashed with swords. Animals in the forest scattered in panic, forced to abandon their homes. Qiao Wanwan inwardly lamented, why must they ruin the trees while fighting? Although she harbored some internal grievances, she still relished the spectacle. Calling for Chuanxia, she retrieved some snacks from the carriage. Settling cross-legged at the doorway, she munched on sunflower seeds while observing the commotion. Who would ultimately emerge victorious? Zhou Xinyue, her voice hoarse from shouting, turned to find the instigator casually seated nearby, indulging in snacks. Fury surged within her. She rushed to Qiao Wanwan, adopting a somewhat reproachful tone, commanding, "Wanwan, please persuade Brother Gu and your senior brother to cease their fighting. If this continues, someone will surely get hurt. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up." Qiao Wanwan, expressionless as she nibbled on seeds, glanced up slightly and innocently inquired, "Why should I?" Zhou Xinyue's anger flared further, and she exclaimed, "How can you even ask why? This chaos is all you're doing. They are fighting because of you. As the person involved, shouldn't you intervene? But I didn't instigate their fight. I'm innocent too. I don't care. You caused this trouble, so you must stop them. I refuse to see Brother Gu get hurt over you. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Qiao Wanwan, feeling the weight of Zhou Xinyue's moral coercion, wore a conflicted expression. With a hint of regret, she replied, "Oh, Sister Zhou, look, they're both adults. If they wish to brawl, how can a mere fragile woman like me possibly intervene? It would likely be futile, and perhaps even perilous. You might be overestimating my capabilities. I truly cannot mediate this conflict. Qiao Wanwan mused. Should she really act like those dramatic characters on television, standing beside two men engaged in a street dance battle, shouting, "Stop! Stop! Don't fight for my sake." The two men continued their dance, undeterred. The thought of such a scene made her chuckle. Zhou Xinyue, witnessing the woman before her, finding excuses to shirk responsibility while secretly laughing, felt disheartened at the thought of Gu Xiaomu fighting for her sake. She pressed once more. "Qiao Wanwan, will you go or not?" "Sister Zhou, they're merely sparring. It's not something I can control." With a smile on her face, Qiao Wanwan offered Zhou Xinyue some sunflower seeds, asking, "Would you care to join me?" Zhou Xinyue furrowed her brows, glaring at the seeds in Qiao Wanwan's hand, perceiving it as mockery of her naivete. Frustrated, she slapped the seeds from her grasp. "I don't need them." The seeds scattered across the ground. "Oh, Sister Zhou, even if you don't want them, there's no need to waste them. If you want to persuade them, I shall." With that, Zhou Xinyue stormed off without a backward glance. Qiao Wanwan, watching the hurried retreat of the woman, called out cheerfully, "All right, good luck, Sister Zhou." Now free from Zhou Xinyue's insistence, Qiao Wanwan resumed her leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds. With her keen eyesight, she observed two figures engaged in a fierce struggle amidst the forest shadows. Standing beside them, Zhou Xinyue and her servant continuously urged for a cessation of hostilities. Yet the combatants remained oblivious to their pleas. The martial prowess of both opponents seemed evenly matched, leaving it difficult to discern which was the stronger. Chunxia, watching her mistress calmly munching on snacks, could not help but comment, "My lady, that Miss Zhou is truly excessive. How can she blame you for the conflict between young Master Zelin and young Hero Gu? Perhaps it's because no one is roasting fish for her." Chunxia stifled a laugh, softly teasing, "It appears she is envious. Miss Zhou is envious of your adoration." "Adoration?" countered the lady. "This is not adoration. It is mere exploitation. Kulme, Kulme, join me. Let us speculate who will emerge victorious." "Very well, my lady," responded Chunxia, surprised yet compliant. She followed Qiao Wanwan to the front of the carriage, where Qiao Wanwan graciously offered her some seeds to snack on, both of them delighting in the spectacle, as if watching two monkeys performing tricks. "Young master, should we intervene in the tussle between young Hero Gu and Miss Qiao's elder brother in the forest?" asked a concerned voice. Xieze, resting with his eyes closed, slightly opened them and asked indifferently, "What has transpired?" "According to Miss Zhou, they are fighting over Miss Qiao," came the reply. Xieze's expression darkened as he glanced towards the source of the discord, only to find the instigator leisurely enjoying snacks while watching the fray unfold. His brows furrowed slightly. He increasingly found Qiao Wanwan perplexing. She exhibited no concern for Gu Xiaomu's safety, instead appearing content to observe the chaos. Did she truly not harbor feelings for Gu Xiaomu? Chapter 74. She is the daughter of the alliance leader ultimately. The altercation was resolved by the earnest entreaties of butler Zhongshi, who managed to separate the two brawlers. Both men bore unsightly bruises, their faces marred by the scuffle. Whenever Gu Xiaomu and Mo Zelin caught sight of one another, disdain was evident in their expressions. Qiao Wanwan found herself caught in the middle, and thus she decisively declined the role of mediator, opting to shut herself away from both parties. Having suffered a setback with Qiao Wanwan, Mo Zelin found himself at a loss, while Gu Xiaomu felt a surge of satisfaction, inwardly chastising Mo Zelin for his misfortune. Though he too had not won Qiao Wanwan's affection, he remained unperturbed, as long as Qiao Wanwan did not leave with Mo Zelin in the next moment. He would tolerate her whims. The following day, the entire party arrived at their destination, the Biluoshan Manor, inspiring a poetic reflection. The manor's grand gate opens wide. Heroic souls from far and wide. Amongst the grass, the welcome blooms, the estate vast as royal rooms. The entrance was adorned with an imposing archway, exuding both grandeur and elegance. All arriving heroes were required to register with the gatekeepers and obtain lodging tokens before they could freely explore the estate. As the caravan entered, they verified their information with the personnel at the entrance. At the entrance sat a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, wielding a pen and paper, meticulously registering each martial artist queuing to enter. Accompanying him were several subordinates, uniformly attired, tasked with maintaining order. "Hey, Master Qi, could you kindly let me pass?" pleaded one of the individuals. The man, referred to as Master Qi, furrowed his brows, glancing at the registration book before raising his gaze to the sycophant before him. He then issued a directive to his guards in a commanding voice. "Remove this person immediately. He has no ties to the martial world nor to the court as significant matters. A beggar such as he is unworthy of entering the Biluoshan villa and enjoying its privileges." "Yes, sir." A group of guards clad in dark attire promptly ejected the intruder with a forceful shove. Qiao Wanwan observed the scene, pondering inwardly. Is there truly such a threshold to enter Biluoshan villa? Next, personal martial artist Gu Qiaomu. Gu Qiaomu stated his name before stepping aside for the woman behind him to register. Zhou Xinyue, brimming with vitality, declared, "I am Zhou Xinyue, the niece of Zhou Jiang, currently ranked 23rd on the martial arts leaderboard, here to pay a visit to Biluoshan villa." Upon hearing the young woman's introduction, the registrar's eyes sparkled with interest, appraising her with newfound respect. "Ah, so you're Zhou Jiang's niece? A pleasure to meet you." Zhou Xinyue felt a surge of confidence, buoyed by the acknowledgement of her distant relative. "You are too kind. I am indeed here to seek Zhou Jiang. He has been residing within for some time. You should be able to see him upon entering. Please do come in." "Thank you." As Gu Qiaomu walked ahead, it was the first time he heard Zhou Xinyue mention her uncle. Being ranked 23rd in the martial arts world is no small feat. After all, he had roamed the martial realm for 5 years without securing a position even in the top 30. This indicated that Zhou Xinyue's uncle was indeed formidable, possibly possessing some hidden techniques. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity of their meeting to learn a few skills. Given that Biluoshan Villa housed numerous martial artists, being able to spar with those ranked within the top 30 would be a tremendous advantage. If he could best them, he would ascend in rank and become one of the new top 30 martial artists, a significant benefit of visiting Biluoshan Villa. The registrar, smiling, handed Zhou Xinyue a room key for Biluoshan Villa, whispering this, "Please do mention a kind word about me to Zhou Jiang." Zhou Xinyue assured him, "Rest assured, I shall not forget your good words." "Haha, splendid." After some time spent waiting, Qiao Wanwan finally approached the registration desk. Next, Qiao Wanwan, accompanied by Chunxia, stepped forward to the registrar. Upon raising his gaze, the registrar was met with the sight of a beautiful young woman, whose delicate appearance hardly suggested she was a wanderer of the martial world. Could it be that this young lady has taken a wrong turn? However, regarding his professional demeanor, Master Qi remained as usual, inquiring of the young lady, "Might I ask your surname and given name? How do you fare in the realm? Do you have any family members traversing this world?" At that moment, Qiao Wanwan found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to introduce herself. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to her companion, Chunxia. Chunxia stepped forward, amplifying her presence, and declared, "My lady is none other than the daughter of the Wulin Alliance's leader, Qiao Wanwan." "What?" The scribe's brush trembled, leaving an inadvertent stroke on the pristine parchment. His eyes widened as he looked up at the young woman, scrutinizing her from head to toe, a hint of skepticism lingering in his gaze. This woman appeared beautiful, yet how could her attendant speak such blatant falsehoods? In confusion, he remarked, "I have heard that the Alliance leader dotes upon his daughter. How could he permit her to be alone in this place? What do you mean by this? Are you implying we are lying?" "Young lady, one must always speak with evidence." Upon hearing the doubt in his tone, Chunxia nearly produced the jade pendant from the Qiao residence to confront him. Suddenly, Mo Zeline, who stood behind her, interjected with a touch of irritation, "Master Qi, if you do not recognize my junior sister, surely you must know me?" Upon seeing the man who spoke, the registrar's demeanor shifted instantly. Like a submissive dog, he rose to welcome him. "Ah, is this not the beloved disciple of the Alliance leader, young Master Mo? It has been quite some time. What brings you here? If I weren't present, I would not have realized how blind your eyes could be. Young Master Mo, I do not quite understand your words. Could you elucidate?" With a derisive snort, Mo Zilin approached, gently addressing Qiao Wanwan in front of the assembly. Wanwan, do not be afraid. They are simply blinded by ignorance, unable to discern that you are the most cherished daughter of our master. The registrar, taken aback, gazed at Qiao Wanwan's silence, astonished as he inquired, "Is this young lady truly the daughter of the alliance leader?" "Indeed, in this world, who else could possibly compare to my junior sister, aside from Wanwan?" Mo Zilin glared at Master Qi, internally cursing. This old fellow dares to question Wanwan? With a tone that was both gentle and subtly threatening, he asked Qiao Wanwan, "How shall we deal with him? Perhaps we could have my senior brother inform the young lord of Biluo Manor that there is a gatekeeper often blind to his duties and unworthy of respect." Upon hearing his own employer mentioned, Master Qi's face turned pale, and he hastily knelt before them, his guards following suit. With a slight sheen of sweat, he sought to amend his previous error. "I beg your pardon for my ignorance in not recognizing you as the daughter of the alliance leader, Miss Qiao. Please, do not hold my lapse against me." Qiao Wanwan was taken aback by the sudden display of submission from the middle-aged man, nearly reaching the age of 50. Witnessing such an act before her was astonishing. She instinctively stepped back and quickly implored, "Oh, please rise. In truth, the matter is not as grave as it seems. Every individual is prone to faults, and it is entirely reasonable for you to diligently safeguard the estate in your capacity. I shall not hold you accountable. Rise, please." She expresses gratitude to Miss Qiao for her understanding and her willingness to overlook minor transgressions. "Quickly, stand up. Do not remain on your knees, as others are waiting to enter." "Very well." Master Qi hastens back to his post, swiftly recording the necessary information on paper. With both hands, he respectfully presents the token. "Miss Qiao, please accept the estate's token." "Thank you." Xuanxia takes the token on behalf of her mistress. Master Qi, with a beaming smile, remarks, "No need for formality, young lady. Furthermore, this is for young Master Mo. Indeed, do not harbor undue suspicion in the future, for it may prove detrimental to yourself." "Yes, yes." Young Master Mo speaks wisely. "Wanwan, let us depart." Once the three have exited, Master Qi promptly conceals his forced smile and coldly states, "Next." Chapter 75. The welcoming banquet. Gulping nervously, Xie is pushed forward, and Master Qi gazes at the noble youth seated in a wheelchair, momentarily entranced by his striking appearance. Staring in awe. Ahem. It is only when the young man coughs uncomfortably that Master Qi regains his composure. A middle-aged man beside the handsome youth presents a token. Smiling as he explains, "My young master hails from the esteemed Xie family in the capital, engaged in numerous dealings with the martial world. You may be familiar with this." Master Qi, astonished, stares at the smooth jade pendant in his hand. Is this not? He lifts his gaze to the frail man before him, momentarily taken aback. "Master Qi?" A nearby guard notices his daze and gently prompts him. Master Qi blinks, regaining his focus, and asks again, "Is this truly the Xie family from the capital?" "Indeed." "Very well." Understanding the implication, Master Qi refrains from further inquiries and inscribes Xie family of the capital in the registration book. He then presents the estate token. "Young Master Xie, please enter." The pale-faced individual in the wheelchair nods slightly and smiles as he is gradually pushed inside by Zhong Shi. Not far from the entrance, a group of young individuals awaits, and upon seeing Xie's arrival, Gu Zhaomu cheerfully exclaims, "Brother Xie, you have completed your registration as well. Let us proceed together." The attendant at the entrance observes their impressive procession. Among them are the nephew of the 23rd ranked figure in the martial world, the daughter of the alliance leader, the disciple of the alliance leader, and a hidden noble from the Xie family of the capital. This gathering has certainly stirred a hornet's nest. Puzzled, he muses, today is not a day of events at the estate. Why are they all converging at this time? One wonders if the young lord will host a banquet to warmly welcome this assembly of heroes. To ensure a pleasant stay, it is imperative for Gu Xiaoxia and Miss Qiao to remember that my young master is a member of the Xie family from the capital, here for trade. The only three who are privy to Xie's identity, Gu Zhaomu and Qiao Wanwan, nod in agreement at Zhong Shi's reminder, with no objections. "Thank you immensely." Qiao Wanwan observed a certain individual being escorted by the guards of the CF family, her gaze unwavering, as if this matter bore no relation to her. It had always been butler Zhongshi who diligently managed his affairs. She pondered this, understanding why butler Zhongshi would harbor such concerns. After all, the CF family, notorious for their prowess in poison-making, stood as a devilish presence in the martial world, capable of bringing even the most formidable masters to their demise, rendering them beyond salvation. How could they not be wary? Although the CF family navigated the fine line between righteousness and villainy, they were undeniably perceived as malevolent by the righteous, necessitating their eradication for any sense of security. Thus, CSA's decision to bring ordinary members of the CF family from the capital to stay at Biluoshan Villa was indeed the safest course of action. The male and female guests were separated into distinct courtyards. Consequently, Qiao Wanwan accompanied Zhou Xinyue to the opulent female guest quarters, a picturesque courtyard adorned with mountains and water. Across a wall, the male guests who had entered the villa alongside them resided, including Gu Zhaomu and CSA. As Zhou Xinyue, guided by a maid, glanced back for the first time, she caught sight of Qiao Wanwan trailing behind her, with a slight raise of her brow and a playful smile. She could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "Sister Wanwan, I never imagined you to be the daughter of the leader. No wonder you are so willful. Even Brother Gu indulges you." The latter part of her statement was spoken in a hushed tone, yet Qiao Wanwan and her maid could hear it distinctly. Not receiving a response from Qiao Wanwan, Zhou Xinyue changed her demeanor, beaming with pride as she graciously reassured her, "Do not fear, Sister Wanwan. My uncle, ranked 23rd in the martial world, is also residing here. He shares a close bond with the villa's master, so even if the heavens were to fall, he would be there to support me. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to confide in me. Sister Zhou will look after you just as Brother Gu does." "Thank you, Sister Zhou. I shall remain here for now." "Very well, Sister Wanwan. Your room has arrived, so I shall take my leave." As Zhou Xinyue departed with the maid, Xiaocui turned back to glance at the young woman entering the room. Curiosity piqued, she inquired of her mistress, "Miss, since that young lady is the leader's daughter, why must you attend to her?" Zhou Xinyue shot her a disdainful look, responding, "Xiaocui, I've told you to familiarize yourself with the affairs of the martial world. How do you not know this? While Qiao Wanwan's father is indeed the leader of the martial alliance, he holds a hereditary title, and his name does not grace the martial rankings. My uncle, however, is undeniably listed as the 23rd in the martial world, a true honor. So what does Qiao Wanwan's father amount to? Merely an inconspicuous disciple of the martial arts." Xiaocui nodded in astonishment, her admiration evident. "I see now. So your uncle is indeed one of the most formidable heroes among those known to us." "No, he is unparalleled." Thus, it became clear that the confidence of her mistress was not without foundation. Xiaocui felt a sense of pride in following her mistress, her countenance glowing with newfound radiance. Meanwhile, in the room, Qiao Wanwan and her maid were busy organizing their belongings. Spring and Summer remarked, "Miss, I believe that Mr. Gu should not merely have brought Miss Zhou here. We ought to rest for a few days before making any plans. Indeed, I am aware. I've heard that there are hot springs here, though I am unsure if the host permits bathing. It would be delightful to enjoy a soak, akin to a vacation. Yes, if we could indulge in a hot spring, it would be an opportunity for you to don your new attire." "Oh," reminded by spring and summer, Qiao Wanwan suddenly recalled, "Ah yes, I must not forget about the new clothes." Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Spring and Summer opened it to find a young maid delivering a message. "Miss Qiao, our young master invites you, the new guests, to the reception hall." "Very well. Please lead the way." Upon stepping outside, they found not only Qiao Wanwan and her attendants, but also Zhou Xinyue and her entourage. "Sister Zhou." Zhou Xinyue smiled warmly, stepping forward to take her hand, saying affectionately, "Little Wanwan, do not worry. Simply stay by my side." "All right." The two made their way to the reception hall, which was resplendent and spacious enough to accommodate over 100 guests. The pathway led directly to the main seat at the far end, flanked by guests filling both sides. Yet a space had been reserved for their small group. The maid guided them to a position not far from the main seat, where where they soon spotted Gu Xiaomu, Xieze, and Emoziline already seated among the nearby guests. The grand hall was bustling with at least 30 or 40 individuals, predominantly martial artists from the pugilistic world, who took their seats with swords in hand. The raucous laughter and loud voices echoed as they drank heartily, their demeanor as uncouth as that of a marketplace, utterly disregarding the presence of others. One rugged martial artist, seated beside a boorish companion, kindly advised him, "Third brother, you ought to be mindful of your image. There are many notable figures present. You youngsters are so restrained. You're making me feel embarrassed." He continued, "Make sure the young master doesn't see you behaving like this. He has little tolerance for such rudeness. Who knows? He might just throw you out without a second thought." The boorish one impatiently replied, all right. I'll rein it in, all right?" With a loud bang, he slammed the wine jug onto the table, leaving a visible crack that nearly shattered it. "Be gentle." The crude fellow clicked his tongue and muttered, "This table is utterly flimsy. It's not as sturdy as my stone table. Get this man a new table." A voice from outside called out, "Replace this table for him." The servants swiftly exchanged the boorish one's table for a new one. As everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, admiration rippled through the crowd. "Is this the young master?" The composed young man displayed an internal strength discernible to be around 60%, surpassing most martial artists in the reception hall, exuding an air of noble lineage. Seeing the young master accompanied by another man, Zhou Xinyue joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle." Chapter 76, Reception. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Xinyue promptly rose from her seat, smiling in welcome. The middle-aged man who entered alongside the young master approached the standing woman with a hint of curiosity, asking, "Are you Xinyue?" "Yes, uncle." Xinyue has come to pay her respects. "Ah, how fares your father?" "My father constantly thinks of you, yet there is no need for concern. He is now a beloved magistrate in Luan Town, living quite well." "That is wonderful. I have ventured into the world for quite some time and fear that everyone had forgotten me." "How could that be? Your illustrious name is known even among ordinary folk, not just in the martial world. How could anyone forget you?" "Ha ha, Xinyue truly knows how to flatter, even making the elders blush." This is the voice of Senior Zhou, as the young master's curiosity peaks. Zhou Zhang finally responds, explaining to young master, "Oh, by the way, young master, this is my niece, the magistrate's daughter from Luan Town. Greetings, young lady." The youthful young master, Shun Mu, displays his amiable nature, smiling gracefully. "Since we are all acquainted, let us sit together and engage in conversation." "Thank you, young master." "Ah, we are all family of Zhoujiang. There is no need for such formalities." "Very well." Xinyue feels a sense of honor, slightly taken aback. Her cheeks flushed as she responds. Young master Shenmu Li takes his seat at the head of the table, raising his wine cup to address the guests. "Today, we have many esteemed visitors. As my father is away, the responsibility of hosting has fallen upon me, your young master. Should there be any shortcomings in my hospitality, I hope you will kindly overlook them. You are too humble, young master. You are the future lord of the estate, and your hospitality is akin to that of the elder lord. We are fortunate to meet such a promising young master here. Thank you all for your understanding. Your timing is impeccable. Our estate has prepared hot springs for you at the back mountain, with the weather growing colder. A soak in the springs is just what one needs. Besides this benefit, I have little else to offer, but I hope your stay here will be comfortable. The hot springs of the estate are renowned. I have heard that the hot currents from the mountain flow down beautifully. It is said that these springs possess miraculous effects, leaving those who bathe in them feeling remarkably rejuvenated. It seems we are fortunate to experience such delights, and we are truly impressed by the young master's generosity in sharing this. There is nothing extraordinary about it. The primary goal is for our guests to enjoy themselves at Biluoshan Villa. There is also a martial arts arena. If any of the esteemed heroes wish to spar, you may do so freely there. I kindly ask everyone to exercise restraint and avoid causing any fatalities, for that would place us in a difficult position. Ha, indeed. Everyone knows the rules of the villa and would not cause trouble here. Please rest assured, young master. That is well, esteemed heroes. Please feel at ease and do not stand on ceremony. This young master is truly commendable. Indeed, as young Master Shenmu Li receives praise, he merely smiles modestly. He then notices a strikingly handsome man seated among the guests, whose complexion appears rather pale. His brows furrow slightly, as he feels a sense of familiarity with this man, although he cannot recall where he has seen him before. However, guests assigned to the front are generally of considerable standing, and he lacks the leisure to introduce everyone individually. He slowly withdraws his gaze and raises his cup to savor the aroma of the wine. He addressed the gathering, saying now, "Please indulge in the welcome banquet I have arranged for you." With a clap of his hands, a troupe of elegant dancers enter the hall, performing a captivating sword dance that was both grand and graceful. The crowd of heroes enthusiastically applauded. Qiao Wanwan watched with great interest. After all, visiting Biluo Mountain Manor was an opportunity for enjoyment. Following the feast, there would also be hot springs to relish. She needed to devise a way to deliver that outfit to Sieze today. A mischievous smile crept onto her face as she discreetly glanced towards Sieze, who was seated a few places away. His perfect profile resembled a sculpture, sitting upright and seemingly lost in thought. Qiao Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Imagining that outfit adorning him, she was certain that the protagonist would fall in love with Sieze's stunning physique. After all, the dashing hero of this martial arts tale never shunned handsome men and beautiful women in matters of the heart. Surrounded by a bevy of enchanting companions, the protagonist's allure was only accentuated. As Emozeline approached, he noticed his junior sister's evident delight and couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Wanwan, you seem so happy. Do you enjoy the performance?" Startled by his voice, Qiao Wanwan returned to the moment and realized Emozeline had moved beside her. "Senior brother." "Yes, Sister Wanwan. If you enjoy this, when we return home, I shall arrange for some dancers for you. Whenever you feel bored, they can entertain you with song and dance." "There's no need, senior brother. I don't particularly like it." "Very well, but do tell me what you do enjoy, and I will ensure everything is arranged to keep you happy every day." "Thank you. Now, you should return to your seat and eat. It is rather improper for you to linger here." "All right." Emozeline obediently complied, wearing a gentle smile as he did so. Qiao Wanwan redirected her thoughts to her own table and ceased to look his way. Emozeline, shaking his head in resignation, suddenly sensed an unusual gaze fixed upon him. Following the direction of the unwelcome stare, he spotted a flash of red amidst the gathering of heroes, an acquaintance from his past during his adventures in the martial world. The woman in the striking red attire, adorned with a glamorous visage and bold crimson lips, seemed to be engaging him with a playful remark. "Long time no see." His brows furrowed slightly, a hint of concern etched on his face. How could she be here? As he studied her, she cast him a flirtatious glance before rising and leaving the reception hall. Emozeline's muscles tensed momentarily, and seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he quietly slipped out of the hall. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaomu took a swig of his drink, observing the renowned Zhou Jiang, who was just within reach. Despite his amiable demeanor, Gu Xiaomu could distinctly sense the formidable inner strength radiating from him. With such an illustrious figure before him, an introduction was undoubtedly in order. Eagerly, he rose from his seat and stepped forward to courteously introduce himself to Zhou Jiang. "Senior Zhou, I am Gu Xiaomu, a wanderer of the martial world for 5 years. I have heard much about your esteemed reputation, and upon meeting you, it is indeed well-deserved." Zhou Jiang paused, his hand holding the wine cup faltering as he appraised the young swordsman before him. "Oh, young man, are you the one who came here with Xianyu?" The mentioned Zhou Xianyu quickly set down her bowl and chopsticks, stepping forward to affirm, "Yes, uncle. This young hero, Gu, has assisted me greatly on our journey, and I have yet to introduce him." She slightly nodded, offering a gesture of respect to Gu Xiaomu. "Brother Gu, I sincerely apologize." "Xianyu, there is no need for such formality. Brother Gu is not one to hold grudges." Zhou Xianyu replied with a smile and a nod. You appear to possess a natural prowess in martial arts. May I inquire about your current level of internal strength?" Suddenly faced with this question, Gu Xiaomu's expression froze. Typically, those with superior internal strength could readily discern the abilities of their juniors. Yet, Zhou Jiang seemed to want him to disclose his own capabilities. Was this a test of his self-assessment, or perhaps a veiled mockery? Gu Zhaomu was uncertain of Zhou Jiang's intentions, and thus, with a solemn countenance, he hesitantly admitted, "As for my internal strength, I am currently stagnating at the 6th level." His voice dwindled to a whisper toward the end. Chapter 77. Shall I assist you in winning her over? Laughter erupted from Zhou Jiang, prompting Gu Zhaomu to glance up in slight bewilderment. Zuxi Ni Ue, standing beside him, found herself bewildered by the unspoken nuances among those in the martial world, leaving her unable to interject. A wave of concern washed over her. Fearing that her uncle's words might displease Gu Zhaomu, she could only clasp her hands tightly in silent prayer. After all, this was akin to introducing a beloved to one's family. She wished for no disdain from her uncle toward Gu Zhaomu, nor any feelings of animosity from Gu Zhaomu toward her elders. However, Zhou Jiang's next words relieved both of them. "Young man, you are quite forthright. Thank you for your kind words, Senior Zhou. As a junior, it is imperative that I express sincerity toward my elders," Gu Zhaomu replied, smiling humbly. "Haha, splendid." Gu Zhaomu reciprocated the elder's approval with a modest grin. Observing her uncle's satisfaction with Gu Zhaomu, Zhou Xianyu felt her tension dissipate, her heart swelling with joy. She had known her choice would be favored by her elders. The promise she had made to him now seemed within reach, and she believed that Brother Gu would be grateful to her. In the garden during the day, the gentle sound of flowing water beside the tranquil rockery was particularly jarring. The once lively area, filled with the chirping of birds, now lay silent as ashes. A man tread upon the grass, the crunching sound echoing in the stillness. It was only when he caught sight of a flash of red near a hidden rock formation that he made his way towards it. Clenching his fists, he reached out to grasp the shoulder of the woman with her back to him, forcefully turning her to face him. His voice, laced with fury, demanded, "Why are you here?" The woman in red, unmercifully tugged by the man, glanced at the large hand on her shoulder and raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. Her enchanting fox-like eyes met those of the furious man. "Zillian, must you be so unfeeling? After all, we are old acquaintances. Shouldn't you feel a surge of excitement upon our reunion? What is your true purpose for being here? Do you not fear that I will expose your identity to everyone?" The woman merely smiled, undeterred by the hand gripping her shoulder. With a hint of allure, she leaned closer to the man, her lips curving in a beguiling smile. The man's brows furrowed, aware of her nature. Unconsciously, he pushed her away, but in doing so, he inadvertently tore at the vibrant red fabric of her attire. To his astonishment, she wore nothing beneath, revealing a vast expanse of her fair skin that danced before his eyes. Yet, rather than feeling shame, she boldly widened her collar, teasingly on the verge of exposing her exquisite form. Mo Lin's expression turned frantic, the heat radiating from his hand on her shoulder igniting his senses. He released her clothing immediately, closing his eyes in exasperation. What is the meaning of this? Quickly, put your clothes back on. Is my dear Mo still feeling shy? She teased, noticing the flush on his cheeks. With a playful glint in her eye, she extended a delicate finger towards his rising chest. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "Didn't you already enjoy our time together? Why the embarrassment now? Back then, you didn't exhibit such modesty. You were quite forceful, leaving me unable to rise from bed." As she uttered the final words, she breathed gently against his ear, forcing him to recall the foolishness of his past temptations when he first ventured into the martial world. Overwhelmed by the memories, he opened his eyes wide, fury blazing within them as he pushed the disheveled woman away, his face burning with shame. "You depart at once. Were it not for your underhanded tactics, I would not be so brazen before outsiders." His voice faltered, unable to articulate the rest. He merely clenched his lips in frustration. "Oh, is that so?" she replied, her fingertip playfully tracing her own lips, her voice dripping with seduction. "But you seem to enjoy it then. You ought to be grateful to me. I introduced you to the pleasures of manhood. Do not equate yourself with me. You harlot, you sorceress. I shall reveal your true identity to all and cast you out of the Biluo villa." Mo Lin, What benefit would it bring you to disclose my identity? Are you not afraid I shall reveal to your junior sister that you once favored me? What? The man was momentarily taken aback. She dared to use Wanwan to threaten him. How did this witch know of his affection for her? Are you surprised that I know of your feelings for your junior sister? Huh. It was evident from the way you looked at her just now. I noticed something amiss long ago. Regrettably, it seems your junior sister harbors no feelings for you. Does she? Do not speak nonsense. My junior sister has a fondness for me. The bond between us is not something an outsider like you can meddle in. Ha ha. Such self-deception is amusing. The woman observed his pale complexion, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she inquired, "Are you aware of why your junior sister feels nothing for you? Or perhaps, would you like my assistance in winning her heart?" Upon hearing the sorceress's words, the man's eyes briefly flickered with surprise, yet skepticism soon followed. His brow furrowed, showing no signs of relaxation. The woman, perceiving his apprehension, assured him, "Rest assured, my motives are quite simple. I merely wish for you to safeguard my identity. I am here solely for amusement and have no intention of causing any trouble that might pose a greater threat to me. So, you need not worry." "Are you serious?" he asked. "Of course," she affirmed. "Very well. I shall keep your identity a secret. But what method do you propose to persuade my junior sister to willingly accompany me? Isn't that quite simple?" The woman smiled gently, revealing a small vial in her hand, which she promptly extended towards him. Zeline regarded the vial with suspicion and queried, "What is this? You have used this potion before. Surely you understand its nature better than I do?" A sense of wariness enveloped Zeline. "You dare to give me an aphrodisiac? What is your intention? Is this not my means of assisting you?" The woman grasped his hand, placing the vial firmly in his palm. "Let me clarify. Fret not. This potion is colorless and tasteless, posing no harm to the body. It merely requires some warmth from another body for a night's rest, and it will be harmless to your junior sister. Surely, you recall the invigorating feeling it provides?" He recollected the time he had encountered the sorceress, feeling utterly revitalized, as if his vitality were inexhaustible, filled with pride and satisfaction. He had assumed it was her enchantment that had left him in such a state of exhilaration, only to realize it was the effect of the aphrodisiac. "Take it and use at your leisure. I must retire now," she said, releasing his hand. The absence of her warmth was swiftly replaced by the chilling wind. Yet the object in his grasp radiated an unusual heat, coloring his cheeks. Could this item truly mend his junior sister's heart? The woman valued virtue above all, perhaps. Indeed, his junior sister would yield to him. Chapter 78. 3 requests after the banquet. Night had already fallen. Gu Xiaomu and Zhou Xinyue proceeded to Zhou Zhang's residence to request the martial arts manual. Zhou Zhang sat in the open doorway, lightly tapping his fingers upon the table. Gu Xiaomu, understanding the implication, respectfully poured a cup of tea for him. "Senior Zhou, please enjoy your tea." Zhou Jiang observed his niece and the remarkable young man who had come to solicit the lightness techniques on his behalf. The lightness of skill is indeed his prized expertise. His attainment of the 23rd rank in the martial world is attributable to this ability, enabling him to evade, hide, and launch surprise attacks. Thus, it is within this realm that he effortlessly secured his esteemed position, garnering the admiration of many. Wherever he goes, he is met with utmost respect. Yet, this brash young man dares to approach him with intentions of acquiring his secret manual. How could that be permissible? Although he finds the young fellow quite likable, he remains an outsider, and his true nature is uncertain. Whether he can be trusted is a matter of concern, and he would certainly not acquiesce to such a request immediately. Zhou Xinyue, observing the situation with some anxiety, interjects on behalf of Gu Xiaomu. "Uncle, I understand the significance of this manual to you, but it is equally important to Brother Gu. Might you consider granting him a portion of the manual to allow him a trial? I comprehend your intentions, but it is not appropriate for me to hand over this manual without cause," the elder responds. Gu Xiaomu, sensing the elder's worries, hastens to reassure him. "Senior Zhou, please rest assured, I would never betray your trust. Should you bestow this manual upon me, I shall pledge my lifelong respect and devotion as your disciple." "Indeed, uncle. Look how determined Brother Gu is. You should consent to his request," Zhou Jiang observes, noting his niece's palpable eagerness, which surpasses that of the prospective disciple. With a soft sigh, he addresses Gu Zhaomu. While I hold you in high regard, this manual is not something one can simply claim. If you wish to obtain it, there are conditions. First, you must become my disciple. Second, you must face a formidable opponent at the martial arts arena in 3 days. If you emerge victorious, the manual shall be yours. Upon hearing Zhou Zhang's stipulations, both Gu Zhaomu and Zhou Xinyue exchange glances filled with elation. Gu Zhaomu promptly expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Zhou. Do not be in such haste to thank me. I have one final condition, Zhou Jiang interjects. What might that be? Gu Zhaomu inquires. You must become my niece, Zhou Xinyue's fiancé. Both individuals are momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. Fiancé? Gu Zhaomu exclaims. Indeed, my manual cannot be entrusted to an outsider. If you do not accept this condition, then the manual shall not belong to you. Zhou Xinyue's face flushes crimson. Glancing at Gu Zhaomu, who appears equally astonished, though not particularly pleased, a sense of panic envelopes her as she perceives his lack of enthusiasm. Fearing he may not harbor feelings for her, tears well in her eyes as she stammers to Zhou Jiang. Uncle, please do not pressure Brother Gu. Our relationship is not of that nature. Zhou Jiang dismisses her concerns, his expression unwavering as he fixes his gaze upon Gu Zhaomu, reiterating with gravity, this is contingent upon your decision. Will you secure the manual through rightful means, or will you attempt to seize it from me? Uncle, Zhou Xinyue exclaims, taken aback by how the situation has escalated, her complexion betraying her unease. Gu Zhaomu gradually regains his composure, turning his attention to Zhou Xinyue. At this moment, her eyes were slightly reddened, as if tears were about to spill, her pitiful appearance evoking deep sympathy. The man furrowed his brow, his thin lips parting slightly before closing again. These 3 matters were not, in truth, detrimental to him. Gu Zhaomu had always harbored feelings for Zhou Xinyue and had no aversion to being in her company. However, this particular affair must remain concealed from Qiao Wanwan. Otherwise, he could not predict the martial alliance leader's perception of him. Rising from his chair, he brushed off his skirt and knelt before Zhou Jiang, clasping his hands in salute as he earnestly replied, Master, I humbly bow to you. Zhou Xinyue, on the verge of tears, paused, gazing in confusion at Gu Zhaomu's unexpected gesture. However, Zhou Jiang across from them erupted into hearty laughter, assisting Gu Zhaomu to his feet and reminding him, You have completed the first task. The second will depend on the situation the day after tomorrow. As for the third matter, he glanced at his stunned niece with a smile. I shall take it upon myself to decide for you young ones, allowing you to become betrothed. Once the world knows your name, we shall then consider your union. Yes, thank you, Master. I kindly ask that you and Xinyue keep our agreement confidential. I do not wish for others to question my abilities. Ha ha ha, of course, that can be arranged. Zhou Xinyue, still slightly flustered, listened to her uncle's cheerful laughter, and a thought began to blossom in her mind. Gugu, truly willing to marry me. Her large eyes sparkled with tears of joy. A gentle hand caressed her soft palm, and she turned her gaze to the tender-faced man, offering him a faint smile. Under the perfect moonlight, a girl appeared in the courtyard of the male guest room. No one was around. Qiao Wanwan, clutching a simple package, made her way towards Xieze's room. Drawn by the flickering candlelight from the window, in the dimly lit room, candles illuminated the space, particularly the writing desk, where 2 candles cast a warm glow over a man's long, fair fingers as he diligently wrote with a brush. Following the elegantly defined fingers upward, the candlelight danced upon his high nose, casting shadows from his long, thick eyelashes. His lips, as if stained with a delicate hue, were strikingly different from those of the morning. Complemented by his pale, sculpted complexion, he resembled a living statue. Suddenly, a dark shadow flitted across the desk, revealing a shadow guard. Xie, who respectfully reported, Young Master, Miss Qiao is approaching. The man paused his brush, his beautiful brows lifting as he glanced toward the door, his lips parting slightly. Understood. You may leave now. Do not let anyone approach the room. Yes, young master. With a swift motion, Xie vanished without a trace. Sieze resumed his earlier work. The paper soon adorned with the bold strokes of Qiao Wanwan's name, the brushwork both grand and sharply precise. Qiao Wanwan approached the door of Sieze's room, raising her hand to knock. A magnetic voice resonated from within. "Since you have arrived, please come in." Surprised, Qiao Wanwan mused. How did he know I was here even before I knocked? Could he possess some sort of X-ray vision, able to see through doors and windows? Acknowledging that he was already aware of her presence, she decided against knocking and simply pushed the door open. With a creak, she entered the brightly lit room illuminated by candlelight. As she observed Sieze seated at his desk, engrossed in writing, she stepped inside, cradling a carefully wrapped package, and closed the door behind her. This outing was meant to deliver a secret weapon to Sieze, and she certainly intended to keep it from Chuanxia. Sieze noticed a pair of embroidered shoes appearing on the floor before him, prompting him to cover the sheet of paper adorned with several grand names with a blank sheet. He raised his gaze slightly to the woman standing before him, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Miss Qiao, what brings you here?" Chapter 79. The unseen threat. Qiao Wanwan gazed at the man illuminated by candlelight across from her, a faint smile gracing her lips. From behind her, she stealthily retrieved a tightly wrapped package and handed it to him. "Ace, this is for you." Hearing her affectionately call him Ace, Sieze furrowed his brow, slightly taken aback. Observing the package in her hands, he inquired, "What is this?" With a smile, she placed it on his desk and replied, "This is a gift for you." "A gift?" Indeed. Sieze regarded the unexpected present on his desk with curiosity, extending his long fingers to touch the package. Just then, the woman hastily pressed it down, preventing him from grasping even a corner. His deep gaze fell upon her, prompting Qiao Wanwan to chuckle awkwardly. The contents were rather intimate, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment as an outsider in this moment. Therefore, she needed to provide Sieze with a calming explanation to avoid any misunderstandings. "Ace, I want to ramble on. Let me clarify this gift for you." Releasing her hand, she pointed to the package and stated earnestly, "Inside is a set of clothing I've chosen for you. You can wear it when you accompany Gu Zhaomu to the hot springs. This will be crucial in nurturing your bond as brothers. I hope you make good use of it, Ace. That's all I have to say. You can take your time to examine the contents. I must take my leave now." With that, she turned on her heel and hurried away. The door slammed shut with a thud, leaving Sieze no opportunity to voice a single question. Beneath his enigmatic gaze lay unspoken emotions, his long lashes casting shadows over the package. He chuckled softly, a hand brushing against his forehead, perplexed by the unexpected gesture. Could it be that she had come all this way to present him with a gift? He had always thought that the concept of a gift was foreign to him. Yet now, he found himself receiving a present from the very woman he least favored. It was the first gift he had ever received in his life, and a warmth blossomed within him, contrasting starkly with his usual icy demeanor, leaving him in a state of serene contentment. He gazed at the gift, curiosity piqued. What kind of object could foster a bond of brotherhood between him and Gu Zhaomu? Was there even a brotherly connection that required nurturing, of which he was unaware? Sieze slowly extended his long, fair fingers to untie the delicate bow adorning the wrapping. The simple brown fabric fell away, revealing the contents within. Sieze paused, staring at the jewelry and the sheer, almost transparent garment, momentarily taken aback. He gently lifted the gossamer fabric with a finger, his deep-set brows furrowing in contemplation. Was this truly intended for him? Or perhaps it was Qiao Wanwan's attire? Yet, why was there only an outer garment? Xisha was utterly perplexed. He noticed a piece of white paper within the package, inscribed with the words "innerwear." Doubts began to surface. Perhaps this outfit had been mistakenly sent to him by Qiao Wanwan. Or was it possible she sought to entice him? Had she shown him this diaphanous veil in secret? The man's expression stiffened, a sardonic glint flickering in his eyes. He promptly returned the garments to the package, restoring it to its original state, and tucked it away in a box, leaving it untouched. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanwan, back at her room, lay on the bed, her heart racing with exhilaration. She had finally sent the clothes off. Now, she could only wait to see when they would visit the hot springs. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to assist Sieze in winning over Gu Zhaomu. She would have to sneak a glance at the unfolding drama. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Chunxia, who found her mistress lying on the bed, her trembling body betraying her excitement. "Miss, are you lost in thought again?" she remarked, bemused by the evident signs of her mistress's infatuation. The following morning, a group gathered for breakfast. Gu Xiaomu and Zhou Xinyue were led by Zhou Jiang to the martial arts arena at the villa. This spacious area featured several sections, including a training ground and a competition ring, stocked with an array of weaponry and concealed arms for anyone to utilize at their convenience. Even early in the morning, crowds lined up, eager to showcase their martial prowess in the arena. On the stage, combatants engaged in fierce duels, the clash of white and black garments echoing as neither party yielded. Ultimately, a young swordsman clad in white was sent flying from the ring by a palm strike from a man in black. The spectators erupted in applause, praising the display of skill. Trailing behind Zhou Jiang, Gu Xiaomu watched the glistening figures of his contemporaries on the stage and could not help but inquire, "Senior Zhou, who is that individual?" Zhou Jiang paused, glancing toward the scene, a thought forming in his mind. He responded to the younger generation behind him. "Let us approach and listen to what others have to say." "Certainly, esteemed senior," replied Gu Xiaomu as he and Zhou Xinyue moved closer to the crowd surrounding the arena, immersing themselves in the fervent discussions. "This person is truly exceptional, having defeated over 10 opponents without a moment's respite. Indeed, he must be the young master of the Gongsun family." "Ah, so that is who it is," came the collective realization. Gongsun Yu, having attained the pinnacle of the 7th level of internal strength, is indeed formidable. Gu Qiaomu, upon overhearing their conversation, realized that the young man on the stage had already reached this remarkable level, which was a significant advantage over him. While the initial stages of cultivating internal strength may seem relatively straightforward, the subsequent advancements become increasingly arduous. Achieving the 10th level of internal strength, alongside the ability to wield martial prowess, positions one at the zenith of the martial world. Presently, the top-ranked individual in the rivers and lakes, Cheng Chun, has only reached the 9th level. To witness such youth already at the zenith of the 7th level is a testament to his extraordinary strength. Gu Qiaomu, currently stagnating at the 6th level, found himself in need of alternative methods to progress. With a hint of envy, he gazed at the imposing figure of the young man clad in dark robes standing on the arena. With a casual flick to brush off the dust from his garments, he boldly called out to the onlookers, "Who else dares to challenge me? Step forward and try your luck. Who would dare to approach? It would surely be a futile endeavor, merely inviting a beating. Indeed, with such strength and the backing of a powerful family, who would be foolish enough to provoke him?" Yet, some looked down upon Gongsun Yu, sheltered by his vast family. Among them was Feng Laosan, a newcomer to the mountain villa who had arrived with Gu Qiaomu. He brandished his hefty hammer and shouted, "Since none of you dare, let me take my turn." "Oh!" The young man in dark robes produced a folding fan from seemingly nowhere and with a swift motion, unfurled it. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he regarded the boisterous man advancing toward him, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. However, it was not long before Feng Laosan, who had stepped up to challenge, was sent sprawling, rolling off the stage after a powerful kick from the young dark-robed man. The resounding thud shook the floor as Feng Laosan crashed, creating a gaping hole beneath him. The onlookers averted their gaze, murmuring in awe, "Gongsun Yu is truly formidable. These unranked martial artists come merely to seek defeat." Indeed, given that such a young man had already secured the 30th position on the martial arts leaderboard, Gu Qiaomu's eyes sparkled with newfound determination upon hearing this revelation. If he could best this individual at the villa, wouldn't he then ascend to that very rank? Lost in thought, he felt a sudden voice beside him. "Kid, I have one final request for you, and it is him." "Master, are you referring to?" Gu Qiaomu looked in surprise at the young man on the stage, then back at Zhou Jiang. Zhou Jiang smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, "You are correct. I wish for you to compete against the 30th ranked Gongsun Yu." Gu Qiaomu's lips parted in shock, yet no words emerged. Was Zhou Jiang's expectation of him perhaps too lofty? Unperturbed by Gu Qiaomu's turmoil, Zhou Jiang grasped his wrist and raised it high towards the sky. He proclaimed loudly, "My disciple, Gu Xiaomu shall compete with you tomorrow. Young Master Gongsun, please reserve a spot for this duel. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and many gasped in astonishment. Was that not Zhou Jiang, ranked 23rd in the martial arts world? What did he take on a disciple? This remained a mystery, as Gu Xiaomu appeared quite unfamiliar. Gu Xiaomu stiffened, his face gradually paling as he overheard the whispers of the crowd. Oh, so it is Senior Zhou. Then tomorrow, we shall meet here without fail. Young Master Gongsun will certainly be waiting to spar with your disciple, he replied. Upon returning to his room, Gu Xiaomu was consumed by worry. He grasped his hair in frustration, his once orderly style now a chaotic mess. He fumed inwardly. This Zhou Jiang could have simply stated his refusal to share the secret manual. Why must he insist on having me, someone whose energy is stagnated at the 6th level, compete against a master at the pinnacle of the 7th level? If I am defeated on the arena, wouldn't that be a disgrace? How can I hope to establish myself in the martial world then? Yet, for the sake of the manual, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Indeed, he yearned to test his skills against someone ranked among the top 30 in the martial arts community. But that would only be feasible after he had obtained a manual and broken through his stagnation. With his current meager abilities, engaging in combat would be akin to courting death. He pondered relentlessly, seeking a solution for the impending duel with Gongsun Yu. While he acknowledged his inferiority in strength, perhaps he could devise a clandestine strategy to ensnare Gongsun Yu, thus increasing his chances of victory. However, conventional hidden weapons would be too conspicuous in the arena. If the audience discerned his use of such weapons, he would undoubtedly face scorn. Clearly, this approach was impractical. Yet, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind as he envisioned a stunning visage. Eureka! Gu Xiaomu's lips curved into a sly grin. How could he have forgotten? Although he was unable to wield hidden weapons himself, he could enlist another's assistance. He recalled Xie Zhe, who, though confined to a wheelchair, was adept with concealed weapons. His strikes were imperceptible, leaving even the victim bewildered as to who had delivered the blow. Thus, Xie Zhe was the ideal candidate to execute such tactics. No matter how formidable the opponent, evading a hidden arrow was a daunting task. With Xie Zhe's support tomorrow, Gu Xiaomu felt a surge of confidence. Overcome with excitement, he erupted into laughter within his room. Tonight, he would indulge in a hot spring and consult with Xie Zhe. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he contemplated the duel ahead. The sun gradually sank, casting a parallel line of rosy light across the horizon. Meanwhile, Xie Zhe sat in his chamber, meticulously cleaning a set of fine, sharp needles with a pristine cloth. Just then, Zhongshi entered with tea, offering a reminder, "Young master, Gu Xiaomu sent someone to inquire if you would like to join him for a hot spring this evening." The man paused, a flicker of intrigue lighting up his enchanting eyes. He felt as joyful within as the smile that played upon his lips, and he swiftly acquiesced. "Very well. Tell Brother Gu that I shall join shortly." Zhongshi was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated that the young master would decline this invitation. Yet, the young master made his decision with remarkable alacrity. With a hint of concern, he reminded him, "But, young master, your legs." It was then that Xie Zhe recalled that his legs had indeed recovered, and he no longer required the constant support of a wheelchair. Exposing this truth before Gu Xiaomu would be undesirable. However, the rarity of Gu Xiaomu's invitation rendered refusal impossible. Xie Zhe smiled lightly. "No matter. Just push me over and help me into the hot spring. The rest, you need not fret about. I remain unchanged, just as I always have been." "Understood, young master." Zhongshi perceived the young master's intent to conceal the condition of his legs, and he would adhere to his wishes. Typically, those lacking medical knowledge would be oblivious to the current state of the young master's legs. It was likely that Gu Xiaoxiao would remain unaware as well. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed from Qiao Wanwan's door. Hiding beneath the covers, engrossed in her reading, Qiao Wanwan instructed her companion Chunxia, "Do not let anyone else answer." "Chunxia, do check who it is." "Of course, Mississippi." As the door swung open, Zhou Xinyue appeared with her maid. "Where's your mistress?" "She is still in her room." "Miss Zhou, may I inquire what brings you here?" A hint of displeasure crossed Zhou Xinyue's face as she commanded, quickly summon your mistress. I have delightful news to share. Certainly, please hold on. Chuanxia closed the door and returned to Qiao Wanwan's side, informing her, Miss Zhou is seeking you. Ah, Zhou Xinyue is looking for me? Indeed. I must go see what this is about. Qiao Wanwan hastily cast aside her book, donned her shoes, and headed out. How long is this taking? The others may have already left. Truly slow. Zhou Xinyue glared at the door, her irritation mounting. She began to regret her decision to seek her out. Perhaps, if she left now, she might encounter Brother Gu and the others on the way. With a creak, the door opened once more, revealing a sweet smile. Sister Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Xinyue stifled her annoyance, donning a friendly expression. She inquired with genuine warmth, Dear Wanwan, Brother Gu and young Master Xie have gone to the hot springs tonight. I came to ask if you would like to join them. Ah, they have already gone to the hot springs. Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise. They moved so quickly? Her reaction was animated, startling Zhou Xinyue, who stepped back and placed a hand on her chest. Indeed, they just left. If we hurry, we may still encounter them along the way. Would you like to come? Wanwan. Excitement sparkled in Qiao Wanwan's eyes as she grinned broadly, exclaiming, Hee, I cannot resist such an invitation. What? Chapter 81. The Awakening of Youthful Affections Opposite. Zhou Xinyue and her maid appeared utterly perplexed, completely unable to comprehend what Qiao Wanwan had just said. What did you say? Oh, nothing at all. Once restored to her usual demeanor, Qiao Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. Sister Zhou, I am feeling a bit unwell today. It is not suitable for me to soak in the hot springs. Perhaps I shall go tomorrow or the day after. Please enjoy yourself today. I truly appreciate your kind invitation. Are you really not going? Very well. Then I shall go with the maid. Let's depart. Indeed, Mississippi. Zhou Xinyue shot Qiao Wanwan an exasperated glance before turning away, her thoughts brimming with silent curses. What a waste of my time. As Qiao Wanwan watched Zhou Xinyue leave the door, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. She certainly could not accompany her today, for she had an important mission. It was to stealthily infiltrate the male protagonist's antagonist's bathhouse to ascertain whether her devised plan would succeed. Additionally, it would provide a splendid opportunity for her to indulge her eyes. Wouldn't it? With a mischievous smile gracing her face, Qiao Wanwan rubbed her hands together in anticipation. She then closed the door and returned to her chamber to await the opportune moment. When Chuanxia saw her mistress return and hide beneath the covers, she curiously inquired, Miss, did you not previously express a desire to soak in the hot springs? Why have you declined the invitation from Miss Zhou? Oh, you wouldn't understand. Soaking in the hot springs is meant to be a solitary pleasure. Going now would certainly mean a throng of people. Who knows, perhaps the private springs are all taken. It would be quite uncomfortable to be observed while bathing. You do have a point. Mississippi, shall we go tomorrow instead? Let us see how it goes. We will surely go at least once. After all, we have yet to wear our new clothes. Indeed, miss, I am very much looking forward to it. By the way, Chuanxia, I have a task for you. Please inquire about the journey to Anxi City and bring back some provisions. Be sure to find out if my father is already on the road or if he is waiting for me there. Chuanxia, hearing her mistress speak as she normally would, harbored no suspicions and nodded with a smile. Certainly, Mississippi. Yes, do hurry along. I await your good news. Once Chuanxia had exited the room, Qiao Wanwan rose and peered outside stealthily. Confirming that the coast was clear, she donned a set of dark attire. After turning to admire her reflection in the bronze mirror, she secured a black mask over her face, ensuring that none could recognize her. Who would identify her as Qiao Wanwan, save for her striking eyes? Surely, no one would scrutinize her eyes closely enough to make a recognition. Besides, she was not the only one with large almond-shaped eyes. The hot springs at Biluo Mountain Villa boasted multiple springs, each situated in distinct locations, ensuring ample privacy. Each area was equipped with partitions, providing spaciousness. Even if one were to scream, the sound would likely not reach another spring. The hot springs were isolated by walls that shielded passersby from glimpsing the occupants within. In this secluded, singular hot spring space, a veil of steamy mist enveloped the surroundings. Beside the hot spring, a delicate peach tree adorned with pink blossoms stands in full bloom. Fragrant petals gently cascade down, scattering upon the surface of the spring, creating ripples that float like exquisite lanterns upon the water. The soothing sounds of flowing water resonate as it emerges from the source, with excess water draining away from a lower area, ensuring that the spring remains perpetually pristine. At this moment, however, a figure is already immersed in the warm embrace of the water. Gu Zhaomu, who had extended the invitation to Xieze, clad in a black undergarment. The mist clings to his well-defined chest, with droplets gliding off and merging into the warmth of the spring. As the sound of a wheelchair draws near, a spark ignites in the thoughtful gaze of the man. Upon seeing the approaching figure clad in white, Gu Zhaomu hastily rises. Brother Xie, pushed by the steward Zhong Shi, Xieze meets Gu Zhaomu's gaze and offers a gentle smile, apologizing. Brother Gu, I apologize for my tardiness. No problem at all. Please come in. I shall make room for you. A moment of confusion passes as Gu Zhaomu realizes his misstep. Observing Xieze seated in the wheelchair, he quickly corrects himself. Forgive me, I forgot your situation. Are your legs able to enjoy the hot spring? Of course, Brother Gu, do not worry. Although my legs lack strength, I can still soak in the spring without any issue. Oh, that is good to hear. Gu Zhaomu breathes a silent sigh of relief as he notices Zhong Shi preparing to assist Xieze. Eager to lend a hand, he rushes to the other side of Xieze to help him up. Let me assist as well. Thank you, Brother Gu. As Gu Zhaomu supports Xieze's arm, memories of a fateful encounter at the age of 15 flood back. It was Gu Zhaomu who had rescued him then, eliminating adversaries from the martial world, and lifting the malnourished Xieze, whose frail frame was smaller than that of his peers. Together, they sought refuge in an abandoned temple to evade capture. How are you holding up, young lady? Gu Zhaomu had inquired with a youthful tenderness, while Xieze, having just endured his father's new poison, could only nod in silence, his voice rendered hoarse. Gu Zhaomu, like a boy in the bloom of youth, exhibited unparalleled concern for Xieze. Fearing he might be cold, he willingly shed his outer garment to shield him from the wind. When hunger struck, he ventured out to catch wild chickens and gather fruits for him. Occasionally, he would share light-hearted jokes, offering moments of levity. It can be said that Gu Zhaomu's attentive care during that time instilled in Xieze a glimmer of hope for survival. Xieze had always believed that the people in this world sought only to exploit and manipulate him, never considering his well-being. Yet amidst this peer, he experienced a distinct joy. Consequently, Xieze cherished the kindness bestowed upon him by the boy, holding it close to his heart. Even after being reclaimed by his father to the Xie household, thoughts of Gu Zhaomu lingered in his mind, leading him to a resolute decision. He must find him and offer his support. For what Xieze truly needed was the compassion of the boy who had once cared for him so deeply. He believed that the youth could only be kind to him alone. Lacking guidance, he was oblivious to the nature of such feelings. Yet, deep within his thoughts, he had already transformed this youth into his personal possession, one that no one could seize. Should anyone dare to contest him, he would eliminate them. Gu Zhaomu would remain his. Xieze was assisted by Zhong Shi and Gu Zhaomu into the water, his white inner garments becoming drenched, exuding a delicate pinkish translucence. He lifted his gaze toward Zhong Shi and said, Uncle Zhong, your presence is unnecessary here. You may leave now. Yes, young master. Before departing, Zhong Shi offered a few words of caution to Gu Zhaomu. Please, I entrust you to watch over my young master. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me. Rest assured, Steward Zhong, with me here, Xie will certainly be safe. Very well, then please enjoy your time. As Zhong Shi departed, Gu Zhaomu returned to sit beside Xieze. In the misty pool, they sat like contrasting shadows of black and white. Gu Zhaomu gazed at Xieze, whose long hair was loosely tied with a purple ribbon, cascading over one shoulder. Half of it had become damp, accentuating his fair, luminous skin, coupled with his exquisite, three-dimensional features. Gu Zhaomu found himself irresistibly captivated by Xieze's stunning visage. He watched as droplets of steam coalesced into beads of water, sliding down Xieze's chest. The sight brought him back to reality, and Gu Zhaomu, feeling warmth rise to his ears, averted his gaze, shaking his head to dispel his thoughts. Within, he lamented, such a beautiful person. Why must he not be a girl? Alas, Gu brother, what troubles you? Chapter 82. Gu brother, do you have feeling for Qiao Wanwan? Caught off guard, Gu Qiaomu awkwardly replied, oh, I'm fine. Xieze smiled at him, suddenly reminiscing about their past encounters. I recall the first time we met, Gu brother. You reacted similarly. Prompted by this memory, Gu Qiaomu's mind flashed back to earlier days when he first arrived in the martial world and encountered Xieze, pursued by assassins. Mistaking him for a woman, he had gallantly intervened to assist him, disrupting the assailants. Seizing the opportunity, he had dashed forward and lifted the woman from the ground, showcasing his agility as he swiftly fled the scene. At the tender age of 15, Gu Qiaomu had never before encountered such a beautiful girl. He endeavored to display his youthful charm, unfurling his metaphorical feathers like a peacock. One morning, he had stealthily crept closer to the sleeping girl, enchanted by her beauty and recalling tales of women he had heard in the martial world. He had licked his lips and pouted, leaning toward her delicate, fair face. Just as he brushed against her cheek, her eyes flew open, startling him so profoundly that he stumbled backward several paces, his face flushed with crimson. Desperately attempting to clarify, he exclaimed, I mean no harm. I was simply startled earlier. Please don't misunderstand. I am not a libertine. The woman across from him, however, seemed indifferent to the earlier incident, merely curling her lips into a gentle smile. It was not long before others arrived in search of them. One of them knelt before Xieze, stating, Young master, we apologize for our tardiness. My subordinates are deserving of utmost punishment. What? Before Gu Xiaomu's eyes, they addressed the young woman as young master. This revelation struck a severe blow to Gu Xiaomu's tender heart, shattering the entire world he had envisioned. Later, he would come to realize that the woman he had rescued was not a woman at all, but rather Xieze, the scion of the Xie family. As memories flooded back, Gu Xiaomu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I must express my shame for mistaking you for a lady. I am truly sorry. There is no need for apologies, Gu. I have often been mistaken for a girl since childhood. This is not your fault. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for saving me. Otherwise, the world would have been deprived of Xieze. It was through this encounter that Xieze discovered a flicker of warmth still existed in the world, prompting him to endure through the years. Despite the pain and the specter of death looming nearby, he persevered. Xieze's eyes shimmered with tenderness, evoking a sense of illusion in Gu Xiaomu. He could not shake the feeling that there was something unusual in Xieze's gaze. Was it admiration or perhaps affection? Yet, he could not articulate it, allowing his eyes to wander in distraction. Flattered by Xieze's praise, Gu Xiaomu bashfully scratched his cheek. Ah, it was merely luck, he modestly replied. Nonetheless, I owe you a great debt, Gu. I shall remember this for a lifetime. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Gu Xiaomu paused, realizing he needed to convey the purpose of his visit to Xieze. In fact, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Oh, please go on. Xieze encouraged. Gu Xiaomu, sensing the urgency, continued, Tomorrow, I am to engage in a contest at the Biluo Mountain Manor against a certain individual. However, my opponent is Gong Sun Yu, ranked 30th in the martial world, whose skills far surpass mine in both strength and inner power. Defeating him will be a formidable challenge, and this contest holds great significance for me. I must emerge victorious. Gu Xiaomu gazed earnestly at the captivated Xieze and continued, I am aware of your unparalleled prowess with hidden weapons. No one can discern your methods. Therefore, you wish for my assistance in employing hidden weapons to gain advantage? Xieze interjected. Precisely. You have discerned my intent correctly, Gu Xiaomu exclaimed, filled with excitement. Yet, he soon recalled the moral implications of his request, fearing Xieze might disapprove. Hence, he fervently clarified, Please do not misunderstand. I'm not typically one to resort to such measures. I greatly value fairness and justice. However, I must win this contest, and I have exhausted all other options, which is why I seek your help. The outcome of tomorrow's contest is crucial to my future. Xieze, I implore you to assist me. Given Gu Xiaomu's rare plea for assistance, Xieze found himself with no reason to decline. He first offered Gu Xiaomu a reassuring smile, nodding slightly as he said, "Gu brother's request, I, Xie, shall accept. Rest assured, tomorrow." His gaze sharpened, the smile darkening as he resolutely declared, "Tomorrow, you will undoubtedly triumph in this competition." "Ah, truly my good brother," Gu Xiaomu responded repeatedly, extending his palm for a handshake. With a resounding clap, Xieze raised his large hand to meet his, sealing the pact between them. "Once I succeed in tomorrow's contest and acquire the secret manual, I shall share it with you, brother Xie." Xieze did not respond with words, merely offering a faint smile. Previously, Gu Xiaomu had mentioned that the Zhou family possessed a mysterious tome. Initially, he thought such claims were mere idle chatter. But now it seemed Gu Xiaomu was genuinely willing to part with it. Evidently, he held a certain significance in Gu Xiaomu's heart. A wave of comfort washed over Xieze, yet he pondered the woman's standing in his own heart. Suddenly, Xieze found himself asking, "Gu brother, do you harbor feelings for Qiao Wanwan?" Upon hearing the name, Gu Xiaomu recalled Zhou Xianyu's earlier insinuation that Xieze likely had affections for Qiao Wanwan, tightening in apprehension. Stealing a glance at Xieze, he burst into laughter, responding generously, "She is indeed beautiful, and I am quite fond of her. However, she can be rather willful and capricious. If only she could settle down like Xianyu." Listening to the man's candid admission of his fondness for Qiao Wanwan, Xieze felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, his smile fading. So he truly did have feelings for her. A dark cloud enveloped his expression. Gu Xiaomu, unaware of Xieze's internal turmoil, noticed his grim demeanor and speculated that he must be disheartened upon realizing that his brother also admired the same woman, perhaps reconsidering any intentions to pursue her further. This was fortuitous, as he preferred to avoid any discord between them. It was advantageous for both parties, and he had no desire to relinquish that. Suddenly, Xieze felt a tightening sensation in his chest, an indication that his condition was flaring up again. His brow furrowed, a layer of fine sweat forming on his forehead. He glanced over at Gu Xiaomu, who was casually leaning back against the shore. A sense of panic crept in. He did not want others to witness his distress. Clenching his fists at his sides, he suppressed the pain, forcing a strained smile as he addressed Gu Xiaomu. "Brother Gu, could you please head back first?" Chapter 83. The Temptation of Wetness? Gu Xiaomu was taken aback by Xieze's request for him to leave, filled with confusion. "What is the matter? I simply wish to be alone for a while. I shall certainly assist you tomorrow, so I implore you to return and rest, preparing for the competition ahead." Seeing that Xieze insisted, Gu Xiaomu found no reason to linger. He assumed the previous topic had irked him, prompting a desire for solitude. Nodding in agreement, he replied, "Very well, brother Xie. Once you are done, do return and rest early." "Indeed," Xieze murmured. With a splash, Gu Xiaomu emerged from the water, donned his outer garment, and departed without a backward glance, leaving behind a solitary figure, head bowed, biting his thin lips, enduring some unseen torment. From the spot Gu Xiaomu had vacated, urgent footsteps echoed. Xieze heard Zhong Shi's worried voice. "Young master, why has Gu Xiaoxia left alone?" Xieze offered no explanation, merely responding with a curt and impatient command. "Zhong Shi, I order you to leave. Do not approach without my permission." Although Zhong Shi could not discern his master's expression, he sensed an underlying discontent, considering that his master could now move his legs and that they were alone. It was clear that his master preferred solitude and shunned the presence of others. Thus, he acquiesced, "As you wish, young master," and withdrew. The nearby figures receded into the distance, vanishing from sight. Only then did the figure in the hot spring emit a painful groan, clutching his chest, his pallid lips gasping for air. His tightly clenched fists bore the marks of his nails digging into his palms, a futile attempt to quell the torment of his heart. Stabbed by countless tiny needles, each breath came with intense pain and spasms, his muscles convulsing as if electrified, every inch of him in throes of agony. An alien energy surged within him, wreaking havoc upon his body, leaving his visage tinged with a shade of dark blue. He closed his eyes, striving to suppress the pain with his own internal force. His complexion had become ghastly, translucent, resembling one on the brink of death, devoid of vitality. Xieze could only endure, gritting his teeth to weather the affliction. If he could simply outlast it, all would be well. This ailment plagued him periodically, tormenting him without fatality, yet it threatened to drive him to madness. Meanwhile, a figure clad in dark attire stealthily approached the vicinity of the male protagonist's location, slipping quietly near the hot spring. Not a soul in sight. Qiao Wanwan mused, "It seems fortune is on my side." All she desired was a fleeting glance at the hot spring to see if Xieze had donned that particular outfit, and whether Gu Zhaomu remained captivated by him. The mere thought sent a thrill through her. As Qiao Wanwan reached the entrance of the hot spring, she touched her face, ensuring her black mask was secure before slipping inside. Shielding her face with a branch, she crept forward, the white mist obscuring her view, rendering the scene within nearly indistinguishable. The only sound was the gentle flow of water, devoid of any other noise. Perplexed, Qiao Wanwan wondered if they had departed. She crouched low, using the surrounding foliage to conceal her approach. Gradually, the scene before her came into focus, prompting her to halt. She could not risk moving closer, lest she be discovered. Blinking, she watched as the mist parted to reveal a peach tree adorned with vibrant pink blossoms, fluttering down with the breeze, a sight of exquisite beauty. Following her gaze downward, the hot spring came into view, slightly veiled by the mist. The water's surface lay undisturbed, tranquil and still, devoid of any presence. Had she misgauged the information? Were they no longer at this hot spring? Alas, what a waste of my efforts. In a fit of anger, Qiao Wanwan stamped her foot, flinging away the branch she held, and turned to leave. However, a heavy breath emerged quietly from behind her. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she glanced back and, following the sound, cautiously approached the vicinity of the hot spring. As she drew closer, the mist from the spring was only a delicate veil, insufficient to obscure the scene within. To her astonishment, she discerned a vague figure in the water, her eyes widening in disbelief as she covered her mouth. There was indeed someone there. Just as she contemplated fleeing, she suddenly recognized the familiar back of the man before her. Though he faced away, she could surmise it was none other than Xieze. What was he doing here alone? Had that sound come from him? Gathering her courage, Qiao Wanwan cleared her throat and softly called out, "Aze, why are you here alone? Where's Gu Zhaomu?" Yet, there was no response. He remained unresponsive, not even turning around. A sense of unease washed over her as she sensed something was amiss with him. He seemed far removed from his usual self, uncertain yet emboldened. She approached him directly, leaning down to observe his silhouette. Contrary to her expectations, he was not clad in the sheer garment she had imagined. Instead, he wore only a white undergarment, soaked and thus more transparent in the water. She crouched behind him and called out again, "Xieze, why won't he respond?" As she reached out to touch his shoulder, seeking to understand his silence, her hand barely grazed his broad shoulder when the man, who had been enduring in silence, suddenly opened his reddened eyes. Before she could react, her wrist was unexpectedly seized and pulled down into the water with a splash. Instinctively, she struggled to regain her footing in the pool, wiping the water from her face and coughing violently. As her vision cleared, she was once more tugged upward. This time, Qiao Wanwan found herself enveloped in the man's embrace, leaving her momentarily dazed. Gradually, her blurred vision sharpened, revealing that she was seated on his lap, his warm and powerful arms encircling her waist. His chin rested against her shoulder, his breath growing heavier and brushing against her pale neck. Their bodies were in close proximity, creating an undeniably intimate scene, the position laden with ambiguity. Qiao Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled to extricate herself from his hold. "Xieze, what are you doing?" Yet, the man appeared oblivious to her distress, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, his throat working as if parched. He tightened his embrace around her slender waist, seemingly seeking something from her. A surge of alarm coursed through Qiao Wanwan, prompting her to strike at him urgently. "Xieze, let me go. I am Qiao Wanwan, not Gu Zhaomu." Qiao Wanwan struggled in vain to break the distance with the man, and just as she pondered her next move, his arms suddenly loosened. A surge of joy filled her heart. She was saved. Chapter 84. What on earth? Kissing, what is this? Raising her gaze, she met the man's eyes. which were tinged with mild surprise. The pain coursing through his body was nearly unbearable. His tender, yet sorrowful eyes were now fixated intently on Qiao Wanwan. How did she end up here? Was this a dream? Yet, the sensation of holding her felt remarkably real. The instant he embraced her, the pain within him alleviated significantly. A flicker of desire ignited within him. He was in agony. He wished for relief. Sieze gazed at her incessantly chattering lips, unable to decipher her words. But judging by her expression, she appeared to be concerned for him. Sieze, why does your face look so pale? Are you unwell? The man remained silent, his deep-set eyes staring intently at her. In the next moment, his large hand caressed the back of her head, and he leaned down to capture her lips. Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened. The sudden kiss left her mind in a daze. His inexperienced kiss pressed against her sweet lips, her scent enveloping him like an intoxicating perfume. He felt the pain in his body gradually subsiding, yet it was far from sufficient. The man then parted his lips, biting down on her tender mouth. With a pained gasp, Qiao Wanwan protested. The unexpected kiss caught her off guard, and before she could react, he nibbled at her lip like an overzealous puppy. It was utterly displeasing. Kissing was supposed to be pleasurable, yet for her, it felt like a savage bite. Qiao Wanwan began to struggle once more, mumbling, "Let go of me." But how could the man release his prey? He savored the faint metallic taste of her blood, his throat instinctively swallowing it. Surprisingly, his body felt extraordinarily comfortable, especially as the intense energy within him gradually calmed. The pain in his heart began to fade as well. Why was this happening? This woman's blood. Sieze felt an odd sense of comfort, akin to that of a vampire feasting on her essence. Qiao Wanwan felt as though she was being drained dry. She forcefully turned her head away, refusing to accept his kiss. Inside, she screamed. This guy doesn't even know how to kiss and only bites. Unable to contain her anger, she shouted, "Ah, Sieze, you biting beast, let go of me." Suddenly, voices from passers-by outside caught her attention. Did I just hear something inside? That is odd. Let us go take a look. Qiao Wanwan focused intently on the voices outside, her mouth now no longer her own. After being scolded, the man seemed to cease his assault on her lips. However, he remained oblivious to the presence of others, lost in the act of devouring her mouth. At that moment, she was the only one anxious. She slapped his face vigorously to bring him to his senses. She needed to alert him that there were people approaching. Her eyes widened as she watched the figures at the door, her heart racing uncontrollably. Visions of the consequences of their indiscretion flooded her mind. Would they be subjected to the fate of being submerged in a pig cage? Oh no! The distant sound of twigs snapping underfoot echoed through the air. The man, whose pain had subsided, felt his senses sharpen. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of anxious almond-shaped eyes, fixated on something behind him. With a determined motion, he pulled the woman into a kiss and plunged beneath the water surface. The ripples danced across the water, while pink petals floated above, obscuring the view below. Nearby, two servants of the villa scanned their surroundings, vigilant for any disturbances. "Is everything all right?" one inquired. "Yes," came the reply. Below the surface, the two remained locked in an embrace, momentarily paralyzed. Qiao Wanwan held her breath, cheeks puffed out, yearning to escape the man's kiss. Yet, his hand firmly restrained her head, preventing any separation. What a rogue! Unable to move her head, her hands flailed in the water, attempting to push him away. In a flurry of motion, she inadvertently tugged at his purple hair tie, the vibrant color wrapping around her fingers. He, possessing an extra hand, grasped her flailing ones, intertwining their fingers tightly, rendering her immobile. She muffled, struggling to breathe. Qiao Wanwan resembled a goldfish, cheeks bulging, unable to suppress the bubbles escaping her lips. In the next instant, he captured her mouth again, sealing it shut. Only two small bubbles broke the surface before vanishing. The two servants returned to the hot spring's edge, oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Did you hear anything?" one asked, scratching his head in confusion. "No," responded the other. "I thought I heard something just now." "You must have misheard. At this hour, the guests are all in their rooms sleeping. They wouldn't be here. I must have been mistaken. Well, let us be off." As they departed, a line of bubbles emerged from the steaming surface. Suddenly, two bodies broke the surface, gasping for air. Cough, cough. Qiao Wanwan emerged, coughing violently, as if trying to expel her lungs. Before she could regain her composure, he pulled her up again, sealing her lips with his. This time, her frustration boiled over. In the water, he sought her affection, and beneath, he insisted on kissing her. She had nearly drowned, and he still thought to engage in such antics. How infuriating! In a moment of rebellion, Qiao Wanwan opened her mouth and bit down hard on his soft lips, avenging his earlier actions. Blood trickled from his lip as he let out a muffled groan, releasing her. Seizing the opportunity to escape, she pushed him forcefully away and quickly stood. He seemed momentarily stunned, but as she shoved him, her head collided with a nearby rock with a resounding thud, leaving her motionless. Just as Qiao Wanwan clambered onto the shore and tucked her belongings into her pocket, she heard a noise behind her. Turning, she found him sprawled beside the large stone, utterly still. Xisha, Xisha. She called out his name several times, but he showed no sign of response. Panic set in for Qiao Wanwan. She slowly leaned closer, her trembling fingers gently poking at the side of the man's face, obscured by his wet hair. Xieze, please don't scare me. The woman hurriedly pulled him from the water, straining to lift him so that he rested against her legs, softly patting his face. Xieze, what is wrong? Wake up. Suddenly, she felt warmth emanating from his leg and reached out to touch it, only to find her hand stained with dark crimson blood. Recalling how she had inadvertently pushed him, causing his head to strike against the stone, her heart raced with anxiety. She had committed murder. Her complexion paled drastically, her eyes shimmering with tears. Xieze, please wake up. I didn't mean to do it. What should I do? I've killed someone. Woo-woo. Cradling the man's head, she wept bitterly, filled with remorse. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you. I promise I won't do it again. Perhaps there won't be another chance. Woo-woo. Her scalding tears fell onto the man's cold, pale face, causing his long eyelashes to flutter slightly. The sound of her sorrowful cries soon ceased as she heard the faintest whisper from him, her heart leaping with hope. She noticed his eyes remained tightly shut, his brows furrowed in distress, and let out a sigh of relief. Xieze, you're not dead after all. Qiao Wanwan sniffled and wiped her tear-streaked face, continuing, This is wonderful. I didn't kill him. Ha ha. The man's pale lips parted slightly, as if he were trying to utter something. What? Qiao Wanwan leaned down, straining to hear his voice. It seemed he murmured something about pain. Where does it hurt? Your head? Xieze, please tell me where it hurts. I'll help you. In his current state of unconsciousness, Xieze was unable to articulate his suffering or even register her words. Remembering she had a bottle of medicine with her, Qiao Wanwan reached for it, only to cut her finger on the sharp edge of the carefully packaged medicine. Ouch! She cursed her luck, thinking, what a horrible day. As her blood dripped onto the pink ointment, it resembled a blooming red peach blossom in the box. Well, it can still be used. No matter. She generously scooped out a hefty amount of ointment, applying it to the man's head as if it were of no cost. Tenderly, she inquired, Where else does it hurt? Please tell me. The man, feeling her gentle touch, vaguely saw Qiao Wanwan's small face, dampened by the moisture, contorted into an awkward smile. Her eyes red from crying as she gazed at him. He absorbed her soothing words, reminiscent of a child being comforted. Wherever it hurts, remember to tell me. Don't hold it in, understand? Okay. The man's throat moved slightly, but he could not vocalize his agreement before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 85. The newly bought headband. After applying the ointment to Xieze's wound, Qiao Wanwan realized he had once again fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Hey, Xieze, why have you fainted again? Qiao Wanwan gently patted his pale cheek, yet there was no response. She glanced around, but did not spot Xieze's wheelchair. Steeling herself, she summoned her strength to lift the man's body and hoisted him onto her back. For a woman of 1.68 meters, carrying a tall figure of over 1.8 meters proved to be quite a struggle. Qiao Wanwan could only grasp his two arms as his long legs dragged along the ground, leaving her with little choice. Perspiration streamed down her face as she exerted every ounce of energy to carry him outside, hoping to find Butler Zhong for assistance. Suddenly, from outside, Xie, who was secretly observing while munching on an apple, noticed a figure in black emerge from the doorway where the young master was. To his dismay, the figure was dragging out his young master, who was still damp. Shocked, he dropped the apple, which thudded to the ground, and his silhouette appeared before the black-clad figure. With a swift motion, a short knife glinted as it was thrust in front of the assailant. To her dismay, as Qiao Wanwan finally reached the entrance with great difficulty, a shadow flashed before her eyes, and a short blade pressed against her neck, startling her into a gasp as cold sweat broke out. Upon focusing on the figure, Xie realized it was Miss Qiao, and he wondered how such a commotion had failed to awaken the young master beside her. Frowning slightly, he spoke coolly, "Miss Qiao, why are you dressed like this, and what has happened to my young master?" Though Qiao Wanwan had never encountered this shadow guard, she understood from his words that he was affiliated with Xie. Relieved, she quickly urged, "Please, lower your knife and assist with your young master." Very well. The shadow guard complied obediently. The blade at Qiao Wanwan's neck was immediately withdrawn, the sharp edge grazing her skin and sending another wave of cold sweat cascading down her spine. "Here," she said, transferring her heavy burden to him. And the shadow guard effortlessly supported Xie. With an awkward smile, Qiao Wanwan explained, "I just happened to pass by, and I am completely unaware of what happened to your young master. You must take him back to find a doctor. Otherwise, it could become serious." "Understood, Miss Qiao. By the way, please do not inform anyone about my discovery of him. The night is growing late. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Without waiting for a response, Qiao Wanwan swiftly slipped away, eager to avoid any accusations against her. Watching her vanish from the scene, Xie pondered the connection between his young masteress fainting and Miss Qiao. However, he was perplexed as to how a skilled martial artist like his young master could be incapacitated by someone with no martial prowess. To avoid unjustly blaming her, he resolved to wait until his master regained consciousness to inquire further. After inspecting his young master, he found only a small wound at the corner of his mouth, with no other injuries apparent. He wondered if the fainting was due to a sudden illness, yet his young master appeared calm and his lips were gradually regaining their color, showing no signs of distress. Unable to discern his master's current condition, Xie decided to return him to Butler Zhong to assess the situation further. He bent down and effortlessly hoisted the young master, who also stood at a height of 1.80 meters, disappearing into the shadows. After a considerable while of running, Qiao Wanwan finally returned safely to the entrance of her room. As if she had forgotten something, she dashed inside. There she found Chunxia, who had just returned not long ago, gazing at her with a puzzled expression at the doorway. Seeing Qiao Wanwan dressed entirely in dark attire, soaked from head to toe, with water droplets still dripping from her hem, both women widened their eyes in astonishment. "Miss, how is it that you are drenched?" Qiao Wanwan hurriedly entered and secured the doors and windows, her eyes darting as she fabricated an excuse. "Oh, Chunxia, don't ask. I just stepped out for a stroll and accidentally fell into a pond, staining my clothes black." Chunxia raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Miss, your explanation seems rather implausible. What pond could dye clothes so dark?" "Ah, let us not dwell on that. You see me, your young mistress, turned into a drenched chicken. Do you not feel any sympathy for me?" Qiao Wanwan pouted, batting her eyelashes in a feigned display of vulnerability, attempting to conceal the truth. Chunxia, unable to resist, sighed in resignation. "Please wait a moment, Mississippi. I shall fetch some water for your bath." "Yes, do hurry." Once the hot water arrived, Qiao Wanwan was attended to by Chunxia, blissfully sinking into the bath, cleansing her body thoroughly. The entire room was enveloped in a warm, steamy ambience. Chunxia took a moment to observe her young mistress's flawless, unblemished skin and found no signs of injury. Colorful petals floated in the water, playfully disturbed by the young woman's movements. The water flowed between her fingers, cascading over her luminous skin. "Ah, the petals from this estate are truly fragrant," she exclaimed, like a child, gathering the petals to adorn her body, determined to cover herself entirely and envelop herself in their delightful scent. Qiao Wanwan gathered her freshly washed hair to one side and said to Chunxia, "Please help me place some petals on my back." "Of course, Mississippi." Chuanxia couldn't help but smile at her mistress's youthful whims, patiently sticking the petals across her entire back. Satisfied, Qiao Wanwan leaned over the edge of the tub, closed her eyes, and began to revel in the warmth of the bath. Chuanxia found the sight of the young lady, adorned with rose petals upon her delicate skin, amusing yet enchanting. From a distance of 5 steps, one could catch the faint, enchanting fragrance that naturally emanated from her, invigorating to the senses. Not wishing to disturb her mistress's tranquility, Chuanxia decided to tidy up the garments Qiao Wanwan had shed earlier. Holding the damp, black night attire in her hands, she inquired, "Miss, shall I wash this garment?" With her eyes still closed, Qiao Wanwan suddenly opened them wide, watching Chuanxia prepare to take away the night attire, and quickly replied, "Chuanxia, just throw it away. It's too soiled to wash, better to dispose of it." Very well. Chuanxia understood that her mistress had likely worn it for some clandestine affair, hence the desire to eradicate the evidence. She did not inquire further, for the young lady would not divulge anything. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the garments aside and was about to take her leave. Suddenly, a damp purple hairband tumbled from her sleeve with a soft thud. Chuanxia recognized it, yet the young lady did not wear hairbands. This clearly did not belong to her. She picked up the hairband and approached Qiao Wanwan, asking, "Miss, what is this?" "What?" Qiao Wanwan turned to see the glaring purple hue. "Isn't this Xie Zay's hairband? When did you bring it back?" She swiftly seized the hairband and concealed it behind her. "Ah, this is my newly purchased hairband. Isn't it lovely?" Chuanxia, with innocent simplicity, nodded and replied, "It is beautiful. That's wonderful. You may go about your business. I can dress myself later. Of course, Mississippi. I shall take my leave now." Chapter 86. I shall depart once Chuanxia had exited. Qiao Wanwan retrieved the purple hairband from the water. Recalling the earlier incident of being forcefully kissed, she held the hairband tightly, feeling a rush of warmth envelop her fair skin, flushing it a deep crimson. "What are you thinking, Qiao Wanwan? Was that a kiss?" It was more akin to being bitten by a dog. She scolded herself. He must have mistaken me for Gu Zhaomu. Yes, surely. As she consoled herself, a tinge of regret washed over her. Alas, it appears that handsome gentlemen are always claimed by others. She furrowed her brow, shaking off the frivolous thoughts that plague her mind. What a folly. If the villain does not take my life, what more could I wish for? Soon enough, she would see her father, the leader, and return home. Henceforth, matters of the martial world would no longer concern her. Resolute in her thoughts, she callously discarded the item that did not belong to her and resumed her bath. A clean, warm, damp cloth rested upon the smooth forehead of the man. Zhongshi sat at the bedside, drying the water from the unconscious young master. He sighed and withdrew the towel, addressing Xie Yi beside him. "The young master is now fine. You may leave." "Yes, Steward Zhong." "Wait." Just as Xie Yi was about to depart, he was abruptly halted by Zhongshi's voice. "Are you certain you discovered the young master alone in the hot spring? He despises the presence of others, even that of you, let alone a shadow guard like Xie Yi. How did you come to know the young master had collapsed in the bath? Moreover, the young master's condition was evidently caused by an ailment." However, when Zhongshi had taken Xie Zay's pulse earlier, he noticed that the poison within him had significantly eased, and a subtle fragrance lingered, reminiscent of the medicinal ointment the young master had once shown him, though more potent now. He remained unaware of whether the young master had applied the ointment himself or if there was another reason. Observing the injury at the corner of the young master's lips, it did not appear to be self-inflicted. Hence, he harbored some doubts. Before Xie Yi encountered the young master, had anyone else been near him? Upon being queried, Xie Yi lowered his gaze slightly. He did not intend to reveal Miss Qiao's presence, for such matters would require the young master's consent before any decisions could be made. Calmly and composedly, Zhongshi replied to the young master, "Indeed, Butler Zhong." Upon observing that the young master had not emerged for quite some time, I took the liberty of checking in. I found the young master had collapsed in the bath, unresponsive to my calls, so I brought him back. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" "Nothing at all. You may leave," came the reply. "Understood." Once Xie Yi departed, Zhongshi lowered his gaze to the exquisite figure lying quietly on the bed, noticing that the young master's complexion had significantly improved. He chose not to dwell on it further. As long as the young master was unharmed, that was all that mattered. Yet, a sense of regret lingered within him. The young master still did not trust him, enduring the torment of his affliction alone without seeking his assistance. He let out a deep sigh. In his slumber, the man's long eyelashes fluttered gently. Sieze perceived a hazy pink silhouette before him, and a voice spoke. Aze, if you feel any pain, remember to tell me. Do not endure it silently. Do you understand? He smiled warmly at the figure before him, his dark eyes shimmering as he focused intently, yearning to discern the identity of this gentle presence. He closed his eyes, and suddenly the soothing sound of a gentle breeze caressed his ears. The man's dreamscape transformed abruptly. He found himself standing in a vibrant meadow, awash with blossoms beneath a cerulean sky where birds soared freely. Petals danced in the air, carried by the breeze, intertwining with his tousled hair. Sieze reached out, tenderly grasping a floating petal, its faint fragrance strikingly real. Aze, Aze, a familiar feminine voice whispered softly in his ear. Sieze's brows furrowed slightly as a visage began to materialize in his mind. He turned toward the source of a voice and beheld a charming young woman in a pink dress sprinting towards him. Without understanding why, he instinctively extended his arms in the dream, catching her in a gentle embrace as she collided with him. Her arms encircled his waist, holding him tightly. The rhythmic thumping of their hearts resonated clearly in the stillness. He gazed down at the girl before him, her cheeks adorned with delicate dimples, a glimmer of something in his eyes. Sieze was oblivious to his actions, puzzled by the familiarity of their embrace. The girl lifted her gaze to meet his, her elegant brow furrowing slightly, a hint of grievance in her expression as she said, Aze, you finally deigned to acknowledge me. Qiao Wanwan, it's me, Aze. How did you come to be here? Aze, what do you mean? We are together. Why speak such bewildering words? Together? What does that mean? Just like this. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around his neck, rising onto her toes, and pressed her lips against his. Their mouths met, a soft and tangible sensation of intimacy. With a triumphant smile, the girl pulled away, watching him remain rooted in place, struggling to contain his laughter as she remarked, We have kissed. How can that not mean we are together? Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Uncle Zhongshe also mentioned that only married couples may share such affection. Oz, despite my relentless pursuit of you, why do you not offer any feedback? I might just walk away, walk away. Sieze paused slightly, tightening his embrace around the woman's waist. With a hint of panic, he inquired, Where would you go? I want to tell you. Sieze furrowed his brow, recognizing that this was indeed something only she would say. The uncertainty she instilled in him left him feeling profoundly insecure. Az, could you grant me a title? Akin to that of a married couple? A title? Bestowing her a title would ensure her presence by his side, unbreakable for a lifetime. Wouldn't he it? A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he lifted his gaze to respond to Qiao Wanwan. Yet, at that moment, she transformed into scattered petals, dissipating into the air. Her voice lingered, fading into the distance. Os farvel. Sieze was now in a state of panic. He had yet to voice his decision. So why was she fleeing from him? Wanwan, don't go. He reached out to retain her, but his grasp was futile. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the man's pale skin on the bed. His handsome face bore a frown, as if troubled by a nightmarish vision. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the corners tinged with a faint blush, his breath quickening, his chest rising and falling anxiously. Staring at the ceiling, Sieze realized he had just awakened from a dream. Why had he dreamed of her? Why was he so anxious about her departure? The notion of granting her a title was laughable. With a creak, the door swung open. Zhongshe approached the bed and noticed Sieze had opened his eyes, already awake. With concern, he asked, Young master, you startled me last night. Sieze discovered you unconscious and promptly brought you back. Young master, you must have fallen ill. Is there anywhere on your body that still feels unwell? Fine. Young master, the injury by your mouth. Sieze was momentarily taken aback. He extended a finger to gently touch his lips, feeling a slight sting. He then recalled the previous night, soaking in the hot spring with Gu Zhaomu when he suddenly fell ill, the pain unbearable. Not wanting Gu Zhaomu to witness his distress, he had urged her to leave first. Later, suppressing the pain with his internal energy, he vaguely remembered seeing Qiao Wanwan and forcibly kissing her. Fragments of that intense scene flashed in his mind, and Xieze rubbed his forehead, his normally pale skin now tinged with a faint blush. While enduring the pain, he had pulled Qiao Wanwan into the hot spring. When her incessant chatter reached his ears, he had silenced her with his lips. In that moment of contact, the pain in his body had subsided, and he lost all restraint. Clearing his throat, Xieze feigned composure and said, "It's nothing. No need to worry." "Understood, young master." He also recalled that he seemed to have sustained an injury to his head. Slowly, Xieze touched the back of his head, but felt no pain. How peculiar. It is evident that this is no dream. How could the wound be real? Yet, he distinctly remembers that the woman was also bitten by him last night. The man's gaze darkened in an instant. When he sees her later, everything will become clear, won't it? Chapter 87. What about your wound? As Qiao Wanwan stepped out of her guest room, she encountered Zhou Xinyue, who was passing by. She courteously inquired, "Sister Wanwan, today Brother Gu is to compete with the heroes of the martial world. Are you going as well? Why not accompany your sister? You cannot refuse me this time. Let us go together to watch." Of course, Wanwan, now in good health, could not decline her sister's invitation. "Let's go, Sister Zhou." With that, Qiao Wanwan took the lead, followed by Chunxia. Zhou Xinyue gazed at the departing figure of the young woman, her handkerchief twisting tightly in her grasp. It was supposed to be she who brought Wanwan along, yet now it seemed that Wanwan was leading her instead. She felt a pang of jealousy. If Brother Gu were to see Wanwan first, all her efforts would be in vain. No, she must catch up and ensure that Brother Gu recognizes her as the one who cares for him the most. "Xiaocui, let us hurry and catch up." Yes, Mississippi. Today's important competition had drawn a multitude of spectators to the arena. Among them was a significant figure, the young master of the manor. He had heard that Zhou Shu had suddenly taken on a disciple who was to compete against the 30th ranked hero of the martial world, Gong Sun Yu. His curiosity piqued. He was eager to see what kind of person could impress Zhou Shu enough to become his disciple overnight and boldly challenge a champion of the martial world. In the expansive arena, a combat platform stood prominently in the center, with a viewing platform adjacent to the main area, designed for esteemed guests to observe the competition from the best vantage point. Standing on the viewing platform, he looked down to see countless guests gathered, eagerly awaiting the contest. Among them was a particularly memorable guest, a man in a wheelchair, quietly awaiting the beginning of the match. The steward had informed him that this man was young Master Xie from the capital. However, he could not discern the man's martial prowess at a glance. "Young master, you have come as well?" Turning to his left, he spotted Zhou Jiang approaching him. He greeted him politely. "Zhou Shu, are you here to enjoy the festivities? I heard this is your disciple. I became curious to see what kind of hero could catch your eye. It takes considerable courage to challenge a hero ranked in the martial world, something I truly admire." "Haha, young master, do not jest. My disciple's strength is far inferior to yours. He only agreed to compete after passing the tests I set for him. As for winning or losing, it will depend on his wisdom." "Oh, now I'm even more intrigued. Well then, let us sit and observe closely." "Please." His subordinates promptly arranged chairs for them, and the two settled on the viewing platform, their eyes fixed on the impending competition below. Zhou Xinyue and Qiao Wanwan arrived at the competition venue, where they spotted Xieze in a wheelchair and Gu Zhaomu waiting nearby. Zhou Xinyue felt a slight sense of relief, grateful that Brother Gu had not yet taken the stage. With an encouraging smile, she approached Gu Zhaomu. "Brother Gu, Xinyue Wanwan." Gu Zhaomu acknowledged their presence, aware that they had come to offer their support, his face glowing with appreciation. However, Qiao Wanwan, who had just walked over with Zhou Xinyue, felt an eerie gaze upon her. Turning toward the source, she found Xieze staring intently at her. For a fleeting moment, she thought she perceived a hint of darkness swirling in his gaze, but it vanished almost instantly. Xieze's eyes lingered on her rosy lips, oblivious to anything amiss. Why is she unhurt? Xieze recalled distinctly having bitten her, expecting a mark on her mouth. Yet now, he found himself perplexed, his gaze fixed on Qiao Wanwan as if he wished to consume her entirely. A chill ran down Qiao Wanwan's spine as the sound of the wheelchair drew nearer. She dared to glance at him, noting his grim expression. Oh no, she thought. Does he still remember what happened yesterday? But even if he does, what of it? He was in a daze, and there's no evidence that I pushed him and caused his injury. The hidden guards were unaware. Surely she could evade suspicion. She could not let the antagonist discover that she was responsible for his injury, lest he seek vengeance. Moreover, with Gu Xiaomu present, the villain would likely refrain from disclosing their encounter from the previous night. Her mind was a battlefield of thoughts when suddenly, the man's magnetic voice called out to her, Qiao Wanwan. Here, she responded, as if responding to a teacher calling her name in school, nearly raising her hand in acknowledgement. Only then did she realize Xie was already beside her. In his wheelchair, he was nearly the same height as her, just a head shorter. He slightly raised his gaze, his eyes cold as frost, fixated on her with a voice that resonated like a specter. Where is your injury? Qiao Wanwan, her nerves taut, blinked innocently and feigned ignorance. What injury? The man, with his enchanting gaze, gestured with his thumb to the wound at the corner of his lips, a vivid crimson mark that served as a constant reminder for her. His dark eyes scrutinized her expression, his brows elegantly arching as he spoke with an undertone of suggestiveness. The injury you caused me is here. Yet where is yours? Qiao Wanwan clenched her hands tightly, her eyes darting about uncertainly, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead as she chuckled dryly. What are you talking about, young Master Xie? I am unscathed. Surely you are dreaming? Are you refusing to admit it? He pressed, a sly smile dancing on his lips. Shoo, Qiao Wanwan, fearful of being overheard by those around her, reluctantly lowered her head and spoke softly to him. Young Master Xie, how could I possibly deny it? Yet, where's my injury? Look, the young woman leaned in closer so the man could see clearly. Xie was momentarily taken aback by her proximity, his pupils dilating as they roamed across her face. Her lips, rosy and white-toothed, resembled two luscious jelly pieces, appearing utterly delectable, devoid of any trace of injury. However, Xie was still certain that he had indeed bitten her lip last night, having savored the faintly sweet and metallic taste of her blood. The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became, a faint blush creeping onto his ears. He averted his gaze slightly and spoke in a low voice, Enough, you may leave. Very well. Qiao Wanwan, hearing the disdain in his tone, felt no anger. Instead, she secretly reveled in her triumph. Without lingering too long in his presence, she straightened up and shifted aside, maintaining a distance from the antagonist. Observing Xie's self-doubting demeanor as he turned away, she felt a swell of relief. Fortunately, her constitution allowed her to heal any wound, mending itself within mere minutes. By the time she returned to her room yesterday, the cut on her lip had completely healed. Thus, Chunxia had found no trace of injury upon her. Even though the antagonist still harbored suspicions, he had no evidence to prove she had harmed him. As long as she did not confess, she would face no consequences, for he could not hold her accountable. Hooray! Ha! This golden finger is truly delightful. The woman's timid joy was clearly perceived by the man who suspected her. His gaze darkened. How could he possibly forget what had transpired yesterday? It was evident that this woman was weaving a web of lies. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind Qiao Wanwan's clandestine entry into the hot springs, nor did he comprehend how she skillfully concealed her injuries. Yet, the image of their entangled forms flashed in his mind, causing his ears to flush a deep crimson. His eyes shifted away from her, softening slightly. Xie could only feel an inexplicable irritation at her pretense, as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 88. Helping her earn a fortune, young Master Gongsun has arrived. Finally, he is here. Upon hearing that name, Gu Xiaomu felt a tightening in her chest and turned her gaze toward the entrance. A young man clad in dark attire, holding a feather fan, gracefully fanned himself as he entered. From the moment he stepped in, the heroes in the arena parted to create a path for him, exuding a commanding presence, strikingly handsome. The man in dark attire fixed his gaze on Gu Xiaomu, walking directly toward her. Coming to a halt before her, He swiftly closed his fan with a flick. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "You are the disciple of Senior Zhou? I ask your name?" "I am Gu Xiaomo." "Very well." He gestured toward the arena with his fan, invitingly saying, "Shall we ascend? I'll look forward to your guidance." Gu Xiaomu clasped her fists in greeting. On the viewing platform, the young lord of the manor and Zhou Jiang, upon witnessing their face-off, both began to feel a surge of excitement. As the crowd gathered, the contest was about to commence. Indeed, Shun was filled with anticipation. The man in the dark robe leisurely ascended the stage, while Gu Qiaomu began to take action behind him. "Brother Gu," Zhou Xinhua said with a hint of concern, pulling a talisman from her sleeve. "This is a charm for your safety, a blessing that I have prayed for. Please accept it before you compete, so I can feel more at ease." "Very well. Thank you, Xinhua," the man replied with a gentle smile, accepting the talisman and carefully placing it in his bosom before her eyes. The sight of her gift being treated with such reverence filled Zhou Xinyua's heart with joy. "I shall take my leave now. Be safe, Brother Gu." "Certainly." Gu Qiaomu tightened his grip on his sword and cast a glance back at Xia Zhe before stepping onto the arena. With the daunting task of facing an opponent whose martial prowess far exceeded his own, he steeled himself. Yesterday, Gong Sun, the young master, had triumphed over a dozen challengers without a single defeat. Now, a newcomer appeared, and the outcome remained uncertain. It was rumored that he was a disciple of Zhou Jiang, perhaps possessing exceptional talents that warranted such mentorship. The stakes of this duel were undeniably high. Go for it. The spectators below cheered exuberantly for the two combatants above. Gong Sun Yu regarded his opponent with an air of ease, displaying no signs of pressure. He could discern that Gu Qiaomu's internal strength was inferior to his own. As for his martial skills, they remained to be evaluated, yet he felt no apprehension. Conversely, Gu Qiaomu, vigilant and drenched in a fine sheen of sweat, fixed his gaze on Gong Sun Yu. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword. "Come fort." "Please,